Chapter 1 My First Deal. My name is Wu Xiaokong. I am 19 years old from Hulun Village, River City. As a child, I just remember being taken to a house that smelled like medicine and my mom handing me over to a mean old woman. Everyone called her Master Chin, and people who were sick came to her for medicine, and they were cured, and I called her Master. I usually just call her Mom. When I was a child, I was very sick as if possessed by an evil spirit. Before I learned to walk, I had been immersed in my mother's medicine jar. The smell of the jar was not much different than a cesspool, and I want to vomit when I remember it. She told me that my mom brought me here to save me from my illness, but where she has gone now, my mom doesn't know. And every time she mentioned my mom she always showed sadness and turned her head to keep me from seeing it. She opened a pharmacy specializing in supplying medicines to people in the remote foothills of Hulun Village. Said to be a pharmacy in fact, but the house downstairs is separated from a pharmacy. Not even a signboard. The guests are acquaintances with a serious illness over directly with her to get medicine. Last year after graduating from high school I didn't plan on going to college. And in addition to loitering around the village and occasionally learning from her at the pharmacy, my main job is still to take her to the doctor or to deliver medicine. Every time I rode her motorcycle on the street I felt like the prettiest boy in the village. Sometimes on the way back from delivering medicines they could even make a small profit by picking up some people from River City who were going to Hulun. Simple days are not exactly rich, but they get by. Kung, is your master around? I stomped on the motorcycle starter bar to get ready to go out for a stroll when I saw Lubo shouting in the distance as he ran toward my front door. Uncle Lu works for the largest company in River City and is a longtime customer of the old lady pharmacy. As soon as an employee gets sick, they refer anyone who can't be seen in the city here. I know him very well too. Uncle Lu also knows that my mother and I always keep arguing sometimes, but the two of us still have a very good relationship. Uncle Lu, Lao Miang, she's not here, I shouted to Uncle Lu. Do you know where she's gone? Who knows? She disappears for days at a time sometimes. Maybe she's playing cards somewhere and lost everything and got caught. Old Chin's nature still hasn't changed. I have a patient here now. The condition is very serious, people look dying. She is not here, what can be done? Lu Bo touched the sweat on his head, his face full of sorrow. Uncle Lu, where is the man? Seeing him in such a hurry, I asked. People are still in the north street of the River City. Can't get through. The front foot without saying anything I ran to ask old Chin to go over. The result is that this person ran to where to play cards again. Gambling harms people nah. Lu Bo still constantly wiped the sweat. Uncle Lu, show me around. The one who is sick is the daughter of the president of the blue paint company. Can you do that with this kind of skill? Don't make people sicker and sicker. Little brat. I've learned a lot of medical skills from my mother, and I can save any disease that isn't rare. I ran to the pharmacy and took away my old lady's special medicine bag and leapt onto my motorcycle. Go, Uncle Lu, don't delay. I'll take a look first. I pedaled and started the motorcycle and said to Uncle Lu, "Do." I drove lobber and rode toward North Street in the river market. This person but the president's lifeblood. You have to be able to cure to ensure that you have a future. Lu Bo shouted in my ear through the wind. Hearing this, I instantly came to energy, immediately accelerated the speed of the car. My mind imagined a large amount of money in front of my eyes flew past. The dispensary wasn't far from River City's North Street, and my old driver's skills didn't take us more than a few minutes to get there. Lu Bo pointed to a large villa. Over there. I looked up a little surprised. True to form, the home of the president of blue paint. The front door was higher than my house. Lobber pointed again to the parking line by the door. That's where the parking is. I drove where he said. The old man jumped out of the car and pulled me immediately toward the villa. Just as we were about to enter, the security guard at the door held up his hand to stop us. Even the security guards were dressed in suits, and my sweater and jeans were too rustic in comparison. But why would I want to compare myself to a security guard? Makes sense. Mr. Lon asked me to call for a doctor. It has to be urgent. Lu Bo finished and took me to continue walking inside. When you enter the front door, you realize that it's really just a little bit too big. We were a little way from the house, and it looked like a garden with all kinds of flowers and trees planted on either side. The two women at the door of the house saw Lu Bo know that it is to see the doctor, immediately took me to the upstairs of the house. The room was pink inside, there were cute dolls everywhere, and the girl lying on the bed looked like she had a very pained expression on her face. I went over and took her hand and felt for a pulse. It's necrotic evil, I said after feeling my pulse. Corpse evil? The two maids who had just brought us up were unknowingly surprised. What kind of disease is this, and is there anything that can be done about it? Kung, the old man asked anxiously, sweat staying on his forehead again. What is corpse evil and how did my daughter get it? A tall man suddenly came in and asked. Mr. Lon. Lu Bo and the two maids nodded to him together. Lon Jun looked at me toward Lu Bo and asked, why did you bring a child? The expression was very angry. Miss has been sustained by drinking blood lately? I asked, turning my head. How did you know? Blue June and the maid were surprised. People who have been hit by the corpse evil are bloodthirsty for a living. And Miss looks so pale. She must be unwilling to be bloodthirsty, wanting to learn about her own life. Corpse evil is due to the injustice of the death of the person died after the soul will not be dispersed within a month. If in this period of time with the corpse has had intimate contact, the corpse on the corpse of the corpse evil will be infected with the body. Your 1,000 gold is not breathing, but the body still has oxygen. Oxygen is still enough to also a few hours. How did my daughter come into contact with a corpse? And how did you take care of her? Lan Jun asked as he looked at the two maids, his eyes filled with anger. Is there any way to save my daughter? Lan Jun asked, his attitude much better than it had just been. There are ways, but, I frowned. What way? Kung, the old man's expression was anxious. There is an ancient tomb under the top of Mt. Hulun, and a few days ago my mother found a Hulun flower in the tomb, and after boiling it herself she discovered that it could cure necrotic diseases. Come on then, Kung, hurry up and lead the way to pick the flowers. The old man pulled me. The heavy rain a few days ago buried the hole in the ancient tomb, and my old lady said that it was treacherous inside and told me to go around even if I saw it. Little master, as long as you can save my daughter, you can have as much money as you want. Lan Jun placed a large stack of money on the table. I've never seen that much money before and was a little dumbfounded. Is this the money power? Uncle Lau also looked dumbfounded and signaled to me, coming up to my ear. Nice try, Kung, patting me on the shoulder. That's only part of it. It's twice as much as these when it's done to cure my daughter. That kind of money makes me hesitate for a few seconds now. It's okay to go, but I need some dynamite. Okay, as long as you can cure my daughter, I can give you whatever you want. The big boss is really atmospheric. I want 2 strong men to dig the grave to meet me outside, and advanced flashlights. Blue June suddenly interrupted me, took me to his hardware warehouse, which had everything I wanted. Little master, my daughter, how much longer can she hold out? Now her face is getting harder and harder to see. Lan Jun walked over to me and asked in my ear, his face expression a bit more sorrowful than earlier. I'll be back as soon as I can. Miss will be fine. I was just trying to comfort his feelings. I wasn't sure if I would be able to find Highlandia myself. I found a pair of hiking picks and brought along a rope, dagger, flashlight, miner's lamp, alcohol, and andrographus. 2 strong men arranged by Chief Blue brought along explosives and mountain ladders. Before I left, I slipped away a mahogany sword to play with. Chapter 2. Deep into the ancient tomb cave, Blue June assigned me a van. I pointed out the location down the hill to the driver on the map, and rushed off with no time to spare. Lu Bo was uneasy about me and ran over to follow the car as well, and when I saw him running towards the car, I asked the driver to slow down and pull him up as well. Uncle Lu, what are you following over here for? This job is not I find for you. I also know the danger of the ancient tomb. If you have a long or short I how to explain to Lao Qin, watching you I feel at ease. Harm, you blindly worry. Mumble, Kung, what did Mr. Lan just ask you in your ear? Lu Bo asked with a curious face as he came over to me. Nothing. Do you want to add money? Don't forget me for such a good thing. No. What's that? Tell me, you kids still selling out? Just ask me how long his daughter will last. I whispered in his ear. What do you say? I didn't. You don't know either? Well, I'm guessing around 4 hours. It should be in time. It's 9 o'clock now, we just need to give the lady the medicine by 1300 hours and her life won't be in danger. This was my first order and I was a little nervous. Not sure if it's the nervousness of being able to get that much money, or the nervousness of being able to save a life for the first time on your own. The driver drove fast and had arrived at the spot I had told him about. The next step was to walk, so to save time we took our light gear and went straight up the hill. I led the way for them in front, Lu Bo followed behind me, and the 2 strong men who were helping followed behind carrying explosives and other equipment. There are a lot of weeds at the bottom of the hill, and with the rain last night, the ground is extra slippery. This road is so slippery, Lu Bo complained. The 2 burly men in the back grumbled as well. Yeah, it just rained yesterday. No wonder. Kung, are there snakes on a rainy day? Lu Bo was so scared that his forehead was sweating again. It rained last night, the ground is a little wet, but this is a small problem. Hulun Mountain, after the rain, after the mountain, snakes will come out of the hole. After the rain of Hulun Mountain, in addition to the old lady, almost no one dares to go up the mountain. Now we can only hope to encounter less. The mountain is almost all poisonous snakes. A bite will be a life. Aha! I nodded. I'm not going. Lu Bo turned to walk back. What are you doing? A burly man in the back pushed Lu Bo. You'll get yourself killed going up the mountain now. What? Is what he said true, little brother? The white-robed strong man asked. I nodded, helplessly, and told them about the rainy day conditions at Mt. Hulun. I don't want to die because of my job. I have a family at home. The strong man in blue said. Kung, come back, and think of another way. You do not go. The old man ran back and pulled me. I've researched the Holland Mountains and found a route that snakes hardly ever pass through after the rains. Just follow me. I yanked away from Lubo, signaling them to keep going. There is andrographis and alcohol in the bag. Snakes are afraid of these too. You can avoid them by carrying them with you. Don't be afraid. Go. Every step I took, I hurried. I was one step closer to those bills. Finally persuaded them to move on. Lubo held Xiong Huang in one hand and alcohol in the other, trembling behind me. The two strong men looked at him like this, also followed to take. Our team looked like going up the mountain to exorcise the devil. We were already halfway up the hill, surrounded by wet trees and flying bugs. The further up the hill you went, the more you could ask for a smell. A strong smell of corpses. What is this smell? I'm going to throw up. Not bitten by a snake to be stunk to death by this smell. Lubo tightly covered his nose. I guess someone burned the leaves. I told you not to come. I won't tell them that to keep them from panicking too much. This corpse stench is unusually strong. My mother said that if you come across a grave, the heavier the corpse stench means that the person died with more grievances. It is likely to become a zombie to take revenge. It seems like the smell must have come from an ancient tomb. The more we walk, the more the smell of corpses grows. Finally saw a hole. This tomb is on the deep mountain, but the scale is very large. A look at the previous should be a big person with status. There was a stele next to it that said blue something about the eldest son. The words in the center were blurry and unreadable. So it seemed that the person in this tomb used to be the eldest son of some family. The tomb would have been directly below next to this monument. I greeted the strong man with a shovel to dig up, looking not deep. Explosives should not be used. It didn't take long to dig up a stone surface. The tomb should be inside this. Prepare the explosives, I said. The two men placed the explosives they had brought with them on the stone surface and ignited them. Bang! A hole was blown out of the stone surface, and swarms of bats inside flew outward. So that's where the smell came from. Lubo's voice changed as he pinched his nose, and I turned around to make sure it was him talking. The smell was so strong that it gave me a sense of foreboding, and I was worried that the body might have turned into a zombie. As much as those bills are, I don't know if I have the life to spend them, and I'm kind of tempted to back out. The three of them had already ducked away from the smell. You three really are. I had a helpless expression. After all, it was my own first client, and I bowed to the heavens above me and prayed that I would come out alive. A rope was tied around his waist, and he handed the other end to Lauber for them to pull tight. I'll pull the rope once to indicate that I'm there, twice when I've got something, and 3 times to hurry up and pull me up with all the force I can muster. And remember, my life is in your hands. The 3 of them looked at me with frozen faces. I repeated to them again that these 3 really don't put me at ease. Still, I had to get going, and I was slowly lowered down the hole by them. It's pitch black in here. I turned on my headlamp and still saw nothing. The tomb was so big I could barely see the sides. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A few more bats flew out toward the cave entrance. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to meet a zombie as soon as I got down here. Finally I hit the ground and I pulled on the rope to signal them that I had landed. It was a little brighter down there than it had been just then, and I could make out empty walls to my left and right, with 2 large stone doors in front and back. I opened the flashlight and shone the ground. The brick material here looks quite top-notch, as if I have seen it somewhere. Even the tomb can be used so well. All what people nah. Maybe I can find some treasures. Gorgeous. What does it look like on the floor? Leaning down and wiping my hands. The floor was inscribed with the center of the tomb, the east gate and the west gate. So it turned out that where we blew up was the exact center of the tomb now. The old lady didn't tell me which part of the tomb Harenko was in. I hate that I should have known to ask in the first place. As it is, it's impossible for flowers to grow in this neighborhood with all the floor tiles. And since the old lady said she wouldn't go too deep into the tomb, it should be right at the entrance of the tomb. Main issue. I'm not sure where the exit from the tomb would be. The east gate is in front of me and the west gate is behind me. According to feng shui, graveyard facing east is better feng shui. The symbol of purple energy coming from the east. I walked in the direction of the east gate without any hesitation. The smell is much heavier in here than outside, and it feels like it's coming from behind me, where people are presumably buried at the west gate. After the east gate, there were 2 rows of boxes around here. 2 very neat rows. I got close enough to look. All coffins. Turns out it's not a single person's grave. This is a cluster of graves. I'm already kind of regretting coming in, but there's no going back. I'm rushing for the big bucks. I scanned this east door coming through, and then here was a place where coffins were discharged and workers' graves were carved into the ground. There looks to be no sign of Highlandia. I hurriedly continued on my way, leaving this place of wrongdoing. Blossom, 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 where are you? I kept chanting in my mind. Take a flashlight and keep shaking it in all directions for fear of missing it. After passing through those coffins, the place was finally free of bricks and dirt underfoot, suggesting that there would have been hellebores in the neighborhood. I moved forward and there was no more road ahead, surrounded by stone bricks. I looked up and saw a beam of light in front of me. Turned out to be a small crack in the upper stone surface. I wondered if the bomb had just caused it. When I saw a light I immediately ran along with it, and where there was light there might be a Highlandia. The mood was overwhelming. Suddenly the ground seemed to shake, as if there was a vibration and as if there wasn't. I didn't really care because I had already seen the Highlands. The old lady is really reliable. It was growing in a crack in the dirt in the middle of the wall, where it was just enough to get the sunlight, and I saw it clearly. I signaled them with 2 quick pulls on the rope. He found it. All 3 men laughed. Great. My lady is saved. The 2 strong men held hands and jumped up. Lubo looked dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw 2 fierce men doing such a cute action. Luckily, the rock protruding from the wall was just enough for me to climb up, so I put the flashlight to my mouth and ran my hand over the rock and started to climb up. The place of the Highlandia is 5 meters above the ground. It was all a piece of cake for me, and I climbed up against the protruding walls and crevices, gently placed the Highlandia in the bag. The mission is finally accomplished. Here's my bill. Suddenly, a group of people came rushing through the gate. No, it doesn't seem to be human. It's a zombie. Each zombie wore a white coat together, as if they were dead people jumping out of bed in a hospital morgue. Turns out the earthquake just now was the sound of zombies waking up. Oops. He jumped over in my direction. I looked at the exit and just once said maybe I could run through it. I jumped down ready to signal the 3 of them to pull me up when the scene before me stunned me. There was a group of zombies behind that one, and they were all awake. There are more than I can count. Chapter 3. There are zombies these days? They staggered, walking like seriously injured, like swaying left and right, slowly approaching me. This big scene I also saw for the first time. Scared me. Legs are soft. I don't know if they will bite. Do not bite. This is no one dares to approach. I was just about to move on and keep running when I looked back and remembered that there was a dead-end road in front of me. Bad luck. Images of my old life flashed through my mind instantly. My mother nagging me riding around on my motorcycle, and being a man who really can't be greedy. Looks like there's no way out but to be brave. Will encounter zombies. I also thought in advance but did not expect so many. I pulled out the back of the mahogany sword, decided to fight with them to the death. Oh, my god, this zombie can talk? You guys good? Can you guys talk? I yelled. As a result they move forward faster. It seems that they act on their sense of hearing, and although they can't understand human speech, it proves to be considered good up to that point. I took a flashlight and looked to see if there were any other exits. Shining a light on the entrance I came in to find the zombies behind me following the frontmost zombie in a line. They all leaned to the right, creating a gap on the left, and I took a slight mental comfort in going to the left and having a chance to escape as long as I kept quiet. I found a few rocks on the ground that I could easily carry for when I escaped. I took off my shoes and tied them together and put them around my neck, which smelled bad but better than them smelling it more. It had an immediate purifying effect on the nasal passages. Take a small step forward with your feet first, and move your body slowly afterward, making absolutely no noise. The zombie didn't hear the noise, immediately stopping its movements to halt in place. I moved on as I had just done. The dirt road in front of us was finished and there was a section of weeds next. I took a gentle peek this time, and holy, there was a rock picker. I didn't hold back a little scream. Immediately, I looked up at the zombies, so they were all facing my direction. Luckily it didn't startle them. It just turned the other way. Turns out the next second all the zombies started walking towards me. I thought I was wrong, wiped my eyes, and no mistake, it was coming towards me. Luckily I was resourceful and threw the rock I had just picked up at the wall behind me. The rock hit the wall and made a noise. The zombies all went in the direction of the rock. I quickened my pace, hurrying to escape. I went through the door to the room where the piles of coffins had just been, and the group of zombies had already been dumped by me. Small sample. I didn't realize that the zombies had such a low IQ. Seeing that the zombies were getting farther away from me, I resumed my normal posture and continued to walk towards the center of the tomb. Just now, there seems to be a dark shadow up ahead. What the hell? I used the flashlight to shine forward, only to see that there was another zombie standing there, dressed differently from the other zombies, in a tuxedo, with a flower checking the hat on his head. I threw a rock at the wall behind me 3 times and it immediately went in that direction. It was much faster than the other zombies and very agile. What's the point of being fast? You're still being left behind? Almost to the door of the east gate I could not help but speed up a few steps and walk a little louder. Looking back at the suit zombie still walking in the direction of the stone. I'm going to continue to move forward in peace, and I'm going to continue to pick up speed and be free soon. Money, wait for me. I'll never come back to this hellhole. Walking to the west entrance I felt my body become heavier, as if someone was grabbing me from behind. I turned around. The zombie in the suit had its hand on my shoulder. The headlight shone on its face. Its features were down to bone but its eyes remained on its face. The hand that gripped me looked like it still had fat, however the fat was already like sun-dried meat, and its nails were very long and still straight. I'll go. What the hell? I pushed it out of the way as I rushed off. It was following behind me so fast I looked back to see it was using jumps. I pulled the rope 3 times as I ran to get them 3 to hurry up and pull me up. Why is there no response yet? It didn't take long for the rope to be pulled. I was pulled up by them, my body floating in the air. Somewhat embarrassed that they were pulling too slowly. The zombie is directly underneath me at the moment. I rushed to pull the rope a few more times to get them to hurry up, but they actually stopped. Hey, I'm convinced. The zombie jumped and wrapped his hands around my left leg. I'll go. I'll kick your ass. I kept kicking it in the head and hands with my right foot. It held on so tightly that I hurried my legs to the point where they were strangling the blood out of circulation. I pulled the rope 3 more times and it continued to rise slowly. The rope continued to rise, but very slowly. This little hollow is carrying a few pounds of herbaceous grass. How did it become so heavy? Lubo wiped his sweat as he pulled on the rope. Stop complaining and pull. The burly man in blue frowned at the exertion. My leg rush was about to be pulled off by it, and my leg rush wasn't my leg anymore. But luckily it was just holding and not biting me just fine. The words just fell. Its face began to reach toward my feet. I went straight over with a big kick, faster than a shadowless kick, and the guy still wouldn't jump. It's done. It's got my other foot. I kept rocking my body back and forth, trying to shake it off, and the guy was so tight as a suction cup that I couldn't shake it off. What's going on? How it's shaking? You guys pull me first to take a look. Lubo finished with them and ran to the entrance of the cave, seeing my body constantly swaying back and forth in the air. Kung, what's wrong with you? What the hell are you shaking? Lubo shouted at me. I looked up and I was a long way from the exit. Lubo, pull, help, hurry, dying, I shouted, my body already shaking continuously. It's a hell of a lot of money. Lubo looked again before he saw something else at my feet, and on closer inspection it was a person. Why did you bring someone with you? Kung? Lubo continued to shout. Don't mind your own business, just hurry up and pull it, if you don't I'll die on you. I couldn't help but yell at him. Your life is almost gone, and you're still talking poorly to me. Lauber ran back and continued to pull the rope. Click bared. The rope above my head made a ripping noise. Have you had bad luck? I didn't count the calendar when I went out today. The rope snapped instantly. I fell to the ground with the zombie in the suit. I fell on top of it alright. It didn't hurt at all. Looking down at it, the thing pressed on and didn't know what pain was. The 3 of them ran to the entrance of the cave and saw that it was just pitch black, and I could see them poking their heads in from the inside out. Kung, are you alright? Lubo shouted. I'm fine. Hurry up, I'm going to prepare the rope. Uncle Lu, there are zombies here, I shouted. What? Zombies? Lubo cast a strange look at the 2 men beside him. Whatever, hurry up and save them. The 3 men ran for a spare rope. The zombie in the suit slowed down and immediately grabbed me by the neck, and I hit it in its rotten face with an elbow, and it was unharmed. I hurriedly escaped with all the stones in my pockets, stealing them in every direction. That trick actually didn't work on it. Immediately, I pulled out my mahogany sword and slashed at its arm. The sword broke. It turned and pinned me to the floor. I couldn't move my body at all. Phew! Something flew in the distance and bounced it off. I looked back and forth to see what it was. At the west gate stood a man. The flashlight shone through. A middle-aged woman with a ponytail and a 4-square medicine bag tied around her waist. It's her. Someone I know all too well. It's the old lady. Mother, why are you here? I shouted. I was on the verge of tears at the sight of her. Bunny, keep your voice down. My old lady lowered her volume and spoke at me, placing her hand over her mouth to signal me. Help me. I signaled with my mouth, making no sound. I nodded excitedly, seeing the instant security in my old lady's heart that I was saved. Chapter 4, 2 lines of tears when family meets. The old lady threw a couple more dart-like things at the zombie, then went to the zombie and put a charm on it. She can still get into this stuff. Looks like my old lady has a lot she hasn't taught me yet. My old lady pulled me up and whispered, "Any bites?" I shook my head. "Follow me." I followed her silently. I was just about to open my mouth to speak when my old lady, as if she had eyes behind her back, immediately raised her hand and told me to shut up for a moment. All I could do was shut up and move on. This is a garden-like area in Westgate Lane. Vegetation kiwi was planted very well and was not only brightly colored but also fragrant in flavor. Wow, there's actually a place like this in the tomb, I exclaimed. The old lady climbed toward the wall and turned back to me and said, "Keep up, the exit is there." She pointed to a platform in the middle of the earthen wall where it looked as if there was a door. I climbed up with great effort, punching his old lady in a tight hug. "I missed you so much, old lady." "Bunny, don't be a poor talker." The old lady laughed. I looked to see that the gate was closed. "Ma'am, how do we get out of here?" "I'm working on it too. Last time this exit was still painfully accessible. I heard yesterday that it seemed to be raining outside, and now the door is probably blocked, but we're in a safe position, they can't get up here." The zombies in suits below kept jumping in place, all to no avail. "How long have you been working on all this?" I asked. "It's been over a week." "Rabbit, Didn't you see me leave for so long before you came looking for me? An awkward smile didn't speak. Little brat, what are you doing here? Old mother saw through me at a glance and asked, grabbing me by the ears. No, 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 old lady, I'm here to save lives, I begged. Lubo came to look for you. You're not here. Lan Jun, his daughter, does not know how to get corpse evil, now dying. Late a few hours back to estimate that people are gone. I'll see what I can do. Have you found the highlands yet? How did you know I was looking for this? I nodded and grabbed the just found hellebore from my bag to show my old lady. A punch suddenly flew. I taught you nothing. She took out of her bag a flower that looked very much like my Highlandia. Look, the lines are not different. Learn it well. If you let you take it out, quasi-cured other little girls. The old lady knocked me again. Have you learned your lesson yet? The old lady handed me my own hellebore. Got it, Mom. I took it and rubbed my head. Studying medical books is so boring that I often look at them and think about where I'm going to play later. And I basically don't remember much of the details. How did you get in here? Old mother asked. I took Blue June's explosives right to the center of the tomb and let the rope down through the blasted opening. And Uncle Lu came with me. Even cowardly Lu dares to come to a place like this. Lao Yang rolled her eyes. Why are you here, old lady? I asked curiously. There are a lot of rare herbal ingredients here that are helpful for evil diseases. And going back can refine prescriptions that have never existed before. How can you miss such a good thing? So where did you go without telling me? Disappearing for days. Say it like you'd worry about me. The old lady rolled her eyes. Would have been. Believe it or not. Don't be poor. What did you eat in the cave? Ma'am, there's nothing here? She pointed to the highest point in the cave. See if you're thirsty. Take the water that falls from there and drink it. And if you're hungry, eat some wool zombie meat. Ha, is it good? Eat. Here. My old lady gave me round logs. What's this? This is the thing that just saved your life. The peach bomb made by yourself from peach wood. The essence of the 5 elements of peach wood. The aversion to subdue evil. And the ability to control 100 ghosts. But I brought a mahogany sword. How come it broke when I cut that zombie? Mostly fake mahogany from the market. Gave you 3 mahogany bullets to keep alive. Will Lu Zi meet you up there? Lao Yang asked. Ask. He's with 2 other helpers. I told them to get the rope ready. When it comes down we'll go together, old lady. The old lady nodded. When the rope comes down, I'm going to distract them and you go up first. You hear me? And in the future to come to such a dangerous place to tell first. Know it? Just now, if not for me you almost lost your life. A hard knock on my head. I hadn't been knocked less since I was a kid. I was used to it. What about you? How are you going to get up here? Ma'am? I'll figure it out myself. Just go ahead. Human life is important. I suddenly had some tears welling up in my eyes. This is the first time you've given a medical treatment by yourself. Empty. You've grown up, old mother said as she touched my head. I threw myself headlong into my old lady's arms. We were positioned just enough to see the rope dangling down, and a faint voice from the distance said, Kung, are you still there? The rope is ready. It was Lu Bo who was shouting. Why is this Lu Tu yelling? The zombies are coming later. Lao Yang cursed when she heard Lu Bo's shouting. Well, the empty rope is here. It's not too late, let's hurry up. You'll be quick when the zombies are gone. Lao Miang turned back and smiled at me. Although she was always particularly strict with me on weekdays, there was a total affectionate feeling when she smiled. The old lady slowly climbed down from the platform and threw a rock at the far wall before she almost reached the ground. She really did know that zombies relied on their sense of hearing as well. The shouts of Lu Bo just now really drew the other zombies along with him. Now the center of the tomb has gathered all the zombies. The number is very huge. I'm a little worried about the old lady can do it alone. The old lady climbed along the wall, moving along the edge of the wall while making noise to seduce the zombies to go over, and at the height of the wall would not put herself in danger. The old lady was really reliable. She lured all the zombies to the coffin room inside the east door. She jumped off the wall and ran towards the east door, with the suit zombie leading the way. The hordes of zombies also went in the direction of the old lady. I immediately climbed down from the platform and ran toward the center of the tomb. Immediately tied a rope around my waist, pulled 3 times, and yelled, pull faster. The 3 above pulled hard and much faster than they had just done. I glanced in towards the east door. My old lady was waving at me from the wall. I was a little relieved to see that she was now occupying a safe place, but I had to think of a way to save her quickly. She couldn't possibly last too long alone on the wall. Finally I was pulled up by them. See me safe and sound. Lu Bo also relieved. Xiaokong, you can finally come up. People are alright. There are zombies down there, is true or false? The dead down there are turning into zombies. There's more than one zombie in this tomb. Hordes. All 3 of them were shocked. Has Highlandia been found? The burly man in blue asked. I patted the heliotrope my mother had given me in my bag. Stuff found. Great, great. My lady is saved. The strange image of 2 strong men holding hands and jumping again. but I can't leave yet. My mother is down there. I have to go and get her up. And there's no exit down there anymore except here. I was silent. Lu Bo had already misheard himself. Old Jean is down there? What's she doing running off to a place like that? Looking for herbs. Harm. This man is. What now? Is there a thicker rope? There's another one. The burly man in blue held up the other rope behind him. Replace the thick rope. You guys are lowering me down. I'm going to hook the zombies and use the explosions from the dynamite as bait. When you hear the explosions, you guys pull up. I'll bring my old lady up with me. It won't take long. Okay. The two burly men immediately replaced the thin rope as they finished speaking. I tied on and descended again. Before I left, I shouted, "Hurry up when you pull the rope. If you're too slow, it's easy to kill someone." Good. Lu Bo shouted, instructing the two of them one more time. When I landed, sure enough the old lady was still in place and hadn't moved. There were too many zombies near her for her to have a chance to crawl to the east entrance. I waved at her and raised the small explosive packet in my hand, pointing to the coffin room on the left and the old lady on the right, signaling her that I was going to blow up to the left to draw the zombies away. She nodded as if she understood. I crept up to the east gate entrance and lit a dynamite bar. Bear, throw it to the left. Bang! It wasn't powerful, but it was loud, and the zombies ran over to it. Sure is easy to tease. The old lady's climbing over toward the east gate. I continued to still the explosive packs to the left and threw them directly into the zombie pile. Bang! It exploded right in the middle of the zombies, but they just reared up as if they'd fallen. But the effect was they're just fine. This time the goal was to save the old lady. The old lady had crawled to the east gate, and I lit the last of the explosive packets and threw them into the zombies again. Bang! I pulled my old lady towards the rope in the center of the tomb, hastily tying it around her waist in mine, and after 3 tugs on the rope, we were finally pulled up together. Chapter 5 First Time Brewing Medicine. The old lady looked at me indignantly as she was pulled up. You kid, you'll ruin the plants inside by blowing them up like that. Ouch, you can't even run out. So what do you care about that? We were pulled to the mouth of the cave and 2 burly men pulled us up by the handful. These 2 guys are still sturdy. The old lady touched the strong man in blue who had pulled her up. The burly man smiled. Old China, are you people alright? Lu Bo asked. What brings you here too? People aren't dead good enough. Always talking about such jokes. Now that we're up, then let's hurry back to boil the medicine. Lu Bo said. I nodded. Why don't you go back together, old lady? Nonsense. Letting you boil your own medicine. I'm afraid someone's little girl's life will be lost. I scratched my head and laughed to ease the awkwardness. Shao Kong is quite good he's the one who brought us here to look for herbs. Uncle Lu helped me explain. The old lady waved her hand and headed down the hill. The sun dispersed over the hurricane hills, and the land, which had just been somewhat wet, was now white and sun-dried. The mountain was a quiet place at the moment, with no other sounds except the rustling of the leaves swaying in the wind. Everyone walks fast and doesn't say a word. When I got to the bottom of the hill, I walked towards my car and unloaded all the gear I had brought from Blue June. The old lady headed straight for home, and near the foot of the hill was the old lady's pharmacy, which was a short distance away. After unloading my gear, I ran towards home as well. You guys wait here, I'll bring the medicine when it's ready. The old man and the others nodded and urged me to hurry. I turned around and signaled. By the time I got home, my old lady was already pounding away inside the medicine jar, and she'd slathered on something I hadn't seen before. Seeing me come over, he said, Manhwa, how to remove the corpse evil I taught you, right? Aha! Then you're going to boil your own medicine next. Ha! Didn't you memorize it? But not very familiar. You're getting older and you can't rely on me for everything. The old lady threw a book at me after that. I took a look. Book title, All the Medicine in the World, by Anonymous. I'll learn all I can from it, so delve into it. Highlands on page 562. After that she squatted down to continue pouring in the medicine jar. I turned to the title page and wrote, M.S. Sheen, this book was crystallized by my personal experience of tasting tens of thousands of plants. I will explain both the theory and the practical exercises in the back, and this book will be given to you only. The back of the title page is carefully blurred. Flip through the catalog. Just one chapter. What the hell? I opened the old mother said 562 pages. Here is written a detailed description of the Helianthus annuus. Helianthus annuus boiled medicine can remain the same disease. Helianthus annuus how to boil. Each step is written very clearly. Wow, that's awesome this book. This nanny level teaching. I started simmering it according to the book Highland's Cure for Corpse Evil. First of all, put the Helianthus annuus into the pot to fry. The pot is best to be a casserole. Not with metal easily affect the efficacy of the medicine. I'll do as I am first to get things together. Pour water into the pot first and light the haystack for a fire. When the water comes to a boil, put down the heliotrope and sticky rice. I went to the kitchen and rummaged around and there was glutinous rice. You don't need to put the sticky rice. You have to scatter it around the bedside before the patient drinks it. Miss Reed, after putting down the hellebore, put in dog's blood or chicken's blood. This doesn't have it. Ma'am, is there any chicken blood in the house? No. Go out and look for it yourself. Aren't there plenty of chickens out there? Old mother still kept her head down and continued pouring in the tank. This chicken I walked to the door and immediately saw a few pheasants in the field in front of me. Come help. I called out for the three of them to come help me catch the chicken. What for? Lu Bo shouted. Chicken blood is needed in the medicine. Uncle Lu. He understood immediately and ran towards the chickens in the field. Although the old man was scared of ghosts and timid, he was really good at catching chickens. In no time at all, he came toward me, holding a chicken in one hand. This seems to belong to the old Morning family next door to you. Should we go say hello? Forget it for now. We'll talk to her after the rescue. You kid, got it. Uncle Lu turned the chicken upside down and took the feet to hand them to me. I shook my head. Uncle Lu, why don't you help me kill the chicken too, by the way? You take it first. Ha, I laughed awkwardly. I grew up with a fear of sharp-tongued animals. Not that you didn't know that. Almost forgot. Well, I'll go and you get a knife and bucket. I immediately took a knife and barrel from the house and handed it to him, only to see the old man's hand rise and fall. The chicken's neck instantly broke a gash and blood spurted out. Lu Bo's family has a ranch of their own specializing in raising and selling ducks, so the technique is very skillful. And then the government acquired the land. The land was acquired by the government, and he went to Blue Junk Company to start working. Chicken blood is about right, isn't it? Uncle Lau had drained all the blood from one chicken, and the barrel was half over. Enough is enough. Let that chicken go. I lifted the barrel and ran toward the casserole where the medicine had just been simmering. The casserole was boiling, and the heliotrope was being cooked so that it gave off its own floral scent. I glanced at the book and needed 2 liters of chicken blood. Took a cup of almost 2 liters or so and poured the chicken blood on the line where the cup showed 2 liters. Simmer for 40 minutes to allow the moisture to thicken. I looked at the clock. It was 12:10. I had left Blue Jun's house at 9 o'clock, and now I had 10 minutes to get to the location in 40 minutes, so it should be too late to put up a fight. Covering the pot, I leaned over and added firewood to the fire and waited quietly, hoping for a quicker time during the boil and a slower time afterward. 39 minutes later, getting up, I lifted the lid of the pot and the hot steam hit my face. The moisture inside had become sticky and gave off a strong medicinal odor. I found a small bottle and filled it with this sticky liquid. It looked so strange. I think it was right. Old mother, come take a look. I've boiled up the Highlandia. I shouted towards my old lady's medicine jar. My old lady poked her head out at the sound and walked towards me, looked at the pot of gooey medicine, tapped me on the shoulder. That's fine. Go ahead and deliver the medicine. I excitedly put all the other medicinal liquids into the bottle together and immediately ran towards Lu Bo and the others. Glancing back at her old mom, she wondered what she was smiling about and went on about her business. Is it done, Kung? Lu Bo asked excitedly. Okay, come on Uncle Lau. There's still 9 minutes to go, I urged as I hurriedly jumped in the car. The driver immediately started the car and sped towards Lan Jun's house. Great. Is this the little bottle? Lu Bo asked as he looked at the bottle in my hand. I nodded excitedly. The driver was driving fast, but there was still a distance to go and time was getting short. Drive faster, Lu Bo shouted. The corners of his mouth kept rising, knowing that his banknote was not far away. The car kept accelerating, overtaking one car. In this town there was only one lane for all cars. As long as there was a car that was slowing down, it could only brake into the opposite lane to overtake. The driver was now constantly switching back and forth between the opposite lanes in order to overtake the car. Past a truck that had just had its view blocked by the truck. Past it only to realize that the roadway in front of it was under construction, and was about to hit it. Brake! Brake! The burly man sitting in the co-pilot shouted in a hurry, his hands gripping the armrest tightly. The driver immediately took the full steering wheel to the left and the whole car almost flipped. Don't roll over, old man. Steady. The old man was also holding the handrails on both sides tightly at the back of the car. It's not about being fast. The driver smiled in embarrassment. Thankfully, the road ahead of us was normal and we arrived at the Blue Junk house in only 5 minutes. The driver was indeed a cow. The car drove right up to the mansion floor, so we didn't have to run halfway around the house like we did in the morning. Again, Lu Bo was the first to get out of the car, and he ran at the front to lead the way to the patient's room. I followed suit, looking at the vial of medicine in my hand, and the somehow inexplicable feeling in my heart made me become excited as well. When I reached the room I ran towards the patient. Her face was much worse than when I saw her in the morning and her face had sunken in. I sprinkled a circle of sticky rice around her bed to ward off the evil spirits, took out the boiled liquid and poured it completely into her mouth. The medicine really didn't smell too good, and everyone behind them covered their noses. Is the lady ready? The maid behind her asked. I'm also waiting quietly, watching the patient's face. Chapter 6. 3 drinks and I'm on the ground. The patient in the bed remained motionless. The room was unusually quiet. Everyone was waiting for her to wake up. Little empty. Why hasn't it moved yet? Lu Bo asked. It takes time for the medicine to work. It's waiting. Lan Jun finished his company business and rushed to the door of his room. Seeing that the room was silent, I stood motionless in front of the bed. How's it going? He then inquired of the maid first. The little master has already fed the medicine into the young lady's mouth, and there is still no reaction. The maid didn't know what to say. Lan Jun ran in anxiously and took a look at his daughter Lan Xian on the bed. He also didn't expect his daughter's body to have lost so much weight between morning and now. He himself could hardly recognize her. Heart. He knelt to the side of the bed. Little master, why isn't my daughter awake yet? He held his daughter's hand and put her hand on his face, trying to feel her temperature. I actually wondered why. I didn't continue reading through the back of the book, and I wasn't sure how soon the drugs would kick in. All I could do was stare at her face in silence and pray. Suddenly, Blue Heart's eyelids fluttered. I immediately moved closer to her for a closer look. Jumped again. I put my hand to her nose. Passed. Miss is already breathing, I said, trying to restrain the excitement in my heart. Taking Blue Heart's wrist, he took his pulse. Still can't help but laugh. The corpse evil in Miss's body has dispersed. Mr. Lan, Miss is fine, as long as she recuperates properly lately, I said as I finished taking my pulse and put down my hand. Blue June saw Blue Heart, who opened her eyes slightly, whispering softly in her ear, "Daughter, Dad, what's wrong?" Blue Heart woke up and made a weak sound. Blue June was thrilled. "It's okay baby, you get some rest." Turning around and shaking my hand excitedly, "Divine Doctor, ah, thank you, thank you. It's hard to return the favor of saving your life. Come on man, the money is ready." The pile of money from the morning was still in place, and Lan Jun had 2 more piles brought in with the same amount of money as those. "Little Divine Doctor, these are a little token of my appreciation. Please take them back." I pretended to be polite. "That's too much, isn't it?" Lauber was startled to think I was going to push back. "You saved my little girl. I don't know how to thank you." "Under you." Lan Jun held my hand and shook it hard. "Okay." I pretended to be embarrassed and went down, feeling good inside. What would be better for my daughter's body to eat right now? "Little miracle doctor. Don't call me a miracle Dr. Law. I'm just an ordinary medical enthusiast." Trying to stifle a laugh himself. "Your Chin-Jin, eating more meat can warm the stomach and dissipate the cold, and can be paired with goji berries or other tonic," I added. Being around my old lady, at least common sense is something I've learned a bit. "Thank you, Dr. Divine." Still holding my hand tightly. "You're too kind. Now it's my turn to thank you. But this one hand you're holding reminds me of the behavior of 2 strong men jumping around when they're happy." I sighed at our 2 clasped hands, and Blue June immediately realizes and lets go. I'm sorry. The party was overly excited. "It's okay." We looked at Blue Heart in unison. She squinted her eyes, now weak beyond belief, and she had fallen asleep again, this time in her own sweet dreamland. Lan Jun had the money given to me packed in bags, 3 bags in total, while 1 bag contained 100,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money. I've had 30 for a pull. I've seen 1,000 recently, and now I have 300,000 and I don't even know how to spend it. Lan Jun brought Lu Bo and I to another room, raised his hand and clapped it in the air twice, and immediately a group of people came, carrying sumptuous delicacies, the pleasures of the rich. I can actually rub off on them. My mouth is watering at the sight of the delicacies. "Wow, you are too kind, Mr. Lan," Lu Bo said. "I have searched all the doctors in the river city, can't do anything about my daughter's disease. After my wife passed away I only have this daughter left. She is my sole hope," said couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Soon the dishes were all served, all kinds of mountain delicacies, flying in the sky, running underground, swimming in the water. Where have I seen so much good food? I was just about to start overeating right away when Blue June poured a glass of wine and the maid behind us filled our glasses. "Thank you both for today. I heard from my driver that you encountered a lot of danger along the way. Lan Jun, on behalf of my daughter, thank you both for saving my life." Blue June raised his glass. "I'm dry. Make yourself at home." Blue June raised his glass and took a drink. Lu Bo also raised his glass and drank it immediately. Even though I've never had a drink before, it would be a bummer not to toast in this situation. So I raised my glass in honor of Blue June and drank straight through as well. "Wow, that's some spicy wine." They both laughed. "What are you guys laughing at?" I looked at them a little confused. Although the Divine Doctor is great at treating patients, he's not so good at drinking. He patted my shoulder and laughed. I looked at Lu Bo with a bit of confusion. "Kung, 1 glass of wine and your face is as red as a monkey's butt." "Ha?" 2 started laughing at me again. Come on, one more. Lon Jun was still coming on. The maid behind us filled our glasses again. Here's to us meeting today. Meeting is fate, right? Come on, I'll drink up. You guys feel free. Lu Bo echoed. Right, another immediate drink. I'll go. And randomly, so you all did it. Can I not do it? I finished my drink immediately as well. It was so hot. I felt a rush of something fiery pass down my throat and fire into my stomach. After my second drink, I was a bit disoriented. Lon Jun poured another and another glass, and the maid behind him filled it again and again. It is said that 3 glasses of wine before the meal. No worries after the meal. This last glass we toast. He could count on not being able to say it, so I don't have to drink it then. I thought to myself, let's toast to River City. Raising his glass, Lon Jun toasted again. Lu Bo still echoing him. Forget it if little divine doctor can't drink it. Lon Jun saw that I hadn't drunk the cup of wine yet, and the two of them mocked me there. Can you stand it? I'm sure as hell not. Done. Raising his glass, he took a sip. Okay, let's eat our food. Blue June patted me on the back and told me to eat my food. I've had my fill of drinking. My stomach is stained with alcohol and my mind is becoming less and less clear. But I manipulate it. It's so hard to have so many mountains of food. I can't just fall down without taking a bite. I picked up the chopsticks to the abalone on the table. A closer look at the front is empty. I shook my head in the second time to clip forward. Still did not clip. Hey, why is this abalone still running? I drifted off and heard jeers coming from my left and right, and I knew it was Blue June and Uncle Lou laughing at me, but I was really drunk. Kung, come on, I'll clip it for you. After saying that, Lu Bo put an abalone into my bowl. I couldn't pick up the abalone in my bowl. My hands were weak, and I felt as if my body had been emptied out when I was drunk. It's over. It's a big shame this time. I was trying to clip a bit to save face, but I was already fuzzy conscious, and I couldn't remember what I found behind me. I only remembered that I seemed to be carried somewhere. Chapter 7 MS. Blue Heart. Is this bad? I woke up covering my head and looked around to find myself lying in an exquisite room with sunflowers around the bed. I was immediately sobered by the flowers and looked at them and thought I had passed away. What's going on? Where am I? My mind is trying to recall yesterday's image. I was drinking with Lon Jun and Lu Bo, and I couldn't remember after the third drink. The back of the movie is broken. I got out of bed and walked to the door and immediately a woman came up to me. You're awake. We have burgers and steaks for breakfast today. Which would you like? The woman asked. Where am I? I covered my dizzy head. You are at the Blue Mansion. You were drunk yesterday and the master put you in the guest room. I just slowed down. I turned out to be drunk on my third drink yesterday. So shame on me. Have a steak, I said to the maid. The maid nodded. I'll have the kitchen bring breakfast over. Nice service. I smiled and nodded to her as well. Walked over to the sink in his room and looked in the mirror. My originally handsome airplane haircut was now all puffed up and my face was slightly pale, and I tried to clear my head as I looked at my wretched appearance. Ding dong. There was a doorbell ringing at the door. I think it was the steak coming. I opened the door. A good-looking beauty, with a head of black hair up to her waist, wearing a light fluttering dress slightly blown up by the fly, her proud figure hidden with the wind. The kitchen maid at the Blue Mansion is so pretty. Give me the steak. I reached out to her. I'm not here to deliver steaks. The beauty's face flushed with a slight smile. I'm Blue Heart. You're not the one who saved me, she said. Oh, Blue Heart's face was so different from yesterday, when it was almost bloodless, that I didn't recognize it. MS. Blue Heart. It looks like she's recovering quickly. Call me Blue. I'm fine now thanks to you. She smiled sweetly. My daddy told me to come and thank you properly. He told me if it wasn't for you I'd probably be dead. He said so many nice things about you. Blue Heart's slender hands reached around mine and pulled me close, looking up at me. Thank you, little Shriner. I had never held a young woman's hand since I was a kid, and my face instantly felt like it was about to boil right over. It's okay, that's all I should do. I scratched my head. Just call me Kung. Don't yell about the divine doctor. Her hand still hadn't let go when I finished, touching her delicate skin as if it were slightly watery and smooth, and her black eyes held a hint of well-protected childlike innocence. You're awake, Kung. Uncle Lou walked towards us. When Lon Xin heard Lu Bo's voice, her hands immediately separated, and after turning her head to confirm who it was, she continued to stare at me, and for a moment I wondered if she was checking out the micro-expressions on my face, leaving me a bit at a loss for words. Yesterday's alcohol capacity is not good. 3 cups and drunk. Young people need to refine more refinement. Lu Bo came over and put his arm around my shoulder. Miss. Lu Bo bowed when he saw Lon Xin. Have you guys met? This is Miss Divine Doctor that I invited from Hulan Mountain. Lu Bo introduced. We've just met, I said looking at Blue Heart. She involuntarily averted her eyes when my gaze fell on her, a slight blush on her face. Blue, do you have a fever? I looked at her reddened cheeks and reached out to feel the temperature against my face. Her face reddened even more. No, no, no. Blueheart scurried away. I looked at Lu Bo with a puzzled expression. Blue, what's wrong? Ouch. Called quite close. A little blue. Little Blue called. This can be young man. Lu Bo smiled and patted me. Ha? Still don't get it? The lady saw you blushing with shyness. Oh, I've been alive for 19 years, and most of the people living in Holland are middle-aged and old. Not to mention the young woman's hand has not been held, and the young woman's face is seldom to see. How do I understand these? Little Ms. Blue, that's cute, I said, rubbing my head. Like people? Lu Bo asked. Well, Lauber moved closer to my side. Kung, even though you saved her life, but she is the eldest miss of the Blue family, the daughter of the richest man in River City. You are looking at yourself right. I was a little lost, but Lauber did have a point. After looking at this poor look on myself, how could Blue possibly look at me? The behavior just now should only be to express gratitude. The steak was finally delivered to the room. Haven't eaten yet. Finish eating early and go home to see your old mom. Lu Bo went to work after saying that. Back to the room. I ate the steak. The flavor is not bad. Is not very cooked some parts and even with blood. Visible Blue family masters craftsmanship in general. But what I have not eaten. Raw meat old man still handle. After finishing the smooth steak, I cleaned up and picked up my money and set off for home, missing my old lady a bit. I looked back at the room before I left. The rich man's life experience was over, and I went home to farm. I went downstairs and walked to the front door of the Blue house. Master Kung. I looked back and couldn't see anyone. Over here, the voice came from upstairs. Oh, yeah, so it's Blueheart. Ms. Blue. She hurried down the stairs. Master Shao Kong, won't you stay and look after me? I'm still not cured. Mrs. looking in a good enough condition now, and I have important matters to deal with at home, so it's not convenient for me to disturb the Blue house more. Then you can come visit me when I'm not well anymore? Blueheart had a churlish expression on her face. Sure. Blueheart smiled brightly. She led me outside and walked me to the front door. Then I'm going to be sick tomorrow. Blueheart suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow? I looked puzzled. Right, so I can see you. She smiled, but being sick is bad, and I'd love for you to be healthy. So you don't want to see me? Blueheart walked up to me and held my hand tightly. I'm stumped by the question. I paused for a moment. I'm a doctor, and if you see me it means you're sick, and I don't want to see you stay sick. But if it's a normal meeting, I want to. Then why don't we agree on a time to meet at the foot of Mt. Holland at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? How about we climb the mountain together? I've been climbing for a long time, Blueheart said with excitement. I pondered for a moment. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the base of the mountain. I got in my broken magic torch and drove to my home at the foot of Mt. Holland. Chapter 8 The Dark Organization, Cygnus. I just got to the front of the house, and there's old lady clothes all over the outside of the house, and the front door is half unloaded. What's going on here? I rushed out of the car and ran into the house to check on the situation. The house looked like it had just been ransacked. Things were scattered all over the place. Chairs and beds were smashed to pieces. The syllabus for my old lady's simmering medicines was shattered. And when I walked to the pharmacy, the medicine shelves were scattered as well. No sign of the old lady. I'm stunned. What's going on at home? The old lady can't be found. I walked towards the dark door leading upstairs, the only clear area. There's nothing here. It's exactly as it was yesterday before I left. As much as things startled me, I'd better stash the $300,000 under the bed first to be on the safe side. The old man next door might have known what was going on, and I ran toward my neighbor's house. Old King. I pounded on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Old King. Who is it? Don't smash it. The door is breaking. It's me, Kung. Old Wang opened the door and saw that it was me, looked and scanned the surroundings, and immediately pulled me inside. Kung, come in and talk. What's going on? Old Wang? Was my house robbed? Where's the old lady? I have a million questions for him. Last night, a group of people came to your house, shouting very loudly, looking for a book on making sacred medicines or something like that, and when old Chin said there was no such thing, those guys started smashing things all over the place and rummaging around, and those didn't look like police. What are those people? I don't know. They all carry a blue-green bird on their clothes. Old King shook his head. Blue-green birds. I'm clueless. And where's the old lady? I ran over when I heard the sound of smashing, only to be kicked out by them with a gun in their hand. I was so scared that I rushed back. We can't afford to mess with these hard guys, Old Wang said with a look of horror on his face. I peeked upstairs, and when they didn't find anything, they took old Chin away. Old Wang continued. I froze. Kung, did you guys mess with someone? Old Wang asked. You know what I'm like, but how did I know these people and carry a gun? I pondered. Old Chin is just a bit stubborn. We people we still need to level our minds. Old Wang played with the walnut in his hand. Which way did they go? I asked. I don't know about that. I wouldn't dare to follow them. Those bullets don't have eyes. I thanked Old King and left. I'll go back home and see if I can find any clues. The book for making the magic potion. Do I have that in my house? When I got to the door, I realized that a note had been taped to the other door. Tomorrow at 1300 hours. Hand over the world's medicine and you will be safe and sound. But if you dare to call the police, get ready to have your head lifted. Otto. How did they know there was another me in the house? I glanced at the old king next door who was secretly watching me, and I realized why those people had left the letter. Signet though? Never heard of that name. The world's best medicine is the book my mom gave me yesterday. Did I indirectly kill my mom yesterday? If I don't hand it over, my mom will be dead. I took out the book from the car. What is the secret of this book? I decided to study it. I read the words on the note, tomorrow at noon, and looked at the clock at 10 o'clock. It seems that those people still need to write time to come over. As long as the book to give them will be fine. I just hope that my mother is safe. I'll do a good job of researching the book Worldly Medicine complete. And this group of people is certainly not innocent in their intentions. Growing up, even though I was a poor student, I had a very good memory, except that nothing I remembered had anything to do with learning, and school books were too boring for me. Page 1. This book was crystallized by my personal experience of tasting tens of thousands of plants. I will explain both the theory and the practical work in the back, and this book will be given to you alone. Having read it, the book is only one chapter long. When I turned to the second page, it was as if I was controlled by some magic, and I continued to turn the pages involuntarily. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Antidotes, poisons, psychedelics, etc., etc. Within the book, each page seemed to have rolled around in my head, and I turned it faster and faster, my hands no longer under my own control. Within a few minutes, the book had been turned to the last page by my eyes. I am glad that you have reached the last page, and I believe that you have taken in so much of what has come before. The magic of this book will only transfer to the first man and the first woman who reads it, and I hope you use its magic to continue to help the world. After reading this book, please destroy it. Magic? Could it be that I would now possess some magical power? But I don't feel anything. What a Thai book. I threw it aside, made it so mysterious. Nothing, and the magic didn't give me. Looks like we'll just hand over the book later and be done with it. There's no point in keeping it, but we'll have to find those guys to pay for the furniture and stuff. I'll have to do some math on that one. These guys have guns, they shouldn't be short of money, I'll have to pit them more. I smiled evilly. Can't find a book at home, casually tore a page of the calendar on it to record. Walking around the house while the cost of broken furniture are calculated. Thinking that this time there will be a small profit. Your house was robbed? My good buddy Ishisuk asked from the doorway, looking at the clutter. Because of a crappy book. A group of what's called green birds captured the old lady and asked me to hand over this book. I pointed to the Worldly Medicine complete that I had thrown to the ground. What's this book? Ishisuk picked the book up and patted the dust on it. This book was written by me personally, tasting tens of thousands of plants. Ishisuk read along with the book. This man is quite capable. Isn't this just like Shin Gnome? I've got this book memorized. Bull or no bull? You can memorize this thick? It's no big deal. Back in the day, my brother was the fastest man to memorize the language. I said proudly, look at your damaged color. What are you memorizing? Ishisuk asked. Calculate how much the breakage loss is. This you count. Ishisuk, go back first. Those people will come later at noon. My brother's people are being bullied. Can I justify not fighting them? Ishisuk said as he wrapped his arms around me. It's okay, I'll be fine on my own. Small problem. You go back first. You didn't used to be like this. What's going on here? Ishisuk looked skeptical. It's okay. Isn't that right, brother? Yes. So you'd better go back first. Is it still letting me go back? I'm not leaving. Ishisuk found a chair he could still sit in and sat down. Help! They have guns. The real thing? Hearing the gun, Ishisuk even got excited. Not sure. Kinda the old king next door mentioned that I wasn't home yesterday and those guys came yesterday. I've never seen a real gun before. Ishisuk's eyes were glowing. They only want this book. But people have guys in their hands. If we really do it, I can still take the dark path and run. The dark path is enough for one person. Go back quickly. I don't feel comfortable with you now. I pushed him up from the chair and rushed outside. I'll hide upstairs. Okay? I can still help you if there's danger. But at a time like this you're asking me to leave? Do you think I can leave? Ishisuk was a bit agitated. Helpless to drive him away. I pointed to the secret door upstairs and told him how to get there when he wanted to. Have you heard of the green bird? I asked. Are those people from Cygnus? I nodded. Ishisuk suddenly crouched down, trying to think of something. What's wrong with you? I pushed him. Kung. He paused. I'm not saying this because I'm afraid to die or because I'm heartless, Ishisuk said as he looked at the floor. What do you mean? I asked in disbelief. I'm doing this for your sake. You pack up now and hurry. Leave River City. No, leave Shijian province. What's wrong with you? My brother is the Green Bird organization. He only told me. Their organization are all professionally trained elites. The Green Bird is a dark organization. Have nothing to do with the business they all do. Rob, steal, do nothing and do very brutal. By the Green Bird on the people who cannot live. My brother often show off with me after he got the victory fruits of the photos. The police have no way to take them. They are extrajudicial maniacs. Come and go. The police can't do anything about them. They are all extra-legal maniacs who come and go without a trace. My brother disappeared last month. We were still in contact before last month. He told me he was working on a magical drug that could control humans. I didn't care too much about it. He used to brag to me about it. But he hasn't contacted me for a long time. And I can't find anyone where he lives. It's as if he's evaporated. Ishisuk's face sank. Let's go. Kung, there's no way they'll let the old lady go that easily. Ishisuk pulled me to hurry. I can't go. They're real guns. They kill people without blinking an eye. I can't leave my old lady behind. I remained standing still. I'm sure my mother wouldn't want you to stay either. Ishisuk said helplessly. By the way, there must be some secret in this book, right? It's nothing just a regular book of tutorials on making medicine bags. No, there must be some secret in it. The book says that the person who reads it will have some kind of magic power, but I read it and got nothing. I held up my hand in helplessness. Ishisuk scratched his head helplessly. Right, let's call the police. I mentioned giving him the note on the door. Ishisuk cursed. It's 12:58. The sound of a car pulling up outside the door. Ishisuk shot a glance at each other. Looks like they're here, Ishisuk said. Chapter 9 Turning on the system. Footsteps at the door. Ishisuk ducked behind me, and I hurriedly picked up my only weapon, a lighter, and prepared to meet it. Broken half of the gate beside came in a body black man. His clothes wrapped all over the body. Clothes really have a bird pattern. With a helmet. Cannot see the gender at all. Holding a rifle. Like a TV series run out of The Mercenary. Seeing a peek into the house, he turned back and shouted, "Something's up." Abruptly, a crowd poured into my house. They were lined up in a U shape, and the last person standing in the middle of them stepped out, looking like he should be the boss. I turn around and look. Hey, Ishisuk didn't know where to run. Their boss approached me. No small air? Hey, the voice is surprisingly female. I nodded. Close look to realize that this person's clothes some female parts extraordinarily protruding. The body is tightly wrapped by the clothes. The devilish lines are visible. Even if the danger, I still cannot help but look at a few more eyes. Where's the stuff? The woman in black walked up to me and observed me for a moment. From my point of view, it seems that this woman has a lot of material, and her body is different from others, emitting an aroma unique to women, and I really want to see the face behind this helmet, as well as the body shape. I picked up worldly medicine. Where's the old lady? I lowered my head closer to her, also to see what the woman in the helmet looked like, and sure enough, with the monotransparent film on, I couldn't see her. Anytime I got close, she remained motionless. Give me the stuff and the people will be fine. Naturally, can't. I have to see her first and make sure she's safe, I said firmly. She beckoned and another black man behind her took a cell phone and played it in front of me. My mother was in a small dark room, in a chair with all her limbs tied down. These people can't treat an old man with any compassion. I clenched my fists. Stuff. The woman held out her hand to me. I picked up the lighter and pointed it at the book. Don't mess with it, or I'll burn it. Their men kept coming around to me. Don't you guys do anything. I held up the book and took a step back. Abruptly, Ishisuk came out from behind them with a broom, pounding at one of the black men. It does them no harm at all. The man in black kicked Ishisuk away with ease. So the men in black all harumph and laugh. The man in black grabbed Ishisuk with one hand. If you don't give it, this lad will die first. Blanche, this guy is really having no choice. I handed over the book. Ishisuk ran up to me. Go ahead. He shook his head. The woman in black was holding a scanning instrument on the book. The scan ended with a nod to her subordinates, and the men in black walked outside together. I went after them, and there were dozens of cars at the entrance, more people outside than inside, and it turned out that the ones just there were only a small number. Whatever. When will the old lady get her back? The organization will naturally release her back when they don't need her. I grabbed the woman by the shoulders to stop her. Unexpectedly, the woman turned around and did an over-the-shoulder drop, and my left shoulder and back hit the ground hard. Ishisuk went after him as well, and was picked up by another man in black. Out of your depth. Kill the bastard. Boss. The woman in black nodded. Abominable. I covered the pain in my left shoulder. Rage has reached full. Suddenly strange noises came from his body. Congratulations on automatically activating the system by reaching your anger level. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Lion's roar. B. Superman. C. Raging eyes. D. Booger bugs. Please click on the emotional carousel. What big spin? Well, point and look first. Thump. D. Booger worm. Activated. The other three are good. Non-smoking this D. How does a booger worm work? I picked my nose out of habit. A black booger. I'll go what the hell. I feel thrown to the ground. Bang. It exploded. The sound of the explosion scared the old king next door, and the turtle head shrunk back. I'm going to be so powerful. I climbed up to catch up with them. Hey! The black man carrying Ishisuke looked at me, and I violently dug up a booger and immediately remained at his feet. Bang! The black-clothed man's legs were blown off and he lay down. Ishisuke looked shocked and the other black-clothed men were stunned. I pointed at all of them. Release me now, or you'll all end up like him today. They immediately raised their guns and fired wildly in my direction. The fire was too much to resist and I ran inside first to take cover, trying hard to pick his nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. If all the boogers were combined, would the power blow up the whole place? Anyway, it's either you or me now. Couldn't care less. Wu Xiaokong, if you don't come out, this youngster will be dead. The woman in black outside the house shouted. Oops, forgot there was Ishisuke. I had rubbed the booger to the size of my fist and slowly put it in my pocket. Raise your hands and walk out slowly. The man in black immediately knocked me to the ground. What did you just attack him with? Pointing at the black man who just had his legs blown off by me. Boogers. She grabbed Ishisuke's neck and held the dagger against him. My dagger is not patient. Really boogers. I scooped up a small booger and threw it at her dagger. Less powerful. Only her dagger was blown away. She put down Ishisuke and talked to someone like she was on the phone. Understood. Take him away. The woman in black pointed at me. 4 strong black men tied me up hand and foot and threw me into the car. All the cars went in different directions. Ishisuke stood frozen in place. I'm relieved that he's not coming over to give away his head anymore. I was in a small car with 5 people in it, controlled left and right by men in black. The book, you read it? The woman in black asked as she sat in the passenger side. I nodded. She took off her helmet. She tossed her long, flowing hair, which gave off a refreshing aroma. I didn't expect the woman behind the helmet to be as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, with white skin and delicate features, but such a beautiful face was frowning at the moment, with a hard look on its face. We've had a wasted day, she said toward the black man driving the car. The car sped on. I don't know how much more viciousness there is in this journey. The car pulls up to a desert I've never seen before, and it's endless. I've never seen a desert. Also passed several lines of camel caravans. Hey, is that a camel? My unseen appearance caused them to laugh. That's a horse, the black man driving the car said, laughing with derision. After driving over a hill, the car drove faster and faster. What's wrong? The woman in black asked. Someone's following us. Chapter 10 Jail in the Factory. The car is going faster and faster. I hear you. Sirens were heard in the distance. The old man is saved. When the police catch these bad guys, they can bring the old lady back. The driver raced along, his wheels constantly rolling in the sand. I stared back at the back of the car. The police car was going very fast and it was only a matter of time before it caught up with this car. Don't run. They're off-roaders. They can't outrun them. There was sarcasm in my words. The black guy on my left looked away and punched me directly in the stomach. Ah, Blanche, isn't it preferential treatment for hostages? You're not a hostage either. The black man who hit me cackled. Suddenly, the car stopped. The driver and the woman in black looked at each other. Sister Chen-Lin, do it, the driver asked the woman in black. Turns out her name is Chen-Lin. Well, do it clean, Chen-Lin commanded. The police car pulled up behind their car and 2 officers got out, walking toward the black man's car. The car was fitted with a single transparent film, so the police could not see what was going on inside, and the police knocked on the window. Both the driver and the black-clad hand to my left rolled down their windows. The moment the window rolled down, I immediately shouted, "There's a gun!" Seeing their clothes, the police also immediately reacted. Hand reached to the waist ready to draw the gun. The black-clothed man has long been prepared. The gun in his hand accurately at the police head. A one-shot, clean finish to the bout. Sure enough, the police are no match for them. They all died before they had a chance to call for help. These guys are really ruthless with their hands, and it makes me worry even more about my old lady. The car continued on through the desert. How dare you shout? The black man on my left threw another punch in my stomach. Ah, I won't let you go. Yes? Another round in my face. A tingling sensation assaulted the left side of my face. There was anger in my eyes. Can't wait to get out my pocket boogers and blow up everyone in this car. But I can't do that. I can't do that, because I'm sure my mother will die too. It had been a long drive and I was already tired from doing it in the car. Finally the car drove up to a dilapidated factory building. They hooded me and untied me, and I was escorted forward by them. The place reeked of a pungent paint odor. Suddenly, I was pushed and fell to the ground. Blanche, can you be gentle? I shouted. Suddenly, the hood was removed. My eyeballs are still a little out of sorts from the momentary return of light. Big Bird, he's already finished the book. It was the driver's voice. And what did I tell you to get the book for? Big Bird laughed. The driver was pulled away. The light bulbs in here are so blinding that my immediate vision is blurred and I can only vaguely see someone sitting in a chair in front of me. Hands were a little numb from being tied to the rope for so long. I rubbed my eyes before I could see that the man in front of me was wearing a clown mask and staring at me with a cheeky, horrifying smile. I've never seen such a horrible smiley face. I wish I had filmed it to have a chance to scare Ishisuke. I may not have gotten the chance anymore. This is an abandoned factory building, now located on the first floor, from which you can look up and see that there are 9 more floors upstairs. Where's the old lady? That smiley face annoys me more and more the more I look at it. The angrier I got the more he laughed. He told me with a cheeky grin, "What magic did you get from the book?" I don't know. If I don't see it, I won't say anything. This guy's got a tough mouth. He laughed even more indulgently. I wanted to rip his face off. Ah, a man's scream came from upstairs, and I could hear it was the driver just now. Then, bang, it made a loud noise. People fall down the stairs. Big Bird walked over to the man and laughed even more crazily. Creeps me out and I, a pervert, feel perverted. No one around him dared to speak. Big Bird pointed at the superiorly built Chen-Lin. I don't need to tell you about this next time, do I? Yes. Chen-Lin lowered her head. I really want to get the hell out of here. Big Bird walked up to me and propped up my head. Be a good boy and tell me what you got. Little boy. I pursed my lips. Don't say it, do you? He laughed again with a mad, shrill laugh. Clap your hands and the big screen drops. The old lady is on the screen. Big Bird shrugged off my face and pointed at the big screen. See, be good and she'll be fine. If she doesn't listen, I can make it harder for her to live than to die. Ah. Shrill laughter resounded throughout the plant. Seeing that my old lady was still safe and sound, I accounted for my peace of mind. What secrets are in the book, lad? There are instructions on the last page of the book. Won't you read it yourself? Chen-Lin handed the book to Big Bird. Big Bird flipped it open and angrily tossed it aside, with his hand around my neck. Say no. I was full of doubts. No eyes? Read the book yourself. Slap that old woman, Big Bird said into the intercom. On the screen, a man in black walks up to the old lady and slaps her in the face. Stop, I say. Wouldn't that have been fine? Show me the book. I forgot the contents. Chenille picked up the book and handed it to me, stripping off the dark outfit, the scent that permeated her body even more mesmerizing. See, doesn't it say here that it's written line by line? I pointed to show Big Bird. Big Bird looked over. Big Bird and Chen-Lin looked at each other strangely. The power of this book has really gotten to him. Big Bird whispered to Chen-Lin, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, becoming unusually serious and appalling. Just finished immediately there was a grinning walk towards me. Read it. I repeated the above. Big Bird nodded. He whispered something into Chen-Lin's ear and left himself. Chen-Lin took me to a room with only a bed and some clothes. You live here when you are occupied. You are not in danger now. Remember not to mess around, or Qin Hong's safety can't be guaranteed. After saying that she turned her head. Wait, I'm afraid of the dark. You can sleep with the light on. I'm afraid to sleep alone. Can you stay with me? I said, pretending to be scared. You want farts to eat. Afraid to sleep alone, are you? I'll call some strong men to keep you company. When she finished speaking she called a few people over, each as strong as a trainer at a gym. Forget it. I shook my hand. By the way, why don't you leave us alone after you've been handed the book? What the hell do you want? I got angrier and angrier as I spoke. The magic of the book is already inside you, and the contents of the book are invisible to anyone but you. Clunk. The door is locked and I'm stuck here. In retrospect, it's no wonder Big Bird got such a strange look on his face when he saw the book. Chapter 11. If you can't beat me, I'm in. Lay in the room for a long time. Can't see the time. I don't know how much time has passed. What about the old lady's current situation? The mood is very bitter. The body also did not bring food. Stomach has long been hungry. There's no way to get out of there. Feeling my pockets for booger worms in my pockets. And yes, there is it. I pulled out the booger, which I had rubbed into a fist, and threw a small, tiny pinch at the metal door. Clunk. Door not moving. It seems to have too little power. I was about to split it in two when, suddenly, the steel door was opened. Big Bird stood in front of the door. Were you just blowing up doors? I held the booger in my hand and stared at him. With a booger? Your men should all know the power. Let the old lady go or I'll blow the whole place up. I held the booger in my hand in a ready-to-attack stance. Big Bird took a step back and waved a hand to the left and right as the two men came toward me. I threw out half the boogers straight away. The booger was thrown at the door, and the door and wall instantly exploded into dust without even a trace. Big Bird froze in place. I froze too. The power is a bit beyond reason. and the system is too good. Big Bird stopped the black man who was going forward behind him. No, Shao Kong, have you forgotten who we still have? Big Bird started that evil laugh again. I'll let her go. Big Bird said, but only if you join us. Me? Why me? Big Bird sneered. We need your magic. There's no way I'm joining you guys. You are a bunch of indiscriminate murderers. Whatever you say. Not joining in, are you? Go get that old woman. Big Bird commanded towards his men on the sidelines. Wait, it's not too late to back out. Oh. The expression on Big Bird's face grew more and more arrogant. I'm joining. Looks like we'll just have to get inside and find a way to take the old lady. Big Bird pointed at me and commanded something to the black-clad man at the side. The man in black shouted, pull him out. Two men in black walked up to me and carried me away. I'm pinned to the bed. They took the tattoo machine. What are you doing? Don't move. It'll be ready in a minute. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tattoo machine drilled behind me for a long time. It's finally over. I turned back around with blood all over my back. They told me I was done and could go wash a change of clothes. The person who took me to change my clothes was an older man who looked older. You're so old. Why do you still do such hurtful things? I asked from behind him. Actually, I'm like you. Like me? He didn't say a word and walked straight on. Hey, speak clearly. He still ignored me. I pushed him hard. He turned to make a stance to counterattack, but then relaxed. I have something on Big Bird too. It's not just me. It's pretty much everyone here in this situation. And there are those who are here for the money. Almost. Why don't you run? Big Bird is just part of the organization. It is said that his boss codename, Yen, is the one who runs the worldwide Cygnus organization. Turns out that's just the tip of the iceberg. The people behind this huge organization have all relied on threats to pull the strings. Your family was arrested too? Where are they being held? No, I'll still be here? The old man shook his head. Everyone is suffering. When I got to the dressing room, he found a black man's suit and gave it to me. I put on the black shirt after I washed it and it fit me fine. Hey old man, is it true that I'll let my family go if I do what he says? I asked. What can you do if he doesn't release you? Blanche, this scum. Beep, the alarm went off. Move it, it's time to gather. The old man ran outside. I followed him. When I got to the place where I was captured in the beginning, a large group of black-clad men were gathered here, with Big Bird relaxing on a couch right in the center. He saw that everyone was there and stood up. Take the mic. Everyone bowed their heads and shouted, King. I stared at them in disbelief. You're out, Big Bird said. I shook my head to see who he was calling out to. It's you. No small air. I stepped out of the crowd. This is our new team member. He turned me around and there was a round of applause. Yesterday they were enemies. Today they're teammates. It's ridiculous. You like boogers so much, then your codename is Nose. Big Bird laughed out loud. The crowd laughed too. Nose? What a Thai name. Any random name I could come up with would be better than this thing. I went back to the crowd. I called everyone here today to tell you something. Big Bird said, our nemesis, the vultures, are getting more and more arrogant now, and yesterday they even dared to come to our territory to rob things. What do people say about this? Destroy them, a man shouted. Right, Big Bird shouted, full of morale. Destroy them. Everyone shouted together as well. Not only is our equipment more advanced than theirs, but now we have a partner with magical powers. Come on, Kung. I was called out again. He's gotten his magic from the Jedi book. We've got wings now. Organizational intelligence. The Condors will be at the Yokado Pier tonight, and their main leader will be there tonight. The Condors are very cunning. Everyone must be careful. This program is led by Chen Lin. Yes, Chen Lin shouted. Vice Squadron no Katoku. What? My lieutenant? You're not afraid to die, are you? I looked back at Chen Lin, who also had a helpless expression on her face. Disperse. The crowd immediately dispersed. Kung, Chen Lin, stay, Big Bird said. Called us to a room with a very large installation of murals. What do you think of this picture? Kung? The painting is in a torture chamber with 5 people dying in 5 different ways. The first being bitten by a dog, the second burned, the third drowned, the fourth beaten to death, and the fifth on his knees begging for mercy. Loyalty matters. You've joined us, now we're all family. And family doesn't betray family, right? I didn't say anything. What happens to betrayal? He pointed to the painting. On cue. And you're not the only one. Blanche, I'm about to resist the urge to punch him. You can go. I then headed for the door. Morning Glory was left to negotiate something. I also couldn't help but wonder what kind of leverage a woman with such a good reach and such a pretty face as Morning Glory would have on him. But racy photos? And my eyes got horny. Think about it as you walk. The roads here are all the same. I'm lost. Walked into a kitchen. Chapter 12 Late Night Talk with a Beautiful Woman. The kitchen door was half open. I stole a glance. It's not just anything else that's cutting it in the kitchen. It's people. After cutting and removing the bones, the meat was put in a blender, pureed and stuffed into the dough. which was baked into buns. I can't believe they're in the human flesh business. The sight made me furious. Suddenly, there was the sound of talking from the side of the kitchen. I hurriedly ducked into the other room to secretly listen to their conversation. How long have you been here? Passerby A. They took my whole family the other day. Passerby B sounded sad. I overheard Big Bird talking, and it looks like the people they took are being held in a place in the swamp. Passerby A said. Swamp? That's not a man is not dead? Not really a swamp. Just a code name. The two talked and walked away. Swamp. I'm going to have to find out what this place is. Turned back. It was pitch black around me as I fumbled with the doorknob. Abruptly, the lights in the room came on. It's an office. I walked to the table. Morning Glory is written on the table. I arrived at Chen Lin's office by mistake. There's a document on the table. Plan of destruction. Good. Then that's what this is all about. The sound of high heels came from outside. I rushed to hide under my office desk. Hold your breath. Someone's coming in. Smell the familiar scent. Chen Lin, you've gotten a lot prettier lately. It's Big Bird's voice. Thanks. Chen Lin returned. Morning Glory let out a sudden cry. Bummer. I couldn't help but sneak a peek from under the table. Only their feet can be seen. Chen Ain's feet were backing up, leaning against the wall. She's pressed up against the wall by Big Bird, the old sex maniac. I just wanted to still a booger to relieve Morning Glory. King, there's a call for you, came a shout from outside the door. Big Bird took a step back. Things must go according to plan. No Xiaokong, you just use it as hard as you can. I don't care if he lives or dies. It was as if he was trying to get closer after saying that. Blanche, you don't care about my death. I do. Stop it, Chenille said. Big Bird grinned another grin that made me sick and walked out. Chenille sat down on the couch across from her desk. Her nose was paralyzed and it looked like she was exhausted at this point. Just hope she doesn't fall asleep here. I don't want to sleep under the table all night. Chen Lin's dress was again very different from just now. A tight short skirt with black silk and black high heels. Her pale skin carried a strong sense of mystery behind the black silk. An unobstructed view under the table. Such beautiful legs are rare, and I tried to lean my head closer in order to get a better look. She remained motionless and spread-eagled. Suddenly, her legs opened slightly, then crossed, then lowered and slowly opened again. My mouth was watering at the sight, and it actually wasn't a bad place to spend the night. Head down and squeak. Keep watching this view. Hey, Chen Lin is gone. Have you seen enough? There was a sudden noise behind me. Ooh, scared the out of me. I just tried to run and hit my head on the table in my haste to get up. I'll go. You're a hard enough table. Still not coming out? Chenille leaned down to look at me. Black tights, with this black satin underwear hidden, full hemispheres exposed, deep as the sea gully. My eyes stared straight at her. Hello? What are you looking at? Hurry up and come out, or I'll call someone. No, 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 I'm coming out. Hobbling out to my desk. Other than a slight headache, it's not a bad experience here. What are you doing here? Chenille looked up at me with her arms crossed, looking down at her icy face, a high-strung expression on her lovely face, as if she was trying to fake it. Passing through. I headed for the door, hurrying to get out of here. Walked too fast and hit the mirror as an exit and got a head growth. Chenille laughed. It's the first time I've seen her smile. It's like the iceberg's ice is melting. This head of mine has had a bad day. I covered my head. Serves you right. I'll let you sneak off to someone else's office. It's called retribution. Chen Lin gave a mischievous expression. You should smile more. I said. To hell with you. You smile like spring. There's no need to deliberately tell me nice things. Honestly. Chen Ai looked at me for a moment. What are you doing here with me? What's that on your desk? I changed the subject by pointing to Project Doom. That's something you can't know yet. Okay. Why are you in this organization? You don't look like this kind of person. I don't look like that? That's because you don't know me. You can't read people at face value. That's actually the kind of person I am. No. Intuition tells me you're not like that. You have something on Big Bird too? Chen Lin didn't say anything. Why don't we defect together? There's always a way to find out where Big Bird is keeping people, right? It can't be. No one has ever found that place. Chenille kept her head down. I fought in place for a while trying to say something, and not knowing how to say it properly. I was going to leave. Chen Lin cried. Her cries were so small that they couldn't be heard without careful attention, and she kept trying to restrain her emotions. I don't know why she was crying, but the adult world has a way of running down. I drew a couple tissues and handed them to her. Cry as loud as you want. I'm not going to laugh at you. Chen Lin's cries became louder and louder. I've been, since I was a kid, crying so hard. She gasped and adjusted her breathing. My parents were researchers here. When I was young, my parents were brutally murdered by the organization for failing in their research. I was also brought to the organization by them, and from a young age all I learned every day was how to kill people and how to obey the organization's orders. And the organization wanted a few people like me. I do envy you. At least you get to live a happy life in an ordinary world. Chen Lin was in a much better mood. Shall we run away together? I said. It's impossible. My body was implanted with a locator. Even I don't know which part of my body it was installed in. Chen Lin laughed helplessly. Damn. This organization deserves to die. Thank you. I'm in a much better mood. You can go now. If you're in a bad mood, you can call me. I'm known as a comforter in River City. Pust. What the hell is a comfort home? Morning Glory laughed. Professionals who specialize in comforting people. I answered to. Professionals? Then why don't you pay the ANS? This one is good too. If you need anything, you can call on me. The Ungshi. I'm outta here. There's no one on the passage. I continued walking deeper into the passageway, where the houses were built with steel plates, and every step made the sound of shoes hitting the plates. Chapter 13 New World Swamps. Every step I take is loud enough to echo through the passageway here. Designed this way it will be discovered no matter how you go about it. I took off my shoes. It's a triangular intersection with a straight exit, a left turn for classified offices, and a sign that says no non-staff. The old man doesn't give a. I tied my shoelaces together and dropped them around my neck. Steps forward. The passageway here is pitch black and there are no lights. Fortunately the passage was lined with clear glass, and it was still possible to see the vague path by moonlight, and tiptoe along. It's a straight road with no end in sight at all. I still walked I don't know how far, and when I turned around I couldn't see the triangular intersection where I started. The old man was a little sorry that I had gone deeper, and this was even darker than it had been just now without the illumination of the moonlight. It's better to fight it. It's all here and it's no good to back out. I'm moving on, touching the walls. Is there really a secret in this place? I can't help but be skeptical. After walking for about 5 minutes or so, there was a light up ahead and I picked up my pace, getting closer to the light. There's someone up ahead. I ducked to the side of the passage. The people weren't coming in my direction. I crouched in a corner to get a closer look, and it was a very different light, like another world. It's a world away from where I've taken it. People have a machine under their feet that carries them. They don't need their feet to walk. There are all kinds of machines here. They can all fly through the air at will. It's almost like a fairy tale, but the people here are obese from the looks of it. The appearance is definitely not as handsome as me. If I were in there, I would be the #1 handsome guy. I snickered. Their dress code was a full set of jumpsuits, uniform for all. If I hadn't seen some of them talking and laughing over drinks, I would have even thought they were all machines. I didn't realize there was such advanced technology in this day and age, but my little village was so backward, and I was so proud of my motorcycle. I'm so out of place in this outfit compared to them. I have to do something. Barefoot. I slowly walked to the edge of the entrance. Look carefully for ways you can blend in. Just in time. At this point people have flown away, there's no one here. I just walked in. Bang! Bounced off by a force. I fell to the ground. Did the entrance set something up? Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your curiosity value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Invisibility. B. Perspective. C. Ears of the wind. D. Nose of 100 sniffs. Please click on the emotional carousel. Come on. Thump. A. Invisibility. Activated. Ooh, the cell phone is good this time. I looked at myself, and I wasn't invisible. Was I? Am I going to pass this way? I continued forward and noticed a barrier wrapping around the edge of the entrance. Looks like you need a permit to go in here. A man flew out. I'm going. The end is going to be revealed. The man was too fast for me to dodge, and he flew right over my head? Almost forgot I'm invisible now. Here comes another one. I watched him closely and he came out by pointing the work badge on his chest at the sensor next to the entrance. I jumped up and grabbed him. What the hell? How come it won't move? The man said. Took out my shoe and put it on his nose to poison him. I snickered. What's with the laughter? Ghost. He panicked and tried to escape. The thing under his feet added unusually high speed. I'm going to be unable to pull it off. I hurriedly tore the work tag off his shirt, swept the sensors the way they had just done, and the barrier disappeared. Ooh, the world here is truly extraordinary. It's like a new world. What I just saw was only part of it. And when I came in, I realized that everything in the sky was different. Who created all this? I walked in, barefoot but not feeling any cold at all. The temperature in here is also different from outside. Suddenly, a robot flew in front of me. I make a good run for it. Hello, my name is Little B. I am a route robot. You can tell Little B your destination and Little B will comfortably deliver you to your destination. The robot said. Oh, that's a robot, with eyes the size of eggs, a round head, and a body like a washboard. It's still pretty okay looking. It's remarkable that it can even see me. What is this place? No response? What is this place? Little B, I asked again. Hello, my name is B. I'm a route robot. You can tell B your destination and B will comfortably deliver you to your destination. the robot repeated. What a crock of. I just got done complimenting and I want to curse. Bad review for you, not smart enough. Its belly protrudes out of an interface. Little B is showing you a map of the place. You're really, like saying bad reviews makes you smart, aren't you? How it's almost like a human being. I complained. The map is round, and it's called Swamp World. Isn't the swamp the place where the two people we met today said this was the swamp? What a coincidence. But it's not like the place the old lady was caught on the video was that advanced. Where I am now is the center of the square. On the first floor was the food and drink mall, which at a glance was almost all robots with few humans. On the second floor is the machine center responsible for robotics. The third floor is a premium venue. The fourth floor is the mystery zone. I'm going to go ahead and see just how fancy this fancy place is. I ordered the premium place. Okay, little B will take you on your way now. A seat popped up behind the robot. Ooh, that's kind of funny. I sat up. The seatbelt reached out behind me and strapped me in. An obese-looking man passed by and looked straight at me, stepped on the strange contraption, flew to me, scrutinized it, and then flew away. It's no wonder. I'm invisible now. All he sees is a robot strapped to an air. B, what's under his feet? Wind wheel. By the special reason of the magnetic field here, the wind wheel can bear up the weight of a person by turning fast enough to bring up the person. Inventor, Shuriyen. It's this Shuriyen again. What kind of character is he? Phew. The robot took off, instantly flew to the third floor. Destination reached. The seatbelt came undone automatically and I fell off little B's body. Thanks. Welcome to your next visit. Kinda polite, huh? The janitor here is also a robot, dressed appropriately in a suit. They can all see what I look like. Luckily, they don't have as many bad intentions as humans do. Identity, please. I held up the work permit. Scan. The robot doorman said. Face scan. Scanning failed. Warning, warning. The robot called the police. I'll go? Barbecue, isn't it? A group of people dressed in black flew in from everywhere. A white gun was in his hand, flying to me, looking left and right. Hey, I'm invisible now. I don't want to stay here for long. With a wink, I ran inside the fancy place. The place was surprisingly empty. Amazing irony. What a show. Bars, counters, movie theaters, and all kinds of rides are available. Just not a single figure. The ones at the desk are robots. Looks like this place is mostly working on robots. When you go deeper, the casino and other special clubs are all available. What's out there is definitely in there. What's on the inside may not be on the outside. Chapter 14. I am a tender stack. There's a gray-haired old man drinking at the bar. I walked up to him quietly. Come for a drink? I said yes out of habit. The old man poured me a blue cocktail. This wine tastes good. I took a sip, and it did taste much better than the kind of wine at Blue June's house, and I couldn't feel the alcohol at all. How's the project going these days, little brother? I was at a loss there. It's okay. The old man looked back at me suspiciously. I just realized this guy can actually see me. Amazing iron? What kind of show is this? The old man was still staring straight at me, making me feel very uncomfortable. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before? Of course it's from my heart. I'm not that brave. Is this tavern not doing well? Why is it all empty? The old man had a very surprised expression on his face, and I kind of regretted asking such a stupid question. Where are the people here now? Aren't all the machines in charge? The old man laughed out loud. I laughed along to hide my embarrassment and drained the rest of my cocktail in one gulp. Slutty good drinker. One more? I nodded. This stuff was surprisingly similar to a drink. If all alcohol tasted like this, I think I could drink a keg of it. I'm just a big shot. What's up? The old man handed me another cocktail, this time a different color. Green. How can this wine still change color? Young man, it's called mixing drinks. The different ingredients you put in will make the taste and color different. I'm a country boy who has never seen any meeting. Today is an eye-opener. Shaking the cocktail glass in his hand, he pretended to make himself look like a very elegant gentleman. After all the drinks you've had, I still don't know your name? There was a hint of ambiguity in my eyes, and I didn't know why. Call the old man Azer. Ah, here it is. That's the name given. I couldn't help but laugh at him. Slutty, you are really Thai. Grandpa, my name is Zhao Zhe. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Beating around the bush. It's really hard for people. You act like that's some kind of big disease. Of course I know he must have been joking with that statement, and I can't blame him. I can't. I'm a highly educated rural youth. I have to stay classy and have a gentlemanly demeanor. I shouldn't get angry so easily. I tried to get my mind off the crap he had just said. Then I replied back. I'm a tender stack. I don't think River heard me. What the hell? Nothing. Little thing. Get it straight for the master. Good lord. I wasn't even going to say it. And you beat me to it, so I'll just have to repeat myself. I whispered softly into his ear. I'm a tender stack. With that said, The horse darted off into the deeper lot without stopping. The old man froze for a few seconds before reacting to the meaning of the words. But I've long since slipped away. Ha ha ha. There were robots everywhere along the way, and I continued to run on. Further down the bar were rows of pool tables. Billiards is still a popular sport in our village. My brother's billiard skills can only be described as average third in the city. As long as it's a goal that brother wants to score, even if it's blocked by all the balls, brother can still make him find a seam to score. There's no way who makes me the best of the best. At the far end of the last row of pool tables, two sisters were cutting up. I'm also a little surprised that there are humans here besides old people, watching them surreptitiously from a distance. You're off your game today, Moxie, the girl with the short hair said towards the other girl with the S-shaped body after her game. Been in a bad mood lately? The S-shaped girl holds the white ball in one shot and shakes her head. Aha, aha. Moments like these are the moments that prove a brother is not a braggart. I patted the dust off my body and fixed my hair, taking slow steps, looking ahead but not as if you were looking ahead. Walked over to the pool table beside them, turned magnificently, shook out my coat and ran my right hand through my handsome hair. Chicks, need a brother to play with you? Both men froze. Who is this guy? The short-haired girl asked. The S-shaped girl shook her head. Surprisingly, the two immediately turned around to turn around and leave. Wait a minute, let's play some ball together. Pretty lady. The two still didn't look back. I just want to play a ball. You look at the annex or no one. I have no way to play a ball. Bitter very much. I'm not a bad person I shouted in an effort to be defensive. The duo continued to walk straight back. You're walking back, and I'll curse you for getting fat if you do. The two stopped immediately. It worked. Who are you? Are you sick? You want to flirt with girls you won't look at who we are? The short-haired woman came over for a manipulation. Read it. I knew after reading it that you guys were the ones I was destined to tease. This guy can kinda talk. The short-haired woman was rendered speechless by me. Play one round, and if you lose, stop yelling and go away. You hear me? I nodded my head in acquiescence. Start volleyball. I explained the rules that the full color ball and the half color ball go in after the black ball, and the one that finishes first wins. Without further ado the game begins. You tee off. Ladies first. My opponent was the short-haired girl, wearing tight short sleeves with shorts, as cool as she could be, and very cute looking. It's just a little underwhelming somewhere. Nah, I don't always have an advantage when I tee off, so to be fair let's rock paper scissors. So we started with a rock paper scissors decision to kick off. I have scissors in one hand, she has cloth in the other, and brother to serve. I broke up all the balls with one shot and a full color one in the hole. I play full color and the short-haired girl half color. I smiled smugly after the ball tonight. I still don't know the girl's name? The body deliberately leaned towards her. I'm not a pervert I'm really not. Huang Xiaogu. Her tone was very cold and it made me a little sad. An extreme maneuver ensued with a hole-in-one. The two of them were stunned by my performance. There was only one full color ball left in the field, and to keep them in suspense I intentionally fouled them immediately upon scoring the last ball. Gave her free throws. Huang Xiaogu immediately excitedly ran to find an angle. You're done. Pointing at my nose. Bang, bang, bang. Not to mention the fact that this chick is tuggy and a little bit of a catch. Played very well. Half colors into just 2/13 and 15ths. There was a problem with the angle on the hit 13 and the ball didn't go in. Oops. Almost. Huang Xiaogu sighed regretfully. Not bad, little sister. This game lost. Continue to play with brother O. I grinned badly. You score the ball first. Huang Xiaogu pouted. Phew. I immediately scored the black 8 in one shot. The game is over. Brother was now so pleased with himself that he had even forgotten the danger of being chased just now in his words to the old man. I'll meet you. The S-shaped girl walked over, wearing a tight ultra-short skirt and a head of hair. Isn't this the proper goddess in the movie? Swaying from side to side as I walked. I was mesmerized to watch. I can't play with peace of mind anymore. Just as he lowered his head to get the ball on the table, he accidentally caught a second glimpse of her long, thin, big white legs. The mouth almost watered. Hey, almost up to swinging the ball, right? Huang Xiaogu, who was on the side, shouted. It took me a moment to slow down at the sound of her voice. I had been staring for tens of seconds. Who can stand up to this? After swinging the ball, this game of rock paper scissors was already a win for me. My tee shots have been going very well. This time it's a half-color ball into the hole. I'm still playing like I always do. It's a piece of cake for me. I'm not bragging, am I? But what was different for me this time was that I just couldn't keep my eyes off those beautiful legs of this woman. Sister, what's your name? Having stared at her legs for so long, there was a bit of self-grease in my voice. I could hear it in my own voice. Moxie. Oh you. Moshi is such a beautiful name. Mo sure was visibly speechless. I'm still scoring the other balls just like the last one, saving the black 8 for the beauty show. Once again, I purposely hit the ball. Ask you, Moshe took the ball and posed. The proud hips were slightly arched and moved as gracefully as a cheetah. Judas lowers his body and exposes the career line of his upper white hemisphere. I watched in awe. Huang Xiaogu looked at me with a slightly helpless expression. I watched in fascination as she repeated the maneuver over and over again, and I kept adjusting my angle to get a better view. Every time it's so perfect, every time it's so precise. Your turn. The words that suddenly rose up interrupted me. There was only one black 8 left on the table, along with the full color one. I myself don't actually know what just happened. My eyes were completely off the table. I made a stabilizing maneuver, picked up the club, looked at the perfect figure, and took a random shot at the white ball. Bang! The white ball even hit the black 8, but thankfully it didn't go in. I was so scared of it I almost didn't get to see it. So Moshi continued her performance. Lean down in the left corner of the table and look for the corner spot to hit the ball. I followed suit and immediately walked across to her to look her straight in the eye. Feel free to still help her out a bit. You'll have an easier time getting in if you play from the bottom left. She didn't give about me and scored this one hard from a tricky angle the way she wanted to. Boom! The white ball misses. Don't listen to the good man's eyes, nah. I walked by helplessly, picked up the free ball and put it in a random corner. Victory was nothing to me. Brother actually wants to hee more. I put the ball on the opposite side of the court from Moses to get a better view of the beautiful scenery while playing. But I'm really not horny. I just like to appreciate beauty. I am a visual artist who loves the perfect structure of human beings. Phew! Feel free to take a shot. Bang bang! Black 8 in the hole. I don't know if I can do this. I'm a little frustrated this ball is over so quickly. Want another hand? I said eagerly, looking at Moshi. She took a half step back and shook her head. I saw her move and instantly took 10,000 points of damage. Are you serious about that half step back? A little movement hurts that much. Chapter 15 Very slutty sluts. The two packed up their clothes and planned to leave. Suddenly, Moshe turned around and said, "Can I buy you a drink?" My eyes instantly glazed over. I feel okay. Immediately followed their asses with their asses. What do you do here? Huang Xiaogu asked. It's kind of hard for me to say. Can I just say I'm just hanging out here? Obviously, with that being said, this opportunity to meet a pretty sister is a bust. I thought about it for a long time in a hurry. Hey! Huang Xiaogu thought I didn't hear him and called out again. Hey, what's going on? I played dumb. I asked what you do here. Oh, I'm the security guard here. Oh, Huang Xiaogu simply couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. This is very upsetting to me. You don't read the internet about security guards not being able to protect anyone, but I am a different kind of security guard. You are absolutely safe here with my protection. Ha, me? What's with the attitude? Or do you despise me? Should have said scientist. Darn it. I continued to follow them angrily. What do you guys do? Huang Xiaogu looked at Moshe with an expression that looked very puzzled, then smiled. I'm just a loafer here. Otherwise how would you have met me? I'm as idle as you are. Where's Moxie? Moshe suddenly froze, as if she was somewhat unfamiliar with the name. I'm the same as Kotani. Oh, I can't believe they keep loafers here. That suits me so well. I'd love to stay hidden here as long as Big Bird hasn't found me yet. I almost forgot that the purpose of coming here is to save damsel. I'm sorry. Suddenly, I realized that there was something familiar about my surroundings, as if I've seen it somewhere. Where are you going? I asked, a little alarmed. A bar. Ha? Huang Xiaogu looked at me. Bar. Aang, what's wrong with you? Are you off your meds? You don't go to a bar to drink and go to your house? Another series of questions. I'm convinced this woman, but going over to my house isn't actually out of the question. I panicked a batch of heart. Just I scolded the old man will not still be there. That's a big social death scene. I heart the end of the year countless times to bless. Never meet hello, uncle. Huang Xiaogu was greeting a man. I glanced at it. Surprise, Blanche, this guy is really still here. Why are you so idle? You're just like me. The bar was a row of seats, with Huang Xiaogu sitting on the left and Moshe sitting to his right. After walking through it was easier to hide from the left side, so I sat down next to Huang Xiaogu to avoid the wind. Joes kept probing at me, and I kept my head down and pretended to be examining my fingers. This is your friend? Joes asked. A friend I just met playing pool. Oh, come on, there's a chance to cut a deal, Joes said towards me. I nodded and continued to scowl. Uncle's pool is world class, and he used to win second place in the world pool. Cut. It's only second place. It must be because I didn't participate. I would have won first place. Hey, it's in the past. Don't mention it. What are you guys drinking today? I'll have a martini. Huang Xiaogu said. I'll have a Niccoloni. Moshi said. What about that man over there? I'm here to have a Manhattan. I just saw the names on the wine rack and called out a random one, pinching my nose to make it sound different from the original. Not bad. A man's cocktail with class, Zhao Zhe wistfully exclaimed. I pinched my nose and laughed. How did your voice get so girly? Huang Xiaogu revealed a look of contempt. That's how people are supposed to be. Huang Xiaogu directly despised. I blanch. Actually, I am not willing to do so. It's true that you can't be too unethical. The world has come full circle. I've come back to this place where I don't belong after all. Ha! Sigh, with feeling, Zhao Zhe handed them both the wine separately. My cup he personally brought to me. From my right side his eyes couldn't stop looking at me. Look at that. Never seen a handsome man? Pissed off. I'm drowning in embarrassment. I can't help it. Whatever. Hi. I suddenly looked up with a genuine smile on my face. Oh, it's you slutty. Hey. I rubbed my head a little in embarrassment because it was so embarrassing. Can't wait to dig a hole in the ground right now. You know each other? Huang Xiaogu was just as incredulous. The indifferent Mo sure also looked over. We just met too, didn't we slutty? I smiled and nodded. Oh, slutty just taught me a new word. Oh wow. Huang Xiaogu had a curious look on his face. I immediately jumped over to Swamp and gagged him. Ha. Nothing. Huang Xiaogu approached me with a puzzled look on his face. What's the secret? You're not going to teach uncle a lesson, are you? It's really nothing. I dragged Joe's to the corner. Even though I was young and strong, this guy did have some weight. Big brother, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have talked like that. It's okay. I don't care about kind of little things. Joe's patted the shoulder. Virtual tears sprang instantly to my eyes. Do you know them for any purpose? Zhao Zhe suddenly looked at me with a serious expression. Which has no purpose. Oh, I smiled playfully. It's just that I think people are pretty. Little fist patted Joe's chest. Oh wow. Which one do you like? Expand on that. I pointed to Moshi, who was wearing a super short skirt. I have a good eye, don't I? Zhao Zhe also nodded his head as if in affirmation. How about helping a brother out with a wave? How can I help you? Zhao Zhe had a puzzled look on his face. Aha, it's just so they can drink more. Don't they come to the opportunity? I didn't expect that. You're actually such a tart. What do you want to do with them when you get the chance? Slutty. I didn't expect Zhao Zhe to be curious about this. I thought he was too old to think about this. Of course it's just to take them home and pretend to be a hero. Joe seemed relieved. What's wrong? Are you still disappointed? It's okay, let's go. We walked back to the bar together. I can't believe you guys talked for so long. The man Huang Xiaogu was genuinely curious. Just a little family talk, I said, rubbing my head. Two grown men chatting about family matters that aren't terribly sick? The second half of the sentence Huang Xiaogu held in his heart. Come on, bang a glass, I said as I picked up my glass. I'm so glad I got to meet you guys today. What a triple pleasure. I raised my glass following the example of Blue June that day. I didn't realize you had a way with words in your human form. Huang Xiaogu bumped me, scared the hell out of me. We all drank our wine. Hey, don't you usually talk much? I walked over to Moxie and started talking to her. Moxie nodded. That did seem a bit short. Couldn't even spare a Why are you and Huang Xiaogu here? I moved closer to her, giving off a fresh scent that was uniquely female, and it was going to mesmerize me again. Couldn't help but sniff a few more noses. OMG. It smells so good. My parents live here, and I live here with them. I can't believe I live here. So his parents are big shots. Ha, if you get it, won't you win a rich white girl and go to the peak of your life? Beautiful. Hey. I instantly began to occupy the handsome side of myself, ruffling my flowing like hair. Girl, you've managed to get my attention. I looked at her with deep affection. Moshi actually laughed. It was the first time I had ever seen her smile. It's like suddenly meeting an oasis in a vast desert. So much for the peonies at the beginning of their bloom. I also laughed dully. Look at that color. Huang Xiaogu scoffed from the sidelines. Why does this say she can't talk so she can shut up? Obviously she won't. Immediately, he took a chair and came between Moxie and me. The two were surprisingly happy and chatting, throwing me right out the window. I can only take up the time to quit helplessly for a while. It put me so many chairs away from my dream of being at the top of my game. The wretched woman who broke my dreams. I'll have to do something about that. Hey, what's dude doing? I walked over to Joe's. Zhao Zhe shook the red wine glass in his hand, his lips like red-stained blood. Whoa, you drink human blood. Ha, there was a sudden burst of laughter from behind him. That's red wine. Stupid, it's this Huang Xiaogu guy again. Damn it, it's tolerable. Dude, how to make a drink? Teach me. You like bartending too? Zhao Zhe's expression suddenly became very excited. Exactly. I've been enamored with this technique for a long time. The fact that I was able to experience it for myself today simply makes me fall in love with it. You can't mix and match any words. I'm embarrassed. Ha. Bartending? First of all, you have to prepare all the ingredients first, Zhao Zhe said as he got the ingredients ready. Martini cocktails, For example, have to be prepared with these ingredients first. He took the gin, the vermouth, the olives, put something in the mixer, grabbed an ice glass and set it aside, then grabbed the ice cubes and chucked some into the mixer. Use a measuring cup to pour the ingredients into a mixing bowl, and then keep shaking and shaking. Pour 3/4 of the way into the wine glass. This completes a cocktail. The three of us applauded outright. Is there anything handy that you can just mix up and pour in one glass? I asked quietly as I leaned into his ear. Mostly because I wanted to mix up a drink like the one Blue June had that made me drunk after 3 drinks. What do you want? Zhao Zhe stared at me with a puzzled look on his face. I was just in too much of a hurry to forget about expression management at this point, and it's no wonder he kept staring at me. I just want to drink it myself. Slutty. I didn't realize you were really very Thai. I still have a knack for lying, don't I? Zhou immediately believed it. Good. Then let me fulfill you. Slutty. Chapter 16 Perverts Feel Perverted. Zhao Zhe kept shaking the bartender with a slightly amused expression. All three of us watched and applauded very vigorously. Uncle. It's awesome. Sure enough, it's still Huang Xiaogu who was holding up the show. In no time, Zhao Zhe had already poured out the concoction, handed me the glass. Come on, slutty. He sounded unusually exuberant, and he didn't know why. I'm actually drinking this one for her. I pointed to Huang Xiaogu and handed it to her in passing. Huang Xiaogu's expression noticed a subtle change and seemed happy. Thanks. Surprise. Zhao Zhe's expression became very grim, shaking his head frantically. Also old sure he won't shake his head off? Uncle, what's wrong with you? Huang Xiaogu asked. This wine is what I have for this tart. Come on tart, drink it like a man. Zhao Zhe handed me the wine again. I really will thank awe. Forget it, I'm not in shape to drink today. I waved my hand. Intending to bolt today's plan is not going well. Surprise! Not only did Zhao Zhe reveal a very fierce face, Huang Xiaogu and Mo Shi's expressions were also very surprised. Why are you guys looking so weird? I was full of doubts. See for yourself. Huang Xiaogu pointed to the sign on the bar. It says, save on alcohol, please do the bear cup action. Ah this. I can't believe I didn't see it just now when I needed a light glass for a drink. I have no choice but to try the wine first to see if it's strong. Raising my glass and everyone staring at me makes me a little uncomfortable. So I took a gentle sip. Ow, 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 ow. It was as if his mouth had been slashed by a bolt of lava, and traces of lava remained in his mouth in a slight pain. This wine, it's so damn strong. Ha 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 ha. Why is your face as red as a monkey's ass? My head instantly burned, and I could feel my face must be distinctly red at this point. This Huang Xiaogu is mocking me again. Will you all drink if you can? I can't. I'm going to take a shot at the same thing. I took 2 empty glasses and poured the rest of the wine in my glass evenly into the 2 empty glasses and handed them. I had a bad grin on my face. Ha. They took the hand and actually took a leisurely sip, and their expressions still looked like they were relaxed and natural. Uncle, this wine tastes good. Moshi nodded in affirmation as well. Joe smiled and gestured at them. What a complete failure of the plan to get Huang Xiaogu drunk. Looks like today is not a good day to pick up girls. Suddenly behind them ran a couple of guys dressed up like cops from the outside world. I hurriedly lowered my head to camouflage my disguise. MS. Moshi, may I ask if you saw anyone suspicious just now? Moxie shook her head. What's wrong? The system shows that an outsider has sneaked in here, and he's stolen our employees' work tags. I can't believe there's such a thing. Mo Shur was incredulous. We can't believe it either. We're already taking inventory at the moment. Excuse me. The man bowed to Mo Shur and retreated. What does that guy do? I moved closer to Huang Xiaogu and whispered into her ear. You don't even know this? This bastard's voice is afraid that he wants the whole world to hear it, is it? They're security guards for the swamp. Joe's? He's got security. Wow. Not a bad mix. I cast an admiring glance at Joe's. Huang Xiaogu, on the other hand, looked puzzled, but didn't say much. Why don't we go for a stroll around the neighborhood? Huang Xiaogu said towards Mo Shur. The duo then got up to leave. That's definitely a no-brainer. I'm going with them too. I'm not horny, definitely not. The main reason I followed them was because I wanted to see what kind of person Mo Shur was, that those people were so respectful to her. Hey, wait for me. I hurriedly got up to catch up with them. The two seemed to be secretly whispering something, and then they were laughing. What an inexplicable woman, nah. We walked to an unusually open place with lots of flowers, very different from the gardens of the outside world. Seeing the flowers, Mo Shur's smile was obviously a little more than square. You're not from here, are you? Huang Xiaogu came close to me and whispered in my ear. Surprise! Oh, my god, dude, did I blow my cover? Ha, how can that be? Oh. I pretended to think she was joking and lightly whacked her on the shoulder. You don't even know who they are and you're trying to trick me? Congratulations on automatically activating the system when you reach your tension level. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Instantaneous movement. B. body becomes like rubber. C. Golden bell shroud and iron cloth shirt. D. A superb secret book for picking up girls. Please click on the emotional carousel. I'm going. I want D. Come on D. Bam. A. Instantaneous movement, activated. Nema. That's not what I want. It's not you I want. Heartbroken and lost in outline. What reason do I have to live if I lose the secret of picking up girls? I instantly fell to my knees. You guy, are you okay? Huang Xiaogu saw my giant head in mourning. I scowled. As long as you don't mess around, it's not like I'm going to tell. Huang Xiaogu walked on my heels with his back. Oh, wow, this woman, there's a good side to it, but my secret to picking up girls is gone. I'm still sad. No one can understand my pain. Buzzing. A few lovely giant bees suddenly flew into the garden. Huang Xiaogu instantly hid behind me. The time to manifest my manhood had come. But brother only wants to protect Moshi. Mosher in the distance didn't seem to notice a hint of something wrong. It's true that pretty girls have slower reflexes, right? Mosher was happily picking flowers. A daisy was gathered in her hands. The more beautifully shaped ones were placed beside her ears for decoration. The look is extra fresh and cute. It's a perfect match for my brother. Hey. The flowers in this garden are the best of the daisies, and the bees naturally head for the daisies. Those bees were constantly surrounding Mosher at this time, making a buzzing sound. Ah! Moshi screamed in panic. Don't panic, sister. Brother come to save you. I ran instantly, and surprisingly, I realized that I had instantly run in front of Mosher's face. The speed was really fast, not to mention the instantaneous movement. I looked at her face so closely for the first time, full of collagen, exquisite three-dimensional features, completely unable to pick out any flaws. This woman is perfect as if she were a robot. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist, sideways against the thin fabric, and felt her soft skin, as smooth as water. Mentally, I couldn't help but shout out a woo-woo. I wrapped my arms around her and instantly moved again, and in an instant we escaped those bees back to Huang Xiaogu. It was only when I got back here that I realized Huang Xiaogu had been staring at me dumbfounded at this point. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man? I couldn't resist that comment. After holding it all day, do people here like staring at other people's faces so much? I'm looking at a frustration. What? Who are you talking about? Whoever was just talking to me, that's who I'm talking about. I blanch. This needs to be taught a lesson next time. She can't just be tolerated. Damn it. Moshe thanked me and I was very happy since. It's about time. Ku. Moshe spoke towards Huang Xiaogu and the two of them left together. Where are you going? I shouted from behind me. Going home. Huang Xiaogu showed a playful expression. Isn't that much less annoying? Really? Where do we meet next? Fate will meet again. Karma. Looks like this is going to have to hang. I'll see you next time then. I bid them farewell. They nodded at me. I still feel deeply attached to that wonderful human body in my heart. Very much looking forward to the next meeting. I started walking back thinking about how to get out of this hole. Suddenly, I remembered that my buddy can teleport. I'll just get out of here and be done with it. So I fought to go forward instantly. Surprisingly, can only instantly to the bar, which instantly there are distance segments of. That's a little disappointing. I have no choice but to meet Joe's again. Hello, how are you, Thai boy? Drinking? He looked at me with a smile on his face. His costume this time was very different from his party appearance. There is also a very big difference in temperament. It's like a different person. Have a glass of the finest American wine. He nodded and began to modulate. You've had a hard day like this, haven't you? I was probably too bored to actually talk to him about the family. He did laugh. There are almost no customers here, and I'm kind of happy to meet one. Oh, yeah? Weren't there 3 of us just now? This guy lost his memory? Sue, what do you do here? He placed a wine glass in front of me and poured the jug into it. Me? I'll go to security. He laughed unusually loudly, completely different from the way the Joes I knew from the party laughed. Why aren't you wearing a security uniform? Oh, I forgot to leave it at home. Pretending to be embarrassed, he scratched his head. Lying is technically unsophisticated, oh troll. I blanch. You're the first person to call me technically unsophisticated for lying. I'm a man who prides himself on being the first to lie. You're practically insulting me like that. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? How do you know I'm lying? He laughed again. This guy was a match for Big Bird, because this is my place. Ha 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 ha. The laughter got sharper and sharper. This guy is so sick. A pervert like me thinks he's perverted. Your place? I was puzzled. Was this guy the one I knew? So different. I created everything here. I am the creator of this place. You're not that tough? I'm still the maker of my room. Do you have any proof? Otherwise I don't believe it. Oh. I purposely had a slight hint of cuteness in my tone to cute it up. He clapped his hands together and instantly I was surrounded by a large group of people dressed as if they were police officers behind me. He's the one who invaded. The swamp went so far as to point at my face. Chapter 17 Technology vs. Mutation. He laughed sickly and maniacally. It's like I don't recognize the person in front of me at all. The original Zhao Zhe was a beautiful old man who loved bartending, but now it's really sad that he's become like this. Could it be that he's drunk? I think this is very likely. Brother Zhao Zhe, you must be drunk. Ha ha ha. Trying to hide the embarrassment with laughter because it was just so embarrassing. Why isn't there an awkward emotions carousel for a digging option? I want to dig a hole and go home. You actually know me? He said with a puzzled look on his face. He's still confused, and I'm even more confused. Okay, we've both been drinking all morning. Man, you've definitely been drinking. He seemed to know what was going on and instantly let out a loud laugh. Mud, is this man seriously ill? Or has he been hit with a laugh track? I'm puzzled. What are you laughing at? Suddenly he pointed at me. Arrest him. All the security guards immediately rushed towards me. The old ratcatcher doesn't even bring that. I instantly teleported to his side and shook him. What's wrong with you, bro? Wake up. Surprise. I just realized that this guy is a different color of head than he was originally in the morning. What the hell? He immediately pushed me out of the way and the other guards immediately swarmed towards me. I did another transient and the security guards all crashed into each other. You losers. Zhao Zhe looked at me viciously with an expression like he wanted to eat someone. Are you coming one by one, or all together? I am also angry. Brother is not to be messed with. I posed as Bruce Lee. Sure enough, these guys are just scumbags. And all of them swarmed once again. My brother's teleportation is very good. There's not even a door to touch me. I instantly went directly to Zhao Zhe's side. If you have the ability to 1v1, what kind of a good guy is it to call someone out? Surprisingly, he got even more excited and was very quick to agree with me. Why does this have the same feeling of shouting the price up when you're haggling? He flipped a switch and his surroundings immediately changed dramatically. My surroundings turned into an arena as if it were ancient Rome, with rows and rows of auditoriums surprisingly full of people. There are only two people on the field, Zhao Zhe and I. A square sky painting halberd appeared with a flick of his right hand. I said, this scumbag. There was a large row of weapons laid out beside me, but they were all piles of broken brass. I picked the weapon I was most comfortable with, and the most presentable, nunchucks. I'm a good hand at nunchucks. Zhao Zhe had an evil grin on his face. A man in a red and white striped suit walked onto the field and pulled Zhou's and I close. Match rules: weapons falling to the ground is the end of the match. 1, 2, 3, start. The referee immediately slipped away. Phew, Zhou's immediately caught me off guard. This guy is as mean as can be. The meanest of the mean. I hate people like that. He had a slight advantage with his very long weapon, but brother would not be a wimp in the least. My nunchucks blocked his attack. His offense was ferocious. No way, this you don't blame me. I immediately got behind him instantly. Knock knock. Knocked him 3 times in the face on the head. Ow, his shouts literally rang through the arena. Oh, you want to defeat mutation with your technology? He immediately covered his big head and took a few steps back. How could brother give him a break? Once again, he teleported behind him and hammered 3 times into those areas on top of what he had originally hit. Ouch. It's all barked up the wrong tree. Ha. His head had swollen out in 3 large bags. I was very proud of myself because I had taken the upper points. After repeated attempts, I still instantly moved behind him, and suddenly he unexpectedly turned around immediately to block my attack. This guy has some brains. After all, anyone can tell when they've been fighting in the same place for a long time. I decided to cut his bottom first. He gave him a round on each calf. Ow, this time it's the barking that's significantly lower. Zhao Zhe seemed to be going crazy, shouting and screaming everywhere. Don't be in a hurry if you can't beat this guy. Instantly all his hair stood up and a bunch of machines flew into his body. He put on a suit of armor. Isn't this the Man of Steel? You're hung up, aren't you? I'm open too, but you're too open. Once again I wanted to try to cut him down the road. Done. The machine leg didn't hurt in the slightest, and he even gave me a direct kick. Wheeled on my stomach and I flew myself into the wall. The wall behind him dented. This guy is horrible. He began to unleash a furious attack, rounding on me with several punches. Tart, it's not too late to admit defeat. I sneered. I don't know why I fought you, and you're asking me to admit defeat, which isn't really a no-no. What happens after you admit defeat? This speech had agitated Zhao Zhe wholeheartedly. Wouldn't it be fine if you didn't come in and run around? You'll be my lapdog after you lose. You're goons? Holy crap, this can't be tolerated. Why don't you will me to death with a punch? I don't want to be a dog. Being a dog is too tiring. His fist was immediately going to fly into my front face. Immediately after I recovered my state, I instantly went elsewhere. His machine seemed to have predicted where I would instantly move and appeared in front of me in an instant. Shoo! Another punch sends me to the wall. Suddenly I kind of missed my mom, and the idea that there was nothing wrong with being a dog kept flashing through my mind. The machinery in his hands seemed to be gathering some strength as it buffeted. This gets a round of punches and shouldn't see the sun tomorrow. My head kept trying to figure out how to crack the present. Suddenly I saw the referee on the sidelines. Phew! His iron fist flew at me. I still dodge instantly. Sure enough, this guy's flying fists have a tracking effect. Stay close behind me. Luckily, I teleported behind the referee and landed a solid iron fist right in the center of the referee's face. The referee was sent flying into the wall. Oi! The dodge was successful. You hit the referee. Foul. Oh. This counts as a win for me. Joe's, however, shook his head. Weapons fall to the ground to count the end of the match. I heard that. Without saying a word, immediately put the nunchucks on the ground. This continues to fight. I'm afraid I'm going to GG. It's horrible, horrible, horrible. The game is over this time, isn't it? Joe's was lost as if his interest had been broken. Gee, don't be disappointed. We'll continue next time. Next time? How about just this time? He suddenly punched me in the vitals. I immediately went to the bottom, on all fours. I've seen mean ones before and I've never seen you. The meanest of mean ones. I hate it. I fainted immediately after falling to the ground. It had been unconscious for an unknown amount of time. When I woke up, I found myself in a dilapidated cellar. I hurriedly got up and stroked my vitals. It's safe and sound. Thankfully. Next time I'll fight back. I clenched my fists too hard, causing a slight pain to travel through my vitals. Loud clamor. I continued to lie down. Looks like I was sent to some weird place yesterday after he hit me. Not only is it pitch black, it smells as bad as a sewer. And a few rice mice run by now and then. How come Don Duckling didn't show up? Thinking that I should still be able to teleport out, I endeavored to get up and run out to teleport, only to mount the cell post, which had indeed failed. I looked down only to realize that my clothes were surprisingly torn. These guys hadn't done anything outrageous to me. I don't think. I said, is this where my whole ing life is going to be ruined? I'm still a virgin. Ouch. I started hissing loudly. Have I lost my virginity? Boy, will you stop yelling? Hey, I can't believe there's someone else here. It's so dark I can't see him at all. And the voice sounded like I'd heard it somewhere before. Something familiar. Who are you? I'm a little curious. Does it matter who I am? Being locked up here will just have to wait for time to pass for me to die. Lad, the more I hear it, the more familiar it sounds. Efforts were made to crawl closer to the sound. Directly across from my cage is his. He had white hair and was spread out on the floor like me. How did you get in here? Carried in. That's as good as bull ********. Is he? It's as good as it gets. So casual and peaceful. He stuck his face out of the darkness before I spotted him. It's Joe's. Mud, it's this guy again. You sent me to this tight cage to come running over here by yourself to keep me company? Who's going to keep you company? I was carried in here too. Tart. I'll go. This tie line makes me dream of the first time. It's him. He's the one who's Joe's, right? Mud. Tears for the family. Don't you get close to me? Let me out of here. I yelled as I grabbed the cell post. I could have gotten out a long time ago. Tart. There was helplessness in his tone. I was close to believing that he really couldn't get out. Pust. You didn't shut yourself in and forget your key to open it, did you? Ha 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 ha. I was captured by my brother. Your brother? Joe's paused for a moment to finish his sentence. My twin brother's name is Jowan, and the one you just met should be him as well. We both created this place together. And recently he's been trying to develop an invention that transcends humanity. I keep trying to stop him, but it doesn't seem to help anymore. That invention is devastatingly powerful. What the hell kind of relationship is this? I don't believe it. I have a scornful look on my face. Don't you dare try to fool me. When I am fooled by you, you will surely make a face to laugh at me. I'm not stupid. Zhao Zhe has a helpless face. Suddenly out of his mouth came those familiar words. So you remember, I'm a tender stack? It's you, Zaza. Don't be so mushy. I'm a handful of years old. Oh, okay Z's. I was so excited to see an old friend I hadn't seen in a while. So what are we going to do now? Z's. Don't say stacked words. Okay. Now it's just a matter of waiting quietly to die. Chapter 18. Be my lapdog. I can't die. I'm so damn young. So many wonderful years of youth waiting for me. How could I die so easily? There are still so many chicks waiting for me to pick them up. The image of Moshi in my head reappears. He. And I'm going to hang up here before I see my old lady. It's not worth it. I can't die yet. Z's. Maybe he heard the irritation in my voice. Okay, I'll think of something. Good lord. Waiting for you to say that. I waited for him in dutiful silence. How's it going? Thinking about it? There was a silence. Another minute passed. How's it going, Z's? Any ideas? There was a silence. Once again, a minute passed. I asked again what I had just said. This time, Zhao Zhe finally became angry. What the am I supposed to think when you ask me once a ing minute? Well, why are you so mean when you just talk? Boing boing. Ness, Joe's is speechless by my whole thing again. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your curiosity value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Invisibility. B. Perspective. C. Ears of the wind. D. Nose of 100 smells. Please click on the emotional carousel. Curious, are these the only options? I want to get stronger. Well, there's no way around it. Bam. B. Perspective. Activated. Barbecue. D. What's the point? What did you say? Saying it too loudly was heard by Zhao Zhe. Suddenly my eyes actually saw him, and looked through his body, as well as inside. Why is this guy so startled? Zhao Zhe's heart said. What do you call people a shock? Ha? You heard my heart? I don't know what's in your heart. Don't scold me secretly. The penetrating eye is still somewhat effective. This guy is weird, Zhao Zhe's heart said. Zhao Zhe continued to think about how to leave this hellhole. It's hard as hell to get out of here with just the two of us. Clunk rub. Someone's coming down. Ah num. Ha 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 ha. The voice comes before the person arrives. It was the laugh of the man I hated. The old man didn't even bother to look up at him. The vile thing. Then the ing old man is also despicable. Really is also counted long knowledge. Ah. Well, is it still comfortable here? Joanne taunted as she walked up to my cell. It's much more comfortable than your bed at home. Boy, what a clean mouth. It's all because your grandfather taught you well, I said with a smile. My grandfather? Joanne had a puzzled look on his face. Yes, my tender stack. Joanne's appearance was practically the same as Zhao Zhe's, and both froze for a few seconds before reacting when they heard this. The difference is that old man can't run away now. Joanne the bastard immediately clapped his hands, and two strong men from walked out and opened the cell door. Am I going to be let out because I'm a tender stack? That's great. I instantly felt that Joanne is a good person. Oh. It turned out that the two strong men were followed by two other strong men, one holding a giant wooden stick. Don't. Show. I'll see if I can't cure you this time. He. Unless you kneel down and beg me, Joanne said in his heart. Oh, this bastard even tried to make me kneel. How could he do such a thing? Is I that kind of person? Well, brother, yes. I immediately fell to my knees and begged for mercy at the sight. Brother Zhao, I was wrong. Joanne immediately displayed a look of arrogance. Wouldn't it be nice if you did this earlier? He. Laughter is damn hard to hear. Joanne raised a hand, and the burly men immediately retreated. I was relieved. This one really dared to mess up. I vaguely heard Joe's mind surprisingly feel an inexplicable sense of admiration for my behavior. Hey, you have to be able to bend and stretch. This guy looks quite stupid, but I didn't expect that he's still a bit smart and qualified to be my horseman. Joanne said in his heart. Can I run away from this? It must be a decisive yes to him. Brother Zhao, please take me as your stable boy. I posed as a go-getter. Not only was Zhao Zhe stunned, Joanne was also stunned. These two are really brothers. They do everything like this. This kid has the power of vision. But he comes from an unknown way. Joanne said in his heart. Zhao, I yelled, startling him again. My name is No Xiaokong. I'm from Hulun Village, River City. I'm 19 years old. My height and weight. Joanne held up her hand to stop my words. Those don't matter. From now on you are my Joanne's person. Hey, I'm now both Big Bird's man and Joanne's man. I don't even know who the hell I am anymore. It's about to get ing stupid with these lunatics. Joanne helped me open the cell door, wrapped his arm around my waist, and helped me out. I gestured down at Joe's. Good boy to leave me behind. Hey, I hope you can live well, said Zhao Zhe in his heart. Old brother, wait for me to come back and save you. I'll be back. Joanne and I left the cell. The world out there is simply too good to be true. Everything is so new here. A very stark contrast to the dungeon. Above the dungeon was an area of splendor as if it were an ancient palace. Directly in front of it was a seat as if it were a throne. Joanne naturally went there, pressed a switch. A very large crowd immediately gathered in the great hall, and the largest I have ever seen here at one time. Where do these people usually hide? Fong has not seen a few even after strolling for so long. To my surprise, Huang Xiaogu and Mo Shi were among them. They are really from here too. They couldn't help but look surprised to see me. I waved at them in greeting. They outright ignored me. Damn those women. I looked down at my attire. It was a bit of a mess. Clothes in tatters. I stood in a corner under Joanne's chair. Joanne stood up from his chair and everyone immediately knelt down. Holy, is this really a palace? Long live Chon. Long live Chon. I'll go? That's how it's done already? Level off. Joanne waved her hand. The crowd stood and bowed their heads. I'd like to introduce a young man to all the lovers today. He pointed to me, signaling me to step forward. How could I, a social terrorist, withstand such a scene? I stood frozen. I'm out and I'm still listening to you? You want to eat a fart? Boy, come here, Joanne shouted. Lousy remained unmoved. 1. I don't want to join this hole and be his lapdog. And 2. I don't want to admit to being his lapdog in front of so many people. Anyway, I'm not going. If you want to yell, go ahead and yell yourself. Hee hee. Chapter 19 Woof woof woof. You're not coming, are you? Joanne pointed at me angrily. I shook my head. The expression was very determined. How come I'm the kind of guy who does what you tell me to do? A man's gotta have balls. Men, drag this disobedient fellow to the dungeon. Surprise. Hearing that, the old man immediately ran to his side. I thought you weren't coming? Joanne had a smug look on his face, and it made me look bad. I'm just shy. There are so many people here. How embarrassing. I could clearly hear Huang Xiaogu scoffing. It's abominable. I hate Joanne. All loving ministers. This young man, from now on, is my little follower. Everyone welcome him. Everyone applauded. These guys are real listeners. Come on, call out. I'm full of questions. What does this guy want? What's my name? Mud? What's wrong with you? You want me to back off? My brother is already intolerable. Ah, I backed off. Not wanting to go back to jail after all. That's not what it's called. Oh, here you demonstrate. Joanne pointed aside. Ow, ow, ow. Get out. Joanne was very unhappy with the man shouting. You do it. Sun Ding. Joanne pointed to a man in a suit on the other side. Woof, woof, woof woof woof. The man immediately screamed. Hey, that's right. Good call. Everyone applauded. What kind of perverts are these? Like to listen to dogs barking? Me? It is not that I cannot call. Can you invite Huang Xiaogu and Mo Shur out first? I cannot afford to lose this person. Scream. Joanne looked at me with a playful grin on her face, and I wanted to punch him in the face. Don't you make me. Joanne came closer to me, as if she meant to tell me to hurry up. You're really pushed me. He got closer and closer. Woof. I screamed very quietly, but I think he heard me. Adults will always bow down for life. And I'm kind of doing it for life. No shame, no shame. No, I'm not doing it for life. I'm for life. It's too low. Oh, hurry up and get louder. The first half of the sentence was very gentle and the second half was like a different person. I wondered if Joanne was schizophrenic. I don't care. Life is important. Woof woof woof. I screamed really loud. Woof 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 woof. The more I screamed, the louder I screamed towards Joanne's ears. Yes, I hoped to make him deaf. The disgraceful thing. Asterisk 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 off. I was kicked out of the way by Joanne, which was upsetting, but only upsetting. Joanne's ears were already red at the roots. Shame on you. How dare you get this close to me? That's it for today's meeting. Everyone disperse. You call that a meeting? Isn't that just asking them to come over and watch the show? I'll be damned. Never mind. It's respectful to call it a meeting. Everyone dispersed. Moshi and Huang Xiaogu, I could see them heading towards the bar and I expressed my desire to go as well. The only one still on the field was Sun Ding, who had barked the best dog a while ago. Got to come up with a name for it. Joanne asked Sun Ding. Sun Ding, an ass-kissing senior face. Bull. Ha. On the sidelines, he gave Joanne advice. That's a pretty corny name for you to come up with. Good. Let's call you Wanted. I'm not as good as Anyoa. My anger is almost full, and I'll just have to keep building it up when it's full. Blanche. Joanne waved his left hand and a three-dimensional screen appeared in front of him. I invented everything here. Now it's just a small part of it. And later the world will all belong to me. Joanne's laugh was very sharp and he showed me his world. There is indeed a very large amount of high technology here that has not been seen outside. It's my secret. Oh. Joanne pointed to a circle right in the center of the map. This place looks very familiar. It's the ceiling above where I came in and met the robot. When it grows up, the people of the world will be my slaves, and you'll be one level above them. Oh. No way. Who made you join me before them? Ha 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 ha. Laugh out loud. Let's just leave it at that. This one loves to laugh. It's awesome. I said this reluctantly. Good job today. Joanne threw a piece of chocolate from her pocket and tossed it in her mouth. How am I supposed to pick that up? The chocolate fell to the floor. Joanne immediately became angry. Things won't even pick up. Then there was a pitch, and I had stood my ground. Hey, I just don't answer. I'm just playing, not picking up. Ha, he just raised his hand. Mud. I knew what this guy was up to. The two burly men who had captured me earlier reappeared, intending to arrest me and take me to the dungeon. This is how you torture me. I immediately jumped over and picked up the chocolate. Joanne suddenly became in a good mood and turned to leave. Go play Wonky. Give you some free time. Should I say how sweet you are? I wandered around the area, walked over to where Joanne had just waved, and tried waving myself, but the screen didn't show up. That's weird. Why is he okay and I'm not? Because he's ugly? Of course, it's all in my head. That's not fair. I headed toward the bar to get another look at the Moxie I'd been pining for. Not far away. See the two of them really in the bar. Two people look like they are still chatting, quite happy. However, The person on the bar wasn't Zhao Zhe anymore, but a muscle-bound man. It doesn't look like it's too much to handle, but I never wimp out. Hello. I walked over to Moshi's left side and greeted her. Moshi nodded at me too. Ha. That was a good call just now. Huang Xiaogu is a man who doesn't say what he should say and says a whole lot of things he shouldn't. I simply ignored her. You guys know Joanne too? There's no one here who doesn't know him. So what's your job here? This guy doesn't look like he keeps idle hands. Does he? I was full of doubts. Moshi was silent, obviously not wanting to answer my question. What do you care? Huang Xiaogu said towards me. This woman really wants to be dragged behind the bar and fixed. I'm his daughter. Surprise! Moshi is actually that psycho's daughter? I was so stunned by this that I couldn't speak for a moment. Drink? The burly man broke the silence. Give him a shot of Polish distilled vodka. Ray Cross. Huang Xiaogu said towards the bartender. Lay crosses the table and smiles as he begins to get ready. It's not good to drink that, is it? Mosher's expression was a bit worried. What is Polish distilled vodka? I'm completely new to the name of the wine. Only the variety. Don't you know when you drink it? Huang Xiaogu with a bad smile on his face. I guess it's not a long time, but it's just wine and it's okay if it's not poison. Raycross shook the jug and soon the wine was poured in front of my eyes. Chapter 20 Deliverance. I looked at the clear white glass of wine in front of me and didn't know how to take a sip. Picking up the glass to my nose, I took a sniff, and it smelled like the kind of just like Bluejun's house, making me sick to my stomach. But with Moxie around, I couldn't act so strange, and I pretended to grudgingly accept it. Come on, how about a toast? Huang Xiaogu raised the quilt in his hand and gestured toward me. Oh, I lifted my glass as well and matched it toward her as well. Huang Xiaogu drained the wine in his hand in one gulp and looked at the wine in my hand that I hadn't drunk yet. Drink! Gotta go. I took a slight sip first because the flavor of the wine was so pungent. Surprise! It was as if something slid across the tip of my tongue. My tongue instantly went numb. It felt like I was dehydrated. And my eyes instantly went numb. What the hell is this? Ha. Huang Xiaogu turned on the mocking mode. Finished? I'm hesitant at this point, because I had a feeling that one glass of this wine would kill me. But facing Huang Xiaogu's mockery made my heart very torn as well. Don't drink if you can't drink, don't drink. Kung. It's rare that Moshi can call out my name. Just for your sake. I need to drink this cup of crap to gain face back. I picked up my glass and took a drink. Whoa, as if drinking a mouthful of blazing fire. When I first put the wine in my mouth, I immediately squirted out quite a bit. What the hell is this thing? I looked at the glass in my hand with a look of disbelief at what I was drinking. You just drank Polish vodka at 96% alcohol by volume. 96? And so on. Normal alcohol concentration is only 70 to 75%. And this bottle is already at 96%? Is this stuff for people to drink? I was in disbelief. Of course it is. Zhao Zhe is very fond of this wine. Huang Xiaogu had a playful face. By the way, where did Zhou's go today? Huang Xiaogu asked towards Lei Jiagao. Lei Cross didn't say much, just shook his head in disbelief. Why don't you have an ale bitter? I don't trust any of the wines this guy recommends anymore. I hastily shook my head no. Since Mo sure is Zhao An's daughter, maybe if I just tell her the truth, I can release Xiao Zhe and I'll be free? Aha! That's a good idea. I moved up to away from Moshi's ear. I know where Zhou's went, and he's in danger. It's not convenient to talk here. Mo sure had doubt written all over her face. From the beginning I didn't trust this Ray Cross. It was too risky for him to spill the beans in front of my eyes. What are you two whispering about? Why don't you tell me? Huang Xiaogu unknowingly came over. I got up and headed for the garden they had taken me to at the beginning. Looking back, Mo sure also got up, followed by Huang Xiaogu. Z, what's wrong? Moxie shook her head. I looked around and no one seemed to be around. Zhou's is locked in the dungeon. Mo sure's expression was surprisingly not surprised at all. Shut down. The tone is also very flat. Huang Xiaogu, however, looked very surprised. Why? Would it be off Zhao Zhe? Huang Xiaogu looked at Mo sure in disbelief, as if he thought she would know what was in it. It's father's absolute. I don't know. Can you persuade him? Doesn't it seem cruel that Zhao Zhe is still feeding rats in the dungeon at his age? Zhou's pitiful appearance in the dungeon suddenly popped into my head. Congratulations on automatically activating the system by reaching your sympathy mark. Systematic mind roulette. A. Inexplicable power of calling. B. Transformation. C. Out-of-body experience. Please click on the mind dial. Bam. A. Inexplicable appeal. Activated. I'll go. What the hell is this? Huang Xiaogu, go help me with that drink over here, I said, pointing in the direction of the bar. Yes. Huang Xiaogu surprisingly ran to the bar immediately. It sure works. It's only an hour. I've got to make the most of it. Well, that Moxie, can you lean closer to me? Moshi immediately moved closer to me. The beautiful gully is open to view. So happy. Suddenly the tragic situation of Zhao Zhe came back to his head. It's only been an hour. It's better to save lives. I still have to get to the old lady. I walked towards Zhao broken hall. Huang Xiaogu ran over to me to hand me the wine. Drink it yourself. Huang Xiaogu drank it all in one go, and I don't know what kind of wine she took, but she had passed out anyway. Mo sure rushed over to support her, recalling the location of the dungeon as he remembered it. A dark door was seen and gently pushed open, with two burly men guarding it. Sure enough, I found the dungeon. You guys open the door. The duo immediately did as they were told. Bullish this skill. The two were still in place wondering why they had listened to me. I took the keys they were holding and opened the door to Joe's cell. Joe's already had tears in his eyes when he saw me. Oh you're finally here. I was sure you'd come to my rescue. I opened the door and he looked fine except for being dressed in rags. Stop being poor and go. Joe's followed me. What do you want? Two burly men stood in front of the door blocking us as if they had suddenly come to their senses. Get out of the way and get yourself to a cell and lock yourself up. The two immediately shut themselves up as I told them to. Why do they listen to you so much? Tart. I know them well. Ha. I really don't want to explain too much to you. Now settle the score with Zhaoan. Suddenly, a virtual screen unexpectedly came out in front of his eyes. It shows 30 minutes left in the world. I'll go. Looks like the effect is only half an hour away. I can't stay here any longer. I have to go out and find Big Bird and ask him to release Damsel. After leaving the dungeon I hurriedly said goodbye to Zhao Zhe and slipped straight away. What a strange tart. Zhao Zhe sighed. I ran past the bar, where Huang Xiaogu was still lying on the floor asleep, and Mo Sure was paired off to the side. I hurried to where I came up. I'm going downstairs. I shouted at the robot. Hello, my name is Little B. I'm a route robot. You can tell Little B your destination. Little B will comfortably send you to your destination. I know you're Little B. Get your ass in gear. I'm going downstairs. Yes. Phew. A seat popped up behind me again and I sat on it without saying a word. Little B was descending so fast that he was downstairs in the blink of an eye. I pulled out my pocket work permit and looked for the gate, running toward the darkness, thinking that I still have to find out where Big Bird is now. I've been away from here for a long time and I don't know if it's day or night in the outside world right now. I ran toward the dark hallway, faster and faster. Chapter 21 Returning to the Marsh. Suddenly, I crossed a dark stretch of road and ran out into the clear glass street, where the sky was already dark. Looks like it's still late at night out there. I fought my way forward. I sprinted faster when I saw the light in front of me. The only sound in the passage was the sound of my running, and I listened down to catch my breath twice, when suddenly the place was instantly dead silent. The image reminded me of horror movie images I used to see on TV and made me run faster. As long as I run fast, the ghosts won't be able to catch me. I've always thought so. Knock knock. I kept speeding up, trying to get out of here in a hurry. Knock knock. The light was almost on me and I slowed down. The sound of someone talking came from up ahead. I ran again. They seemed to hear someone running and suddenly stopped talking. I emerged suddenly from the passage. Hello? I'm so happy to see normal people. Who are you? The two of them stared at me very warily. Take me to Big Bird. The duo instantly obeyed my words, walking on my heels, just a little slow. I looked at the clock with only 15 minutes left. You used to run. The duo immediately ran like robots, and I could barely hold back the urge to squirt as I watched. Huffing and puffing, the three of us ran through the passageway like psychopaths. Where the hell did this Big Bird go? Why hasn't it arrived after half a day of running? Suddenly, they took me to a helicopter. Launched the helicopters. What are you doing? Big Bird is in another place now. One of them answered me. How long will it take to get there now? A bell. I'm dizzy. By then my effects were definitely gone. There's no need. It's just a little disheartening that it's so hard to run out of things to do. What's Big Bird's cell phone number? I'm looking at 8 minutes left on the clock. The other one was very knowledgeable and dialed Big Bird's number, passing the phone directly to me in the process. More of these guys please. I want them too. I'm sorry, your call was not answered. I blanch. The duo had inexplicably dropped their pants. No. I didn't mean to put it on like that. It's too damn obedient. It's all too embarrassing for the old man. I'm taking a shot at it. Try my luck. There's no way out. Still not dialed. Hey, it's too hard. Looks like we'll have to think of something else. There are only 3 minutes left on the clock. It's hopeless, so I'll hurry up and slip away too, lest these two come to their senses and slaughter me. Ding dong. Ding dong. The phone rang. I see the note on the phone is Big Bird. This guy even played back. I'm almost moved to tears. Really, the so-called emperor is not a man of the heart. I rushed to pick up the phone. Hey, are you Big Bird? Hey, it's me. That laugh was something he didn't have to run with. Where are you keeping my damsel? He seemed momentarily stuck, but continued to speak. In the swamp. Where's the swamp? Turns out the place I just left is where he's holding his old lady. I should have known better than to run. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. I looked at my cell phone shoe and it was off. Don't you go out without charging? I hate that. I returned the phone to the man and looked at the clock with only 1 minute left. I headed for the swamp. Gotta find out exactly where the old lady is this time. Based on the last experience, the first floor is for food and drink, the second floor is for rides and the third floor is for offices. Only the third floor is a place I've never touched yet. The odds are that there shouldn't be a place to hold the damsel on the first and second floors. But Jowan, the pervert, I'm not sure he'll do it anymore either. This guy is really capable of anything, and I still trust him a lot on that. I was back in the dark passage again, running up and down the passage. This is the third time I've been here today, and I'm familiar enough with the place that I can't get enough of it. But hearing the sound of running echoing through that passageway still brings those horrific images to mind. Maybe there's an inexplicable thing floating behind me following me as I run. Just thinking about it made me run faster. Ran down the glass passage. Phew! Suddenly a bat hit the glass. This guy scared me so much I just sat down. It's not that I'm a coward. It's that this one hit too hard. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your fear value reaches the mark. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Speed. B. Lion's roar. C. Triple jump. D. Pupil buster. Please click on the emotional carousel. Bam. D. Pupil buster. Activated. Is this thing upgraded based on the reaction after being scared? Dilated pupils after being scared? I continued to run towards the swamp. This time it's much faster than last time. I skillfully pulled out the labor license I'd grabbed to access the door. Ding dong. Opened the door. Hello, my name is Little B. I'm a route robot. You can tell Little B your destination. Little B will comfortably send you to your destination. I know you're Little B. I'm going to the second floor. Little B immediately flashed the chair behind him. Phew, it flew to its destination. I walked towards the bar, hoping to find Zhao Zhe. He's Zhaowen's brother anyways, he should know where my old lady is. I went through casinos, other special clubs, walked up to the bar which was empty. Hey, did you get caught again? No. I looked around, and the place was still as I'd first come here, not a soul in sight. I walked towards Zhaowen's great hall. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't find anyone, so I had to go there and take my chances. Sure enough, everyone was gathered here. There's someone sitting on the throne. I think it's Zhaowen. There was a man kneeling on the side of the throne, looking exactly like the man on the throne. So it was true that they were twins. But the man on the throne had an unusually peculiar laugh, more piercing than so laugh I had ever heard. His laughter pierced my ears like an awl. The dress is also completely different from the Joan I saw this morning. This guy can be so fickle. What happened when everyone got together? People say we should slaughter this guy today. Everyone was silent. Suddenly he pulled out a knife and put it to the head of the kneeling man. I immediately rushed into the crowd. Stop! The man stopped the knife in his hand, searching for who had said the words. The guys all looked back and around as well. Who said that? Come on out. Hey, there's that voice again that makes my ears hurt. I made my way through the crowd and walked up to the front of the great hall to face him. I'm the bossy one now. Am I afraid of you? Chapter 22 Sudden Change of Character. Suddenly, I walked in and realized that the person kneeling on the ground was not Zhao Zhe, but Zhaowen. What's going on? My head is spinning. I don't know what's going on here. Joe seemed very surprised to see me as well. Sue, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. He dropped the knife in his hand and ran to my side, sounding like a different person too. I don't know if the person in front of me is still the Joanne I used to know. I'm already confused by the whole brothers thing. It's so messed up. Looked exactly the same, except for the difference of one calling me a tart and the other a youngster. But it's a imitation of anyone, okay? Suddenly something popped into my head. It's okay. Why did you kill him? I pointed to Joanne on the floor. He seemed to walk around as if nothing had happened and didn't answer my question. Answer me. My pupils straightened and waited for him. He'll only spoil it for me. He seemed baffled by me and dutifully answered. Do you remember what I said when I first met you? I was incredulous. I couldn't believe that the Joes in front of me now was the same person I knew. He let out another piercing laugh, and I could barely hold back the urge to cover my ears anymore. Am I a tender stack? I nodded, very lost. This guy is crazy too? Brothers in arms? What a hole. Come on, Sue, don't you hate him too? Joe's handed me the knife. How about killing him? The expression on his face was unusually strange. I've seen Joanne's face and it looks a lot kinder than this one even in comparison. I don't want to kill him. Suddenly, it was as if he was angry. Rolled around on the floor, oohing and awing. So, You're not going to kill him, are you? Then I'll kill you. He brought up the knife and turned toward me. Me? This guy's so good at surprising me? You're going to chop my head off as soon as you get back. Zhao Zhe, don't you remember that I was the one who brought you out of the dungeon just now? Suddenly, Zhao Zhe froze. Seems like hey, it's like you've just broken my innocent little heart. Turn around Joe's. Zhao Zhe suddenly stopped. I won't. I wouldn't. Slightly. I'm going to. Is this man schizophrenic? Did he shut you down? I pointed at Joanne. Zhao Zhe nodded his head. Then shouldn't you lock him up too? Zhao Zhe still nodded. Listen to me, shut him down first. Come on man. Lock this guy up for now. Zhao Zhe immediately greeted people and locked Zhaoan in the dungeon. What's wrong with this guy? How did he suddenly change so much? Zhao Zhe greeted everyone and told them to back off. I padded up to Zhou's side. Do you know where a woman named Damsel is being held? Ha ha ha. Old lady? He was as playful as a child, and it was slightly disconcerting to watch. Seems like it. Locked up where? Finally a useful thing to say. Where is it? Zhao Zhe pondered for half a day without coming up with an answer. I waited hard for half a day. Can't figure it out? I looked at him with a puzzled look on my face. It seems to be at. Why don't you just say it? No way oh. No? Say it and you won't know. Holy, you just don't want to talk about it on purpose, do you? My pupils stunned him. Be a good boy and tell the location. Zhao Zhe was still so frightened by me that he couldn't move at all, and the expression on his face was very stiff. Turns out this trick only stuns people. There's no way to make them listen. Blanche, it's too much. Zhao Zhe remained where he was. This guy must know something. There are only 5 minutes left on the clock. There's no way out. I ran to the dungeon and asked Joan. Maybe the guy will talk. I ran towards a side dungeon. Knock knock. The door opened and it was still the same 2 burly men who looked familiar to meet Joanne. The 2 immediately stood erect like statues and didn't move a muscle. Forget that it doesn't function the same way now. I took the key fob at their waist and unlocked the dungeon door. Groping around down there, he found Joanne. Hello, ha. Joanne's laugh was still shrill and unpleasant. Let me ask you something. Just tell me and I'll let you out. Ha. The guy laughed again. Hey, it's bad luck that I know you 2 brothers. Do you know where a woman named Maiden is being held? Old mother. Joanne rested her cheeks in thought. This look was almost as if it was carved out of the same mold as Zhao Zhe. Stop laughing. Will you? All I know is that there's a woman being held by my brother, but I don't know the location yet. He. And laugh. It was shut down by Zhao Zhe. Looks like he's the only one who knows the location. It's too damn hard. Unlocked Joanne's door and released him. His laughter was unusually frantic. Heading for the exit, he rushed out and rushed to Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe was still in the time of being baffled by me at this point. Brother, why don't you move at all? Zhaoan was wandering around beside Zhao Zhe. Phew, the scene around him changed again. This place has once again become a dueling arena. The people on the audience stage were the same people who were at the meeting. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. I rushed to the corner of the audience and peeked in. I only have 30 seconds left on my effect. Zhaoan once again took out his own weapon, the lance. Zhao Zhe, on the other hand, still stood motionless, but it could be clearly seen that only his body could not move, and his eyes were still very flexible and turning. Zhaoan picked up his weapon and charged towards Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe remained motionless, and everyone let out gasps of surprise. Zhao Zhe didn't even have a weapon in his hand, and everyone thought that Zhao Zhe was finished. Everyone shouted in unison, "Long live Zhaoan! Long live Zhaoan!" Phew! The second before Zhaoan's lance was about to stab Zhao Ze's body, the effect ends. My effect is gone. Zhao Ze also immediately regained his physical state. Phew! A bend dodged Joanne's attack. The whole crowd gasped at the cow. In an instant, Zhao Ze smoothly picked up his lance. Not only did the 2 of them look alike, their perverted personalities were alike. They even used the exact same weapons. The 2 fought hard, with Zhaoan constantly attacking and Zhao Ze on the defensive. Suddenly, Joanne stopped to attack. Zhou stopped as well. The 2 of them played rock paper scissors in place. Zhaoan produced the cloth and Zhao Ze produced the scissors. This puts Chosei winning. So Zhao Ze switched to the offensive side and opened up a fierce attack on Zhaoan. The battle was once again at a fever pitch. Chapter 23 2 Brothers. Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted. That person was Moshi, and she was yelling over and over. The duo at the bottom of the field paid no attention to her shouts and continued the fight. Moxie actually went over the rail and jumped down to the field. Stop it, you guys. Moxie ran closer around the 2. Congratulations on the automatic activation of the system by worrying about the sense of attainment. System sensory roulette. A. Time stands still. B. The heart wants what the heart wants. C. Turn back the clock. Please click on the feeling wheel. That's not going to take off if it goes to B. Come on. Bam. A. Time stands still. Activated. Hey, I'm sure the results are always so unsatisfactory. Phew. I activated time stasis and instantly everything around me stopped. There was no loud shouting, no fighting, no yelling. I also jumped over the railing and ran to Moshi. Looking at her beautiful face, I couldn't help but kiss her. Hey, hey, hey. I then unloaded Zhao Zai's and Zhao An's weapons and put them back where they belonged, helping the duo change positions. They hugged each other, mouth to mouth, but no kisses yet. I think that should be about enough to not continue the fight. Phew. I turned the function off. Instantly the noisy shouts returned to my ears. The two suddenly found themselves in each other's arms and their cheeks pressed against each other's. The two's faces immediately turned as red as a monkey's butt. It was very gratifying to see the duo finally get along. Dad, Uncle, make up, Emosher said, seeing this cozy scene. The two seemed to be getting more and more accepting of each other in this you are there situation. Phew, I stopped time again. I ran to the garden and picked some roses and handed them to both Zhao and Zhao Zai. Of course Moxie is certainly less chatty. Phew, back to normal again. Oh you, brother, did you send me flowers? Zhao Zai didn't say anything even as he looked at the rose in his hand. The two of them were surprisingly deep in their embrace. The scene of the dueling arena instantly changed back into the Great Hall. Brother, Gio Gio, the two of them cried to each other. Seeing that they could be so friendly, their own hard work was not in vain. Thanks Moshe said toward me. Ha, I'm a little confused. I know you helped. Oh, wow, this girl, she can even know. Did she just see it? Harm, whatever. I'm also very happy to see that you've made up, I said as I walked up to them. Oh you, slutty, why are you still around? Can't I be in? Brother Zhao Zai, can you tell me where you're holding my old lady now? Zhao Zai searched for a moment and clapped his hands. A huge screen appeared before his eyes. Joe's screen kept sliding and clicking, which of course I couldn't see at all. Suddenly the old mom appeared on the screen. Mother asterisk 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 that's the guy right? Joe's confirmed it to me. I nodded. He clicked and clicked again. This man is not with me. What? What the are you talking about? Can Big Bird still fool me? I looked disdainful. Big Bird told me all about it. It's in your hand. It was in my possession at the time. Then I gave it away. Zhao Zai had a somewhat embarrassed-like expression on his face. Give it away? My brain was on fire. How the hell can you give someone away? Where are the people now? My head is on fire. I gave the man to Bendo, and he said he was useful. What was that? Joe's covered his mouth after a while. Bendo is an old man who has been single for over 60 years and lives alone in the desert. What? You gave my old lady away to an old man who's been single for over 60 years? My mind was already wandering. Hurry up and get the man back. I couldn't control myself anymore and grabbed Joe's collar and kept shaking it. Got it. You let go first. Joanne came over and told me to calm down. Who the hell can be cool with that? Joe's picked up the phone and contacted Bendo. Hello? A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Edgemore? Aang? Ozawa? What's up? The man's voice even licensed love a little. Is the guy I sent you last time still with you? Zhao Zai's voice across the room suddenly came to an abrupt end after he asked. Hello? Zhao Zai was confirming it. That guy's still around? How? The man's voice suddenly reappeared, but became very cautious. I want to come back, Zhao Zai said. Ha? Bendo's voice was clearly very surprised, then laughed out loud. You like being that old? Surprise! The words not only stung Joe's but also me as well. I rushed over to grab the phone. I can't curse you to death. Joanne stopped me dead in my tracks. Right. Oh you, brother Zhao Zai. You really? I'm crying my eyes out. Ha 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 ha. The opposite side laughed even more. It's not a good idea to go back now. There was some playfulness in Bien Duo's tone, and he thought that Zhao Zai must have just been joking. Bendo, this man is important to me now. It was only when Zhao Zai's tone became very serious that Bien Duo Kai realized something was wrong. What is she to you? S best friend's mom. Ugh, I'm in a mentor-apprentice relationship with her. Ah hey, a small voice muttered. Oh, well, if you didn't say so earlier, it might be inconvenient now. How much would it take to change it back? Bendo sneered. You're pretty good at that. No amount of it will do, Bendo said with great certainty. Joe's looked back at me as if asking for my help. Ask him where he is and I'll meet him. I said towards Joe's. Bendo, where are you now? To come to me? Yes. Then meet me at the usual place at 8 o'clock this morning. The phone was hung up on. Where's the old place? I looked at Joe's full of doubt. Bendo is a very mysterious man. He always develops some rare invention. I met with him at the top of Red Mountain, but I know nothing about where he lives. What time is it? Joanne glanced at the clock. 4 in the morning. I'm going to. I've been running around all night and hardly slept, hanging out with these two. How far is Red Mountain from here? I'll take you there. It won't take more than half an hour. Zhao Zhe looked like he had regained a little bit of normalcy, so he could count on not being so hungover. Go, I urged them on. The two remained impassive. It's still early, Tart. It's only 4 o'clock. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Young man. Chapter 24 Red Mountain. You two are really taking it easy. I had absolutely no time to hang around here with them much longer and wanted to fly to Red Mountain immediately. Grabbed Bendo and told him to put the old lady out. How about a drink? Joe's handed me a glass of water of life. I was so intent on hurrying along that my mouth happened to be a little thirsty and I took a sip in passing. Pust. This stuff, still so spicy, but I'm not that incapable of taking it anymore. The flavor is really hard to take it in for a short time. The two of them were very amicably drinking. You seem happy. Emosure had a huge smile on her face when she saw the scene. They haven't had a drink together like that in ages. Moxie smiled very brightly. You've done them a lot of favors. Thank you. I scratched my head a little embarrassed by Emosure's remark. Hey. Actually, I didn't do anything. Yeah, you really didn't do anything. Huang Xiaogu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You might as well not come out with your words. Huang Xiaogu's words left me completely speechless. Su, here's a good one for you. Zhao Zhe handed me a boxing glove, which seemed to be the same equipment that Zhaoan had dueled me with back then. It will make you strong. Oh, consider it my apology for what I did to myself. Zhou patted me on the shoulder. It will be retrieved. Don't worry. I looked at the delicate mechanical glove and thanked him. Yes, it will be retrieved. At this point I had long forgotten about Big Bird. Let's have a toast. Joanne took her glass of wine and walked over to me to touch the quilt with me. These two guys are quite likable when they're normal. Let's hope they can keep this up for a bit longer. The two of them continued to drink, and I was alone with the thought that I hadn't seen her in a while. I don't even know where I am right now. My hometown is already countless kilometers away from me. In the old days, it was so simple, and the people you wanted to see just had to turn around to meet each other. Now that we are forced to live far apart, it is becoming more and more difficult to see each other. Humans are strange things. Almost there, Tart. Joe slapped me out of my fantasy. Oh, Joanne drove up in a car that floated in the air and watched in awe. This car can fly? Joanne hemmed and hawed. Take you for a ride. Harm, don't be ridiculous. Let's get my mom out of there early and we'll go for a ride. The car only had 4 seats, and the only ones who set out were me, Joanne, and Joe's. Phew. Joanne started the car. Come back early, Emosure said towards the two of them. The two nodded. I also looked back at Emosure. That exquisite cheeks, devilish figure, deeply memorized in my mind. Do not want to forget. Ho 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 ho. Isn't that too fast for you? Zhaoan's instant 150 kilometers per hour straight line sprint. Hey, it's going to hit the wall. Stop the car. Right off the bat I kept spitting on the guy's car skills. Phew, the car suddenly went through the wall and startled me. This thing goes through walls. Zhaoan smiled playfully as he achieved his goal. Su, there's a lot you don't know. These two are truly ghostwriters. The car soared along, and no matter what it encountered this car was able to traverse it in an instant. The people in the car also became as if they were transparent. It's really an amazing car. Very fast. Sure enough it didn't take long for us to reach the top of a hill. Everything here is lush and green, with towering trees and tender grass. Why is this place so green? It's called Red Mountain and not Green Mountain? I asked in disbelief. That's what you don't understand, is it? Because the trees here change color to red leaves in the spring. Surprise! So amazing! I also seem to have seen how beautiful a mountaintop with a big red leafy tree would be. Suddenly a tall man in the distance came in our direction. Bendo is here. Joe's pointed to the Gundam man walking towards us. He was wearing a plaid jacket and his pants were a little tattered. When he walked in he realized that he had a very deep long scar on his face, a very fierce look and a beard on his chin. When he saw us he smiled and came over to us, looking even more intimidating when he smiled. You guys are pretty early. The voice was exactly the same as on the phone. Where's my oldest mother? I shouted. That's what you call your friend, isn't it? He ignored what I had just asked. Yes, where are the people? Zhao Zhe replied. She doesn't have room for you guys right now. What? What the is that supposed to mean? What's she so busy doing now? What did you make her do? I shouted angrily. This guy is really no good. Don't worry, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary to her. After all, we're all a handful of years old. He pinched the beard on his chin as he finished speaking. His face was wrinkled and he looked very tired. What will it take for you to let her go? I walked up to him. He was almost as tall as I was, and his body was so thin that he looked like a zombie, almost down to his skin and bones. She's doing something for me, and when it's done, I'll let her go back. Bendo tapped me on the shoulder and I shrugged it off. Mud, don't want to get any closer to a guy like that. I moved closer to his face in indignation. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. I say stupid things when I'm in a hurry. Zhao Zhe Zhaoan immediately ran to my side to stop me. Bendo has always been a man of his word, and there are his organs everywhere here. So how about we don't mess around? Sue, Joanne whispered in my ear. I clenched my fists in my hands. I almost want to rush over there right now and end up with him. Such exuberance in a young man. Bendo looked up to the sky. The more you laugh, the more you get beaten up. Can I see her now? Not now. Bendo shook his head. So what did you send us over here for? To see us laugh? Ha 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 ha. Bendo laughed again. I just want to see what kind of kid Chin Hong's grandson is. I was a little surprised to hear that he could actually call out his old lady's name. Look at. I continue to look at this man inwardly with disdain. Suddenly, he took a pen out of his pocket. Kung, be a good boy and go home. I'll be safe here, nothing will happen. Go home. A voice came from inside the pen. That voice. I couldn't be more familiar. Boy, that's what she told me to give you to listen to. Bendo handed me the pen as well and played it again. After I listened carefully, it was indeed my mother's voice, right? But why did she let me go? I've come so far and I'm told to go back. I'm a little reluctant. Can you take me with you? I said, staring into Bendo's lifeless eyes. Chapter 25. Go back. Sue, you'd better go back. Bendo was adamant that he didn't want me to stay. Damn it. I've been walking for so long. How can I walk away so easily when you ask me to? This recording may be that you forced your old lady to record it yourself. I don't believe it. I have a very strong attitude and will never leave until I see someone. Bendo wore a helpless expression and waved his hand as if to say there was nothing he could do. The two Zhaoza brothers pulled me, signaling that it was time for me to go. I'm not leaving. Right here. I stood motionless. I've said all I need to say. Folks, farewell. Edge made more gestures and twisted his head and left. Hey, don't you go. Bendo didn't look back and walked straight back. I followed behind him. I can't believe I can't find where you live. Surely you can't go wrong following Edo. I thought to myself. Don't go. Young man. Zhaoan shouted. It's too late. Zhao Zhe said as he looked at my distant figure. Bendo headed toward the prosperous woods, and I followed his figure close behind. Red Mountain, early morning mist, hazy. Even at the top of the mountain at this time the scenery is shrouded in mist. Cannot do a glimpse. Hey! I chased after Bendo, who was walking extremely fast. I can barely keep up with the pace. Not only were there many branches on the road up the hill, but there were potholes as well, which were not uncommon. The branches under my feet kept making noises as I chased after them, but I was surprised that I couldn't hear a peep when Edo walked in front of me. It's amazing. This guy's shoes are too good? In fact, one reason I wanted to go after him was also this wanting to ask what his shoes were made of. Suddenly, a light flashed out of the woods. The sun was slowly creeping up over the horizon, and it was gradually enveloping the woods. The trees were constantly shaken by the wind as if they were welcoming the sun. I turned around and realized that Bendo in front of me had disappeared without a trace. I lost them. I was very remorseful in my heart. It was so hard to be so close to finding my old lady. I could not believe I made a mistake in such a place. I can't reason with myself. I continued to walk briskly towards the front. Maybe there was a chance I could find Bendo. I can't wait for the speed to increase. Judas was going so fast that branches on the ground cut my pants and scratched my ankles. The slightest pain couldn't stop me from moving on. The faster I go, the faster I can't stop. But I still couldn't see Bendo. He seemed to have completely disappeared. I glanced back at my surroundings and realized that I'd walked here like several times. Keep circling in one place. But I don't really believe it. Maybe it's all the same in the woods. I continued on towards the front, marking the branches I passed so that I would recognize it when I passed it again later. I continued walking through the woods. The front of the tree is nothing but trees still. I'm almost giving up on the motivation to keep going. I stopped by a tree to rest for a moment. Turn your head and look. Isn't that the tree I just marked? Did I just walk around in the same spot for that long? How could I be so stupid? It looks like Bendo just deliberately led me into these woods to get me lost in them. Damn it! I can't find the exit anymore. According to the direction from which the sun shines is east. The place where I just went in through the woods is to the southeast. Then I can return as soon as I head out to the southeast. But, do I just give up? Slutty! Suddenly, a voice came from the woods. I immediately looked around me, not spotting a single figure. What the hell am I doing? There you go. Slutty. After a moment's reprieve I vaguely realized that the voice seemed to be Bendo's. There's no way I'm leaving. I yelled. The sound died with it. I straightened my torn pants, and the wound on my leg, intending to move on. Slutty. The voice sounded again. Shinhan left something for you at your house. Go back. There are more important things waiting for you. Something more important? How could there be anything more important than an old lady? You think I'm a kid? Coax me home? I don't. I shouted. Still determined. I'd rather die than obey. It's okay if you don't go back. Bendo suddenly sneered. You will see Chin Hong's head here tomorrow morning. Sideways doesn't sound like he's joking. Blanche, I should have known to punch him first when we just met. It really feels like I can't use my power now that I can't hit it. You wait. I left a scathing remark that didn't seem very scathing. For my old lady's sake, I could only silently head southeast. Sure enough, heading southeast was right. I didn't have to go far before I came out of the woods and saw Zhao Zhejian at the top of the hill waving his hand at me. A little frustrated, I waved at them as well. Sue, did you see anyone? Zhou came over to console me. I shook my head. He seemed to understand something when he saw my frustrated expression. Bendo also said he'd be back when things were done. And he's a man of his word. Joanne reassured. I don't want to say a word. Zhou tapped me to look ahead. I looked up and down from the top of Red Mountain, where all the trees below the mountain were in full view. Absolutely beautiful. I sighed. The two brothers couldn't help but laugh. Sue, don't you have any other good adjectives? I scratched my head in embarrassment. I was out of my depth. Go. Joanne pulled his nice car up beside us, signaling that it was time to go. I got into the car, still not feeling like leaving this place, but the ride back was not without thoughts of what my old lady had slipped up to wait for me at home. What the hell could it be? Home. A word that has become slightly foreign to me. What's home? It's only home when there's an old lady around, right? A place without a mother can only be called a house. There's no warmth there, no old lady. The Chose brothers took me back to the swamp and treated me to a few glasses of their good homebrewed wine. Zhaoan also began to laugh maniacally as recklessly as before, but only maniacally. He had been much better behaved. The swamp continued with the delicious drinks we were served at the bar. What's your relationship with Big Bird? These two are clearly not in the same league as Big Bird. Swamp and I talked about how they got to know Big Bird because of a technological partnership with the Signet organization. I didn't say much, too embarrassed to tell them I was just a Big Bird's little brother. It's too damn embarrassing to say. To acquaintance, we toasted a few drinks down the drain. I'm going home, I said as I finished my drink. Sue, where's your house? Zhao and Zhao Zhe looked at each other for a moment and Zhao Zhe asked. At Hulun Village in River City. Chapter 26. The Express arrives. I've been to that place. Oh, it's a long way away. Joanne drank 2 cups in a row. You've been there before? I said with a surprised look on my face. Indeed, I didn't expect them to go back to a small village like that. There's a lot of untalented material on MT. Hulun, we used to go there all the time. Zhao Zhe added. Then why don't we take a trip together? I teased them. Rather than being a deliberate tease, I was actually trying to hitch a ride. With my lack of familiarity with the area and the obstacle of Big Bird, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get home on my own. With that nice car of Zhaoan's, isn't it a matter of going anywhere at any time? Zhaoan looked at Zhao Zhe with an excited face. Alright, go for it. Zhao Zhe looks helpless. Oi, Zhaoan immediately jumped up in excitement. But not now. What? I was originally excited as well, and was interrupted by Zhao Zhe's words. Now we have to drink first. Scared me. That's right. Zhaoan raised his glass and began to drink bitterly. I didn't expect them to get along so well, and I didn't expect it even when I was playing around yesterday. Joanne could have looked like a big devil at that time. Joe's looked like a big devil after I came back. The two of them almost gave me a run for my money. It's amazing to be able to have a happy drink together now. How much better it should have been. The three of us drank heavily. Although I was the worst drinker and was often taunted by both of them, but Joe's gives me deliberately lower alcohol content in all his drinks, so that I can deliberately drink more as well. We drank all day, and time flew by. The next day, I woke up groggy. I fell asleep when I found myself sprawled out on the bar. Zhaoan did the same, while Zhao Zhe leaned against a side chair and fell asleep. Seeing both of them around somehow gave them an inexplicable sense of security. What a rarity. The last person who gave me that feeling besides my old lady was Ishisuk. Ishisuk didn't know how he was doing now since his last encounter with Aoshi. I miss him a bit too. If he could be around me right now, I'm sure he'd have a great time with these two brothers. I kept fantasizing images like that in my head. Oh, you're awake. Joe's wiped his eyes. One more. Zhaoan suddenly got up from the table and shouted. Joe's and I smiled at each other. There's still a cute side to this guy. Can't be drinking anymore? Ah nee. Zhao Zhe gently stroked Zhaoan's head. It was the first time mine had heard them referred to so intimately. Joe's prepared breakfast. Joanne asked the scent immediately sobering up. Joe's handed us both the breakfast we had made it to. After a night of alcohol, my stomach was now rumbling with hunger. The sight of a delicious breakfast immediately dried up quickly. It smells so good. I marveled. Zhao Zhe also nibbled on the bread he was holding. I was too hungry to settle for a few minutes. After a good meal, Joanne drove his favorite car over. We set off for the much-desired village of Hulun. The ride was nothing but a wild ride. It's just soothing to drive a car that can avoid obstacles wirelessly. Zhaoan's car had sped up. I've gotten used to this speed, and I'm actually drifting off to sleep in the car. Toodaloo. Joanne hit the horn. I opened my sleepy eyes and realized that I was already in the familiar village. I pointed them in the direction of my house. Phew. The sound of arrived at my house immediately. The house is still as messy as it was when I first left. Naturally, no one has ever come here to organize it. Your house is quite wonderful. Did Joanne sigh? It is indeed wonderful. Was your house robbed? Zhao Zhe saw the woeful state of the house. Actually, it's not impossible to say that. There wasn't a finished place in the house, so all I could do was pat the dust on the tattered couch cushions and ask them to take their time and sit down for a while. So, life has its ups and downs. It always gets better. Joe's walked over to me and comforted me. You're damn good at comforting people. I've been looking at it very openly. Small problem, small problem. Joanne seemed to see a hint of loss in my expression kind of. Did Sybil and the others do these? Joe's asked. I nodded. The two of them were also momentarily at a loss for what to say. They should have seen how sick the people they were working with were, too, though they're both pretty sick themselves. Well, let's call it fighting fire with fire. It's okay. Joanne came over and patted the shoulder. How about we can help you greet the world's fundraisers? What the hell kind of proposal is that? No no no. I refused in a heartbeat. It's better to save your money for someone more important. The old man can still be self-sufficient. So, why are you being polite to us? Zhaoan mimicked Zhao Zhe's tone. It made me poof. The atmosphere has become much happier as well. Hey, hello. The old king next door suddenly poked his head out when he heard the noise from our place. Joanne was greeting him. The old king also politely waved his hand, shrinking back from stealing again. Is this guy a turtle? Joanne asked. Yes. Bah, people are living in breathing law. I'm dumbfounded by Joanne's whole thing. Ding dong. Zhao Zhe pulled out a machine that was like a cell phone from his pocket and received a message. Zhao Zhe had a very serious expression after reading it and headed outside. After a while Joe's came back inside in Joe's piece. Joanne. Anne, we should go. Why so early? Zhaoan had a puzzled look on his face. He even wanted to stay here for a night before leaving. Zhao Zhe muttered something beside Zhaoan's ear, and suddenly Zhaoan's expression became very serious as well. Slutty, we've got something we have to get back to. The two of them got up with the intention of saying goodbye to me. In such a hurry to leave. You won't eat a meal? I looked at the tattered furniture. Hey, it's better not to eat at my place. Next time. Joanne's expression teased. I dropped them off at the door, and Joe's handed me a machine that looked like the same one he'd just received the message from. Use this to contact us if you need anything. We're on call. Waiting for you yo. Remember to miss us. I smiled and said goodbye to them. Phew. Joanne's car disappeared from sight in an instant. It does look damn fast when you look at it that way. No wonder I almost couldn't stand my first ride. I went back home and went through my mother's usual cabinets and didn't find anything. What exactly is the thing that was left for me? I'm also puzzled. Take a seat on the couch cushions and start thinking. Knock knock. Is anyone there? Suddenly, a courier appears at the door. May I ask if Ms. Qin Hong is home? Anything? I walked to the door. Here's a delivery for Qin Hong. I'll sign for it. What are you to her? I'm her grandson. Oh, okay, you sign. I borrowed the courier. Chapter 27 Envelopes. I looked at the courier which didn't have the sender's name written on it, and the place it was sent from was Black Abyss City. What kind of place is this? Never heard of it. The old lady has friends in places like this. Looks like the old lady has a wide circle of friends. I underestimated her. The recipient is Qin Hong. Looks like this is what the old lady said she'd give me. The package looks very small. I immediately unwrapped the package. Inside was a letter. I opened it in a hurry. Contents, Dear Mom, by the time you receive this letter I will already be in the most mysterious place in the world. After so many years I have finally set foot here. I hope you don't blame me for being away for such a long time. I'm sure I can find that wonderful medicine and have it cure my favorite Kung. I miss you so much. I miss Kung too. Tell him for me how much I love and miss him. I hope he won't blame me for being away for so long. Enclosed is a postcard of the landscape. It's a photo of a valley that looks very scenic. The envelope is not labeled as to who wrote it, but I seem to have figured out who wrote it. It's my heartfelt mom. I haven't heard from her in a long time. Ever since she sent me to my old lady when I was a child and I was never in good health. That's still the latest I know about her. We've been out of touch for over a decade. My old lady told me that she had gone to look for something important and that she would naturally return when she found it. But I never moved my old lady at the time. It seems to make some sense now. When I was a child, I was struck by a strange disease called evil spirit syndrome, which made me feel as if my body was possessed by another spirit. One has completely lost control of it. It can do anything horrible. I myself am completely oblivious. And this is all coming from the mouth of my old lady. When I was a child I could only suppress it by dipping it in my mother's vat of medicine all the time. This also became less and less common after I turned 18. But my mother still can't let go of my condition, and is already up in the mountains looking for medicine to go with other methods, trying to completely get rid of the root cause of my illness. but there seems to be no medication for this illness. Now I understand that it was for my illness that my mother went out to look for medicine. But why haven't we seen any sign of her coming back after all these years? And no letter until recently. I still know that my mother answered the letter today too? Have they been in touch? I ran to my mother's room and started rummaging through her cabinets, trying to find out from this if there are any other letters with a connection to my mother. I went through all the drawers, the shoe cabinet, and nothing. I'm almost exhausted after half a day of searching. I sat down on my old lady's bed with the soft mattress. The last time I came to her bed was when I was very young, and I was too afraid to sleep alone, so I had to run over and cozy up next to her. Seeing her in the aftermath made myself feel safe. I lay down on my old lady's bed. The bed is still as comfortable, just a little dusty. It's all those guys. The exasperation in his head went up again once more. Suddenly, I lay down and realized that the back of my head was a little hard. It shouldn't be. This pillow is supposed to be soft. I got up and flipped over my pillow to find a notebook under it. The laptop was still very old, and the corners of the book were still faintly tattered. I turned the first page. I was a little surprised by what was in there. In this notebook, each chapter is a letter sent by my mother with every place she has ever been, every person you meet, every herb you find. After her attempts at medication resulted in failure, but she set off on her journey once again. The notebooks are labeled with rows of stuff next to them. Bread, fruit, etc. Labeled below. Giveaway. Mother helped a lot of people along the way, and those people wanted to thank her and sent things to the old lady. All of this was written down in a notebook by my old lady. I read the whole notebook. Deeply felt. These are what the old lady wanted me to understand, right? I lay in bed pondering, thinking about every day of the past and what to do in the future. And what's an old lady to do? At this point she is safe, and she asked me to come back in order to read these letters. Suddenly, a thought came into my head. I want to go look for my mother, not only to find that mysterious medicine that cures all diseases, but you can meet different people and landscapes along the way. There will be different challenges though, but I threw in the idea of trying to see and follow in my mother's footsteps, and maybe I could catch up with her. I miss her terribly, and I don't think she could have imagined how much I've grown. I've made up my mind. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. Anyone? A girl's knock at the door? Why am I walking out? Blueheart stood in the doorway with a very big smile. What brings you here? I looked at her with some surprise. Suddenly, my mind went back to when I left the Blue House. She and I had agreed to meet at the foot of Mt. Hullen, but I was taken away and the mess at home made me forget about it. I've been here several times without finding you. You. Did you forget? Blueheart's mouth puffed out and she pressed toward me, looking aggressive. I smiled in embarrassment. Ended up being too wrapped up in a few invitations to get out of the house and just got home today. Are you so happy to be pestered by some young lady? Blueheart approached me full of curiosity and stared at my face. I took a few steps back and waved my hand back and forth. No. Oomph, not with you. I scratched my head in embarrassment. Feeling better? Want to get some medicine? I was surprised that Blueheart blushed when I finished speaking. I'm not here for the medicine. I'm here to play with you. Blueheart is back to her lively and cheerful self. Look at her as a child. I looked helplessly at the furniture cluttering the room, patting the couch cushion again. He signaled that she could rest on it for a while. Sorry, my house is such a mess. I guess I'll have to organize it first. I thought that should have made her know better. I can help you. Blueheart surprisingly offered to help. It's not good for you to do this kind of thing. After all, how could she be the Blue family's eldest young lady? Surely she hadn't even done any housework. And she's so young. It's too much to ask her to do chores in my house. No. You just sit there. I leaned down and began to organize my cluttered home. I don't. Blueheart jumped off the couch cushions. The imitators I picked up the debris on the floor together. This guy you're really. I'm crying my eyes out. I organized all the furniture. Looking back, I didn't realize that Blueheart was also a good hand at sweeping the floor in a hurry. Looks like I underestimated her after all. Chapter 28 Map Books. It's true that the two of them together are different. Soon the two of us had quickly settled the battlefield and the house was much cleaner all around. With the help of Blueheart, the house is simply much better than it was before. Thanks I said as I made tea for Blueheart. You're welcome, just come visit me more often. Blueheart smiled very brightly. I suddenly shuddered when I heard that. I finished planning in my mind just before Blueheart arrived. I've got to get out of this town and go out into the world. I'm afraid I'm going to have to let Blueheart down again. Will you still be here tomorrow? Blueheart shifted her legs on the couch. I'll still be around tomorrow. So is it okay if I come back? The way Blueheart looked down at her feet as if she was afraid of being rejected by me. Yes, I smiled. Blueheart responded with a very big smile in return. I brought the tea to the table. Hey, Blueheart exclaimed. I was shocked too. What's wrong? How did you know I love milk tea? Turns out, I thought she had found something strange. She picked up her milk tea and took a sip. Wow, isn't that great? Loudly exclaimed. It's like a king of cupping. All at once I drifted in and out of her praise. Miss, it's almost time. Too late, the master will worry. Suddenly a tall figure appeared outside the door and said, it was the burly man I'd been with earlier on MT. Hullen, and I waved at him, and he nodded in my direction. Just a little longer. But miss, master is already on his way home. Blueheart looked at me with a frustrated face. I'm going back then. Oh. Blueheart looked at me accusingly. I nodded at her. Bye-bye, hollow brother. With that she ran towards the door. What a splendid boy. But she's the woman of the richest man in River City, so I don't dare think about it. I mumbled Black Abyss City in my mind. Where the hell is this place? I locked the door to my gate room, walked outside, and found the broken motto. Getting ready for a trip to town. Do. It's been too long since I wrote it and I'm a little rusty, so I'm surprised it didn't start the first time. I stepped again. Clunk. The motorcycle started. Toodaloo. I drove toward the mountains, welcoming the pleasant breeze along the way. I felt as if I was different from before. I seemed to be yearning for something else more. There's nothing but nostalgia for this place. Looking around at the familiar scenery, I don't know how many times I passed through here before. Some of the houses are too old, and some have been forced to demolish and build new ones because they can't be lived in. The people in the fields are still laboring. No matter who is missing from this world, it still keeps turning. It doesn't go out of operation because a tiny human being disappears. Human beings are so small. In can only we concentrate our power will become bigger and stronger. The world is what we humans make it, isn't it? I always like to ride my bike and motorcycle on the road and ramble on. Finally, I drove downtown to a bookstore. Hello, welcome, how can I help you? The bookstore attendant quickly greeted them. I want a map of the world. The waiter took me to the shelf of map-type books. There are map books of all types, from global to national to smaller breakdowns. I picked up a national map book, open it up and rummage around for the place. Black Abyss City. I flipped and almost folded the book, but the place name didn't appear in the map book. The waitress had gotten anxious when she saw me move. You can just give me what you're looking for. I told him I was looking for the place Black Abyss City, which is not in this book. The waiter brought the book over and looked at it and realized that there really wasn't a place for it. Had to call the store manager over and explain the situation to him. The store manager is a gray-haired old man. Though his hair was pale, there were few wrinkles on his face. Hello, the place Black Abyss City has been removed from the new map. This place no longer exists. Oh, the voice didn't even sound like he was that old. Doesn't exist? How is that possible? I looked incredulous, but the look on the store manager's face was very affirmative. My mom just sent me a postcard from that place, and I have to meet her there. The more I talked, the more anxious I became, and I got a little emotional. You take it easy. The store manager thought for a moment and walked inside the bookstore. After a few moments, the store manager came out of it and handed me a broken wine geography book. You can find Korobuchi Castle in the old map book, but I heard it's a scary place. Oh, terrible? You don't know? The store manager looked incredulous. There are so many unknown creatures there that no one has dared to set foot in there yet. All soporifics there are removed from the map. Unknown creatures. That mother was in that dangerous zone at that moment, and she could even go to that dangerous place for me. And what reason would I have not to go to her? The shopkeeper pointed out the location of Black Abyss City in the map book. The store manager told me it would take 80 cities to get there and there was no other transportation there. The terrain is all very treacherous and most of the way you can only go on foot. I thanked the store manager. How much? The book is already afraid of just being unbearable, and doesn't want your money. That's how it works. I casually pulled some money out of my pocket and handed it to him. The store manager waved his hand and shoved the money back at me. A woman also bought a geography book from me a few years ago to travel to the city of Black Abyss, and it's a book that has a connection to you that doesn't require money. I was sent to the door by the store manager. I could not afford to put it off any longer because of his strong refusal. Thank you. I said thanks and left. When I got home, I looked at the map book and saw that I had to pass through 80 cities in total. Mother turned out to have traveled so far in the last few years, but it takes quite a bit of money to help travel such a long distance. Suddenly, I remembered the money I had stashed inside the darkroom. I opened the door to the darkroom, which hadn't changed except for a bit of dust that had collected. I immediately bent down to look at the bag of money I had hidden under the bed. The money's still there. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Brother used to love money so much, but now he doesn't seem to be so excited to see so much money. My heart yearns more for other places than something so shallow as what's right in front of me. Kung, Kung, I heard the man next door shouting, coming out of the dark room. Old King? Between them the old man came up to me. You can do it. You've got the Blue family's daughter in your sights? Turns out I saw that Blueheart came to my house today to get in on the action. Nothing. Don't forget we're all neighbors when we get along in the future. Old King patted my shoulder and said, I can't think of any other point in this man's life besides being greedy for money and afraid of death. In a few days, I'm leaving and won't be in River City. Chapter 29 Little One. Old King was stunned. Where are you going? Black Abyss City. After showing a surprised expression, the old king appeared as if so, and walked away. That's a weird guy. After Lao Wang went back, I continued in the darkroom and took out all the money in my bag to get some gear for the trip. I've never traveled far, except for this most recent time when I was taken. The furthest place I've traveled is none other than River City. I arrived at the city's night market with a large sum of money. There's a wide array of stuff here. There were stalls set up everywhere, with items tabulated with ridiculously high offers. And while my brother wasn't poor, he couldn't go too far. I've got my eye on a nice case. Boss, how do you sell this? I pointed to the price tag of $999 on top of a black leather case. $999, young man. Can it be less? It's all factory direct. It's not cheap, honey. It's pretty awesome. Good. I don't want it then. I turned my head and walked away to see the next one. Don't go, young man. How much do you want? You name the price. The owner saw me about to leave and immediately stopped me. $100. I said, turning back. Fine. Cheap for you. The owner was very quick to agree. It makes me feel as if I'm talking high and if I'm being overpaid by this guy again. I got the 999 case for 100. What an outrageous thing all this is. I started in on costumes, other dress-ups. After a night of constant haggling, I already knew the night market like the back of my hand. The price of the table here is deliberately cut for you, and the price is watered down by anywhere between 70 and 90%. As long as you shout lower, then you can spend more for less. As if this sentence is a nonsense. Be confident it is indeed nonsense. The frantic shopping was done and I came home in an unusually relaxed mood. It's true that a shopping spree can be physically and mentally pleasurable. What a different kind of joy shopping brings. Is this the fun of being in front of someone? I'm starting to like money a little bit again. Hey. Lonely night. It did seem a little disconcerting to be the only one in the whole empty house. Even though my old lady wasn't around much in the past, I had the peace of mind of knowing that she would be back at any time. Now I don't even know if she'll come back. So much has changed in my life in just a few days. I turned off all the lights and lay on my bed in the darkroom staring blankly at the ceiling. Squeak! Voices came from the house. It seemed like human footsteps. My sleep, which had been hard to save, was randomly broken up. I gently climbed out of bed and settled back on the edge of the bed, listening carefully for movement outside the house. I realized that there was no sound at this point. Had I been discovered? Or is it just my hallucinations? I'm leaning more towards the second one. I've been so tired lately that it's inevitable that I had hallucinations yesterday when I barely slept. Just when I didn't want to think much about it and went back to sleep, the footsteps sounded again. I immediately pinched my hand and collected myself and walked to the door of the darkroom. No one in the darkroom knows how to get in here except me and my old lady and Ishizuk. I pressed my face against the door. It could clearly be heard as a man pacing outside the room. The man's feet kept walking around. What was his purpose? If it's as a thief, I don't think he's professional enough. The footsteps are too loud. I can't even stand it. If as a friend, I think he has no brains. Why wouldn't he yell out and I wouldn't come out? All what this guy really is. I'm getting more and more curious. I opened the door quietly. Clunk. Oops. The door opening was too loud. As soon as I opened the door, I instantly turned on the light to see what it was. I scanned back and forth from side to side and saw nothing. Strange. How can there be nothing? I looked around the room, which as an animal wouldn't have disappeared out of sight so quickly. There was a black mass in the corner of the table. I came closer to take a look. It was a little girl dressed in black, and her age looked like she should only be 8 to 9 years old. Hello, I greeted her gently. She seemed very afraid of me and had shrunk into a ball under the table. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. The girl remained motionless, hiding under the table. Her clothes were in tatters and her face and hair looked dirty. I couldn't help but feel all the pain in my heart as I pulled out the baguette I had bought as a spare today and handed it to her. She took the bread from my hand and started nibbling on it. The little one looked so hungry that within minutes the bread was nibbled away by her. Just after eating, the little guy started burping. I hurriedly handed her a glass of water and gulped it down, handing the covers back to me. Thanks, kinda polite. The voice was so small as a whisper that you could barely hear her without stopping carefully. Looking at her cute cheeks, I couldn't help but want to pet her. When my hand first reached for her, her immediate first reaction was to step back. I immediately spread my hands in a gesture of not continuing so as not to scare her, wondering what the little guy had been through to be so wary of outsiders. What's your name? I leaned down and whispered to her. What? She muttered something in a whisper I didn't hear. You on you. Her volume was as if it were tiny. My name is no small air. I put my hand out to her, signaling that she could shake it. She put her hand out as well, and I took the tiny hand. I saw that she had some scars on her hands, and I couldn't help but feel a tightening of my heart. Where's your mom and dad? She didn't answer my question. just hunkered down in the corner one by one and didn't move. In that case it can't be helped. Let's keep her overnight. It's easy for you to catch a cold sleeping here. I'll take you inside to sleep. She didn't react at all, remaining shrunken and motionless in the corner. This little corner. I still kept persuading her, and she still didn't respond. It's not working. I'm going to make a move to pull her out. I raised the table with my right hand and intended to grab the little guy with my left. Phew! She ended up running off in a huff to hide in another corner. It looked as if she was somewhat familiar with the place. When I first came home I noticed that the house was a mess but the corners of the rooms were clean. It doesn't look like it's the first time this little guy has been here. Did you used to come here often? She nodded. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. She seemed to be full of disbelief and as soon as I got closer she ran away. Why don't you go to bed? Nah, my constant persuasion didn't help. It was all I could do to find a couch and put it in your corner before she obediently lay down on it. The little guy went to sleep in no time, looking like a sleeping piglet. That look is just adorable. Chapter 30. Bye. I gently tucked her in. Finding a couch cushion, I gently lay down beside her. The nights haven't been that cool lately. I watched her face in silence, my mind imagining what she would be going through. The age is still so young. Look at her reaction to people being very resistant. I can't help but add a few more times to my heartache. The next day, early morning, I woke up in a daze. The little girl beside her when she opened her eyes was no longer there. I felt the warmth under the covers. What was this little guy doing up so early? I hurriedly got up and looked around the house as well. No sign of anyone. Running out of the house to look, I saw a small figure in the distance making its way up Holland Mountain. This little guy. I followed her without slowing down. Her little feet were walking so slowly that I could keep up with her in a few steps, so I slowed down. She came to the forest as if she were a different person. Say hello to the trees, clap hands with the grass and kiss the beautiful flowers. She smiled very brightly. A far cry from the shrunken little girl of last night. Kaboom! Suddenly, I stepped on a branch. Motoyuki turned around and saw me and immediately turned into a scared look and ran towards the forest. Don't you run. I won't mess around. Genjetsu stopped walking as if he heard it was my voice. I slowly followed her. She continued to begin her stroll through the forest. The daisies on Holland Mountain were blooming so brightly that you couldn't help but pick a few. She stopped suddenly, turned toward me. I stared at her in disbelief. What's wrong? I've both noticed that my voice has become much softer and I no longer have the foul language that I used to have. For you. Genki held up the daisy in her hand. Of course I'm overjoyed. This little guy is kinda cute. Thanks. I've also vetted a beautiful wildflower from the side of the road to give to her. She took it and bounced happily as she continued on ahead. I still followed her slowly. She stopped at a patch of green grass. The grass here looks very fresh and green. Genki crouched down and picked them. I'm a little confused. This little guy likes grass too? But she had obviously picked a little too much, and she could barely hold it in her own hand. She started picking as she ate. You. You can't eat this grass. I rushed over and leaned down to stop her. Still shoving grass into her mouth and with a big smile on her face, she shoved a few grasses into my mouth as well. Hey, this guy. I smelled the grass as non-toxic consumption should be fine. One chew. Hey, it did taste okay though. You. Let's go home for dinner. You showed an unbelievable expression. What's for dinner? I'll go. It's heartbreaking to hear. Eating is eating one thing that tastes better than this. Oh. I held up the grass in my hand for comparison. Yeah, can I eat? She was immediately interested and full of excitement. Of course. I walked ahead of her leading her toward the house. She dutifully followed along, sometimes stopping to pick small flowers that looked nice to stick in her ears. When I got home, I cooked 2 omelette breakfasts. Hand her a copy. She took her breakfast and headed for the corner and was immediately grabbed back by me. Genki, this breakfast is to be eaten on a chair. She seemed to understand and sat obediently in her chair. I passed her the chopsticks and I had gotten so hungry I started to start chewing like crazy. The little guy is starting to turn it on too. She picked up her chopsticks and surprisingly set them aside, grabbing the omelette between her hands and shoving it into her mouth. I'm going to. I gently held her little hand and put the chopsticks in her hand to show her how to bring the food to her mouth. Her hands are too small and her chopsticks are too big. Eventually I gave up. Motoyuki ate the omelette quickly with his hands. Yummy. A grin on his face as he looked at me. That's the biggest smile I've ever seen bar none. Aren't you going home, Genki? I seemed to have stumped her again with this question, and she didn't open her mouth. Then I can't be bothered to ask anything more. They're gone. Suddenly Genjetsu spoke up. I know I really did ask what I shouldn't have. I continued to eat in silence. Tomorrow is the first day of a long journey I intend to start. Today I'm not only saying goodbye to Blue Heart, but also this little guy who appeared out of nowhere. What should I do with her? I looked at the doorway and fumed. Knock knock. I saw Blue Heart knocking on the door. I waved at her. Hey, there's a little kid. Blue Heart was a little surprised to see Yuanyu's expression. Hello, my name is Motoyuki. Surprise! It did startle me. Yesterday I was cowering and today I'm surprised I'm able to greet people. Why aren't you like that with me? Are you a face reader? I asked in my mind for the millionth time. I'm Blue Heart. Hello. Lon Xin pinched Yuan Yu's face. And surprisingly, she didn't resist in the slightest. This guy really is a child of the face. So cute. Is this your daughter? Blue Heart stroked Genjetsu's head. I'm not his daughter. Oh, I wandered over and stayed with him. Genki explained it for me, and the little guy was quite articulate. Oh, that's awesome. Blue Heart actually worshipped her somehow. The clothes on you are torn. No. Blue Heart seems to be cornered by something. I'll take you to buy a new one. Brother Kong is so excessive. I've got a mouth to feed. Lon Xin led Yuan Yu outside, signaling me to follow soon. I had no choice but to come along too. A limousine was waiting for us outside the house and the driver opened the door for us. It's not a luxury. Sister, your car is awesome. This little one was quite good at complimenting people, and Blue Heart was floored by her. Why don't you call me brother? I finally asked my inner question, and Motoyuki replied with a simple grimace that the boy had fed the dog his morning breakfast. Damn it! I'm mad but I can't post. The car quickly arrived at the city's children's clothing store, and Blue Heart tried on a set for Yuan Yu, almost dressed her up as a Barbie-like girl. It reminds me of dress-up games, and I suspect Blue Heart is playing a game, without a moment's effort. Lon Xin had already come with dozens of sets of clothes for Yuan Yu, the kind that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to pass on in a year. Almost Blue Heart, how can she wear that much by herself? For the first time, Blue Heart ignored my words. So it's true that you have a new love and forget the old one. It's true, everyone does it. No one can avoid it. Is there no one in the world who can be an innocent boy like brother? In this huge children's clothing mall, I felt an unprecedented emptiness and loneliness. Invincible loneliness. Chapter 31. Two Lazy Pigs. After Blue Heart's shopping frenzy, I was exhausted from carrying the huge pile of stuff she had bought. This guy can buy too much. Carrying big bags of stuff, I returned home. I saw the couch and laid straight down on it. The two girls had so much fun together that it turned out I was the extra one. The two of them looked like sisters who had never met. Blue Heart practically spoiled Yuan Yu. Miss, it's time. The driver at the door shouted. Bye Ranshin-san. Hearing Motoyuki's voice, Blue Heart smiled very happily. Then I'll go take good care of little Yuha. I'll come back tomorrow. Oh, Blue Heart waved at us. Sure enough, the room was instantly quieter after Lon Xin left. Do you like Sister Blue Heart? I looked straight at Yuan Yu. Super favorite. She bought so many things for Genki. So is it true that you're super into me if I buy you a lot of stuff too? That's not necessarily true. This little guy, but the two of them getting along so well is something I'd like to see. So maybe I can consign Genki to her before I go. Genki was completely off guard compared to yesterday. Thanks to Blue Heart, it's better for girls to know girls. I let Genjetsu, who was in my bed, and I myself slept on the couch aside. It's a very quiet night today. The next day, Blue Heart arrived early in the morning. Hey, anyone? Yuan Yu and I were still lying on the bed when we heard Blue Heart yelling, coming. I opened the door for her, rubbing my sleepy eyes. As soon as I entered, she was looking for Motoyuki and I took her to Motoyuki's bedside. Sister Blue Heart. Yuan Yu's mouth was so sweet that it made Lon Xin happy and wrapped her arms around Yuan Yu. Then the guy actually laid straight up and slept with Yuan Yu. Have you eaten? Nope. Seeing that the two people are so compatible, I can't afford to be a light bulb here, and very consciously went downstairs to cook. You can hear the two of them yakking and bickering in the kitchen. They are really two little kids. I mentally wondered how I was going to talk to Ransom. She also liked Yuan Yu so much, adopting her shouldn't be too hard. I decided to open my mouth later. This couldn't be put off for too long. I brought the prepared breakfast to the table. Dinner. There was no response from upstairs. Strange. Aren't they hungry? These two guys. I'm gonna go upstairs and see what's going on with these two. By the time they got upstairs, the two were already zzzz'd out in bed. Blue Heart took Genjetsu in his arms. I sat down next to the bed and watched them quietly, waiting for them to wake up. Leaning on the edge of the bed, my sleepiness seemed to be infected by them and came on. In a haze, I went to sleep too. I woke up to find the duo already looking at me playfully. How long have I been asleep? I don't know. It hasn't been long. Blue Heart seems to be looking at my face with a sneer. What's going on? What's wrong with my face? Do I have something on my face? I looked at them suspiciously. The two of them couldn't help but smile straight from the corner of their mouths. Blue Heart raised the hint of a shush to Yuan Yu. Oh yeah, it's time to eat. Yeah. Blue Heart happily jumped out of bed, and Yuan Yu followed her example by jumping out of bed with a shout. The two of them really look like cute kids in general. When they reached the table, the two wolfed it down. Brother Kong is so delicious, Genki marveled. Blue Heart also imitated Yuan Yu's praise. I understand that Yuan Yu is still young, but what do you mean by saying I'm so yummy? Blue Heart? After dinner, The two of them leisurely played with the toys they bought yesterday. Blue Heart, come here for a second. I mulled it over. What's wrong, Kung brother? She looked at me with excitement on her face, leaving me still a little unsure of what to say. But I think it would be better to open up now. I like you too. Just as I was about to speak, Blue Heart spoke first. I'm going to. This guy. Blue Heart, I wasn't going to say that. Blue Heart looked a little overwhelmed. So what are you going to say? She lowered her head and played with her fingers. Well, can you adopt Yuan-Yu? Surprise! You don't want Yuan-Yu? Are you abandoning her? Blue Heart showed a very surprised expression. I hurriedly told her to keep her voice down. I'm not abandoning her. I think she'd be better off with you. But my dad sure as hell isn't going to let me come home with a kid before I'm even married. After all, it's the rich man's big girl. How bad would it be if it got out? I can't believe I didn't think of this place. I covered my head and started to get a headache. Don't you like Motoyuki? Blue Heart looked at me quizzically. I love it. Then why give it to me? Because I'm leaving River City to go somewhere else and it's not convenient for me to take her with me. It won't be inconvenient. I love to go everywhere. Suddenly Genjutsu appeared from somewhere else. We were all startled by this little thing. But there's a lot of danger there. Yuan-Yu is not afraid. And where are you going, Brother Kung? It took me a moment to realize that there was something strange about Blue Heart's expression. I told her the whole story. Oh, Blue Heart kept his head down. Maybe I'm stressing her out by trying to entrust Motoyuki to her. Don't you stress. I'll figure it out on my own. Genki, are you taking her with you? Maybe find another family who can adopt? I looked out the door, afraid to meet their eyes. How could you do this, Brother Kung? Blue Heart had an incredulous look on his face, but there was nothing I could do about it. After all, I had to travel such a long distance and I couldn't take care of myself, let alone with a child. Take me with you. Take me with you. I want to go with you. Motoyuki pulled on my thighs and kept pleading with me. I remained indifferent. After all, I didn't want her to take too much of a chance with me. I'm leaving tomorrow. So fast. Blue Heart seemed to be pondering something. I'll go home first. Then, Blue Heart disappeared in front of me in Genjutsu's eyes all of a sudden. Brother, did you upset Sister Blue Heart? I know she must be more or less affected by it, I guess, but I can't stop. Time will wash away everything. All the sadness is also only accounted for and will not be preserved all the time. Yuan-Yu could only play with her toys by herself after Lan Xin left. It's like she's really a child of this family nowadays, and fits in so well with the place. If my mother was around, she would have loved Wonji-Yu as well. Thoughts are starting to drift off into the ether again, and I'll have to try to claw them back. I started preparing my bags for tomorrow's departure, packing them all into my travel bag. There's not a lot to bring. I'll just take what's necessary. Chapter 32. The night is too beautiful. It's a long trip, and I'm not sure myself how long it will take me to complete it. I thought that my mother had left for Black Abyss City since I was a child, and had yet to return. Maybe I might do the same to her. After preparing lunch for Motoyuki, I continued to unpack. Time flew by. Without realizing it, it was actually dark outside. I was so busy packing that I lost track of time. It's already evening, and I can't help but marvel at how quickly the day has gone by. It's overwhelming. A person's day seems to consist of nothing but fun and games. I simply prepared dinner, and Yuan-Yu continued to eat very happily, which made me more than happy. Brother, you have to take me with you tomorrow, people. Oh, you can't leave me here alone. The childish voice of supplication with a child's voice shook me a little. Be a good boy and eat. I stroked her little head. I'm certainly not going to just leave her here alone to fend for herself. After dinner, I took her to the roof, and there were extra stars tonight. There are stars there too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Many, many more. Genki has lost count. Yes, it's nice to keep this moment a little longer. I don't want to sleep until tomorrow. Then it's like my time here has been stolen from me. Bang, bang, bang. There was a very hard knock at the door. Stop knocking. It's coming. What kind of person goes so hard on a big night? I opened the door and Blue Heart stood in the doorway with her bag on her back. I realized there was surprisingly no sound of a car and looked back to see no car behind her. How did you get here? The driver dropped me off and then went home. She smiled a big smile. Coming in this late, they send you back? I got special permission from Dad today. I don't have to go home. Can't really do anything about this guy. I was very self-conscious and took her to the roof to find Motoyuki. Sister Blue Heart. Yuan-Yu was strong into the embrace of the Blue Heart. These two obviously just saw in the morning. Now how it seems as if they have not seen for years. Immediately after meeting, they snuggled up and looked at me with envy. What for? Want to cuddle together? Blue Heart scoffed at me when she saw that I kept staring at them. Yuan-Yu made a face at me as well. This little guy is pretty easy to teach. I looked up at the sky and froze at it. The two of them beside each other were having a great time. And gradually it was getting late. So Lan Xin put Yuan-Yu to bed. I carried Motoyuki to the bed downstairs. I boiled some milk and brought it up to the roof and handed it to Blue Heart. Where are you planning to go? I had just gotten upstairs when Blue Heart opened her mouth, and it looked like she had been waiting for me. Black Abyss City. Never heard of it. Is it fun there? Blue Heart joked. There are many dangerous creatures over there, but there are also medicines that can cure any disease. Wow. So awesome. Ha. I want to go too. Surprise. Blue Heart did scare me with that. I froze for a moment. No way. It's too dangerous over there. I'm very determined, but I want to go. No. Even if I say yes, your father won't say yes, will he? I looked at Blue Heart's face. She was so innocent. So if she promises to let me come with you? Well, as long as your dad says yes. I thought that someone of Lan Jun's status would never allow his daughter to follow someone like me on a random long journey. This is what you said. Oh. Aha. It's a deal. Come and pull the trigger. Blue Heart stuck out her little thumb, and I reached out and pulled her around a couple times. When she tried to withdraw her hand, she still hooked it tightly around mine and wouldn't let go. Almost there, huh? I wiggled my hand to signal her. Blue Heart raised his head and looked at the sky, not saying a word, just watching. After all, it was just a hook hand, so I didn't really care. Looking up and gazing out over the beautiful night view tonight, Blue Heart's hand seemed to slightly loosen my pinky, but she didn't leave my hand. It kept groping at my hand, holding my otherwise tightly closed hand open. Her hand tightened on me. Our hands were clasped together with 10 fingers. I looked back at her. The moonlight was cast on her face, and she looked more beautiful than ever against the moonlight. She looked me straight in the eye, seeing as she was sending me signals, and slowly she got closer and closer to me. I didn't just looked at each other without any words. The sun woke up early and it shed light on my face, making me open my eyes. I woke up and realized we fell asleep on the roof last night. Blue Heart is holding me tightly. It's so tight that it's almost hard for me to remove her hand, so I'll just keep lying down for a while. The sun climbed higher and higher and the light filled the entire mountain. Blue Heart also woke up as the sunlight disturbed her beauty sleep. I looked down at her. She looked at me with a happy face. The breeze ruffled her hair as it kept sweeping over my mouth and nose, and for the first time I saw a woman so close. My heart was pounding, and I wasn't sure if it was the fast heartbeat that was making it a little hard to breathe, or if it was the Blue Heart pressure. There was a red blazing sensation in my cheeks that I felt that made me a little uncomfortable, but I'm really all over the place at the moment. Blue Heart was on the contrary very happy. I don't know what she was happy about. What are you laughing at? Not telling you. She let go of me and headed downstairs, and I knew she was going to find Jinky. The light was getting stronger here, shining so brightly that I could barely keep my eyes open, and I slipped toward the stairs. What do you want to eat today? Looking at the two lazy pigs on the bed, I asked. To eat the same as yesterday. Blue Heart was sprawled out on the bed. Motoyuki mimicked it as well. Hopeless. I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, mentally also planned and planning to leave at noon. January. I'll take her with me if she's willing. It may be hard work, but at least I won't let her get hurt with her around. I quickly got the morning ready and called the two lazy pigs up for dinner. Knock knock. There was a gentle knock at the door. Little doctor. Blue June was surprisingly at the door. I froze instantly at the sight of him. Miss Blueheart is inside for breakfast. I pointed toward the house. I'm not here for Heart. I'm here for you, Dad. Blueheart ran out to say hello instantly even when she heard her put coming. Lan Jun was as happy to see his daughter as Lan Xian was to see Yuan Yu. Hello? Genki snorted. You're little Genki, aren't you? Lan Jun picked up Yuan Yu and waved her in the air. Yuan Yu was a bit unfamiliar with the older man, but it was still fun to fly in the air. After dropping off the Genesis, I invited Blue June to my mother's room. Is there something wrong with Mr. Blue? Chapter 33 Departure. Blue June moved closer to my side and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. What the is this for? Male to male. I just pushed him out of the way. Little divine doctor. My Lanxin's character is naughty after all. She doesn't have any sense of propriety in what she does, and she's been spoiled by me since she was a child. But lately I've noticed that she's changed a lot. Not only is she polite, but she's also very knowledgeable and well-behaved. And then I realized it's because she's been learning from you. She's going to go on a long journey with you now. I promise. I rub. Your daughter is so casual and you agree? He could also see the very surprised look on my face. I can't help it. She's blackmailing me in every way possible. And things will get worse if I don't let her go. Please take care of my daughter on the road from now on. Blue June got up and bowed to me. I go. How can I take this? I rushed to help him up. But I can't guarantee the danger over there. I'm still a little reluctant to take Blue Heart with me. It's not safe after all. And I'm taking Yuan Yu because she's still young. I trust you, and I'm relieved to have Blue Heart by your side. I'm not sure what you're worried about. I'll send a couple of good fighters with you, and Blue Heart can have more life experience with you on the way. Snap. Blue June put down a wad of money on the table. Which, well, I can't say no. There's no way around it. He's giving too much. I was very happy to oblige him, promising him that if I didn't find it within 2 years, I would have to go back to River City. 2 years? With my current financial resources, let's give it a shot. Lan Jun said goodbye to Lan Xin Yuan Yu and then left. Lan Xin reluctantly watched him go away. 2 of the strong men from before were left at the door, so it looks like they're traveling companions afterward. I packed my bags and set off, riding in the Blue family's limousine to the first stop, Duck Spring Village. Sitting in the car doesn't feel like you're on a long trip or traveling at all. The familiar scenery outside the car window flashed by, and I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see it again for some time afterward. I looked straight at them as if they were greedy, wanting to carve their appearance deeply into my mind. There is a limited space for memories in the brain, and the day they are full perhaps they will overflow, but I wish that time had come later. The cars kept flying by, and with location navigation on board, we didn't need to worry about getting lost. Just wait quietly to reach your destination. That's how rich people are treated. Woken up by the early morning sun, I was sleepy. I watched as Yuan Yu and Lan Xian beside me had fallen asleep in a daze and drifted off to sleep myself. After I don't know how long, the car stopped. There's a wooded area ahead, and the car can't go any further. Miss, cars can't drive on the road ahead from here. Woken up by the driver's words, the 3 of us slowly opened our eyes, having no choice but to pull over and get out of the car. Big Fire began the long journey that he was really on, grabbing their luggage from the car. Yuan Yu and Lan Xian were unusually excited. They saw very many favorite flowers along the way and picked them as they ran along. Miss is so happy. The 2 burly men smiled warmly at the scene. Is this the legendary strong man's tenderness? Through the woods there was a large expanse of green grass and the sun appeared through the clouds. It was such a breezy day. We kept moving forward, and the 2 kids kept playing in front of us, constantly chasing each other. There is still absolutely no sign of any village visible from here. How much farther is it? The burly man asked, turning toward me. I looked at the place in my hand and pointed out where we were now. We had only traveled 1/3 of the way so far. The 2 were stout, but walking didn't seem to be all that enjoyable. Miss, come over here and bring a sun hat. Another thoughtful, burly man shouted at Blueheart. The sun overhead was becoming increasingly hot, and within a few steps sweat was spilling out. Blueheart and Yuan Yu didn't seem to be affected by these external factors and were still having fun. As children chat, adult chat is inevitable. My name is Bull, the burly man in blue said. My name is Eru. The burly man in red introduced himself. My name is No Cuckoo, just call me Cuckoo. The 2 of them oh so quietly. It was so damn awkward. I almost picked the skin off my feet. But the duo do kind of live up to their name. They do have incredibly large bodies and seem to be a bit naive in what they do. But they can't jump to conclusions so quickly. Maybe it's all a hallucination. We dared to get 2/3 of the way there before taking a short break in a wooded area on the side to replenish our energy. How much longer will Brother Kung get there? Blueheart kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Soon. It's not far off. Almost in a short walk we reached the village of Duck Springs. Upon hearing these words Blueheart instantly regained her old vigor and was instantly energized. Yeah. Got up Genki bounced together. What vigor, young lady. The 2 of them, Denyo and Erhu, were nibbling on a large loaf of bread. Once the fire had rested, it set off again. This time everyone picked up their pace. I'm faster than you. Motoyuki passed me at a fast pace. How could I resist this? And immediately overtook it back. Suddenly Blueheart on the other side followed close behind. Hey, I'm number 1. Big Bull and 2 tigers. Not to be outdone. Past the 3 of us with a straight run. Can this be tolerated? But I resisted. It was too tiring to run. Potholes are really not good for running on grass. Suddenly, some buildings appeared in front of us. I watched as a house came into view, with shingled roofs, and the houses were built of red dress. A sweeping view of all the red buildings. Whoa! Genjetsu dashed off in the direction of the village. This little guy's energy is off the charts. We picked up our pace and made it to the village. Just as we walked to the entrance of the village, a large stone red duck spring village, surrounded by many small yellow ducks. Whoa! Blueheart and Yuan Yu came over and one of them picked up a duckling. What do? A woman in plain clothes with anger written all over her face emerged, looking around 5 to 60 years old. What are you doing catching my ducks? The woman's accent was so heavy that her local Mandarin could not be understood without listening carefully. Blueheart looked back at us helplessly. Obviously she couldn't understand what the aunt was saying. Miss, she said why she grabbed my ducks. Ernest explained. Oh, we just thought it was cute yeah. Blueheart rubbed the duckling and kissed it. Expression of surprise. Auntie's expression was disgusted to the extreme, as if she was saying that city people had never seen the market. Put it down. My duck. Chapter 34 Duck Springs Village. This Blueheart understood, and aggressively asked Yuan Yu to put the duck down as well. Auntie mumbled away with the ducklings. There was hardly any traffic in the village streets, and the whole village was very quiet. There's no hustle and bustle of cars, people squealing and talking. The noisiest thing is just dogs barking and chickens crowing. Walking towards the village. The road in the village was made of earth bricks beaten up with potholes everywhere. Everyone here casts a strange look at us, as if they were looking at a foreign object. That little girl is so handsome. That little friend is nice too. Everyone we saw pointed at us with curiosity. Almost every family here has a well, or two families share a well. Hey, master, is there an inn around here? Moncler Outlet Online. I couldn't understand a word of it. It was just too hard. He said there's a Fury Inn up ahead, just a few more steps. Dahu explained. Cow, you can even understand this. Brother is really impressed. As we walked on, we saw a big sign Fook Lie Inn from a distance. It was like seeing an oasis in the desert. Would you like us to carry you, miss? Yuan Yu and Lan Xin were already so tired that they could barely drag their bodies onward. No no no. Blueheart waved his hand. His walking posture had gradually fastened into that of a walking corpse. Relentlessly, we finally reached the inn. Greetings, welcome to the Fury Inn. Seeing that there were quite a few of us, the owner came right out to greet us. Does the boss still have a room? There. The owner greeted me and Blueheart. Yuan Yu in a double room and two strong men in a double room. The two burly men looked at each other, obviously very unhappy with the decision. Although there is money to be spent, it should be spent slowly and not in a one-time high spending. When they got to their room, Blueheart made a flutter and jumped on the bed, and Genki followed suit. For a moment I wondered if these two were twins. So tired. Blueheart stretched. You can sleep well today. That's a must. I've used up all my exercise for the year. Put. It makes me want to laugh at her. Why don't we hit the road tomorrow? I asked them tentatively. No. How can you give up so easily? We've come all this way and we're not going to stop until we get what we want, Blueheart said in a condescending manner. It's a vow, isn't it? Hey, that's about right. Knock. Miss Dinner is ready. You can come down to eat yo. These two burly men are indeed cute pinches. Oi. Blueheart touched the bed with a single rush, picking up Genjutsu. Ayaha sister Blueheart. Blueheart ran outside, scaring Genjutsu into letting out a miserable scream. These two are a real treasure. Dinner, stir-fried mountain bamboo shoots, boiled mountain vegetables, braised pork ribs, etc. For me the food was already so superior that I couldn't stop my mouth from watering as I looked at them. No seafood pinches? I'm sorry, miss. This is the mountains, they can't even find a seafood. The two men rose and bent over. It's okay. These aren't bad either. Lan Xin smiled sweetly and gestured that they didn't need to be so formal. Let's eat together. The two of them were relieved. The chopsticks in everyone's hands kept rattling. This bamboo shoot is too good. Blueheart let out an amazing exclamation. Being the bamboo shoots lover that I am, this plate of bamboo shoots tonight can honestly only be rated a 7 out of 10. The flavor was really average, but the tenderness of the bamboo shoots was not bad. The main thing is that my mother cooks it every day, and I don't have to eat it without bamboo shoots. But my old lady does have a knack for cooking bamboo shoots, with a particularly authentic flavor and a variety of patterns for me to pick from. I can eat 5 bowls of rice at a time. That I think is average. Surprise! Blueheart's expression was unusually surprised because she felt from the bottom of her heart that this plate of bamboo shoots was invincibly delicious. Okay? Brother Kung, is your tongue okay? I'm full of questions? This plate of bamboo shoots is so good, okay? The boss saw that this girl is so supportive. Sleep greeted the kitchen in the delivery of an additional plate of food. No. I kept persuading them, but could not resist their hospitality. Miss seems to have become different. Arrow whispered at Dinyo, and the two of them tittered and laughed. Phew, what are you laughing at? Blueheart's sharp eyes stared at them, and the two instantly panicked. Don't even tell me. Humph, cheap bastard. Blueheart gambled hard on a dry bowl of rice. After a full meal, everyone every knot burped. Shall we go for a walk? I've never shopped in a place like this at night. Blueheart's expression was very excited. The night was somewhat cooler in the small village, much better than the poisonous midday sun. We took the opportunity to wander along the streets, but the people of this village don't seem to like to come out and hang around, and everyone in the stores they pass is sitting down. There's no TV or radio here. Everyone was simply sitting around, some making crafts, some polishing their food. Everyone has something they are busy with. Hey, right, Blueheart suddenly jumped out. Isn't this the village of Duck Springs? And why don't we eat ducks at night? The duckling is so cute. Can you bear to eat it just like that? Women can get so fast. Miss, ducks are a symbol of luck here. They never kill them. All the ducks here die naturally. Oh, wow. Daho still knows quite a lot. Being praised so much by Lan Xin, Daho covered his head in some embarrassment. It's average. Right, Kung? Want to rest here for one more day, or continue on your way? The second cow came up to my side. stay on for one more day. Everyone's pretty curious about this place too, aren't they? And I'm worried that Blueheart's too tired. Ernie seemed to understand what was going on, nodding his head at me. We had almost wandered through the small village, which had little in the way of people. There are in almost all the old age, after all old age at home. There are a few families in addition to the elderly and children. Young people are estimated to go outside to fight. People who catch each other's eye here don't seem to greet you. They probably feel that eye contact is a form of greeting. Along the evening breeze, our first stop was very easy to get to, but it was a tight first stop, with 79 cities waiting for me. 2 years won't be long. I'll find the so-called Black Abyss city before then. My mom will be there waiting for me too, I guess. In her mind's eye, her appearance was getting blurry. What would she be doing now? Chapter 35, Seeing a Doctor. A few of us returned to the inn and went into our rooms to sleep. Today was too exhausting. Blueheart and you almost fell asleep in seconds. I've traveled a lot today and I'm exhausted. The moon shone into the room and my sleepiness hit me. The next day, the village of Duck Springs was drizzling, and the people who had been sparsely on the streets were now almost zero. I'm going out to play. You scrambled and wanted to go outside to play in the water. Blueheart led the way and ran outside. Denyo who followed. After all, we are leaving this village tomorrow, and if we don't cherish this moment, we will miss it later. The rain was so light that you couldn't even notice the dripping sensation without feeling it carefully. Everyone was hanging out and going to the creek to play in the water. This seems a lot worse than I thought it would be for the long haul. Someone's got the flu. The villagers on the sidelines were yelling everywhere. I heard it's Old Lee and his family. Everyone remember not to come to their house. The villagers seemed to be in a panic. What's going on over there? Blueheart moved over to try to listen. Someone's sick. Ha! Just get sick and yell. Blueheart cast a disgusted look and went on to the creek to play in the water. There are almost as few places to play in the small village, and the entertainment is almost exclusively walking and water play. We returned to the inn after we got tired of both programs. Welcome back. Did you guys head up the hill? The owner asked us tentatively. No. Blueheart was the first to answer. That's good. I hear the flu is starting to spread especially bad over there. The boss covered his heart as if he was afraid it would suddenly jump out. What flu? I asked curiously. We have a lot of ducks here, and the most common flu to get is bird flu. Oh, I used to be just my old lady's little helper, and I didn't know the name of the disease by half. What flu's there? Let brother come and surely all can be cured. It's awesome, Blueheart said with a flourish towards me. Really? The owner looked at me with curiosity. No, it's all her nonsense. I just know a little bit about medicine. It's not enough. The boss's expression became visibly lost. This disease we hear almost no one can cure. People who have this disease can only die. Oh, wow, that's horrible too. After dinner, I kept pacing my room. Does Brother Kung want to go to the hillside? Blueheart could see what was on my mind. Aang, you still know me. Go. Blue jumped up. Go. Genki jumped up as well, mimicking Blueheart. Really can't do anything with you guys. While Daha Erniu went to bed, the three of us sneaked out. We were completely unfamiliar with the terrain, and we didn't even know the exact location of the hillside. It was now 10 p.m. The streets were deserted, and even the stores on the street were closed. Trying to find someone to ask for directions is a big problem. Suddenly, we saw a house halfway up the hill that was unusually bright, and all the other houses had their lights out, except for him. The hillside might mean that place. We headed in that direction. Brother, it's scary here at night. Yu tightened her arms around me. Ha! I made a face at Yu, but surprisingly, this little guy recognized it and looked at me with a disgusted expression. Hated brother. Letting go of my hand, he pressed toward Blueheart. It's good with me. Ha 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 ha. Blueheart flaunted the metamoon in his hand. What a couple of childish geeks. There was not a single light on the road in the village, and it was pitch black all the way. We advanced slowly by the vague moonlight of the night. How much longer will it take to get there? We've been walking for almost half an hour now, and Genki is tired of walking. I looked up at the house in front of me to anticipate the distance. Almost there. Not far to go yet. Should I carry you? I don't want it. The kid's still betting against me. I slowed my pace to deliberately let them come forward and made a sudden dash to pick up Motoyuki. Aha! Genki finally got the better of me this time, he. I carried Motoyuki on my back and continued on. Without the little short-legged Genki we sure blocked our speed a lot more. Short legs. Looking at Motoyuki's little legs that kept shaking behind me. You didn't show any weakness and pulled my hair up. This little guy is too ruthless. Who did he learn all this weirdness from? The house appeared in front of us. An old-fashioned two-story, red-dressed house with large green trees surrounding it. We walked into the house where the lights were still on and the constant sound of someone crying came from the house. Brother, you clung to me. She was afraid of crying. Blueheart came close to me as well. I guess this is the old Lee's house that they were rumored to be. I went up and knocked on their door. After waiting a few moments, no one came to open the door for us. I knocked harder. Clunk! The door was opened and an old woman with white hair tied in a ponytail came out and opened the door for us. What's the matter with you guys? Did someone in your family get bird flu? In the village it only takes one person to know about this and it spreads to others. The thought of you alone knowing about this is the same as the whole village knowing about it. The old woman was then not particularly surprised. Yeah, what do you guys want? The expression on the old woman's face reflected her impatience with our uninvited guests. I'm a doctor, can I see what's wrong with him? Ha! The look on the old woman's face when she heard about my dog was very surprised. Yes, inside please. The old woman immediately took us inside. Blue Heart walked in with a proud face. My old man is upstairs. The old woman pointed to the door of the room upstairs. It seems that even the old woman herself was afraid to go into that room for fear of catching the flu. Why don't you two stay downstairs and I'll go up and check it out? I want to go too. Blue Heart spilled the beans. What if you get infected? Be good downstairs. I'll pull down soon. I stroked Blue Heart's head then headed upstairs myself. Hello, may I come in? Knock knock. I finished knocking and turned the doorknob. The house is filled with an unpleasant odor. The room was dark, lined with many books, and an old man lay under a bed by the window. I fumbled with the wall and turned on the light. Sorry to bother you. Who are you? Cough cough. The old man who had been lying in bed fumbled to get up. I'm here to see what's wrong with you. Oh, no? The old man was full of surprise. Mistake? Cough cough. He remained unconvinced. I walked straight to him and gently took his wrist to take his pulse. The old man's body was feverish and he was coughing constantly. Do you have any other symptoms besides body heat and cough? Chapter 36 Blocking. The old man stroked his beard and thought, nope, those are the two for now. Right. Very dizzy. The old man added. I continued to take his pulse. This situation does not appear to be particularly serious. Suddenly, a young man came rushing in through the door. Who are you? A tug on my shirt dragged me to the door. We don't need outsiders like you to meddle in our family's affairs. Manhwa, can't be so rude. The old woman shouted at the young man. I'm sorry, my old man, this disease cannot be cured. We also know. Their father and son relationship is particularly good. The child is also great. Please forgive me. The old woman came over to us and explained. With that, Manhwa simply kicked the three of us out. That guy is so mean. Exactly. Hey, it can't be helped. We walked back toward the inn. How is that man sick? Couldn't cave. I feel as if it's not as bad as they say it is, but they kicked me out. I can't be bothered to try more. It's hopeless. Sure enough, the descent was quicker than the ascent, and it didn't seem to take long on the way back to the inn. The owner came over with a worried face. Are the three of you headed for the slopes? I nodded. The boss's expression became even more stony. Hey, just tell you guys you can't go and you still go. Leave the village early tomorrow. The owner walked away helplessly. We're getting out of here tomorrow, too, but there's something really strange about the people here. Didn't feel anyone's tolerance and warmth towards the foreigners here. There's only indifference and then there's more indifference. In bed I still have trouble sleeping. Knock, knock. Dormitory door is almost smashed. I went over and opened the door. Arrow greeted us to pack our bags and eat breakfast to depart. I woke up the two little lazy pigs and started packing. Did you have a bad night's sleep last night? Blue Heart looked at my face with a worried expression. It's okay, I'm okay with it. Arrow brought breakfast to our room. After a few bites, he was ready to leave the small village. We took our bags and said goodbye to the owner. The people on the street today are different from the usual. Many people on the street are gathered together and seem to be plotting something. What happened to those? Blue Heart said looking at the crowd. Miss, the master instructed to mind your own business. Everyday masters. Blue Heart pouted. We looked at it without much thought heading for another place. Contrary to the street we were just on, there wasn't a single person on the street we were walking on. It looks like everyone here is concentrating over there. Maybe it's some kind of village festival? Did we just happen to miss it? We still walked straight towards the entrance of the village. Where's the next stop? Full Moon Town. Oh, exclusion. That sounds like a good one. Blue Heart bounced and walked again. Suddenly, there's a group of people gathered at the entrance to the village up ahead. Instantly gathered around when they saw us walk in. What's the matter with you guys? The big bull stepped in front of us, moving his wrists toward them. Seeing the big ox and the two tigers, strong and healthy villagers are still jealous of a few points. These two people really did not bring out in vain. That's them. They must have brought the bird flu. A villager shouted from the sidelines, and the others followed suit. You cannot leave the village. Arrest them. I'll go. What kind of down and out to the village is this? Do we have the flu and still walk this far? I'm drunk from listening to this. The flu has nothing to do with us. We only arrived in the village the day before yesterday. Big Bull explained. You went to Old Lee's house yesterday. We villagers saw you. A redhead led the way out. Denyo and Air, who looked back at us. I went to take a look at the man's condition yesterday and it wasn't as serious as they said it was, I said as I stepped forward. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Several people have died in our village because of this. What if I cure this disease? My words have rendered everyone speechless. I saw his illness yesterday. It's not very serious. As long as the right medicine is used it won't take long for the illness to get better. Redhead walks back to the team and discussing this with them. Should we not let him try? If it doesn't work, how about shutting him down? But what if you let him out there to infect others? One villager finished pointing at me. He's been wandering around the village for the past few days, or we'd all have been sick a long time ago. Finally someone who tells the big truth. Let's go to Old Lee's house. Redhead is leading the way, showing us the way. We returned to the village once more, the group behind us still chattering away. These villagers are so annoying nah. How can they make up nonsense to wrongly accuse good people? Blue Heart commiserated. Don't feel bad, miss, these are just natives. Danielle and Air who worked together to comfort Blue Heart. The redhead took us on a shortcut, and it was really much faster than the section we took on our own last night. Knock, knock, who? Still the old woman came and opened the door. Aunt Lou, I brought them here to see Uncle Fong. Suddenly, Feng Xiu behind the old woman blocked our way. This disease can still be cured. Redhead, have you lost your head? Von Huey's words were very irritating. The redhead didn't argue with him, explaining to him the reasons why he brought us here. So what? It wasn't any of their business in the first place. And doesn't bird flu happen in our village every year? Wouldn't it be nice to have someone to see your dad now? Maybe a cure? Feng was suddenly fidgeted as if he was motionless in thought. With a mouthful of red hair, Feng Xiu finally compromised. Okay, come on in. But his face still had the 3 words reluctance written all over it. Reluctantly, Von Hu brought to his father's side. Dad, this man was brought to the village to see you. After saying this, Feng Xiu went to the door and waited. I continued to take the old man's pulse, and sure enough, today was much worse than yesterday. Body temperature has also risen. My mind went back to the treatment for this condition in the book I had memorized in the first place. Suddenly, those herbs seemed to appear before my eyes. I immediately ran downstairs. Why? May I? Feng Xiu's attitude wasn't as bad as it had been in the beginning. Blue Heart, give me a pen. I immediately took out the paper from my bag, took Blue Heart's pen, and quickly wrote down all those herbs. Go get those drugs. Handing it to Feng Xiu, he immediately rushed out to look for herbs. Young man, what is the condition of my old man? I pondered for a moment, wondering if I should say anything. It's worse. If I had taken the medicine in time yesterday it might have gotten better right away, but now it's dragging on too long. Chapter 37. Stay the night. Blue Heart and Yuan, you were not disturbed by the gloomy atmosphere of the place and were still having a great time. Is there a medicine pot here? I asked towards the old woman, who immediately got up to get ready. A few of us waited quietly downstairs for Von Hu's return. The herbs I gave Feng Xiu were not things that were very hard to find. After about 10 minutes, Von Huey arrived home. The stuff is coming. The stuff is coming. He looked very agitated. Obviously he was so indifferent yesterday. Now it's finally exposed. I took his herbs and the old woman led me to the pot. I threw all the herbs into the pot ready to boil. And when I saw the pot, I would immediately think of the first time I boiled medicine for Blue Heart back then, when my mother was still beside me. I began to concentrate on controlling the fire. Outside, Blue Heart and Yuan, you were still frolicking. I'm sorry. Von Huey came up behind me and whispered. Small problem. I smiled at him and the two of us didn't say much. Half an hour passed quickly. I weighed out the boiled medicine and served it to Feng Xiu. Let the old man drink this, and he will naturally recover from his illness, and he should pay more attention to the wind and cold in the recent cold weather. Feng Xiu took the tonic and headed for the old man's room. Then we'll take our leave as well. Looking outside, it was still light, so it was not too late for us to catch up at this point. Wait, Redhead suddenly stopped me. None of you will leave until the old man is well. Redhead let out a vicious word. He pointed to the outside of the house. Outside at this moment a group of people are surrounding the place, just to prevent us from sneaking away. These people have nothing to do all day, so idle. But after a late start it looks like we won't be able to go today. Miss, I don't think we can leave today. Are we still staying at the inn from yesterday? Blueheart thought back to the innkeeper's behavior yesterday and in the morning, and inevitably the newborn was disgusted. I don't. Blueheart was adamant that he didn't want to go back to that house, but there are no other inns around here. Blueheart looked at me with a helpless expression, but there wasn't much else I could do. Otherwise, then, you'll just have to make do with the Lord's our house tonight. The old woman heard everything we said. How is this convenient? If we are there, I pointed to the people outside the window. Those people would definitely stay here if we were there. Our family doesn't mind. Stay, lad. I'll prepare the bed. The old woman finished and went elsewhere to prepare the bed. Yeah, Blueheart had a very willingness to stay written all over his face. Foamsho suddenly rushed down the stairs. My dad is much better. A miracle doctor. Von Huey was building me up so tightly that I could barely breathe. A little something. Already fully recovered? The redhead asked, coming over curiously. Not yet, except my father says it's not so bad. I went upstairs and took the old man's pulse again. Isn't the body much more comfortable? The old man nodded. Thank you, young man. I can't get out of bed right now. That's all I can do to say thank you. It's okay, you just lay back and get some rest. After that I went downstairs. I'll be almost back in the morning, I said toward Von Huey. Von Huey was still very excited to hold my hand tightly. This guy's hand strength is really quite a lot of General Big. I retracted when my hand is already red. Then you can't leave yet. Redhead heard our conversation and spoke, helpless that this villager was too stubborn. The bed is ready for you guys. The old woman came out of the first floors. Little girl, let me modernize you. The old woman made a seductive gesture toward Blueheart, who followed her toward the room. Whoa! Blueheart shouted after not walking for a while. Your turn, little friend. Genki followed over. Whoa! There was also a surprised sound from Genjutsu in the room. What's going on with these two guys? I couldn't help but look back at the two burly men, both of whom were beaming. Let's have two muscle men. Hearing the old woman's call in the distance, the two burly men followed. Whoa! This time it was much louder than the previous two drugs. After all, the size of these two showed that they must have good lung capacity. It's your turn, little doctor. I consciously followed the old woman's footsteps, inwardly curious as to what could have surprised them so. Whoa! I can't help but scream out when I watch it. On the sidelines, Blueheart, Genki and Muscle Man were laughing at me. I had just walked into the room when suddenly a large spider appeared in front of me, and upon closer inspection I realized it was just a doll. My old man used to love to tease me, and these are all tricks he devised, the old woman said with a smile on her face. I can see that the two must have been especially in love with each other before. The old woman had prepared a total of 5 rooms, and for the first time since we came out, each of us slept in a single room. Take an early rest, oh little divine doctor, the old woman said after she finally dropped me off at my room. I told her about how I ended up going to take the old man's pulse to put her mind at ease. The frown on her face could be visibly seen loosening a bit after hearing that. I looked through the doorway and the villagers who had blocked our way were still waiting for us outside now. It's really kind of unrelenting, isn't it? If you put that spirit elsewhere you might be able to do some great things. Unfortunately, the good steel was not used on the blade. Knock knock. Brother, come in? I could hear it was Motoyuki knocking on the door. Click. The door was opened. Tiny heads poked in at the door. What's the matter? Afraid to sleep? Not at all. My room is super nice. This one of yours is just eek. You scanned the room with an expression of disgust. It clicked as if another door had been opened. Phew. Another head poked in. Blueheart's eyes were scanning my room as well. Ha! The same expression of disgust was shown as Genjutsu's. You're not very good in this room. That being said, it makes me very curious as to how nice their room is going to be. Go. Look at yours. Blueheart's room was across the hall from mine, and I looked at her room first. It's a room full of yellow, with yellow quilts, pillows, other decorations, and quite a few little yellow ducks. It's simply very similar to the style of this village, and it really is so much different from my dark, spidery house. The old woman is not fair nah. When they arrived at Motoyuki's room, the entire room was pink, both the windows and the walls and bed, not to mention the bed. Pink fills the place and there are quite a few doll piggies here as well. If the rooms here were used for the left-in, the business would definitely be much better than the Fukly-in. Chapter 38 Leaving. Hey, go see how Arrow and the others are doing? Go. We snuck up to Arrow's room and Shu, quickly turning the doorknob to try and startle him. Arrow happened to be heading out the door and collided with us. What are you doing? Arrow watched us sneaking around the door, passing by to see what your room looks like. It's hard not to pass by such a small place, isn't it? But that's a really lame excuse. I glanced inside. Whoa! Hearing my voice, Blueheart and Genki couldn't help but poke their heads in as well. Whoa! Sure enough, they all spoke in unison. This room doesn't have a lot of other decorations, but there are a lot of cute dolls here. All kinds of dolls are available. Reaching and Arrow in general, laughing at the road as the size of a finger. Can I go in and get one? You looked at Arrow and asked. Yes, you can. Can I do the same? Blueheart looked at Arrow as well. Of course you can, miss. Phew. Suddenly 2 figures disappeared from my side. A quick glance up revealed that they were already in Arrow's room picking out their favorite dolls. The 2 of them picked up their dolls and walked out contentedly. So we're going to check out the bulls next? Yeah, Arrow is also eager to visit. We still came quietly to the door of the big bull. Click. I quickly turned the door open and all of us immediately rushed in. I was stunned by the scene before me. Big Bull is actually working out. This room is filled with workout equipment, dumbbells and bars of various weights. The amenities are simply too good to pass up. I even suspect it was set up on purpose. What are you doing? What are you doing? Bull asked, panting as he held up the dumbbells. Our surprise attack didn't scare him, and it gave him more strength to lift a few more anyway. Me too. Aru's eyes were glowing when he saw the equipment. Rushed up and kicked off a late-night workout with Big Bull. The three of us really weren't that interested in this, so the raid team was disbanded. Each to his own side, each to his own bed. I went to my room, and as soon as I laid down on the bed, a mysterious force took control of me and I fell asleep immediately. This is the fastest I've ever slept out on a long trip. I used to think too much about meaningless things before I went to bed. The main thing is that the softness of this bed is just so cozy and I love it so much. Knock, knock. Why hasn't brother gotten up yet? He used to be the earliest. Probably too tired from yesterday. I heard someone banging on the door. I slept so well last night that I didn't realize that I seemed to have overslept the time. I got up slowly, which in the past would have also produced dizziness from lack of sleep. Surprisingly, I can't feel a single thing today. It's so cozy. I walked to the door refreshed and opened it, and sure enough, Blue Heart Janky was at my door with it. It's a good thing I locked the door before I went to bed yesterday. A good night's sleep would surely have been the bane of these two. You slept late. Blue Heart looked at me with a reproachful face. Ha, it's only 9 o'clock when I look at the time, isn't it? I looked out of the house and the men still dispersed. Are all those people gone? Aang, it's long gone. The old man has gotten better. Oh, Brother Kong is so powerful. These two are singing in unison. Wake up, it's time to eat. The old woman saw us yakking in the hallway and came over to inform us. Okay. Blue Heart looks more energized than ever. When I got to the kitchen, Daniel and Air, who were actually helping the old woman wash dishes together. Surprise! You're here. Eat. The bull pointed to the breakfast on the table. Seeing two muscular men on the sidelines holding their thick arms washing the tiny bowl, it felt as if the bowl would immediately break with a slight squeeze. You two are quite virtuous. I couldn't help but look at them and try to flirt. I'd even be tempted to photograph this touching scene if conditions allowed. He. The two of them were surprisingly embarrassed and scratched their heads. Are they brothers? I asked towards Blue Heart. It's a question I did wonder about for a long time. The duo have similarities in both body type and personality. It always makes me not easily ring as if they were brothers. I don't know about this pinch, Blue Heart muttered with bread in her mouth. Oh, after all, Missy shouldn't be interested in such things either. Danyo, are you and Air who blood brothers? Danyo, who was washing the dishes, suddenly looked up, and a pouty expression once again appeared on his face. Hey, how did you know? Surprise, I guessed it. I didn't realize that Danyo could talk so adorably. Just as I was still curious, Lan Xin and Yuan Yu had already finished their breakfast. Are you still eating this one? Ni? Janky drooled at the bread in my bowl. Here you go, little slanderer. Ha. Janky took the bread and happily nibbled on it. Are you going to leave today? The old woman helped the old man out. Are you feeling better? I watched the old man being helped out, went over to help hold him up. It's almost done thanks to you. It's just that my legs are still a bit weak. Then you should go to bed and get more rest. The rescuer is leaving. Old Foam, should come downstairs to see him off anyhow before I can. The old man is still stubborn. That said, this young man looks a bit similar to the warrior woman from back in the day. Wifey, the old woman said toward the old man. Yeah, good people all look more alike, right? Ha. Look at the eyebrows. The nose, it's like a mold. The old man seemed to shake his head at the old woman's comment. Hearing you say that, it seems almost like one. Who is this warrior woman you speak of? Blue Heart emerged from the sidelines. That was years ago, I think, the old man reminisced. At that time, many people in our Duck Spring village were infected by this disease, and the local doctors simply couldn't do anything about it. So it would be better to say that they were doctors than just medicine boys who could dispense medicine. I seem to be a medicine boy who dispenses. That lady warrior also came to us from abroad, and it happened to be the time when our infection was at its worst, and the people in the village were sick and injured. And the lady warrior who passed by stayed behind to help the villagers one by one to look after the sick before she left. She didn't leave a name before she left either, except that she had long black hair, but there was a handful of red hair in the black hair. Surprise! The image I remember most of my mother is a patch of red hair next to her forehead. What does she actually look like? I became slightly emotional. It's been too many years to remember exactly. I was a young man then and now I'm all bones. Chapter 39 Roast Duck. You forget, old man. We even had a picture taken with the heroine back in the day. The old woman turned her head to look around the room. Right, at that time, the lady warrior was also staying at our house before she left, and all the photos were taken only then. Look, the old woman handed the old man the picture to look at. Yeah, that's the warrior woman. Oops, I was a handsome boy back then. The old man touched his face remembering the past. You're the one who's poor, the old woman said toward the old man. handing me the picture. I looked at the woman in the photo and recognized her instantly, even though it had been over a decade since I had been masked. It was indeed her, my mother, and she had indeed passed through this village as well. It seems I was not wrong. The envelopes for my old lady are best evidenced by the fact that they received a number of gifts that the helpers received. Do you recognize it? The old woman asked us. She's so pretty. She really looks like her brother. Ha 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 ha. I laughed helplessly. Hey, where's your mom? Brother Kung? Would it be more like her? I was a little overwhelmed by Blueheart's words. My mother has been away since I was little and hasn't come back. It's okay, you have us now. Blueheart seemed to detect the sigh in my voice. We returned the photo credit to the old man, packed up and ready to hit the road. Where are you going, young man? Black Abyss City. Surprise! The old man's expression was a bit surprised. That's a dangerous place. That's where the warrior woman was headed in the first place. Aha! That's what we're there for. To find her. I exchanged pleasantries with the old man before leaving. Walking down the streets of the village, people continued as usual. The streets were sparsely populated, with families doing their own thing. This village does have a lot of strange and bizarre things going on, and the disease the old man has is not some kind of flu. Rather, it's a disease called fever, which the old man has caused due to a cold. But the people here are lacking in knowledge. No matter how you explain it, they prefer to believe in their own people, and their own former rules. I'm tired of being here. 2. We headed toward full moon. Finally, it's time to go. Yuan, you looked happy, and she didn't seem to be extinguishing any attachment to the place. You have to take a boat first to get to full moon, Bull said. Can't you reach the woods ahead? I looked ahead at the endless trees. There's a swamp in front of the woods, and if one of us gets stuck in it, it's over. Arrow had a very fearful expression on his face. It's safest to take a boat. Big Bull led the way. I didn't realize that Dinyo knew the road conditions here so well. Having them there is reliable. With Big Bull leading the way, we soon saw a lake, clearly glowing with white light. Blueheart and Yuan Yu happily ran over. Whoa! Faint sunlight shone on the lake as a small boat whirled in our direction. By boat? The bull nodded and led us up towards wearing it. To Full Moon Town. Going at this hour? The boatman was a bit surprised. Yeah, paddle faster. Yes, the boatman was a little surprised but did as he was told. The yawning boat was traveling fast across the lake, and the boatman kept speeding forward. It's a good look. The boatman paddled into the lake. Calyx kept reaching for us. I squirmed to avoid the strange grasses. Almost there, Bull said toward us. The guy did know the place well, and he knew it before the boatman even opened his mouth. It is indeed awesome. Sure enough, it didn't take long for some houses to appear before our eyes. Is that the town of Moonlight? The bull nodded. Moonlight Town is a really nice name. Does it mean the moonlight is pretty? Blueheart was filled with curiosity, but Dinyo did not answer her question, just quietly waiting for the boat to dock. Not saying a word, we watched the boat get closer and closer to the town. From a distance it looked like the houses here were very much intact. It was only when we got closer that we realized that most of them were in a state of disrepair. Sure enough, it's only good from a distance. We got out of the boat, and the big bull was paying and chattering to the boatman. The house here is so shabby. Yuan Yu looked at the house in front of her. The roof tiles were all broken in many ways, and a hole had been made right in the center of the house. Is this place fresh from the war? I asked curiously. It's also the reason this place got the name Moonlight Town. I'm a little confused as to what that means. Dinyo continues to lead the way for us. Just ashore here, some of the houses are broken beyond recognition. Some still have a few points to see the original vagueness of the appearance. It'll be better when we get to the front. The houses we passed along the way all looked the same, and it was alarming to watch. If I lived here, I'm afraid I'd be a wimp and shrink at night. It had always felt like an eerie aura emanating from this place. It wasn't the woods, but it had a more eerie feel to it than the woods. After we had crossed a long stretch of road and past dilapidated houses, other sights suddenly came before our eyes. The place just now was not only empty, but the house was dilapidated. After walking through those places, arrived at the center of the town, where not only was there a sea of people banging and drumming everywhere, but the houses were all intact, and the outside looked like it had a small town sophistication to it. Whoa! Genki sighed. Now that's what a small town looks like. Alone, hungry and grumbling, Blueheart touched himself alone. Miss, let's eat. Good. The Blue family shouted loudly. With the inn out of the way, we were going to find a place to eat first. It really has it all. Roast duck, roast chicken, steamed chicken, beef shabu shabu, lamb shabu shabu, and the list goes on and on. Which one would you like to eat, miss? What would Genki like to eat? Blueheart came over to Genjutsu. Sister Blueheart, I want to eat roast duck. Good. Let's eat roast duck. We headed toward a moonshine duck restaurant. Just as I walked up to the door, I saw the roast duck hanging outside in the oven, the oil constantly flowing from the duck. It's a mouthful to watch. Sir, how many roast ducks are you going to have? The owner was excited to see a group of us walking over. It was another big deal. Boss, come 10 roast ducks. The big bull is straight up hoity-toity. Whoa! The owner himself was stunned. Can you indeed finish it? I was a little surprised to hear that number 2. If you get tired of eating it, you'll know you simply can't stop. The bull smiled at me. We went to the store and found a random seat. The store was quite full. Looking at their plates, some of the 2 looked like they had already eaten like 4 roast ducks and counting. What is the magic of this roast duck that fascinates these people so much? Chapter 40, Moonlight Township. I'm getting curious too. Guest, it's time to serve. Junior started us off with a roast duck each. The meat of the roast duck had already been cut by them, piece by piece. The skin looked very crispy and the grease kept flowing out. I can't take it anymore. Everyone opened up without a word. Ouch. It's so good. Crispy duck skin and soft meat that you keep chewing in your mouth. The texture is not only good, the flavor is still one of a kind. I glanced toward the bowl as I picked up a duck leg to nibble on. Surprise! He had finished the roast duck on his plate and was ready to start on the second one. I would call it the Duck King. I'm really in awe of the strength of it. Looking at Aru, he had just finished his first roast duck and was ready to start the second one in as well. Blue Heart, on the other hand, was going about as fast as I was, and Janky, not to mention, was taking her time eating. I've never had duck this good. I even wondered if they went to Duck Springs and bought ducks to cook here. Actually, the roast duck in Duck Spring Village used to taste better. Only then the village changed its name and they stopped eating duck. Oh, wow, I can't believe there is such a thing. The village of Duck Springs really is full of oddballs. It makes sense that they would do such a thing. Looking back at all the outrageous things they did, I've grown to understand and look away. Sure enough, 10 roast ducks really weren't enough for the few of us alone and we added 4 more. Here comes the last ditch offense. Shoo shoo shoo. Within minutes, we were done nibbling. Well, was I right? It's so damn good. I just couldn't help it. The flavor was really on my point. Brother Kong is actually so excited that he's swearing. Actually, I say it all the time. Oh, then I'm going to learn. I'm damned. I'm damned. Blue Heart took Yuan Yu with him as he read. I'm damned. I'm damned. Stop it. Stop it. The bull and the owner counted the money and greeted us and left instead. How about finding an inn first before coming out for a walk? Same plan as last time in Duck Springs Village. We had a look around and there were more inns here than in Duck Springs Village. They were everywhere. We turned around a few more times just to find the store with Blue Heart's favorite architectural style. After a lot of trouble, we found a Moonlight Hotel to check into. It's the only a store that dares to name itself after the town, and it's also the largest in the annex. The main reason for living here is that Blue Heart likes the name. I actually feel quite speechless. Welcome. All at once 4 waiters came beside us. It's true that the service of a big hotel is different. How many rooms will it take? How many do you want to open? Miss? The bull asked towards Blue Heart. I'll sleep in 1 room with Motoyuki. The rest of you, come on 4 rooms then. Yes. The 4 waiters immediately led us to our respective rooms. The doors here use self-energizing access cards. A stark contrast to the inns in Duck Springs Village. It's the first time I've seen a door like this. Is that how you open the door, with a swipe? I watched with a curious expression as the waitress opened the door to the room. Yes, you put the card here, and it will automatically unlock when the sensing is complete. Oh. I nodded my understanding and he handed me the card. If there's anything you want to do, just ring the bell on the door and we'll be right there. It's a really sweet service, and I've come to love this town. Blue Heart was afraid she had forgotten about the maids in her house, and their service actually didn't seem too bad to me. Go! Blue Heart playfully waited for us at the door. Go go go! Yu ran out excitedly. At night, the town of Moonlight really lives up to its name, and tonight the moon is also particularly generous. Not only the full moonlight is very bright, it's so round. Miss, tonight is the night of the full moon. Oh, wow, so will there be a werewolf out there? That's what they say in the novels. I'm surprised Janky even reads this kind of novel. I still know nothing about her life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Blue Heart looked at the dependable bull. I don't know about that. He. Denyo scratched his head and was helpless. I can't believe there's something Brother Denyo doesn't know. Motoyuki gave a surprised look and Denyo made a face at him. This ghostly face really scared Yuan Yu, and she hurriedly ran over to Lan Xin and wrapped her arms around her. Lanterns of various colors twinkled in the streets, and there were people singing in some of the taverns. Many people gathered around the food stalls, and there were some clowns performing around the true center of the town square surrounded by spectators. Each performance draws dramatic applause. I'm going to check it out. Blue Heart and Yuan Yu scrambled to get to the theater. Denyo and Air who followed along uneasily. You guys go ahead. I'll wander around the neighborhood, I said toward them before they left. Then you have to be careful. Bull instructed toward me. The streets here hardly even need the light of lamps. The moonlight is enough to illuminate the place very brightly. I walked from the plaza toward a crowded street that looked like it had a wide array of small local samples. It's really interesting to look at, but there's no urge to buy them, and the seller is always enthusiastically selling them every time you get close. Makes me embarrassed to be close enough not to go buy some stuff. How do you sell this stuff? I picked up a hairpin and asked the owner. $10. It's amazing how expensive something so small can be. With my bargain hunting mentality, how could I have bought it for something so expensive? Will $5 do? I came right in with a half cut, leaving the owner with no way out. It's okay. Here you go. Why is it the same as the last time it was a marketplace to buy something? Is it because I cut the price less again? Abominable. Next time I'll be sure to cut a 70% down, should be about right. I tearfully paid the money, and along the way I spotted a few more nice things. Mostly, I didn't particularly want to buy it, but with the owner's enthusiastic sales pitch, it seemed like I'd be an unkind person if I didn't buy it. One can only reluctantly give them the money. Walking along without realizing it, I walked out of the noisy street, where there were still some vague stalls. There are significantly fewer streets to shop in and party on. There is something pleasant about the tranquility, the sudden quiet from the hustle and bustle. It's like day has gone to night in an instant, and it's still a pretty new feeling. The further we went, the more desolate we found the place. By the light of the moon I saw a single monument directly in front of me, but I couldn't make out exactly what it was. Out of curiosity I walked in to check it out. It was a markedly different place than the street just moments before. The temperature was freezing and the atmosphere was eerie. Chapter 41 Grunting. The sight of the place made me somewhat incoherent with surprise. In front of me was a headstone. The bottom of the headstone was completely empty. There were no bodies or urns. I'll go. The image did scare me. There are such people dead in such an eerie place. I immediately prepared to run back. Young man, what are you doing here? Aha! My screams are almost as loud as the sky here. It was only when I looked back that I realized there was an old man with white hair in front of me. No excitement, no excitement. I eased up a little hearing his tone. You are? Under the moonlight, I could see his face under his white hair. A face with many wrinkles. Call me Old Willow. My name is no small heir. Your last name is Wu, too. Ha! The old man turned and left the place. What a weirdo. I looked around, still no one was around, and I didn't even know if the old man I just talked to was a human or a ghost. Slipped away. This is not the place to stay. I returned to the street and saw the bustling crowd, suddenly feeling secure inside. Even if there were ghosts in a place with so many people, I'm not the only one who's been caught. I'm not afraid of crowds. Hi! Hearing the sound of someone saying hello, I looked around before seeing Blue Heart in the distance greeting me. What are you guys doing here? You see so many little things here. They walked over to a side booth looking at the small samples on it. Also, it's the gadgets that draw me in. Mumble. Here you go. I gave them the little gift I had just bought. Hey! The four let out a scream of surprise together. What are you doing? I can't believe you're giving us something. Woohoo! I could see the tears already welling up in Arrow's eyes. Danyo's eyes were already streaming with uncontested tears. Yuan Yu and Lan Xin were happy and immediately took it over and played with it. Will you two be okay? Big Bull, a handful of owners got me. This is the first time someone gave me a ragdoll. Although my gift to Muscle Man is a little strange. You guys don't have to be so surprised. Arrow lunged at me as well. What if I seem to be in love with you? But don't. I kept blocking them. It makes me a little afraid to give them any other gifts. It's already so horrible to give them once. They continued to wander in along the street I had walked down. Hey, why is it dark inside? Blueheart said as he looked inside the received. Don't go, come on. Danyo stopped her immediately. We went back the way we came. Both kids had a great time along the way. I bought a lot of stuff today. Blueheart looked at the big cow and two tigers who were hanging all over the stuff. The two of them had been taken over by the stuff. I could hardly see their faces. Yeah. Blueheart bounced down the street toward the hotel. Greetings. Welcome back. The attendants immediately walked in on us when they saw us arrive at the hotel and escorted us up one by one. We were dropped off at our rooms before going back one by one. I looked out the window of the hotel room. It was dark outside, but it seemed vaguely possible to see the piece of purpose for which I had traveled. The town is small to say the least, and the hotel is the only tallest building here. I shuffled over and was just about to go to Blueheart's room to say hello when I noticed that the Do Not Disturb sign was already on her door. Nice guy. This thing is pretty handy. No way. I'll just have to sleep, too. But my mind is now only filled with images of the tombstones I just saw. They wash over my brain, preventing me from thinking seriously, preventing me from thinking about anything else. Knock. Who could it be at this late hour? I was a little uneasy, but I'd better go and open the door. After all, the hotel seems safe. Hello? Seeing that you haven't turned out the lights, please. Are you in a bad mood? Nah, I'm just having a little insomnia. Oh, we are in charge of the sleep service. Do you need it? I don't think it's necessary after all. Suddenly, the attendant glanced into my room and seemed to see that my window was open. Toward the direction outside my window. He seemed to know what was going on. Did you see anything strange in the town? I honestly told him about the ones I'd encountered. Oh, don't worry. Those are just places where important people from our town are buried. But you must remember to turn off the lights before you go to bed. Especially after 12 o'clock. The waiter repeated his words again. Good. What kind of rule is this? That you have to turn off the lights by 12 o'clock? What kind of era is this? Isn't it hard for me, especially a night owl like me? After lying on the bed for a long time, there was still no trace of sleep. Looking at the clock, it was 11:50 at this point. I immediately got up and looked toward the headstone, fearing that something might crawl out of there. Take a look elsewhere. Surprise! The whole town was black, not a single bright light. That's too harsh. Does the whole town go to bed at 12 o'clock on the dot? I do see less Although the moonlight was bright, the town in such moonlight still carried a sense of darkness and mystery. Thud. There was another knock at the door. Hello? Please make sure you turn off the lights before 12 o'clock. The waiter said at the door. It's 12:55 at this point. I didn't respond to the waiter's words as he continued to keep talking at the door. Got it. I said impatiently as I opened the door. The waiter apologized and backed away. Suddenly, the lights outside the entire hotels went out. It seems that all the places in the entire town of Moonshine are without lights. It's a rare thing to find in a town like this. Every place is different from every place yet. Still, it is very pleasant and eye-catching to observe the moonscape in such a scene. I leaned against the window and quietly admired the moonlight tonight. It was quiet as if it was waiting for something to happen. I looked at the clock again. 12:59. My lights had all gone out as well, and it was pitch black both in the room and outside. Ouch. I leaned against the window and suddenly woke up as if to some noise. When I woke up, the landscape was still dark. The moon is also moving slowly up into the sky. Buzz off. A mosquito sound in my ears. I couldn't resist bracing my tired body and searching in the dark for mosquito coils to take care of these annoyances. Damn, it's too dark to find it. I couldn't resist turning on the light. I lit a mosquito coil, and after a while the mosquitoes didn't know where they had flown to, so it was really comforting. Chapter 42 Werewolves. Knock knock. It's like something flew by outside my window. It was supposed to be some kind of birdie in the middle of the night, and I didn't think much of it as I lay down on my bed and went to sleep with a brain. Knock knock. I don't know how long I slept through the window made a noise again. I immediately got up and looked out the window. There were surprising scratches on the glass. I'm going. What the hell is this? I woke up and realized that I was just so tired that I forgot to turn the light off. But it was the scratches on the window that concerned me more. I look at the time, it's only 1 a.m. It doesn't look like I've slept past that long. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. I kept ringing the service bell. Immediately a waitress arrived at my room and surprisingly rushed right in. Or a waitress. What are you doing? I watched as she moved very quickly to my light switch to turn it off. What are you doing? Shoo. The room was pitch black with the lights off and visibility was very low, except for the moonlight by the window. The attendant also saw the scratches outside the window. What was that about? I pointed to the window. It seems they still haven't told you that it's a full moon and the town is going to have some strange things coming here. So be extra careful not to turn on the lights today. Surprise! What's this got to do with lights? There's an absolute connection. Those strange things like the light and will only go to the light. The waiter had a very tense look on his face. They've just been here. Only fortunately the hotel's windows were sturdy enough not to be damaged after all. It's perfectly safe in the hotel now. Don't worry. Seeing her save me when she was already scared out of her mind herself, I sincerely admired their dedication. I'm sorry for the trouble, but it's the kind of thing you tell us about ahead of time and it's fine. We've had this experience before, but we still got complaints, and then we just didn't inform. Okay, you remember that you mustn't turn on the lights anymore. The attendant waited for a while to make sure it was safe and then left the room before bugging me again and again. Got it. I lay dutifully motionless on my bed, looking at the scratches on the window. Something strange? What could have scratched like that with 3 marks on it? It looks like it's been scratched. The curiosity within me not only overcame sleep, but fear as well. Curious, I sat down by the window and waited for the strange things to arrive. I wanted to see what they really were. What on earth could make an entire village turn out their lights for them? I waited for almost half an hour. Looking out the window, the whole town was dark and looked lifeless. Judas fell into a deep sleep and never woke up. It waits for the sun, and if the sun doesn't come, it seems to me that it could stay asleep for eternity. This night feels extra long to me. There are no lights. I just quietly look down the window at the night. Hoo hoo hoo. Suddenly, there was a loud wind noise coming from the bed outside. The wind could be heard clearly all around the room. Snap! My window shook violently. There seems to be something on my window. There was a crawling sound coming from the window. What the hell is this? I'm even more curious about. The windows here don't open all the way. Half-open windows. I opened the window halfway slightly and looked out through the crack in the window. Couldn't see anything at all, but I felt it very deeply. Indeed, something was on the window. Gathering my courage, I stood up on tiptoe and knocked toward the top of the window. Hello? Who are you? There was no response. Also, after all, why would people give you a reaction to something that is strange? It was a stupid moment. I continued to look toward the half-open window, hoping to catch some glimpse of it, but there was no more sound above the window. A silence returned. What the hell? It's no fun. Making me wait half a day and you're just going to watch? Lost in thought, I continued to sit on the window, grabbing the covers with the intention of sleeping here. Already too lazy to get into bed. Sleeping in the bed might have missed seeing that supposedly strange thing. I watched the darkness for I don't know how long. I dreamed that we were having fun on the creek at this point in Duck Springs Village, and that Yuan Yu was constantly pulling me to get me in the water. Don't pull the Jinky. But I felt Jinky's strength grow. I opened my eyes. All the time a huge wolf was in front of me. Its hand came in through a crack in the window trying to grab me, but its hand got stuck in the window. I'll go. Surprise! Scared old man had already taken dozens of steps backward in a row. What the hell are you? I hurriedly took a few steps back and turned on the light so I could see what the sky looked like. Ow! 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 It suddenly howled. After turning on the lights, I took a closer look at the fact that it wasn't a ing wolf at all. It was a werewolf. Its body is almost identical to that of a human being, except for the difference in appearance. And the limbs are not only the same but very strong. The werewolf's mouth was constantly drooling at this point, as if it wanted to eat the old man. I've run to the corner in fear. This guy's look is too intimidating. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door and the attendant must have heard the werewolf's howl, immediately running over. Why do you still have the lights on? She turned the lights off again. It's over. She saw that the window was open. What's wrong? Kong? Daniel and Air, who heard the sound and walked over, followed by Yuan Yu and Lan Xin. Surprise! The four seemed to immediately understand something when they saw the werewolf's constant struggle with one hand on the window. Daniel immediately regained his fighting form and charged straight ahead. What are you doing? The waitresses are panicking at the sight. What kind of customer handles that? Call for backup. Call for backup. The waiter kept shouting into the intercom, but there was no response on the other end of the intercom. It was the night shift and all the other staff in the hotel were asleep except for her. Big Bull went over and punched Wolfman straight in the face. Snap! The werewolf twisted his head seemingly painlessly. I'm going to. This guy's face is so hard. The bull twisted his wrist and attacked again, coming in hard towards the werewolf's jaw. Oh you! It's the bellowing of a big cow. Another punch was thrown and his own hand was already in pain. This guy is harder than a rock. Bull's fists were already red, while the werewolf looked completely unharmed, it seemed. Let me. Arrow moved the bull aside and boosted a short sprint from the doorway of the room to the werewolf's face, jumping up in a longitudinal leap to land a vicious bludgeon in the werewolf's face. Oh you! I don't seem to have any intuition in my hands. The bull's hands were already all red. Chapter 43 Dodging. It hurts my ass. Arrow stroked his aching hand and cuddled with Daniel. Woohoo for the bitter brothers. What to do? All of us looked at the waitress together, and she was panicking by now. I honestly don't know. Surprise! You don't know either? Then we'll all die here together. Suddenly, thinking about the TV show, aren't werewolves most afraid of silver items? Do you have any silver on you? Everyone looked at me with a look of ignorance. It works. Look for it. It was only then that people began to feel around on themselves. I have. The silver ring on the waiter's hand was handed to me. I ring on my pinky and give a punch towards the werewolf. I go to. The pain was such that I had to cover my hand. Doesn't it hurt especially? Big Bull came over to console me. It's killing me. Okay? Is this sterling silver for you? I removed the ring from my hand, and Bull took the watcher. You're fake silver. Real silver doesn't look like you. Hey, this is a gift from me, your boyfriend. How could it be? Though, but it really isn't silver. Daniel still told the truth after double-checking. Oh, you know. The waiter cried out in agony. It looks like it just didn't work because of the material. Any other silver items? Motoyuki took out a silver necklace from his pocket. Here, Yuan Yu fondly handed the item to me. I'll pay you back later. Don't worry. I wrapped Genki's necklace around my hand and once again struck painfully at the werewolf's arm, this time using a bit more force than I did last time. Snap! There was a loud bang. The werewolf's arm is broken. Ouch! The werewolf let out a wail. Aside. The big bull rushed to close the window. Shoo shoo shoo. The werewolf with the broken arm still refused to stop, kicking at the window repeatedly with his foot in an attempt to try and break it. What to do? Rest assured, folks, that the windows in my house are made of premium materials that are designed to protect against this kind of accident. Snap! The werewolf kept kicking and punching the window as hard as he could. Snap! Cracks appeared on the windows. Hey! You said premium materials. And this is it? How much of a letdown is too much of a letdown? Where's the promised quality? The waiter was also speechless. Guess the installers cut corners. Looking at the situation at hand, as long as the werewolves continued to keep attacking, the window shattering could happen at any time. Ow! Suddenly, other werewolves appeared around the werewolf. Several werewolves instantly surrounded the window. It was a scene that stunned us all. I'll go. There's so much more to this group. Is this going to send us to the west? Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. Let's retreat outside this room. Our hotel is equipped with the best blast doors in the country. We are absolutely safe as long as we are outside this level of doors. Please don't worry. I don't know how well equipped this hotel really is, but I can see how much the waiters can brag about it. The bull is all pretty much blown out of proportion. There was no better way at this point. Everyone retreated outside the room together, and I hurriedly took a few important items and slipped away with them. After all, I'm not particularly confident about the windows in this hotel. Windows of such poor quality are certainly not exotic items. This hotel is an expert at cutting corners, isn't it? And so able to brag. Snap! We could clearly hear the sound of the windows being slammed from outside the room, except for the room where we closed the door behind us. At this moment, the windows are still fighting. Come on, windows, Motoyuki whispered, helping to cheer it on. What's going on here? Why is it so noisy? A woman in a bathrobe walks out and the banging on the window was so loud that the occupants next to the room came out to inquire. Something has popped up. I'm really sorry. Please bear with me for a while. The woman closed the door impatiently. Can't you call the police for something like that? I was full of questions. It's no use calling the police. Their weapons won't work against a werewolf and they could get killed. So retarded? Yes, drop. The waiter had looked away. And the police are asleep now. It's a special day for the town. Nobody's afraid to go out. So it's barbecue. Then, what's barbecue? The waitress asked with a look on her face. This doesn't matter. Bang! The sudden noise startled a few of us into a practiced retreat. It won't. It's not a broken window, is it? The waiter had completely panicked. I peered in through the cat's eye towards the door. By now the window was broken and several werewolves had entered the house. Too many to even count. It's over. I had frozen at the sight and took a few steps back. They're coming in. Ha! What then? Run for it? There's no use running. I've looked away from the world. You guys go ahead and just leave the rest to me. I struck a very handsome pose. How can we? We can't let you down, Kung. Don't mind me. I just want you all to live well. It's my fault today too, and I'll take it alone. Good man. The waiter was as if he was watching the show from the sidelines. I was also left speechless by this guy. Is there any other safe place? I asked toward the waitress. Just being in your room is safe. Our doors are. Got it. Got it. Not really wanting to hear her repeat that nonsense over and over again, I stopped her immediately. You guys get going. I'll watch here. And if there's any danger, I'll be the first to notify you. I suspect you guys are playing it cool. Oh, Arrow suddenly popped up. Surprise! Did my ploy just catch on? Oh, you know. How can it be? How can it be? Nope. I just really wanted you guys to go first. Why go first when you'll be safe in your room? Arrow opened the room across the hall. Mumble. We can see what's going on from here. What the hell? Arrow actually got smart? I'm starting to wonder if this guy was just playing dumb before. It actually broke out today. Okay, then, I'll listen to you. All of them entered the room together. The atmosphere eased up quite a bit with everyone in their chairs. I stood in the doorway constantly watching the wolves move. Snap! At this point, they were banging on the door over and over again, and the small hole in the cat's eye had been rubbed out by them. Ouch! 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 The sound scared all the guests out. Chapter 44 Chatting. What's going on here? No? I think I just heard a wolf cry. Are there wolves here? The guests came out and talked in the street. The waiter rushed out of the room. I'm sorry, folks, but there's a special situation at the hotel. The waiter went out and rushed to apologize to the guests. Sorry? What's the use of being sorry? Just get it over with. Every customer looks like they have a very angry face. Hey, are you guys waitresses too, or don't you hurry up and take care of things? They pointed and yelled at us. Ha! As soon as Big Bull stood up, the others immediately wimped out. Big brother, don't mess around. The guests ran out in a huff. The waiter had a hard time getting the other customers back to their rooms one by one. Snap! The wolves were getting heavier and heavier and their attacks not stopping at all. It feels like sooner or later this door is going to get smashed by theirs. The big bulls were already starting to panic. Aren't werewolves afraid of silver items? Prepare it, I said as I got up. Let all the others bring their silver-made things too as a last resort. We can still keep a hand in it, can't we? The waiter also thought it made sense and immediately got up and went out to inform the other guests. A few of us had caps flipped on us and took what we could instead, but the pack of werewolves looked to have a lot of momentum, so they were afraid that they would suddenly charge up. Good news, good news. The waiter very much started running towards us. Good news. The waitress came up for air. Take your time. You see. She pointed to the clock. It was also now 6 o'clock after a long night. In a little while the moon will be going down too. So, the werewolves will leave before the sun comes up, and 6 o'clock means the sun is coming up today. That's great. That's great. And all of us sank. But, can you finish your sentence once and for all? I was so impressed with what I heard. I don't even know if I should be happy or not. This waitress is a mood moderating mobilizer. Can't play her? Can't play her. It's ing awesome, but today it looks as if there is no sun. And long ago in our town every day if there was no sun they seemed to stay all day. Surprise! Holy! I felt like running to the window and looking at the sky completely full of cumulus clouds with no sign of the sun. That's some damn bad luck. I was also left speechless by the whole outrageous thing. Then we still have to keep our hand in if the sun doesn't come out we'll have to hide for a day? More than a day. At night they become more powerful. I'll go? There's more of this stuff. No wonder their attacks were not as ferocious now as they were just now. I ran to the door and peeked in through the crack. The wolves seem to be weak. It's too weak. I can't help but want to mock them. I'm going to eat you. Oh, a white werewolf actually said that at me. I'll go. Hey, 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 you guys come listen. I immediately called out to my little friend. Come on, you're saying a word. I said towards the white werewolf, smiling excitedly towards my little friends. Ow. The white werewolf actually just screamed. So what's up with that? Hey, didn't you just talk? Cokes. You're lying. Oh. Blueheart patted me down and went back to his room. Me ing? I still stood there defiantly. Hello? What for? I'll go. The white werewolf is talking to me again. Don't you know how to talk here? Why didn't you say anything just now? To your care? Ah, this. So annoying. Why do you guys want to eat me? Ha? Don't you have a point in your own mind? What number? Didn't you guys break our little Ronan's arm? Ouch, 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 ouch. The werewolf with the broken arm walked over to the white wolf and wailed. So it's you. I'm going to eat you with my own hands. The white werewolf's mouth showed disgusting saliva. That was it trying to me first. I just missed. It clearly told me. You were the one who turned on the light first. Ha? I'm full of questions. What's wrong with me turning on the lights? What's the problem? Can't you turn on the light if you can't see? I blanch. We made a rule with the town that wherever there's a light on, we werewolves won't let it go. What kind of crap rules are these? I don't know any rules. It's useless for you to tell me that much. I just came here yesterday. I chatted and even got a little angry. Is Kung talking to the werewolf to himself? Brother Kung is so strange today. Ha, isn't he always like that? The bull's comment caused them to laugh. Hey, what are you guys laughing at? The laughter's getting too loud and interfering with my chatting with the white werewolf. It's fine. You continue without us interrupting. Oh, okay. I turned back to continue, and the laughter came from behind me again. Hey, if you guys don't respect me at least respect other werewolves? Well. Everyone was instantly quiet, but there were still little chittering noises. Where were you? I also forgot, but it's so disrespectful for you guys to be so happy when you're dying. Look, I feel the same way. That's what I just called them. Surprise, you actually have such a deep sense of realization. It seems that you are a good person, but you, AI, but what's wrong with mine? Don't even finish your sentence. What do you mean? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up? I was joking about the second half of the sentence. Of course, but how dare you put your hands on our little Ronan's arm? Do you know how it's going to survive in the future? Not only did you harm it, you also indirectly hurt its children and its wife. They will not only live on the streets in the future, they will also be bullied by other werewolves. The white werewolf spoke with great excitement. You werewolves do this kind of ostracism dodging, too, that's for sure. Exclusion is rare in this world no matter what animal circle. As long as there is a collective there will be a fight. Whoops, this is the werewolf who's been living through it all. I'd kinda like to be friends with you if you weren't a werewolf. I'd want to be friends with you if you weren't human. They talked more and more. From the mountains to the sea, from the starry river to the future. It's been a pleasure meeting you, and I'm going to eat you up. ******* and eat me again. What the does that mean? That's something you're better off not knowing. ****** werewolf. Chapter 45 Getting bigger. You seem to be looking down on us wolves? The white werewolf wore a strange expression. That's not true. Can you shrink back your drool first? It took the white wolf a moment to notice that he seemed to be drooling on the floor. You look so delicious that I can't help but want to take a bite. Should I be ing happy that you want to eat me so badly? He. The white werewolf actually smiled dementedly. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your disgust value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Spitting out green liquid. B. Shrinking freely. C. Thinking. Please click on the emotional carousel. Thump. Congratulations on your selection of B. I'm going to. This system still understands me. This werewolf is indeed disgusting as hell. I'm going to throw up just looking at it. It's just disgusting. I looked outside to see that the sky was already turning variable. Hee. It doesn't even seem like they need to use the system. They should be going. Look at the sky outside. Why don't you go? It's too early. Oh, the sun hasn't come out yet like that. Maybe not. We'll be full and hungry. The white werewolf's mouth exploded again. Expression of surprise. I'm dying. This guy is just making people do evil things. Why don't you eat something else? Do you have to eat me? Wouldn't it be good for you to do a little explaining? Do you have to break our coyote's hand? I was dumbfounded by what he said. Well, it does make a bit of sense, doesn't it? The room, where everyone used to be quite happy to see them, felt as if these werewolves were dolls pretending to be them. It was all as if it were unreal. Will the sun come out today? I asked toward the waitress. Not sure yet. What then? People won't go out without the sun, and we'll just have to help ourselves. I'm going to. All I can say is that people here are so damn good at it too. And what if the sun doesn't come out for a week? That's just going to have to hide at home for a week. The waiter explained helplessly. Hiding for a week does seem more or less awesome though. I didn't realize that the werewolves that had terrified this town could actually talk and listen to civilization. It's just that they have to work out their own sustenance as well, or they can't even survive. By the way, don't you all like sheep? I asked as I ran to the door toward the werewolf. That's all normal wolves love to eat. We werewolves only eat high animal humans. Oh, yeah, superior animals. I'm not considered a senior animal. Can you not eat me? No, the first one will eat you first. Ha. The white werewolf gave a disgusted smile. Then I thank you. You're welcome. Kinda polite. All we could do was wait quietly in the room. Suddenly, the sky became darker and darker. A dark cloud in the sky to our left was drifting toward us. Woo, isn't that Ed up? You'd better be good and stop resisting fearlessly. The white werewolf shouted from outside. I don't. Brother Kung, who are you talking to? Ha, didn't you guys hear that? Hear what? Blueheart looked at me with a puzzled expression. Am I the only one who can talk to them? Why can't they hear you? How should I know? If you ask me, who should I ask? Snap. Wow. It suddenly rained heavily from the window. Ha. Wait for me to get in. The white werewolf began to greet the other werewolves as they attacked towards the door. Luckily, the door was of decent quality and continued to resist. What to do? The waitress immediately began to panic after the wolves continued their attack. I've only been here 3 days and my career is just ruined? You've been here 3 days? Yeah, then you have nothing to worry about. Arrow couldn't help but give a blank stare. Well, there must be something to worry about. Like if I get fired in 3 days now, it'll be on my resume. What about when people go to other hotels in the future and they ask me why I only brought 3 days? It's a bad first impression. Oh, it also makes a bit of sense, and others seem to get it. Then let's guard these wolves for the sake of the waiter's profession. Everyone suddenly raised their fighting spirit. The attendant led the big bull and the 2 tigers towards the utility room, carrying the very hiding things to block the door from any werewolves. Now we can only wait quietly for dawn. The waitress huddled in the corner, looking out at the gray sky. The monsoon rain continued to fall. Snap! The door made a rattling noise, and all of us in the department immediately ran to the door to check it out, where a hole had been punched out in the lower left corner of the door. That spot was missed. There was nothing in the way there. This. The waiter pointed to a large rock. Danyoer who quickly lifted the stone and placed it in that breach. Egu, you guys are pretty smart but not very useful. I saw through the cat's eye that all the werewolves were backing away. Suddenly, all the werewolves slammed together towards the door. Snap! The door has been dented. I'll go. This door won't last much longer. The waiters rushed to each room, instructing the clients one by one that they must not go out, and the food was perfectly prepared for them. The food wasn't much of a delicacy, but at least it was enough to keep you fed at the moment. We'll have to hide in the room after this door breaks down too, but we're only dead if we hide in our rooms. We can't do anything more than wait for the sun to come. The desperation in the waitress's tone caught us up too. No way. We can't give up like this. Let's block them in with something. I stood up and tried to say it out loud, trying not to be discouraged. Everything that can be blocked is already there. There's nothing to stop them now. We're done. Surprise! Any more rocks? Genki picked one up. What's wrong, brother? Let me borrow it. I took Motoyuki's small rock and walked down the hallway, getting bigger. Phew! The stone suddenly became larger and larger. Stop! The size of the stone also stopped instantly. Wow! This guy is good. Snap! The wolves were attacking so hard that the door was already almost on the verge of breaking. I put the stone where it blocked the door. Get big. Boom. The stone kept getting bigger, and bigger, and bigger. When I saw that it had completely covered the door. Stop. The stone had completely blocked the door, even squeezing out the recessed door. Wow. Where did you find such a big rock? The waitress came up to me and looked curiously at the giant rock. This thing is too big. Never seen it before. Chapter 46 Breaking and Entering. I'll go. Kung, where did you get such a big rock? On the side. Danielle also stared in slight surprise at the scene. How do I explain? This is actually right next to it, don't you guys see? I put on a very innocent face. No? Oh, that's your problem, oh. I stepped aside and didn't bother to explain anything. The rock side turned out had blocked the whole passage, and the people on the other side couldn't get through. Hello? Is there anyone across the street? A guest on the other side of the rocky divide shouted at us. There. May I ask how you are? The waiter immediately ran to the guest. May I ask what's going on and how did you get such a big rock? The waitress didn't know how to explain all of this. On top of everything else that had happened tonight, she wasn't even sure if she could continue to work here. But all she could hope for right now was that no one got eaten by a werewolf. Why don't you go back to your room? It's dangerous out there right now. It's dangerous in a hotel too? What kind of Thai hotel is this? Danielle couldn't listen to it anymore either, coming out of the house trying to dislike it. The guests just saw the huge body of the big bull immediately wimped out and disappeared in a puff of smoke. These people are just arrogant and bossy when they take advantage of the fact that they've spent a little bit of crap. Leave him alone. The bull comforted the waitress. Thanks. It's okay. I didn't realize Danielle had such a gentle side. I hope the sun comes out sooner. Me too. The waitress looked at Danielle in fascination, as if her attitude towards him had completely changed. Where did you come from? The two of them chatted and walked into the house together. What about them? Era was a little surprised to see that the two were so chatty. Is it bad that your big brother can talk to girls? I teased as I looked at Era's expression that seemed a little jealous. He's never had a girlfriend before. I can't believe he's talking to a girl. Era had an incredulous look on his face. How old are you guys? I'm 25, my brother is 30. I'll go. That's a lot of years old. And you've been single for 30 years? That's pretty impressive. Era still kept shaking his head as he saw a scene that overwhelmed him. Blueheart has Yuan Yu's company. The two of them just don't seem to have a bad time. The sky outside was still overcast. There was no more movement from the wolves in the corridor either, with the boulders blocking the way. But I seem to have forgotten one big thing. My results only lasted an hour. Suddenly, a time countdown screen appeared before his eyes. At this point there were only 5 minutes left on the clock, and we had just wasted all that time by chatting and sitting leisurely. I'm just plain stupid. Feeling very speechless myself. What to do? I kept pacing in the hallway. You are here to think hard. It would be better to let the others also think of a solution. 3 ignorant cobblers top a Zhu Guliang. But I should be counted as a Zhu Guliang. Brother, such a smart character, he. But I can't think of anything right now, so I'd better go ask them. Guys. I walked to the front door, my tone sinking. Hey, Sister Blueheart is so fun like this. Yeah, yes. We're the ones from Duck Springs Village just yesterday. Wow, you guys are actually from the city. You look different. No one heard me at all? What's wrong? Eru, it's you. Sure enough, it's still you. You're the only one who heard my feeble speech. I'm starting to love you. You detail man. Aha. I increased my tone. The guys were already chattering away about their topics. Hey, I yelled with all the force of a, hey, what's wrong, Kung? It took all of them to look back at me together. Hey, sort of. The rocks out there seem to shrink later. Oh, so what? How did you know it would shrink? Do you know how to tell fortunes? Wow, Brother Xiaokong can tell fortunes. That's awesome. Brother Kung, help me tell my fortune. Quiet. I'm already seething. Everyone listen to me. I mean it. I looked at the clock and there were only 2 minutes left. I'm guessing that in a little while the stone will shrink, and if we don't take action the werewolves will surely take advantage of the opportunity to rush in. I looked out the window very worried about the weather, but they continued to be playful. What should I do? I'm damn well here for you guys to figure out what to do, and if there's any way to stop it. Waiter, aren't you from here? I yelled, my voice getting out of control. Brother Kung is so fierce. Yuan Yu had taken on a sobbing tone. I'm sorry, Genki. I was too loud just now. Yuan Yu hid in Lan Xian's arms, not daring to come out. I'm actually not from this town. I just arrived here a few days ago to work here too. Sis is a traveler. What's a traveler? The big bull had a questioning look on his face. The traveler's lifestyle is all about traveling for fun. Woohoo! So cool, right, Eru? Eru was flabbergasted and didn't even know what to say, feeling as if his brother had changed into a different person. Relationships can easily change a person's personality. This group, you're all not nervous at all when the hits the fan? Yeah. Do something. It was only when he heard my words that Big Bull felt like standing up, as if he was only now reacting to the situation. Snap! There was a loud banging at the door. I hurriedly closed the door inside our house first and looked outward. The rocks in the hallway had definitely shrunk. Is this the way to die now? I looked at the group and they remained impassive. There's nothing we can do except to wait dryly. Going out is just looking for death. Look at the number of those wolves. There are more of them than there are of us. That's true, but I'm still very upset that they're so Buddhist too. Snap! The wolves kept attacking towards the inside. The originally broken hole was now getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a wolf's head drilled from the outside. I'll go. What's wrong, Kong? My exclamation scared everyone. The werewolf's head has burrowed in. Crack. It's okay guys. Don't panic. We have a door to cover now. Once again, the waitress played a comforting role, and the others were originally unaffected by the news of the wolves coming in. Pop, pop, snap. The werewolf had fully run in. I looked up and out, and met the white werewolf's eyes squarely. Snap. All at once it was plastered to the front door of our room, its mouth dripping with nauseating drool. Chapter 47 Silver Sword. Snap. The gate kept getting pounded on by the wolves. Darkness is better for the wolves. It's over. The waiter slumped to the floor in despair. It's raining and it's getting darker already. Brother Kung, what to do? Yuan Yu and Lan Xin hid behind me together. The wolves landed punch after tight punch on the gate with no mercy. Ow! Each shout seemed to celebrate the fact that they were one step closer to being human. Not only was the door to our room being vandalized, but there were wolves wreaking havoc outside the doors of other rooms from the outside. We're all going to die at this rate. I got up and panicked. After hearing what I said, everyone started to get nervous too, and I somewhat regretted scaring everyone by saying that out loud. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The bull tightened his arms around the waitress. Surprise! Is this love in need? Era had frozen at the sight. What's the deal with you two? Eru pointed to the two of them cuddling with a strange look on his face. Eru, Denyo just wanted to explain, immediately stopped by Eru. He did not want to hear. He didn't want to hear it. You'd better not say the exit, or I reckon I'll jump from here. Surprise! What's the situation? These guys? Has a love triangle formed here? Eru shouldn't he? I don't dare think about it much and I don't want to waste more time here. But I can't help but fantasize about what Eru's inner world is like. If I make it out alive today, I'd love to ask him what he thinks. He. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your curiosity value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Wolf proofing. B. Instantaneous movement. C. Mind reading. Please click on the emotional carousel. Thump. Congratulations on your selection of A. The secret to protection from molesters? What's the point of this thing? Suddenly, a virtual book appeared before my eyes. I flipped through the contents, my mind surprisingly memorizing them all. The book in front of me wasn't 2 minutes old. It was already ingrained in my mind. Inside the secret wolf prevention book I was taught all sorts of ways to make wolves afraid, and the practice of being able to cast a werewolf's nemesis, a sword made of silver. I followed suit inside, gathered the silverware from the just cell phone. Bull, help me unload that table. I instructed the bull by pointing to a side desk. Ha, are you serious about this, Kung? I can't believe Bull doubted me. Whoops, it seems he's been swept away by love for our friendship. Seriously, the second tiger heard my words has violently a hand demolition of the table. He now looks unparalleled strength as if the invincible god of war in general. No one can be defeated. 2 tiger cow. I gave him a thumbs up. Eru's face didn't have the slightest smile on it, as if he hadn't gotten addicted to dismantling it yet. Is there anything else to take down? I can help. Eru looked around for the next thing to disassemble. Jimshire, no need. You rest first. Eru heard my words, lost beyond words, lying down on the bed. Lost looking out the window at the gray sky seems to say, why can no one move me? After reading the contents of the secret book, I used the dismantled table and the 7 pieces of silverware jewelry as if it were a godsend. I kept disassembling and reassembling them, disassembling and reassembling them, and eventually, I was surprised that I actually finished. Pop, pop, snap. The pounding at the door continued unabated. The front door had been completely dented in and the window from which we had escaped was locked, so we have no escape route other than the gate. And if they come charging in, then we only have one jump in our thoughts. Ow! The werewolf is getting closer. Yuan Yu and Lan Xin hugged each other tightly and Denyo also held the waitress tightly in his arms. The two of them whispered. Only poor Eru was alone looking out the window, and me who was busy with my own work at hand. Snap! The door was completely broken, and almost as soon as a few more attacks came the door would break instantly. But then the end will come for us. I've got to get up to speed. It follows the book and keeps trying. After a few minutes of constant disassembly and reorganization, it became a silver sword. When it was finished I couldn't help but hold it high in the air and admire it. I looked at it with a great deal of inner pride. which was as proud as if I had saved someone by boiling medicine for the first time. Wow, Brother Kung, what's this? Yu instantly became very excited at the sight of the silver sword. With this sword we'll definitely be able to deal with those darn wolves. Snap! The door was also opened at this instant. The white werewolf was the first to rush through the gate, the drool still flowing from his mouth. At last we meet. My little delicacy. The white werewolf had a scoff on his face. I don't panic in the slightest. I'll give it to me. The white werewolf instructed the other werewolves to charge toward us. All of us immediately shrunk into a ball. What about Kung? Bull hid behind me and questioned me. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of it. Soon 3 werewolves had us surrounded in an instant. Claw. All the time the werewolves started attacking towards us. I blocked them immediately with my sword, and they seemed a little afraid to get too close to us, and kept attacking at some distance from us, and the strength of their attacks is not as powerful as it was just now. Surprise! I remembered. The secret book says that werewolves are so afraid of silverware that they will all be afraid to go near it. Phew! I swung my sword towards them, and the wolves kept backing away. Wow! Brother Kung is awesome. Whoa, what's wrong with you guys? The white werewolf growled loudly at the sight. The other werewolves growled in response, and it seemed to know what was going on. Greeting more werewolves to our room. Abominable. It was hard enough with 3, now there are 2 more. The fur on these 2 was much darker in color than the other 3, which would be a sign of age. The 2 werewolves had distinctly different attacks, constantly attacking my lower path, trying to knock my sword out of my hands. I kept blocking their attacks. It seems to be 2 experienced old wolves. Suddenly, the other old wolf lunged at me. Prick! My sword pierced the old werewolf's body. It instantly dissipated in the air. Whoa! The people behind me immediately cheered. Awesome! Everyone was in awe. The other werewolves who saw the scene immediately backed away in succession, discussing something with the white werewolves. I know, but now is not the time. Except for the white werewolf's words, which I understood. I had absolutely no idea what the other werewolves were saying. Chapter 48 Siege. Whoa! The wolves went so far as to take out several stones and place them in front of the room. Still, the white wolf shouted, I'll go. You scumbags, take cover. They're going to throw rocks. All of us immediately spread out and hid. You Blue Heart and I hid together, and Dinyo Air who waiter hid on the other side of the bed. Immediately after the wolves threw the rock, they took advantage of the situation, running towards the second cow and the others. I immediately rushed out from under the bed, standing in front of Big Bull and the others, holding their swords up to the wolves. They immediately backed away again. Once again, the same old trick, raising a rock and still coming at us. I couldn't get back under Blueheart's bed in time to be pulled by the bull and hide with them. The werewolves immediately charged towards Blueheart and the others after the second wave of attacks ended. I got up again to block them. Just as I got up and was about to pick up my sword, snap! A huge rock focused on my palm, and the sharp pain made my hand unconsciously loosen. I looked in the direction of the cast and the white werewolf was looking at me with a smug look on his face. Damn it! As expected, it's this cunning guy. I was still careless. Clunk! The silver sword fell to the ground. Now standing in front of the werewolf I remained defenseless. Ow! The werewolf stood in front of me growling arrogantly at me as if to demonstrate. Holy, if I had a sword, I'd stab you to death right now. Give vent to your inner rage. You little. The werewolf took a step closer to me and squeezed my neck with one hand. Ah! My neck was caught in the air by it. I could barely breathe. The uncomfortable feeling made me struggle in the air, but my strength was too far compared to its. I couldn't even break its hand. What to do? The waiter looked at the bull excitedly, hoping he could imagine a way. The big bull seemed to understand, and he didn't care about anything else, instantly rushing out from under the bed, grabbing the werewolf's foot. He pulled it towards his back and gave it an over-the-shoulder slam, but it failed. The werewolf stood motionless, and our strongest bull here couldn't do a thing to the werewolf. Wolfman lands a nice leg kick that knocks Big Bull off his feet. Snap! The big bull was kicked into the wall. The wall instantly made a few more cracks. Fortunately the big bull was strong and didn't have too serious injuries. I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Ouch! Ouch! The light-colored werewolf barked at the white wolf behind him, seemingly communicating something. Keep this one for now. I'll eat it slowly. The white werewolf licked the corners of his mouth. Phew! Suddenly, a sword appeared at my side and instantly pierced the werewolf. Snap! The werewolf's body disappeared in an instant. Leave it to me to take over. Arrow stood beside me with his silver sword raised. It turned out that just now, when Dinyo was kicked off, Air who picked up the silver sword while the werewolf wasn't paying attention and surprised the werewolf with a sword. For the first time, I thought Dahu was surprisingly handsome. After being put down, my throat was too hard for words, so I could only silently Arrow's shoulder for support. Seeing the silver sword raised again, the other wolves were thrown into a panic. Each backed away from the door, They had already had 2 werewolves killed by this sword, so they couldn't afford to do anything rash. At this point, I even had some thoughts that if we could have more silverware to make 3 swords, we would have a better chance of winning, and it would also be a good idea to exterminate all the werewolves in one fell swoop. Then the town would be at peace, everyone wouldn't have to be at home until the full moon. Arrow stood in the way to remove us from the situation. Does everyone have any other silverware? I pulled them both out from under the bed. No more. The entire hotel's silverware is yours. I was indeed very disappointed to hear that. The hotel is so big for so little. That's normal. People like gold nowadays. I see. You know how to do it. The waitress cast an adoring glance at the bull. I'll go. You two get married in place, okay? Do not continue to show. I really do not have eyes to see. Phew. Arrow's combat power seemed to spike instantly. He walked himself to the door and gestured to the wolves with his sword. Come on you guys. The wolves couldn't understand its words, but the sentence backed up in succession. Snap! The other doors seemed to be on the verge of being broken down by the wolves. Hey, what's it saying? The white werewolf asked, shouting at me. It gives you the balls to come over here. Good. You wait. The white werewolf's head was also tinged with anger. Damn, not me. Not to say that he? It's all him. What do I have to do while you say me? I cried straight to death. Whoa. The white werewolf commanded the other werewolves, and the wolves all crowded to our doorway in one swarm. That's exactly what Arrow wanted to happen. Come on. Arrow growled, and the werewolf growled loudly at him, and when he heard them growl, Arrow yelped even louder. Arrow, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Danyo advised Air, who behind him. Air, who ignored him, still roaring loudly, seemingly with the attitude of looking death in the eye. Don't you care about him? You're killing yourself. The waitress gently stroked the part of the bull that had been kicked, a scene that Arrow happened to see. Gas from one out. Arrow couldn't hold back anymore and brought up his silver sword and charged towards the werewolf. The wolves immediately took a few steps back. Charge! The white werewolf commanded. And only then did those wolves not continue to retreat backward and approach in the direction of Arrow. Some were ready to attack him with rocks, while others were ready to sneak towards Arrow while he was off guard. The wolves surrounded the passageway, encircling Arrow. Snap! One by one, the stones were thrown towards Arrow, who swung his sword extremely fast, opening them back one by one and blocking them all. Awesome. I couldn't help but applaud. All the wolves gathered around Arrow, all of them surrounded him alone. The guests in the other rooms were also stunned at the sight. What a hotel warrior to have such a brave man. All in the room applauded and cheered him on. Go for it. Come on. Get all those damnable wolves out of here. Get them out. The cries of the guests grew louder, but just about no one walked out, daring only to support Arrow in his room. The white werewolf gathered the other wolves to his side, muttering something. The wolves suddenly surrounded Arrow again, changing their tactics against Arrow's. When one wolf throws itself at the second tiger, the other wolf attacks the second tiger. Snap! Arrow blocked the first wave of stone attacks. Snap! The second wave of melee attacks were also blocked by Arrow. After a few such attacks in a row, Arrow's physical strength could be seen by the naked eye to have dropped significantly. Not only was the movement getting slower, but it seemed to be very difficult to move. Chapter 49 Losing. Are you holding up, Arrow? I couldn't help but look at Arrow's condition and worry. I'm fine. Snap! Once again, 2 tigers double-teamed, attacking one at a time, swifter and harder than the other. Arrow kept breathing heavily. Kung, go help him. Bull shouted from behind me. I also know to help. When I do not know how to help him, I am now also unarmed. Go up and simply send to the death of the difference. What do I do? My mind is a mess. Arrow, why don't you take a break and let me do it? No, I can fix it. Arrow was still gasping for air, moving more slowly than once. Surprise! A thought popped into my head. Hey, come here a minute, you two, I said toward the bull and the waiter. Not that I'm talking about you. How is he going to get there when he's fallen like this? Oh, I just remembered when I saw the big bull still taped to the wall. I ran over and lifted the big bull up and walked behind Arrow. Waiter, what do you think of this guy bull? The waitress looked horrified at my question. Thought if I was asking the wrong person. I think it's pretty good, yeah. It's okay then. Look. Surprise. Flames instantly rose from Arrow's side. Whoa, Arrow is resurrected. Yes, it's all because of you guys. Go 2 tigers. Phew. Hearing the waiter cheering for himself, Arrow didn't seem as angry anymore, his fire instantly dropping by almost half. Hey, don't you guys refuel? Huh? Why? The waiter is even more stupid? Well, can you say something affectionate to the bull? I won't. I muttered something furtively toward the waiter's ear. That, I can't say. You must say it. It will help Arrow. Do you want to see us eaten or say it? The waiter was forced to speak up under duress. Can you do me a favor? The waitress said toward the bull. What favor? The bull had some questions. Help like me a little. Surprise! Aru's flames were even stronger than just now. Ah! Aru growled helplessly. The wolves even took a few steps back when they heard it. Attention, attention, attention. This man must be zooming away. The white wolf shouted. When I heard this, I really couldn't help but laugh as well. The big move was not there, but Aru did become stronger. The wolves were also forced back a few steps with the shouts not attacking. At this time, the wolves were motionless in place, and the two tigers were standing in place without moving their enemies. The scene got awkward for a while, and I wanted to say, why don't we all disperse? There's nothing to see. A long-bearded werewolf walked up to the white werewolf and muttered something about this. I can't believe there's no big move. Charge me. Suddenly, the white wolf shouted. Is there a military in this werewolf? That's a pretty even distribution. All the werewolves still kept attacking towards Aru as they had just done. But this time, Aru blocked them one by one, and at a very fast speed. As a result of the recent truce, Aru also regained the strength to continue to meet the battle. The werewolves didn't have the upper hand, and there was no way we could continue to drive the wolves away. This way your back and forth offense and defense continues to open up. Those of us with no hands could only watch the battle quietly from the sidelines. I watched the white werewolf's movements across the room regardless, and all of the werewolf's calls were in its hands. As long as I observe its every move well, I will be able to know their tactics to tell Aru at the first opportunity. But at this point, the white wolves were surprisingly unmoved, allowing the battle to remain unchanged. Phew! Suddenly, the white werewolf rushed from his seat to Aru. Aru was so focused on the other werewolves that he completely missed the fact that a werewolf actually charged from his front. I'll go. Snap! White Wolfman sends Aru flying through the air with a jab. Bang! Aru was punched into the wall and immediately fell unconscious. Aru! Aru! Saddened, Denyo crawled towards Aru. Blue Heart and Yuan Yu also ran over to check the situation. Brother! Aru still had a trace of consciousness, but his body could no longer move. The silver sword accompanied Aru as it flew up and stuck directly into the gate. Seeing this, I immediately rushed over and drew my sword. The white werewolf charged at me as well, but luckily I reacted quickly and chopped off its attack with a turn. Turning to the other side of the door, the hilt of the sword happened to be on this side of the door as well, and as soon as I did, I pulled it up. Oi, brother resurrection! I raised my sword and walked over to the white werewolf. You do it! I pointed my sword at the white werewolf. You seem to be tugging at it, don't you? The white werewolf took one step closer to me and walked over to me. Hey, why aren't you afraid? I immediately took a step backward. Am I afraid of your little gadget? The white werewolf flicked at the silver sword. It made a clunking sound. Holy, there's actually a werewolf who isn't afraid of silverware? Are you a werewolf or not? Of course I am. I'm not? You are? What a tie question. It leaves me speechless. You guys see what Kung is doing? Why is he talking to himself? Could it be talking to a werewolf? I thought he said he understood. Really, that will persuade the werewolf to leave? The waiter ran up to me. What are you doing here? Get out of here. I saw the waitress approaching and wondered if the bastard didn't want to live. You understand wolf language? Not all werewolves understand it, just the ones that do. I pointed at the white werewolf in front of me, the drool at the corners of its mouth making me look very nasty. Wouldn't that be enough? Isn't he the boss? And can he persuade them to leave? I shook my head. I would have persuaded them long ago if I could, but they were adamant that they wouldn't leave unless they ate me. Ha? Why you? The waiter was very surprised, because they had a werewolf whose arm I broke. Oh. It took the waitress a moment to remember the scene in her mind. Lee. So what to do? How about you just sacrifice your ego and create the greater self? I can't even listen to the ing words. You heartless person. At the expense of me standing for you and Dinyo's CP. It's just so disappointing to me. But you think it's going to stop after it eats me? It's all adults, don't be stupid, right? I'll just get killed if I go. But we can't beat them no matter how much we fight back. You see, the two tigers can't do it. It seems that the waiter doesn't trust my strength at all. But very little. You go home first. I'm kind of bummed out. I was hoping for a good fight, but then this guy came along and deflated me. If you lose, we all lose. Chapter 50 Group Beatings. The waitress left me this before she left. If you leave, just leave. What are you talking about? That comment instantly took the fight out of me. Can you guys stop talking? The white werewolf was still tired of waiting. You actually didn't sneak attack, so it seems you're a good wolf. Come on, have a painful duel. Come on. The white werewolf flashed its sharp claws, which looked longer and sharper than those of the other werewolves. Phew! Immediately attacked towards me. The white werewolf was so much faster than the other werewolves that I couldn't react in time. Snap! A stumble and I fall to the ground. The sharp wolf's claws slid over my head and I managed to dodge its attack. It's terrible for this guy. It was as if I had just walked right into a corner with death. Luck! The white werewolf taunted at me. Ha! You again? Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your goodwill value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Instantaneous movement. B. Strength bonus. C. Attack speed bonus. Please click on the emotional carousel. Thump. Congratulations on your selection of C. I win too. How's that for AC again? Snap. The white werewolf didn't give me any respite at all, immediately attacking me violently just as I got up from the ground. Thought you were a decent guy, didn't realize you knew how to sneak up on people. The white werewolf smiled evilly. Suddenly, the white werewolf accelerated its attack on me, even more rapidly than it had just done. Pop, pop, snap. I took every move one by one. Wow, Brother Kung, you're awesome. It does seem like he didn't disappoint. The waiter who was taking care of Danielle and Air, who was attracted to turn his head by Yuan Yu and Lon Xian, shouts and looked at the scene. Ha, that's a good one. Seeing that I withstood his attacks several times in a row, the werewolf's attitude towards me shifted slightly. I'm a man with a system. I can't take your kung fu. Come again? I taunted him by mimicking El Xiaolong's signature pose. I'll show you the true strength of a werewolf today. Ow! The white werewolf threw his head toward the sky and howled, and the other werewolves howled along with him. Phew! Suddenly, the white werewolf directly opened a real attack mode. Pop, pop, snap. Although the white werewolf's attack this time was more powerful and quicker than the last, it was all the same in front of me. I felt as if I had used just under 70% of my strength. Cheer up, Brother Kung. Go for it, Kung-chan. Blue Heart cheered and shouted at me, and it was still quite gratifying for my brother to see this scene. Go for it, Brother Kung. Suddenly, the other guests let out a shout together. I'm going to. You guys call me Kung, too. That's a little embarrassing. Guys and gals, it's okay, it's okay. I turned back toward them with a gesture of thanks. Snap, the white werewolf, seeing me so arrogantly rubbing me the wrong way as I turned back to gesture with the others, sneaked towards my back, but my attack speed was so fast compared to its speed that I instantly blocked its attack again. The other wolves instantly panicked when they saw the scene. After all, their boss had failed to attack me from behind, so what possibility was there of defeating me? Snap, people suddenly burst into applause. Awesome block, big handsome man, big handsome. Sorry when I heard about the big handsome guy, I really couldn't help myself. It's just me being me. Thanks, thank you. I bowed towards everyone this time, and the white werewolves unexpectedly didn't sneak up on me. Ha, why don't you sneak up on me this time? I turned back to taunt it. The white werewolf's expression was very fierce, had lost the smugness it had at first. I didn't realize you had 2 tricks up your sleeve. Was it all a deliberate act to be so weak in the beginning? I can tolerate anything else, but me? You call me weak? I can't take it. I swung my sword straight at the white werewolf. Phew, this is the first time I've attacked it. The previous duels were all about them attacking at us, and we were only responsible for blocking their attacks, with no ability to fight back at all. Whoa whoa whoa, fight back, what a man! All cheered, and it was the first time I realized what it meant to be a crowd. I feel stronger now. Hey, 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 phew, the sword I just made was dodged by the white werewolf, just a few millimeters away from making contact. It's a shame. A few white hairs of the white werewolf man floated in the air. It's not too late for you to leave, oh little white wolf. I had a smug, badass grin on my face, and at this point I seemed more like the bad guy. Ha, let me go. Where do you think I'm going to put my wolf boss name? The white werewolf made a gesture and all the werewolves stepped forward together. I'll go. You. I'm not good enough to deal with you with one wolf. Then a group of us wolves. I don't believe that we still can't take down a little like you. The white werewolf wore a sinister expression. Today, we'll avenge the little werewolf. Whoa. All the other werewolves howled together. All the werewolves surrounded me in a circle. At first glance there were more than 20 werewolves. These werewolves are quite capable of reproducing but there were still some little ronin behind them who had not stepped forward. But even if they had, I could not lay a hand on them. From the outside it seems cute. Moment. All the werewolves attacked in at me together. Pop, 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 pop. Their attacks were obviously not as swift as the white werewolves, but there were so many of them that I had to deal with them one by one. I gripped my sword tightly and slashed from the left all the way to the right, spinning to block their onslaught. If I miss, then my little life will die with me. What to do? What to do? There are too many of them too. Blueheart worriedly shouted towards the waiter. At this point, there's nothing I can do. After all, we're all unarmed, so we can only rely on him. The waitress looked at me helplessly. Blueheart scanned the surrounding. The big bull had already hit the wall and was injured. The second tiger also fell aside. The 2 big generals could not be lined up at this time. The other guests only dared to hide in their rooms and shout towards here. Blueheart's heart was both helpless and sad, and she hated that she couldn't do anything to help, but could only watch something happen from afar. Brother Kung, go for it. All she can do now is shout the cheer harder so I can hear it. Yuan Yu followed suit and shouted along with Lon Xian. Brother Kung, go for it. In the midst of a bunch of werewolf attacks, I heard their faint cheering. My hand kept swinging the sword, but I still felt a deep warmth. I seem to understand Era's feeling that shouts like that make you stronger and stronger. Ah! I screamed at the sky. Sister Blueheart, look! Wow! Kung Brother's head is starting to catch fire too, yay! Chapter 51 Negotiations. I instantly felt energized. I'm going to beat 50 of them one by one. I shouted as I swung my sword. Phew! All the werewolves suddenly stopped altogether. What? I also looked at them uncertainly when I saw the scene. You know what I hate most about people? The white werewolf approached and looked at me. It was unusually tall and I could only look down on it. I also wondered why I was being asked this question. And did it matter to me? Who do you hate? Relationship bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you leave early? But I answered it civilly. What man? It's braggarts like you. I'm not bragging, am I? I looked at it very defiantly. You said you wanted to fight 50. You can't even beat us. You want to fight 50? The werewolf looked down on me and kept circling around me, sizing me up. You know, there's a saying that you have to have a dream, and maybe it'll come true someday. Ridiculous. Phew. Ah, Brother Kung. The other werewolves rushed towards Blueheart and the others while I was talking to the white werewolves. I immediately rushed towards Blueheart and the others to rescue them. Snap. I'll go. You sneak attack monster. The white werewolf took the opportunity to come at me from behind and I couldn't dodge a hit in time. The shirt behind me was instantly scratched with 3 ragged marks. Kung. I was knocked down by a claw and fell to the ground, but I could hear everyone shouting. I know. I can't just stop. It's too late if I don't act now. Everything they just did would have been for nothing, and our lives would be over. I promised Lon Jun I'd take good care of Lon Xin, and now they're surrounded by wolves. How could I just fall to the ground and watch them get hurt? Enduring the pain in his back, he immediately stood up, not wasting a single second. Snap! Sure enough, the white wolf continued to sneak up behind me, and this time I blocked its attack perfectly. Little chicken, is that all you know how to sneak up on me? All I can do with it is swear at it. Immediately running towards Blueheart and the others, the werewolf was just about to grab the adorable Genki when he did. Phew! A knife cuts off its hand. The werewolf instantly went up in smoke. The power of the silverware is the tug. Seeing Brother's appearance, the other werewolves took a few steps back and made a stand ready to attack together. I moved Ranshin and Genki behind me, unable to let either of them get hurt at all. Phew! All the wolves swarmed together. Give it to me! Ow, the white werewolf yelled. The wolves continued to attack me for the nth wave, and I still kept blocking their attacks as my body kept moving with them. This time, the main thing was to keep the two behind him safe. Damn! I'm also very confused as to how long this is going to take, but I knew I had stamina left and I could continue. I can still last. I'm going to be a man who lasts. Whatever inspires you to keep fighting. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your goodwill value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Instantaneous movement, 5 minutes. B. Invisibility, 5 minutes. C. Invincibility, 2 minutes. Please click on the emotional carousel. Thump. Congratulations on your selection of C. I'll go. What is invincibility? It seems to be good, but it's too short, and I'm a brother's lasting man. Surprise! I instantly felt energized. Aha! I squealed as if it were worse than a pig's squeal. All the wolves immediately backed away. Yuan Yu and Lon Xin couldn't help but cover their ears. Wow! Brother Kung seems to have turned golden. Genki said from behind me. Brother Kung, why is your hair standing up? Hey, being Blueheart, so I realized that my hair seems to have changed. I touched my hair, and from a mushroom head, it was all the way up. I've gotten stronger and more vertical? Come on! I taunted at the werewolf. Phew! I rushed to the werewolf mass at once. Snap! A sword slashed through the bodies of 2 werewolves. The white werewolf was stunned by my speed at the sight. I'm kind of getting my revenge. These guys are not only mean but hateful. Ha! You're next! I finished cutting down the 2 werewolves, pointing my sword at the white werewolf. All the werewolves backed up to the white werewolf to protect it. As long as you get out of the way, I won't kill you. My words really didn't kill the werewolves at all. None of them were backing away. Phew! I charged into the middle of the wolves again. Click! I swung my sword continuously, and the werewolves who couldn't dodge in time were all killed. The wolves took a step back. Well, I only have to fight the white wolves one-on-one. I looked at the top of the time board and there was only 1 minute left. I had to make this quick. Come on you. Dare you? The white werewolf remained unmoved as he hid behind the wolves. How did this guy lose his initial tug and become like this? Makes me wonder how disappointed I am. You do it. You can't do it as a werewolf. Can you? I continued to taunt. Only 50 seconds left on the clock. I'll go. I really couldn't wait any longer and I charged into the wolves once again. The wolves take a step straight back and don't confront me. It just went back and forth, in and out a couple times, and I had only 10 seconds left on the clock. I cracked it. Lose that time and I'll be weak again. Alright, it's not impossible to go one-on-one, but I have a condition. You do not come out early, play not come out, have to come out when I want to expire. It's made me very speechless. And you're a werewolf, right? What kind of deal are you making with me? A human, when it's a matter of life and death? But I was curious enough to ask, on what terms? If I beat you, you have to let everyone out. We have 15 wolves left here, so all we need is 15 people. I've killed half of the werewolf population, but there are just too many of them. And what if you lose? I gave a look of contempt. I won't lose. What the are you talking to me about? What the hell do you call these conditions? You lose. Get the hell out of here right now. My anger was in the air. This guy is really not a martial artist. Where is this werewolf who wants to take advantage of you as well as take advantage of you? It's just so shameless and shameless. Don't be cheeky. Slightly. Genki made a face at the white werewolf as he stepped aside. Small sample. See for yourself that my fake little kid can't even look at me. Let alone me. Don't you have a point in your heart? I looked up and down toward it as if it had looked up and down at me before. Chapter 52 Red Wolf Man. The white werewolf muttered something back at the other wolves. No can do. I won't say yes. And my werewolf children are starving. Then don't haggle with me. It's a bummer. Why are you negotiating with me if you can't? Who's going to negotiate with you when you're like this? My anger level spiked. You're just being a rascal, don't you know that? I pointed my nose at the white werewolf and it was just too much. Ow. The white werewolf didn't care about my sarcasm and growled right in my face. I blanch. It's so damn unmartialized. When it opened its mouth, I went along and flew a spit in at its mouth. Phew. It fell into its mouth very accurately. Ha. What? What's in my mouth? Ha. The werewolf shoved his hand into his mouth and explored. Serves you right. Makes you rant. Phew. The werewolf finished dumping the phlegm in his own mouth and immediately attacked me. All the werewolves still gathered around, but instead of continuing their approach they were watching. This is one-on-one. Weren't we fighting one-on-one in the first place? It's not like you were too weak to ask the werewolf to help you. I blocked its attack, taunting the coyote in the process. Ow. The werewolf seems to have been angered by me. The entire werewolf bent down instantly, and the others began to growl in response. I'll go. This is what's going on. I looked out the window and it was darker than it had been just then. Is it nighttime? I can't tell what time it is now. But it shouldn't be going by that fast. What time is it? I asked toward the person behind me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luckily, it's only 3 o'clock. Ouch. The white werewolf howled randomly like a madman. Are you stupid? I shouted at the white werewolf. Suddenly, the white werewolf's color turned red. I'll go? It's not a full moon. Why is the wine red? I took a few steps back, and the white werewolf not only changed color, but also grew in size. What? Have you wimped out, villain? The white wolf taunted at me. The giant white werewolf took a step towards me. Why are you open? I said in surprise. That scares you? You've got a werewolf in front of you all of a sudden that's gotten twice as big as you said you'd be scared? Spoken like a joke. Who the hell wouldn't be scared? Ow. The white werewolf's voice was even louder than it had been just then. A howl that shook the house in every direction. Here it comes. That's it. I can't believe it's going to happen again. It's horrible. Shouts of fear kept coming from the guests on the sidelines. What's going on here? Blueheart asked toward the waitress. I don't know. I'm new here too. The waiter saw that the white werewolf man was already too scared to move. But the boss did tell me a legend before he left yesterday. Once upon a time, long ago, legend has it that there was a red wolf that appeared during the daytime, and it was powerful and had a very large body. Almost everyone in the town was sent out to stop it, but none could, and the red wolves kept sending attacks on the town. At the end the town is almost destroyed. Did you see some broken houses when you first came here? Those are the ones that were left behind but are not rebuilt now. The people inside are dead and have no more offspring, so the house is still empty to this day, which is why there aren't many people in Moonlight. The waiter said a lot of words in one breath, and his expression looked a little tired. Did that red werewolf get chased off back there? Blueheart was listening with great interest, specifically that a female warrior came and used a unique scent that the werewolves couldn't stand before they were forced to leave. The waiter gasped. Oh, exclusion. It's another one called the woman. Blueheart not only meditated. You know someone called the lady? Blueheart's whisper was heard by the waiter. Who in their right mind would call a woman warrior? I don't know, but I've heard about it in Duck Springs Village. Oh, wow. The waitress listened with interest, and Blueheart patiently recounted what had happened. Wow. I didn't realize that Kung could boil medicine. Pretty impressive. Brother Kung is awesome. He saved my life. Blueheart began to talk about the past one by one to the waitress. Bang! The red werewolf extended his holding claws toward me. My power plus the power of the silver sword still can't defeat it. Snap! I was slapped to the ground by the red werewolf. It was so terribly powerful that I couldn't top it, though I was very unconvinced. You just stay there and be a good boy, little man. The red werewolf walked towards Blueheart and the others. I immediately stood up with all my strength. Don't go! The red werewolf, who didn't seem to hear my voice, took advantage of the opportunity. I came up behind the red werewolf and slashed at its right foot. Snap! Hit it! This is the first time I've centralized it. Ow! The red werewolf stopped immediately. It didn't immediately disappear like the other werewolves who received a sword change, but was fine except for its right foot which it could no longer use. Damned humans! The red werewolf once again reached towards me and grabbed. This time I only dodged. I'm no match for it when it comes to strength, so I'll have to win with something else. As I kept running, I noticed that the red Wolverine offense was very slow. It was very much slower than it had been when it was a white werewolf, with increased strength but diminished speed. That's where there are cons and pros, I guess. Oi oi! You can't hit me! The red werewolf was in a hurry, kept reaching out his claws to attack me. I circled around the red werewolf's body and it failed no matter how it attacked. Ouch! 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 The red werewolf yelled again. This guy, I wonder if all he does is bark? The other werewolves have come out together again. This is intended to trap me, isn't it? That's too weak to call out for a werewolf to come and help every time you can't fight? I'm convinced. You're being mean. I was immediately surrounded by other werewolves. And run? The red werewolf said at me, very loudly. Oh, you do it. I already had a plan in mind, and I wasn't going to wimp out at all against its attack on the old man. It's over. Brother Shao Kong is surrounded. What to do? Blueheart saw me surrounded by a pack of werewolves and screamed at a loss for words. Let's hit that red werewolf while we're at it. Little girl, you're too simple. There's no difference between you going now and giving away your head. It will also add to the chaos. But Kung wouldn't want you to go up and help him if he was there. So just be good here and I'll figure it out. The waiter suddenly stood up. Chapter 53 Wolfsbane. The waiter ran in the other direction of the hotel. Hey, where are you going? Blueheart shouted, and the waiter ran straight away without responding. By now, all the werewolves had surrounded me in a small circle around the city. The range of escape for me has been completely narrowed down to a small circle. Now all it takes is one palm from the red werewolf, and I can barely dodge and have to wait for its attack to come. Phew! The red werewolf did attack towards me, but very slowly. At that speed? How can I be a wimp? Just as the red werewolf's clutches were about to attack me, snap! I instantly attacked at one of the werewolves, who instantly disappeared, and I took the opportunity to escape through the gap. Phew! The red werewolf braked himself just in time, nearly slapping his compatriots along with him. Yo, you still know about brakes. I've seen your carvings long ago. Ha, how could that be? All the werewolves surrounded me once again. You won't be able to escape this time. The wolves surrounded me and then all flashed their sharp claws in defense of my sudden attack. The situation is very bleak. Charge! Whoa! All the wolves once again locked the distance even smaller. It's not working. I took a deep breath and immediately launched a Jedi counterattack. A sword thrust towards the wolves that surrounded me was surprisingly blocked. I kept swinging my sword, but there were so many werewolves that every time I was close to focusing another one would come up to help. I have absolutely nothing to take advantage of. The red werewolf's palm landed slowly. I had no way back but to be forced to stand helplessly in a small circle, unable to fight them off. Is that really all? I looked out the window at the sky for a long time. Phew! The red werewolf's palm was getting closer and closer, and I could feel a dark object above my head approaching me, but I was powerless to break free, and the werewolves around me gave me no way out. I give up. I'll just have to try to see if I can cut the red werewolf's palm off. Suddenly, the other werewolves instantly retreated to the back as the red werewolf's palm grew closer towards me. The palm of my hand had been placed against the top of my head, making it difficult for me to move. I immediately took my silver sword and stabbed at its palm. Its palm surprisingly didn't react at all, and my sword couldn't pierce its palm at all. As if a wooden cart had hit a wall, my silver sword bent. I felt deep despair. I don't have a reliable tool around anymore, and I've given up. The silver sword was thrown towards the outside. I wanted to try and still give it to Blueheart and the others. At least they could use it twice. But at this point, it seems I have no more time to live, and although the journey has just begun, I am content. Thank you all. I laid my body down and waited for the red werewolf to do some lethal damage. Life really is so fragile. I'm not afraid to face death. I'm afraid to let the people I love face death. I looked in Blueheart's direction, but the red werewolf's red paws blocked my view, and all I could see was darkness. Come on! Ouch! Ouch! I was already crushed under the palm of my hand, and the red werewolf actually didn't continue downward. You think I'm going to let you die so easily? I'm going to make you watch what happens here and then you can die. I'm going to. This werewolf is indeed a pervert, which I do understand. Its palm seemed to have crushed the Lord all around me, and I was in blackness here. There's only a small crack in here that gives me a meager amount of air. Without my resistance, the remaining werewolves could begin to wreak havoc on the others. Whoa, I saw what was happening outside, but my ears were clear. Werewolves howled, humans wailed, the voices rose and fell, continuous in my ears. I pounded the red werewolf's palm as hard as I could, but it was too hard for my fists to have the slightest effect. Sister Blueheart, look! Yuan Yu pointed to the silver sword on the side. Genki, you hide in the back. Motoyuki immediately went to the small place in the back and shrunk into a ball. Blueheart picked the silver sword back up while the werewolf's attention was on me, but by now the silver sword was bent beyond recognition. The other werewolves saw the silver sword in Blueheart's hand, and their expressions were pained with hatred. The first thing they did after I was locked up, they immediately rushed towards Blueheart. The sword in Blueheart's hand was bent beyond function. Snap! It was lost in one hand by the werewolf's wolf claws. Phew! The silver sword flew into the distance at once. Ow! Without his sword, Blueheart was naked food in front of the werewolves. All the wolves scrambled toward her. Bang! The wolves crashed into each other, and those that did let out puppy dog wails. I'm coming! The waiter rushed out with a pile of something resembling grass in his hand and ran towards Blueheart. What the hell is that in your hand? The grass in the waiter's hand tasted tremendous and was so bad it screamed. It didn't help that Blueheart pinched her nose tightly. The smell was too uptight. It's wolfsbane. What is it? Blueheart pinched his nose and his voice changed. And the waiter didn't turn around and think he had a new person beside him. Specifically that werewolves are afraid of the smell of this stuff. Where's Hollow Man? No one behind him turned back, and the waiter turned back to ask again. Brother Kung, down there. Blueheart pointed to the red werewolf's palm. What? Kung is dead? The waitress reacted with great excitement. And even though we didn't know each other very well, I was very relieved that you were so excited when I died. Oops, a client died while I was at work. I'm sure I'll be fired if this gets out. Taking a look of pain. It turns out she's just worried about how she's going to make an account with her boss. They weren't particularly far away from me, so I could vaguely hear their conversation. Blueheart, Blueheart. Blueheart kept looking back, not finding the person who had called out to her. It's me, Kung. Blueheart's eyes instantly went straight to that palm. Little brother Kung is alive. Brother Kung is still alive. Blueheart was so excited that he kept slapping the waiter. Oh, come on. Then I have something to answer for. Tell him not to die. I don't want to die either. It's up to you guys to die or not. I shouted, and this time the waiter heard it along with me. In a darkness, I was silent again. Come on you guys. The waitress took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and ran in the direction of the werewolf. It is said that wolfsbane grass has the smell that werewolves are most afraid of. As long as there is a carry of this grass on the body, werewolves will dare to approach. But the wolfsbane grass that had just been picked, its pungent smell could only last for half an hour. Chapter 54 Top. As long as it lasts more than half an hour, its effect is already gone. The waiter bravely ran to the wolves. Phew! The smell of wolfsbane spreads. The wolves immediately backed away from the window they had come in through at the beginning. You guys come on. Seeing the wolves retreating back and forth, the waiter became arrogant. Suddenly, the red werewolf's palm was edging toward her. The waiter also felt the top of his head seem to darken and looked up. It was the red werewolf's paw that was slowly approaching. The waiter was stunned by the scene, so frightened that he didn't move, as if his body was bound. Run! Blueheart yelled in the direction of the waiter. At this point, the waiter just reacted and started pulling up his legs in preparation for his escape. But the red werewolf's paw was slightly faster than hers, and kept trailing over the waitress's head. The palm of his hand came closer and closer, and the waiter couldn't avoid it no matter how hard he tried to escape. I could see through the cracks that the waitress kept running away, but the palms merely followed her. The palm of his hand was already almost touching the top of the waiter's head. Bang! The waiter touched his head to check if it was crushed, stroking it before realizing it. Interjection of surprise. Luckily it was all fine, so my heart dropped. You go. The big bull held the palm up by just one person and didn't let it continue to press down. No. Do you have to call it something so disgusting? The waiter looked at the palm above his head and rushed out of it. The palm tried to continue tracking the waitress, but was blocked by a surge of energy from the bull. You'll never get to her. The bull made his way out, gasping for air. He had been lying on the sidelines for a long time from the start, and had been well taken care of by the attendants, and was now back in shape. The red werewolf was unusually strong. The bull was also forced to keep moving backwards, his feet dead against the ground to keep him from moving too fast. I won't let you hurt her. Daniel pursed his lips. Expression had a look of death. Bull. The waiter looked away. Why isn't it afraid of wolfsbane? Why? The waiter was in agony over his inability to do anything about it. I want to help you too. The waiter's muffled cry. You go. You take the Manhwa to the other room. Big Bull yelled at the waiter. Taking immediately sent Blueheart and Yuan Yu to another empty room. himself before turning back to pick up the injured Eru and send him to the room. I'm going to help too. Eru plastered his tired body in an effort to move. The battle just now had drained him of his physical strength. Now you should get some rest and leave the rest to them. Eru lay down helplessly, as he seemed to ache all over just by making a random movement. He hated himself for not doing anything at this point. It's my fault. I can't do anything to help right now. Eru hammered the wall with great remorse. Hey, why don't you go fight a werewolf with all that strength? Eru hit strong with so much noise that the ones next door couldn't help but come over and spit. But seeing that Eru was the one who had just fought, he didn't say anything, so he had to just go. You've already helped them a lot. Weren't you the one who kept it going for so long in the first place? Now we are to wait. Wait for the sun. The waiter looked out the window. By now the rain had stopped and the sky wasn't gray, but it didn't look like the sun had appeared yet. Everyone looked out the window together, not looking at what was happening outside the door anymore. Everyone prayed together for the sun to hurry up and appear. Phew! There was a loud bang from the door. I hurriedly looked out through the gap, but it was so small that I couldn't see anything. Bull! The waiter ran out. Bull! The waitress looked at him with tears in her eyes. Don't come over. Get in there. The floor was completely dented underneath the bull's feet, and the red werewolf's strength pushed him ever downward. It made him swear to resist the force. The bull's thighs kept shaking and didn't seem to last long. I'm going to ask for it. I'm going to stay with you. The waiter ran to the bull's side and helped him on the sidelines against this palm. I can't live or die with you, but I want to share the pain with you. The waiter's heartfelt words touched Daniel very much. Fool! I don't want to see you like this. Fool! What's the point of living by myself when you're gone? Woohoo! Can you two stop chatting when you're dying? I'm sick of hearing about it. Hey, you two, be quiet, will you? I just couldn't help but say towards them. Hey, you're here too, Kung. The bull seemed very happy to hear my voice. In fact, I was happy too, except for hearing your sweet words. Are you okay in there? Overall everything is fine except for the breathing difficulties. Bang! While the three were still chatting feverishly, the red werewolf instantly increased his intensity. I'll go. The big bull's feet sunk in again as the meat of his body was visible. Oh hoo! I don't want this. The waitress couldn't take it anymore and started clattering and hollering. Oh you! Don't you cry. Dear, what are you crying for? The bull looked at the waiter uncertainly. Look at your feet yourself. It was only then that the big bull drifted off to look at his ankle area, which was already completely deep. Oh, it's okay. I used to get stuck like that playing in the mud. It's kind of fun. You see. Big Bull also pretended to move his feet slowly with ease. The strength in his head did not allow him to move his feet as he pleased. Snap! As the big bull moved, it sunk in faster. Woohoo! The waitress let out another cry. This time, Daniel didn't know how to comfort her any better. After all, what he had just said was immediately slapped in the face. Brother, are you going to move your feet? A thick voice came from behind the bull. Eru, who was a bit taller than Daniel, held his entire palm with his back. The height of the hand seemed to go up a little further. Eru, how's your body? Eru was gasping for air by now. You change quickly. Brother, position. Your position will fall downstairs. It took a moment for Daniel to realize that where he had sunken he had been able to see the view downstairs. Daniel immediately ran towards Eru's side. Bang! The moment Daniel ran away, Eru's legs were instantly under so pressure. The floor beneath Eru's feet sank in with it. Eru, it's okay. I'm fine. Eru's expression seemed to be dying. You take Eru away first, the bull said toward the waiter. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here. Eru's tone was very determined. His brother used to make all the decisions, but now he wants to make his own. Chapter 55 Rescue. Eru regarded the pressure on his shoulders with death. I'll make it to the end. Two tigers. Daniel couldn't help but feel pain when he saw the pain his brother was causing him in his shoulder at this point. Good. I'll keep you company. The big bull also gave it his all, pushing all his strength upwards against the top. I don't care if you're a werewolf or what. I'll fight you today. Aha! The two sluggers kept shouting. The waiter had been touched by the affection of these two men. Woohoo! The wolfsbane herb in his hand no longer smelled good. All the werewolves began to approach them. You go! The bull shouted at the waiter. I'm not leaving. This is not the time for you to be capricious. There are still Miss Lan and Yuan Yu in the room who need you. Go! Big Bull cried out against the pressure on his head. The waiter looked back at the blue heart Yuan Yu in the room. They are still two children. There is no way out of this. They had better stay and take care of them. The waiter could only run toward the room. The wolfsbane grass left behind still had some lingering scent, and the wolves didn't dare to come directly closer yet. Eru, you're almost done. Go ahead. The bull frowned and seemed to be on the verge of using his full strength. I told you, I'm not leaving. Eru remained very determined and would never waver. Hey, Big Bull stayed even though he very much didn't want him to, but he stayed, and it wasn't bad to at least die together. Brother, you've worked hard to be my brother. Arrow looked at Dinyo with apologies in his eyes, apologizing for the stupid things he had done in the future. The parents of the duo's family died at an early age due to an accident. The only person left in the family is the elderly grandmother. When he was a child, Arrow was the village's notorious naughty boy. Whatever is bad, he at least sticks his nose in it, or helps think of something major once in a while. The adults in the village either scold or beat Arrow when they see him, and the parents of the children who play with him are not at ease. On the contrary, Dinyo is a very filial, honest and loyal person. Taking care of his grandmother's living is all Dinyo does. He day not only to split wood life, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, tea, and so on. Family chores are inseparable from him. Taking care of his brother, taking care of his grandmother became the most important thing for Dinyo. All the trouble Arrow got into was also silently wiped away by Dinyo. Arrow's personality is naturally debauched. It wasn't until after their grandmother's death that the duo left town and came to River City. Silly boy. What a silly thing to say. I'm happy to be your brother. Dinyo smiled at Arrow, who was also happy. Brother, don't stay with me, let's go. Arrow signaled him that it was not too late to leave. It would be over when the wolves swarmed over. I'm not leaving. The bull was also very determined. If you go, at least one of us will live. And haven't you found true love now? Go. Arrow has looked very open. No, I won't leave until you do. These conversations were clearly overheard by me on the sidelines. I said, why can't you two go together? Ha! Arrow let out a gasp. What are you eking about? I just can't help these two. Will you guys go together? Con? It's me. Where are you? Arrow kept shaking his head to find my location. He's in the palm of that hand. The bull gestured with his head to Arrow to let him know where I was. Ha 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 ha. Arrow suddenly burst out laughing. Your place is pretty much the same as mine. Arrow looked at my position and scoffed. I don't want to be here. It's hard for me, too. You think I want to be here? You guys didn't know to come to my rescue, really. It's finally my turn to troll you people. Hey, Arrow made a surprised sound. What's wrong? Arrow? Big brother, why didn't you save Kung first just now? Harm, the boy is indeed gullible. Because of her. The bull looked to the waitress. Oh, got it. The waiter was just being chased by the palm. A scene Arrow suddenly remembered. I have an idea. Arrow moved Dinyo closer to the two, fending it off. Arrow, are you sure? The bull was a little worried about him. I'm still young and strong. No problem, brother. Arrow's expression was very confident. Phew. The bull immediately disappears to his feet. What are you doing? I could see through the crack that the big bull was just outside my reach at this point. Get you out. I'll pull out a crack and you drill out. The bull made a show of lifting the red werewolf's index finger slightly. Humbug! The red werewolf was very angry at the sight and pressed his index finger down again with great force. Plan not working. Change tactics. You're out first, Dinyo said towards Arrow, running over to Arrow and helping him to hold up a reaching finger. 1, 2, 3, run. The two of them ran away together, landing firmly on their palms. The attendant in the room looked worried. I'm glad it's okay. Blueheart looked worried as well. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. The waiter held the two in his arms. Big brother, it's chasing me. Arrow, who had just escaped, was started tracking by the palm. Arrow, you shake him off and come back over to help me. The bull fought to tug the red werewolf to cover my fingers. Arrow ran from the left side all the way to the right, watching the werewolf's palm. It wasn't moving very fast, and it would have just been crushed, also because it wasn't chasing girls fast enough. Now the opponent is Arrow is simply a piece of cake. Arrow had it in his mind to be right, and he ran a lap. Big brother, wait until I come back from my next run to break my fingers together. Arrow shouted as he ran. Understood. Big Bull responded very loudly. Arrow sped up and circled around again. Back to the Big Bull. Come on. The palm was still chasing Arrow behind him at this point, but Arrow had already closed the distance in order to buy himself time to pull his finger. Kung, come on out. Finally, I saw a big slit in the darkness. Make an effort to shrink your body through that tiny gap. It's over. I'm stuck. But the body was still too big to move and was stuck dead center. Big Bull yanked me outward with all his might, and Arrow did his best to pull his fingers apart a bit more. I also desperately tried to drill out as if I were a power drill. Finally, with the assistance of Dinyo and Erhu, I finally got out of my hands. Yay! Great! Great! Blueheart was very happy and high-fived the waiter. Safe at last. Move! As soon as Bull pulled me up, he ran toward the house. The smell of wolfsbane had completely faded, and the other werewolves began to start moving in our direction. Chapter 56. Back in the house, the wolves bared their lurid fangs and seemed to be starving to death. But you can't eat us even if you're hungry. Eat some grass, doesn't it smell good? Num. Whoa, the wolves growled again. It seemed they were starving. My little Ronin is getting a little greedy now. I'm sorry, but you're going to get eaten first, the red werewolf said toward us. Holy, Can't you eat your own people when you're hungry? Why eat us? Come and have a look, or I'll eat you. The sight of a red werewolf irks me. Ha, not a bad breath for a little guy. The red werewolf was so tall I could barely see the expression on its face. Yes, and what can you do about it? Is it illegal to tug? The red werewolf didn't answer me, and both hands instantly started coming after us. The three of us ran desperately toward the house. Danielle and Air who were simply too fast for me, and I could only desperately try to get closer to them. It was just too fast. Once I slowed down I was surely dead, and the werewolves were after us. Snap! The waitress saw us running in her direction and immediately opened the door to greet us. Get in here! The waitress opened the door and yelled toward my door. The three of us made a dash for the gate. The wolves also released all their strength to keep sprinting, and a few of them were almost on the verge of sprinting behind us. It was so fast that I could barely keep up with Danielle and Air who. The two of them remained at the same speed, while my speed was gradually slowing down. I would like to go faster too. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your worry value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Size reduction, 3 minutes. B. Digging in place, 1 time. C. Stealth, 1 minute. Please click on the emotional carousel. Thump. Congratulations on your selection of C. What? Stealth for 1 minute. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of me, showing whether or not to click. I looked back at the wolves, still in hot pursuit. It's too early to point. I haven't done it yet. Continuing my desperate run towards the house, I was sure I was still in good shape. As soon as I turned around, surprise, Danielle and Era still ran to the door, cheering at me. I'm going to. You guys are so good at running. You're just gone in a puff of smoke. I'm very surprised. Kung, run. The bull kept waving his hand at me, but I saw that Eru's expression was clearly off. As I ran sideways, I followed Eru's line of sight. 2 werewolves on the left and right sides of the house were rushing past extremely fast and looked like they would reach the doorway before I did. There's no way out. You guys close the door first, I yelled as I ran, which messed with my stride. The pace gradually got a little slower than it had just been, but Danielle and Air who didn't close the doors yet, looked to the side and closed the door, or it'll be too late. I was still yelling, but they still didn't move a muscle. Damn it! I couldn't stand it any longer and just stopped in my tracks to let them know I gave up and not to wait for me at the door. You guys shut it down. You run. Don't give up, Bull yelled. Brother Kung, it's almost here, you run. Blueheart shouted back desperately. You guys close the door first. I have an idea. I'm dying of worry. Would it kill you to close the door? I'm telling you to close it. Close the door for me. I yelled with all my might. The sound seemed to startle the other wolves as well, all of them stopping, and Bull immediately closed the door, watching me silently from the other side of it. All the werewolves started charging towards me. I know I can't run away. It's all a small scene. I'm not panicking at all. Fell into my hands today, didn't you? Take it down a peg, little man. You're the little one, okay? The red werewolf gasped, as if my words had caused it to finally react with displeasure. That's what I want to see. Sample, kiddo. The gruffness was getting louder. Was this werewolf already this amusing? This Kung. Danielle watched the scene outside from inside the house and was very worried. The red werewolf was scary enough from its appearance alone. The bull was very worried when he saw that I was still messing with it, but there wasn't much he could do. There were too many werewolves out there now. Phew, phew, phew. The red werewolf suddenly and slowly got a little smaller, a little bit slowly changing back to its original form. Whoa, what's going on? How did you get smaller? I can't look at this guy without wanting to laugh at it. To your care? The white werewolf shifted to a smaller size and lay down to rest for a few moments. Weren't you just tugging at it up there? Aren't you going to continue? The white werewolf looked out the window at that moment. I followed its gaze before realizing that a small ray of vision was emerging at that moment. It looks like I'll have to eat only one of you today. The white werewolf licked his lips and moved closer towards me. Don't you come any closer. I took one step backward. Didn't you just tug? Where's that tug gone? The white werewolf sneered. Brother is not panicking at all at this moment. Just like you. You still want to play with me? Ha ha ha. The white werewolf greeted the other werewolves and began to approach me. You want to be eaten raw? Or roasted? Or steamed? The fact that the white wolves were thoughtful enough to prepare it several ways in order to make it bothers me greatly. What flavor do you prefer? I asked it back thoughtfully. I think so. The fire will be a little stronger today, so why don't we use you to make the soup? It's nice to make a clear soup. Surprise! What the hell? Am I not insulting myself by making soup? I don't like being cooked. I vowed to fight this humiliation to the death. There doesn't seem to be any room for you to choose. Oh, then you just asked me? Do werewolves always say one thing and do another? I'm convinced, but I have to look out for my brothers. Say it like I don't have to look out for my brothers a little? I pointed back at the house. You call them out. I'll eat with them, and you'll have company. I blanch. It actually manages to make so much sense out of such a shameless statement. I'm already admiring the guy. Whoa, get it. The white werewolf greeted the other wolves. Immediately the werewolves surrounding me at my side immediately faced me and extended those filthy wolf hands towards me. I immediately clicked on the invisible system. Phew. Suddenly, I'm still among the wolves, but they have very different expressions on their faces. Something very strange seems to be going on. Where are the people? The white werewolf growled. The other wolves were explaining to it what had just happened. People just suddenly disappear? The white werewolf was on fire. I would have been a little bit stupid, but isn't that more or less too much for you to do? The white werewolf gave the little Ronin who answered its question a death glare. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The little Ronin continued to explain in a condescending manner. Chapter 57 Tug of War. How do good people disappear like that? The white werewolf looked around in great confusion. Find out. Make sure you can't find the person. Whoa. The white werewolf growled very angrily. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The time on my time board kept counting down. 59, 58, 57. There was no time to waste. I walked straight through the wolves toward the bulls and their house. Knock knock. Where did the little airman go? The bull is watching the wolves. It's completely out of sight. And the wolves seem to be getting antsy. Arrow kept looking towards the door as well. It's too bizarre. Suddenly I can't find anyone. Knock knock. What is it? The bull looked around and found nothing. It's me. I had run to the door and banged on it. Hey, it seems like Kung's voice, but where is he? Arrow quite so said seems to have heard my voice. Also stretched out his head to look out. I'm at the door. I crouched in the doorway and whispered toward them, afraid that the white werewolf's ears would overhear. Hey, I heard you this time. But, where? Arrow's tiger's head kept shaking and still couldn't see me. Don't you wiggle. The time board is down to the last 20 seconds. You guys open the door a little crack and I'll sneak in. But where are you? Arrow couldn't see it no matter which way he looked. Where the hell are you? I'll be at the door. But how come I can't see you? Arrow looked puzzled but prepared to open the door and grabbed the doorknob. Wait. Big bull blocks Arrow. You haven't thought about whether this could be a werewolf trap? Surprise! Arrow suddenly had the same thought as Danielle passed by and let go of the handle in his hand. But werewolves don't talk. It can't talk. But won't it grab someone else to get the men to help it talk? Arrow slowly nodded his head. Got it. The heart began to gradually worship the big brother in front of him. Werewolf my ass. It's me, I'm Kung. I just couldn't help but gag at these guys' analysis, and didn't hold back from letting my voice out too loud. Ha! That voice should be Kung, right? Arrow, still constantly looking outside, happened to clearly hear my grumbling sayings and pulled the big bull to the door. What is it? There's no sound? Big bull walks up with a confused look on his face. What do I need you for? I'll go to hell. Knock knock. I took all my anger out on the handle and pounded it as hard as I could. It's me. Why don't you guys open the door? The sound was even a little heartbreaking. Surprise! It's Kung! It's Kung! The bull was very excited about it. But, where are you? The bull's hand paused on the doorknob. Is it so hard to open a door when you guys seem to be turning the handle like it's going to break? Will you be happy if I die? I'm already beginning to wonder what you're up to. You open the door first. I'm right outside. Won't you know when you open it? I vented my anger. The voice is indeed Kung's, but this also speaks as if he were a werewolf. It's not possible that Kung and the werewolves are in cahoots, is it? Arrow couldn't help but feel a chill and took 2 steps back. I don't think so. Kung isn't that kind of person. The bull mused. Seems like the big bull has more brains after all. Can't you just open the door if you don't even suspect me anymore? I anxiously prodded, with 5 seconds left on the time board. Drive. Go. My voice was getting agitated. The knock on the door just now was something I didn't control, which led to focusing the werewolf's attention on the place. Damn it! The wolves had slowly made their way in that direction. Click! The door was finally turned open. Whoa! The wolves saw that I was crouching at the gate. The sight of it had cracked my man up, but this is all a small scene. For a person like my brother who is not shocked by anything, it's a piece of cake. Very calmly and coolly, I pulled the door open and headed inside. There was even time to look back at the other werewolves darting toward me as I waved at them. Bye. Goodbye. All you little Ronin. May we not meet again. Saw you. Come on in, Kung. The bull urged. Brother Kung. Blue Heart and Yuan were so excited that they were on the verge of crying. I pulled the door open and rushed in. Suddenly, my body felt as if it was flying, and I felt something tugging behind me. Hey, what's going on? My hands hurriedly grabbed the gate firmly. You were just talking, weren't you? I heard everything. Abominable. The white werewolf has just been sneaking up behind me to watch me. I was too much like going in there to notice. I'm just failing so hard. The white werewolf's grip tightened on the collar behind me, yanking me backward. It's obviously not as strong as it was when it turned into a red werewolf. so at least that's something that makes me feel better. You scatter, scumbag, I yelled at it. Oh, you will definitely be my meal today. SSSSSSSS. The white werewolf licked the corner of his mouth. This big white elbow, the meat must be very fatty. The white werewolf's eyes were fixed on my thighs. This guy is a perverted wolf, right? Who would look like this in a proper werewolf? Have the balls to put me down for a one-on-one? I challenged towards it. I don't want it. I'm humanly stupid. I've thought of a million ideas, none of which I thought would be rejected by a white werewolf. You're too much of a wimp. You're just a wimpy wolf, aren't you? I'll give you this. I turned around and gave the werewolf a friendly gesture, middle finger. You won't be able to irritate me. And if I can't eat anyone else today, at least I can eat you. Ha ha ha. My hand pulled the door closer, but the door was opened as a result. The other werewolves are charging in our direction. Seeing that I was in a bad way, Danielle rushed forward and tried to pull me towards the house. Era, come help. Bull took my hand and started yanking it toward the house. I'll pull you in soon. Kung. The bull yanked me in as hard as he could, and I felt like my body was almost in pieces. The white werewolf pulling me even stood motionless. You guys get in there. I gave up again. I turned around and saw the large pack of wolves charging at me. I wasn't going to victimize a group of them by myself. No, we won't give up on you a second time. The bull had very steely eyes, but fortitude is useless in the face of absolute power. I was gripping the door with one hand and being yanked toward the house by Bull and the others over and over again. Chapter 58. Good Werewolf. I shook off the bull's hand. Give it up, brother, see you in the afterlife. Oh, you. No, I don't want it, the bull yelled, but it was too late. I had already shaken his hand off. Congratulations on automatically activating the system when your bravery value reaches the standard. Systematic emotional carousel. A. Mind control, 3 minutes. B. Invincibility, 1 minute. C. Flying, 1 minute. Please click on the emotional carousel. Thump. Congratulations on your selection of A. Hey. The explanation appears in front of the screen. Mind control. You can control any heart and make it follow you. After releasing my hand from the door, I was instantly pulled to my feet by the werewolf behind me. Little man, you still want to escape from me today? Ha ha ha. The white werewolf growled very happily. Ouch. Ouch. All the werewolves had only harvested one of my prey this time, but they still seemed very happy. I don't know what you guys are so happy about. See, they just caught one guy having a blinding good time. You were the only one we were aiming for in the beginning, but you dragged so many people that was a windfall. What? Just one? Are you guys such small targets? You're werewolves, aren't you? I couldn't accept being caught by a werewolf with so little retaliation, and I expressed great displeasure. You're pretty strong, the white werewolf said with some embarrassment. You too. I was embarrassed to open my mouth too. I've been the only one they've been targeting all along. Everyone else has been a windfall. I've harmed other people in an invisible way, so now this ending is actually something I can live with. My destiny, perhaps, stops here. Mom, sorry I didn't stick around to see you. Don't be so sad. I'll eat you up. The white werewolf's words were so innocent, yet so hurtful every time. Are all animals without emotional intelligence? I would suggest that they could look at human books. It's the last time I'll be able to use the system, so I'll just activate the mind control technique. After all, it's my last chance. And by the way, let's see what the white wolves think of themselves. Surprise! White werewolf mental activity. This guy can be a real pain in the ass. Believe whatever you say. Ha 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 ha. Now that it's given up on itself, there's even less need for anyone else to save it. And that's a conclusion I've come to after studying human TV shows. It's absolutely not wrong. What did I hear? Why did I have to hear this? I was ready to die. Now what should I do? You guys have given me hope again and 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 again. You've given up. Are you lying to me? I asked towards the white werewolf. No. The white werewolf turned around, not wanting to look at me. Are you weak? White werewolf mental activity. What's wrong with this one? He still knows to suspect me. We were actually planning to eat everyone here, but there was a change of plans. Mainly because this group is too difficult to deal with. This guy, were you planning on eating everyone from the start? I stared at the white werewolf dead in the face. White werewolf mental activity. I'm a white werewolf, I'm panicking right now. How does he know everything? So smart. Envious. Are you envious of my intelligence? I asked again. Surprise. The white werewolf seemed to sense something. The white werewolf was mentally active. Oh crap. This guy can't be hearing my mental activity. Can he? That. The white werewolf remained silent. White werewolf mental activity. Human, can you hear my heart? Yes, I said, looking into its big eyes. Surprise. The white werewolf's eyes did show a very surprised expression. Monkeyishly. You speak Cantonese? A little bit. Okay, but what the hell does it matter to me? The white werewolf mentally campaigned. In fact, we werewolves still haven't eaten human flesh in years. Then why are you eating us now? The white werewolf's mind moved. 1. You started it. 2. Did you not eat the others to get over it? I'm the boss. 3. We kind of don't seem to know how to eat human flesh anymore. We don't even know how to eat it. That surprised me a bit. I didn't realize that werewolves didn't eat meat. But what makes me more curious is this. So what do you guys eat? The white werewolf mentally campaigned. Grass, I guess, or some chickens, ducks, pigs, worms, etc. Look at how skinny we've gotten. It was only when it said that I took a closer look at them, and indeed they were a picture of bone thinness. I didn't realize that it was rare for a werewolf to be so down and out. It's no wonder we can only be human and still fight them so long. The white werewolf mentally moves. And, we were saved by a human before, so we swore not to eat human flesh anymore. Oh, yeah? The white werewolf's mind moved. The leader of our wolf clan used to be seriously ill and left the pack, but came back to rule us again not long afterward, and he told us it was a female human who healed him. Under it, we changed our tastes and stopped eating such bloody things, and the tradition was passed down from its generation to ours. So you guys are pretty awesome. It was very interesting to hear such an interesting story. So what are you going to do with me now? That's my old man's biggest worry at the moment. The white werewolf mentally campaigned. I don't really want to eat you, but I have to give my little werewolf a piece of my mind. Why did that little werewolf try to get into my room then? I looked at it in disbelief. The white werewolf's mind moved. It told me itself that a bird's nest is going to fall out of your window, and that it intends to help the birds build their nests. Surprise! I'm really a little remorseful that I was the one who sinned. It turns out it was just trying to put its hand there in order to avoid not falling, and I thought so badly of it. I'm sorry. I deserve to die. I'm sorry is the most useless thing I've ever seen you say. We wolves never apologize. A wrong is a wrong. If the other person is willing to forgive you, then you can make peace. It's never the sorry that's missing, and the repentant heart. You have this heart, then I'm sure it will forgive you. The white werewolf's words made me confess. I didn't think I'd be touched by a wolf sometime in this world. It's called the power of gentleness. How do I talk to it? I bowed my head with an apologetic expression. He won't understand human language. I can call you wolf or have him learn human language. I'll like this? I barked like they had just barked. Chapter 59 Advanced Medical Equipment. The white werewolf gave a look of disdain that I almost died under. Why are you looking at me like that? We werewolves don't scream as stupidly as you do. So stupidly that we just can't scream. The white werewolves looked at me with great disgust. So, you call out for me to hear? Just a little rant? What's so hard about that? Ouch. The white werewolf growled. It's our werewolf way of apologizing. I immediately followed suit with a cry of ow. What's wrong? Looking at the disdain in the white werewolf's eyes, I knew my barking wouldn't work again. Here, you scream after my voice. Ow ow ow. Ow ow ow. Are you tone deaf? It's kinda true. Growing up singing was one of the worst in the class. Crack. Why don't we just give up? The werewolf could hear no more. How can I give up? Something like apologizing has to be insisted upon. I have to insist. The way the white werewolf looked at me I could deeply feel no difference from looking at a retard. Well, try it on. I could almost hear the abandonment in its voice. Ow ow ow. I immediately followed suit with it. Hey, the white werewolf's sigh filled the place. Look, they didn't eat Kung. Big Bull pointed into the crowd of wolves. Are they saying something? Why is one barking at each other? Brother Kung wouldn't really know wolf language, would he? OMG. It's awesome. Brother Kung is fine. It's great. Blueheart and Genjutsu thumped up. It's too soon to confirm that he's actually okay. Era's low voice broke the lively atmosphere. Hey, Era, you really are. You were cheerful. The waiter grumbled. Daniel also waved his hand to express his helplessness. What Era who said was indeed not wrong. Right now Shao Kahn was not out of danger, so we can't be happy too soon. We need to find a way to get him back. Ow ow ow. Hey, that was a good call. It was finally time to get the white werewolf's affirmation, and I'd been learning to bark for almost an hour and a half now. Tired of me. I tugged at my voice. Already dying. My voice hoarse when I made the sound. That's the problem with you not being able to belly breathe. Seeing as how you didn't have proper vocal lessons as a child. The white werewolf spat. We don't have voice lessons in our little village, so just let me off the hook if you see that I'm not too bad all over. You say that like you werewolves have voice lessons. There was no water nearby, and all I could do was try to gulp more to relieve myself. Don't underestimate us werewolves. We've got our own band. Snap. The white werewolf clapped his hands 3 times. 5 werewolves ran up to us. Ow. The white werewolf explained the situation to them. Prepare to wait and see. The white werewolf looked smug. Ow, ow, ow. A beautiful melody suddenly appeared in my ears, but I couldn't believe it was coming from a werewolf's voice. Surprise! Did you really sing this? I ran up to one of the werewolves and stroked its throat before I felt the vibration of its vocal cords. Wow, that's amazing too. I was as excited as if I had won a soccer game. This is our band, the Sky Wolves, just sang, in memoriam. Fantastic. That's the most beautiful wolf sound I've ever heard. The 5 werewolves bowed to me and retreated. I'm sorry for just killing so many of you wolves. I didn't realize you were such gentle souls. Ha! The white werewolf sneered softly. It's not too late for you to find out. And besides, those werewolves you killed actually just got away. Ha! I can't understand this at all when I hear it. Escaped? We werewolves have escape buttons placed on us that only allow damage to come close enough to disappear as fast as possible to where we were. The white werewolf sneered as if mocking me. An ignorant human. And where did they go? You guys would actually invent something like that? I heard everything I'd never heard before, and it was all too new. They're just in our base now. You humans will have technological advances and we werewolves won't? It seems to make sense. Since those werewolves didn't lose their lives, my insides didn't hurt as much and I seem to feel better. So what are we going to do now? I looked at the white werewolf at a loss for words. Didn't you say yourself that you were going to apologize to someone? The white werewolf crossed his arms and looked at me impatiently. But you don't have to be too concerned. We have very sound medical technology, and we naturally have ways to deal with situations like it. Surprise! You guys are actually this advanced? Poof! The white werewolf let out another sneer, and every time it did that I wanted to punch it. Your human technology is far more powerful than ours, and as long as you don't invade us, we won't mess around with humans. Okay, so I was asking for it today? How do you plan to treat that injured coyote? I'm a little curious. All it has to do is go back and our equipment can make its arm heal itself. Regrow in a new arm? That's right. I'll go. Grow a new arm? I thought I had misheard and reconfirmed. Right. How many times are you going to ask? Your medical equipment has advanced to this point? I'm already a little excited to hear it, and it's never been reported as such on the reports. Humans certainly couldn't do this kind of thing with their current medical technology, and I didn't realize that werewolves could actually do it already. So strong. I can't help but start admiring them. It's still a machine that a female human helped us make. We just know how to use it. You see, the credit is still yours, so we won't do anything to the humans. How's that for thinking female humans? This answer made me more and more tired and curious about what kind of person could do such a great thing, helping those horrible werewolves and making such advanced equipment. I would love to take a tour. How to say? The question seemed to stump the white werewolf. You humans all look alike. I can't really tell the difference, but that guy definitely looks better than you. I'm such a handsome face, and you say someone is better looking and better than me. Where do you put my face? How can I go out in the future? Chapter 60 Werewolf World Tales. Aren't you going more or less overboard? I looked at the white werewolf angrily. Excessive? Hey, sad too. You don't understand the human condition. Forget it. It must be said, however, that a handsome face such as mine is counted among the most handsome in the human race. I've always been a braggart. The white werewolf listens with a seeming understanding. Oh, so, we werewolves have never been one to look at appearances. Snap. I was like being struck by lightning at this time. You do not value. So that is my wishful thinking. That is, I am self-interested. My emotions have been hovering constantly on the verge of running out of steam. I hate you like a log. Why? The white werewolf looked at me with an innocent face, and I couldn't really say anything else. Can I have a tour of your base? Surprise. Ouch. The word seemed to hit the white werewolf's Renton second chakra, and a sound of amazement escaped. What did you say? I want to visit your base. You're not a spy, are you? The white werewolf looked at me with wide-eyed contempt. Of course not. Buddy, nice guy, okay? Trust me. Do you think bad people say they're bad? The white werewolf spoke a great truth. No way. That's not so bad. You're a bad guy. You wouldn't say you're a bad guy, would you? Yes. This is so a bunch of manipulation that I seem to be convinced by it. That female human you were talking about, do you remember what it probably looked like? The white werewolf pondered for a long time. We have a picture of her at our base. I want to check it out, I said excitedly, with an inexplicable feeling in my heart. Just wanted to hurry and check on the woman first. I had a hunch she might be someone familiar. No human has ever been to our base, except for her. I know who it says she is. I want to be second, I said confidently. Do you think you can go just because you want to? Our base is not a place where you can just go and leave whenever you want. The white werewolf's eyes were very serious. In those days, the humans saw us werewolves as a threat to them, and there was constant destruction and slaughter of our homeworld. At that time, our werewolves were wounded and maimed, and had been cornered by the humans. And in the end, she not only helped us heal, but also helped us design many mechanisms. Humans must pass through those places before they can reach our base. And humans have tried and tried without success, the white werewolf explained. So how did you guys get back? We have sharp grabs to crawl away by the stone walls to avoid those mechanisms. Then wouldn't it be better if you crawled through then on my back? I came up with a bold idea. Surprise! The idea was outrageously simple, but the white werewolf seemed to look surprised as well. That seems like a pretty good idea. But what else? The white werewolf seemed to have some difficulty speaking the words. My dad, over there wouldn't necessarily agree to let a human in. You're not the boss? Well, not now. I'm definitely the boss later. The white werewolf stood with an innocent look on his face. Harm. I thought it was so the head of the werewolves, with all that draggy look, but I didn't realize it was a dick. What's that look in your eye? The white werewolf saw something wrong with my eyes. I do look down on it a bit. Ha 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 ha, but I can't show it. It seems too rude. I was self-conscious enough to tighten my expression a bit. Aha, straightened his hair. Sorry, didn't have control just now. Where were we? I asked towards the white werewolf. Talk about you despising me there. Hey, this guy is still very observant, as expected of a werewolf. Bullseye. Actually, I didn't look down on you. I'm just a little surprised that you're so powerful that you're not the boss. I had a coy look on my face. No way. My dad is older and I'm still young, but one day I can. The white werewolf was confident. I can't say anything else to discourage it. I believe you can too. You have vision. The white werewolf tapped on the shoulder. Suddenly, it clapped its hands and wailed a few times at the wolves off to the side. What did you tell it? I can't understand the magical dialogue between them. I told it to go home and inform my dad that I'm taking a human back. Hey, is it really okay? Instead, I put on a pouty little face. No problem, just one guy. Big deal, I'll eat you, right? I've been scared by that several times today. I doubt that's the only scary thing it's going to say. Do you think it's scary for you to say that? I looked at it somewhat breathlessly. Yeah, isn't it scary? The white werewolf looked surprised. Where is it scary, please? I thought it was very scary. Harm. This guy is the human version of the landlord's stupid son, right? I'm really speechless. Shall we go then? The white werewolf blocked me with one hand. Not yet. We have very strict rules. We can't move until we hear from my dad. So we began the long wait in place. The werewolves, true to form, were so united in everything they did, so united that I was speechless. Can I go back and talk to my little buddy? What? No. The white werewolf rebuffed me at once. Why not? I thought we were already good friends from the exchange we just had, but I didn't think it was possible to ask for something so simple. Why pinch? Why? I was very unconvinced. You're going back and forth here. Do you think I'm going to diminish in their hearts? Do you think we werewolves are faceless? Turns out, there's a werewolf world in the werewolf world, too. I understood it instantly. Well, that settles it. I had a very aggravated look on my face, but there was nothing I could do about it. I looked at them from a distance. Daniel was still looking at me from the doorway at this point, with two small heads beside him that should be Blue Heart and Yu. It's a shame I can only watch from afar right now, or I would be so excited to tell them. These werewolves wouldn't actually be just a little bit middle-aged, and they don't hurt humans. It's all a misunderstanding I created. It's just that I can only look at them from a distance at this point. I waved my hand quietly at the bull. Aha, don't make any little moves, or I won't take you back. Chapter 61 taken. The white werewolf hadn't turned around, but my every move had been undoubtedly seen by him. You're not even allowed to make small gestures. What a cheapskate. I'm a little disconcerted, but there's nothing I can do about it. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, where's that noise coming from? The white werewolf shouted. I also heard a strange knocking on the door, and presently moved to the big bull's door. Bull was pounding on the door repeatedly at this point, and when he saw my eyes on him, his finger pointed in the direction of the outside toward me. What? I turned my head with the direction. Outside the house. A small hole broke in the clouds and a ray of sunlight rushed out of it to shoot on the earth. The sun is out. Kung. Bully yelled at me. What did he say? The white werewolf only understands my words. No one else seems to understand them. And this werewolf is strange. The sun's out, so you guys need to get going, right? Well, I haven't heard from my dad yet, so I won't take you back then. We need to get going. The white werewolf hesitated for a moment anxiously. More and more pillars of light were slowly breaking through the clouds. The sun was coming up. It's too late. The white werewolf had already panicked a bit and immediately wailed, signaling the other werewolves to retreat in a hurry. One by one, the little werewolves jumped toward the broken hole outside the house. Very fast. Why don't you all go out of your way? After all, there was an elevator to go, wasn't it quicker? The human elevator is just too slow. Might as well we just jump. This is the 15th floor. I'm looking down from upstairs. Is this distance ing sure it's not out of the wolf's life? It's a small distance. We dance often. Take me with you? I looked at it eagerly. No. Whimpering, I've covered my head and cried. Why did you abandon me? Why? I'll be damned if my father didn't promise to take you back. The white werewolf commiserated. Indeed, it can't be hard for you either. Well, you go. I waved my hand toward it, signaling it to go away. My brother wouldn't be lingering or anything. The white werewolf really doesn't care about me. Righteously looking for the gap. Ready to jump. Take care, the white werewolf said at me as he jumped. Woohoo! My buddy couldn't hold it in and I walked up to it and blessed it deeply. Phew! The white werewolf took a long leap downward. Hey! The white werewolf felt his body suddenly become heavier. Was it hit by the sun? Rush back to look and feel the rest of your body. Hey, why are you here? Hee. The moment the white werewolf jumped, I jumped along with him, holding on tightly to the white werewolf. Hee. I don't know how I jumped. Why don't we go back together? Hey! I could hear the white werewolf sigh very clearly, and its eyes were not only filled with helplessness, but now also more than a little bit of disgust. Don't blame me if you get eaten. It's true that it's only going to be so scary, but does it know that it's not scary at all? So you're saying you're willing to take me? I was very excited. Hee. What else is there to do? Said the man who lived on one side of the railing. Hey, did Kung just jump with the werewolf? Daniel rushed to the gap to check it out. The image in front of him surprised him. He didn't know why Kung jumped down together. It's over. What's the matter, brother bully? Seeing the bull sitting in a panic, the waiter rushed back to see what had happened. Brother Big Bull? Daniel was by now bleary-eyed, and his mouth was mumbling something, although he and Shao Kong only know less than a week's time. But see Shao Kong save people's behavior, their hearts recognize him as a friend. Now he himself was not protecting his friend properly, and he was very lost, feeling like not only have I failed in life, but I have no face-to-face in the future. MS. Lan Xin, I'm sorry. Seeing Blueheart walk over, Bull couldn't help but plop down on her shoes. What's the matter, brother Dinyo? Blueheart's view was blocked by the door, and he didn't see what he had just seen. Kung was taken away by the wolves. Dinyo let out a wail. The words were very hard for her to say. Surprise! Blueheart couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Brother Dinyo, are you telling the truth? Blueheart was panicking by now. The news had hit her hard. Yes, having received Dinyo's affirmation, Blueheart was even more unable to accept what she had just said. Snap! Lan Xin collapsed on the ground. Who just came out from the room and rushed forward to help Lan Xin up. Miss, big brother, what did you say to Miss? Why did Miss pass out? Arrow cast a reproachful gaze. Kung was taken by a werewolf. It was the 3rd time he'd said it, and each time he said it, his heart didn't take it well. Each repetition is adding to the original wound. How could this happen? Arrow was also very surprised. He was the leading man on this road trip. What are we going to do now that the man is gone? Arrow panicked, his confused eyes looking straight at Dinyo, but Dinyo was at a loss for words at this point. There's no way out. The best thing to do is to go back the way we came. Blueheart's head kept mountain talking about all the experiences they'd had together before. All those wonderful images, but now those seemed to have become their own memories, and it seemed that Brother Kung couldn't come back. This thought had already arisen in Blueheart's mind. Woohoo! Couldn't help but secretly wipe her tears alone, and Yuan, you didn't know what was going on, hurriedly went up to comfort her. Luckily, there's still one wool next to me. Sister Blueheart, what's wrong with you? Yuan, you asked as she rubbed Blueheart's back. Blueheart looked at Yuan, you dumbfounded, and didn't know how to tell her. Before Yuan, you was still brought over from Kung's place. Right. Little empty brother Lu, how not here? Just now you did not say he is here? How can't see it? Genki shook her little head and looked around. Brother Kung! Brother Kung! Motoyuki kept shouting, but received no response. Brother Kung! Don't play hide and seek! Yuan Yu is tired. Yuan Yu, who had never received a response, was already fighting back tears in her eyes. Why are you ignoring people? Woohoo! Seeing Blueheart's tears, Yuan Yu herself couldn't help but cry. Yuan Yu, we won't cry. Oh. Lan Xin helped Yuan Yu wipe the tears seen in her eyes and tried to comfort her. Where's Kung's brother? Yuan Yu asked the question again, and Lan Xin really didn't know how to answer this question. Brother Kung is not here. Blueheart didn't know how to speak, so he could only stammer and blurt it out. Chapter 62, the boss is coming. Then where did Brother Shao Kong go? Why didn't he bring Yuan Yu along? Did Brother Shao Kong go somewhere to play without Yuan Yu? Yuan Yu was still pursuing the question relentlessly, because Kung-chan has to go now. Blueheart didn't know what to answer anymore. What's this? Everyone, come see. The others gathered immediately and the waiter found a note on the floor. You see. The waiter handed the note to the bull. Don't you worry, I'll be back. The bull repeated the words on the paper. Where did you see this? Bull asked anxiously. Just picked it up on the floor. Could that be Kung's? Denyo began to ponder. Why did Kung leave this piece of paper? Is he really safe and okay? But perhaps it was from other guests as well. After all, the place was already a mess, and Kung's writing was barely recognizable. MS. Blueheart, do you think the word is Kung's? Bull handed the paper to Blueheart. Blueheart examined it carefully, carving it elaborately, not seeing a thing. His words have only been seen once and there's really no way to confirm if it's his unless. Blue Heart hesitated. Unless what? Unless we go back to Duck Springs Village. The note from the family who wrote the herbs when Brother Kung was a patient has his handwriting on it. It dawned on Dinyo that this was a very good main, and if Kung was really safe he could rest a little easier. Shall we go then? Dinyo immediately suggested, wanting to go as fast as possible. You guys are going to Duck Springs Village now? The waiter suddenly asked. Yes. Dinyo was very adamant. He wanted Kung to be okay and wanted confirmation. If this paper could confirm that it was Kung, then they had a reason to stay. If not, then you can also return the same way from Duck Springs Village without having to come back here. You won't get away today. The waiter's sudden outburst immediately doused Dinyo's enthusiasm. As if he had been given a blow to the head, the excitement on Dinyo's face instantly disappeared. Why would there be no cars? Don't boatmen want to make money now that the economy is so advanced? Dinyo looked at the waiter with a puzzled expression. There won't be any ships for a week after the full moon. Click. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It hit the two men on the head. Why are there such inexplicable rules? Dinyo at this time is troubled. Originally in the heart has planned any good everything, by the sudden news to completely disrupted. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The bull shook his head, trying to clear it. But it's all true. The waiter, though he felt some sympathy for them, couldn't do much himself. Seeing Dinyo in such a difficult situation was not good for her own heart. Is there any other way? Bully wants to think differently. Since the boat can't come, we can do it another way. Can't hang on to one tree. No more. The waiter was also slightly bemused. Can't we swim across? There are piranhas under the lake, and there are monsters that no one in the town knows about. It's very dangerous if you do it easily. The waitress explained that she very much did not want the bull to go back down. Then I can't just stand by and watch Kung get taken away like that. The resentment and helplessness in Dinyo's heart was completely reflected in his expression, and he blamed all the fault on himself. Not only are you chagrined in blaming yourself, but you're trying to get it back. Actually, you can't be blamed for this. It happened at the hotel, and it's my responsibility that he was taken away. The waiter advised the bull. No, I'm so physically strong, and I'm the big brother in everyone's eyes. And Mr. Blue has entrusted me to take care of them. But the bull clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, the waitress's hand gently pressed against the bull's. Don't worry about it. We'll just have to take our time and wait now. And you're not to blame for this. The bull made a lunge to merely hold the waitress. Thank you. The hands being held by the waitress made the bull feel a sensation he had never felt before. A gentle warmth surged through his body with it, and he himself didn't want to be as aggressive as Fong. The world seemed to be instantly different as well. The bull's mind was instantly put at ease. MS. Blue Heart. The bull gets up and walks over to Blue Heart. We can't leave yet. Why don't we stay here? If this thing is Kung, then he'll definitely come back. Big Bull was now filled with fighting spirit. If we don't bring enough money, Arrow and I can work at the hotel so we can continue to make ends meet. Dinyo continued, his eyes desperate for Blue Heart to say yes. It was also true that Blue Heart didn't have the slightest desire to leave this place because Kung wasn't here and she didn't know what to decide. Good. Then we'll go ahead and stay. And I can help out at the hotel too. Blue Heart also recovered his mood happily. And Genki too. Genki thumped it. The atmosphere was instantly back to its old happy self. Arrow was already smiling from ear to ear as he watched them. Hey, what happened to Yamazaki here? A well-dressed man in a suit walked out. Boss Fong Tang. The werewolf broke the window and rushed in. And there's a customer. Turns out the waitress was called Yamazaki. Yamazaki had some difficulty with the next words and didn't go on. And what? Fong Tang kept pressing. Well, Yamazaki knew that saying it out loud would surely result in a tirade of abuse, never knew how to say it. Our friends were taken by the wolves. Eventually it was the big bull that opened up. Surprise! The owner had a very surprised look on his face. Taken by the wolves? Fong Tang kept silent to himself and rushed to the window to check the situation. Sure enough, the window had broken a big hole, and the wind from outside was constantly blowing inward. Why does it look like this? Fong Tang had been shocked by the scene in front of him and stood in place staring at it blankly. Your window and door materials are not as sturdy as one would think. The bull continued. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Fong Tang's first thought was that he should apologize for the customers who had been hurt. It's okay. The bull has been very much in the eye of the beholder. Your friends. Fong Tang didn't know what to say after all, and suddenly stopped his tone. Just a moment. I'll do the math. Just a moment, I'll be right back. Fong Tang immediately scurried away, and Shanji followed him. Chapter 63 Compensation. Yamazaki. Suddenly a man's voice called out to her and she turned around to find it was Fong Tang. Boss. Yamazaki walked over silently. You know exactly what you went through last night? Fong Tang looked at her very seriously. One by one, Yamazaki recounted the events of yesterday. Hearing Fong Tang couldn't help but let out a burst of surprise. I also heard that werewolves don't attack people anymore, but I didn't realize that they still acted last night. Fong Tang covered his mouth in surprise. No offense, then why is everyone in your town afraid to come out? Yamazaki couldn't help but sputter a bit too. Wasn't this an operation to slap his own face? Well, because it's still a fear of what if. Right, how can you joke about human life being so fragile? Yamazaki was speechless. Fong Tang rested his cheeks in thought, seemingly pondering these what-sits. Was the one who was taken away really so brave? Fong Tang was somewhat skeptical of Shanji's words. Yes. Yamazaki walked up to the front desk. See for yourself. Play the video footage from yesterday for Fong Tang to watch. Fong Tang saw an incredible scene. This is also too wonderful. Fong Tang couldn't help but be very excited, as if he was sorry he wasn't involved. These people are heroes. They're all heroes. Fong Tang was very excited. Yes, I'm afraid we'd have been eaten without them. Yamazaki was now fantasizing about the images in his mind, and it was frightening to think about them. Go! I know what to do. Fong Tang ran off in a huff, and Shanji hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Fong Tang's speed was so fast that he was merely walking, and Shanji would have to run as fast as he could to catch up with him. Phew! Fong Tang floated by as if it were a wisp of smoke. I'm sorry, gentlemen, just wait. Fong Tang ran and bowed to the group, and Shanji followed suit as she stepped aside. Thank you all for stepping up for the hotel during yesterday's difficult time. The hotel will be grateful for your feat. As an apology, in the future all of our hotels will be free for you for life. Is that okay with you? Fontaine apologized to us very sincerely. MS. Blue Heart, do you think it's okay? De Bull looked back at Blue Heart, waiting for her answer. Of course. Blue Heart smiled very brightly, and Fong Tang's heart just instantly relaxed. Thanks. You guys are really good people. Fong Tang very politely bowed again. Then can you promise us that you won't sue us over this incident? Fontaine longed for our answer and looked on in fascination. Yes, Blue Heart agreed very readily. Fong Tang was bouncing around happily as if he were a child. Thank you. It felt like he was almost on his knees as the thanks went on. Okay, enough is enough. Daniel hurriedly stopped the guy and told him to stop thanking him. A few people were already a little embarrassed. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. We're retreating now. Phew. Fong Tang instantly disappeared in front of them. This guy can really count quickly. Not bad for a hotelier. Did he used to be a sprinter? Daniel couldn't help but wonder why this guy was so fast. I think he used to be a thief here and there. Then he was taken as a disciple by his former boss and made it to where he is now. Turns out being so fast was developed while stealing. It's not a bad place to have a social calendar. Daniel couldn't help but feel that a thief could become so formerly humble. It's so true that people of all kinds exist in this society. That seems to save us a ton of money. Daniel smiled in relief, not expecting to earn a wave. That way there would be no pressure to wait for Kung here. Daniel was still constantly worried about Xiaokong's safety in his heart. After Fong Tang left, only the waiter was left here. Your name is Yamazaki, right? The bull went over to greet the waiter with a red face. Yeah. Yamazaki also lowered her head, playing with her fingers. So are you still working tonight? Tonight? No need. What's wrong? Shanji looked straight at Daniel with a puzzled expression. Daniel instantly sank, mesmerized by the captivating eyes, completely unable to escape. So, want to have dinner together? Yes, you can. Shanji smiled very brightly. I'll see you tonight then. Good. I'll see you in the lobby tonight. Yamazaki ran away sheepishly. It's okay, brother Daniel. Blue Heart looked doting, very pleased with the pair. Ha. I wonder if she'll get bored. Daniel was a little overwhelmed. It won't, and she might like it. Blue Heart had a little look of amusement on his face, and it looked like there was someone who was going to get off the hook, and was very happy in his heart. Let me know if there's any good progress. Blue Heart and Jen returned to their original rooms. Do you really like her? Era's voice came from the far corner. Aha! The bull replied very stoically. Era said nothing and went straight back to his room. Daniel's and Air, whose rooms were intact, except for the door, which showed signs of vandalism, and the contents were intact. Daniel, who was outside, could clearly hear Arrow really jerking the iron at this point. It's true that they are lonely jerk-off men, and women are worthless in their eyes. The only true joy is the joy of fitness. Yamazaki, come here a minute. Fong Tang was counting the books at the front desk when Shanji walked up to him and waited. Do you know how much we've lost on this sabotage? Fong Tang's expression was agitated. I don't know. Boss, you can't blame me for this, can you? It's all the wolves doing. I tried to stop them too. I really tried my best. Yamazaki lowered her head at a loss for words. So what do you say to the broken room? Another deadly question. Yamazaki had no idea how to answer his boss and kept his head down without saying a word. Make it a memorial room? Surprise! A sudden look of recognition came from Fong Tang. That's a very good idea. I can think about it. Ha! The words stunned Shanji. Okay, You can go now. Fong Tang waved his hand to indicate that Shanji could leave. Boss, you're not going to fire me, are you? Shanji's stammered words were still heard by Fong Tang. No. Then you didn't call me here to ask me to pay for it, did you? Neither. Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh at Shanji's question and put down the ledger in his hand. This has nothing to do with you, I know. These money will naturally have the insurance company to pay for the money. Do not need you to spend a penny, rest assured. Chapter 64 Choosing Clothes. Hearing Fong Tang's words, Shanji was much more at ease. I didn't realize that this hotel actually had insurance. It seems that Fong Tang had long expected this day to come. You're a very important member of our hotel, and I won't fire you unless the hotel closes down, Fong Tang said very seriously. These words were like a warm current to Shanji, instantly giving him a stronger force to work. Thanks, boss. Shanji's tone was very imposing. Fong Tang couldn't help but snicker as he listened. By the way, did the owner used to have this kind of thing happen a lot at the hotel? Yamazaki couldn't help but ask curiously. It happens but not much, and our hotel has experienced complaints because of this. Fong Tang recounts the past slowly to Shanji. I didn't realize the boss actually started from nothing. That's awesome. Being praised so much by Shanji, Fong Tang was even a little embarrassed. There are not a few people who start with nothing anymore. Hey, what time is it? Yamazaki suddenly panicked. In search of time. It's 1700 hours. Fong Tang glanced at the watch on his wrist. Surprise! It's over. It's over. It's over. I haven't washed my hair, showered and changed my clothes. Yamazaki suddenly rushed around sharply. What's your hurry? Fong Tang saw Shanji suddenly in a mess. I've been asked to have dinner with a big bull client later. Can I go now? Boss. Oh, wow. Just now Fong Tang had noticed that these two guys seemed to have some subtle relationship. As expected. I didn't guess wrong. Fong Tang also had a face of eating melon. Go go go. Fonzie smiled gratefully, as if he were an old father. Thanks, boss. Phew. The next second Shanji instantly disappeared from sight. This speed was comparable to Fong Tang. How come this guy is so fast too? It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the front. There's always new young people coming along as people get older. No one stays young and on top forever. Isn't that why I didn't continue on the path of thievery? Ha 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 ha. Fong Tang looked up to the sky. It's too late. It's too late. Yamazaki is already up on his hands and knees, hands washing his head, legs rubbing the rest of himself. It was very fast and in no time the body had been washed clean. I can't help but admire myself. Ha ha ha. Sanchi bragged to herself in the mirror. The only time she had that kind of confidence was when she was looking at herself in the mirror. The bull shaved slowly and straightened his tie. This was the first time he had ever asked a girl out to dinner. And since he and Era had arrived in River City, he had never had dinner with a woman other than his mother in Blueheart. Completely and purely maternal single to this day. Daniel has absolutely no experience with relationships whatsoever. Eru beside him was even more inexperienced. And Daniel didn't know who to ask for advice on how to dress up to please the girls. What are you doing? Eru watched as Daniel kept changing and looking for clothes, and it distracted him to watch. That's pure interference with your own fitness. Eru wasn't working out 24/7. But the thought of Daniel going on a date made Era feel like he had to find something to do sometime, so that his empty heart or body can be contentedly satisfied. The only thing that is king for him is jerking off. What do you think about me passing it around like this? The bull was wearing a red shirt at this point and green pants with a pair of purple beanies on the bottom half. The way you're dressed, I think it's just missing a handsome belt. Everything else would be perfect. Era cast an appreciative glance, and Daniel was a little skeptical that he was telling a lie. After all, he was very serious about what he was saying. Era replied and continued to raise the dumbbells in his hands to work out. Daniel looked at Era's dress, white tank top with gray shorts. There was nothing wrong with the must-have for a fitness man, but why did Era's words just now make Daniel feel a little strange? Not terribly confident in what he was wearing, Bull ran to the next room to ask Blueheart. MS. Blueheart, what do you think of me like this? ZZZ. At this time, Blueheart and Yuan Yu were sleeping. Yesterday's experience was really exhausting. And they hadn't slept well at all yesterday. The bull instantly covered his mouth to keep himself from making a sound. Frustrated, he went back to his room and saw the head of his useless brother, who himself could only be picking at his own tastes. Knock knock. There was a knock on the wall outside the room. Customers, I'm sorry, my door will be fixed for you in the morning, is that okay? Fong Tang walked to the door of their room and inquired. It's okay, thanks, the bull replied. Pust. Fong Tang glanced faintly at Daniel's outfit and almost spewed out all of yesterday's dinner together. The attentive Daniel also sensed that Fong Tang seemed to be trying to hold in his laughter. What do you think of what I'm wearing? Bully gathered his courage and moved forward to inquire. Are you planning on passing this around for a date? That's right, but I always felt something was wrong. Can you help me improve it? Bull pointed to his closet. Fong Tang walked in to take a look. Each piece of clothing is so big that it could probably pass for a dress if you let yourself wear it. Fong Tang looked stunned for a few seconds. Hey, hey, hey. It took the big bull shaking his hands in front of his eyes over and over to bring him to his senses. Hey, 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 what's wrong? Fong Tang suddenly came to a realization. Aren't you going to help me pick out my clothes? Yeah. As if waking up from a dream, Fong Tang hurriedly went towards the closet and picked it out. Your current outfit is too fancy for a date with a girl. Surprise! Daniel was very surprised, and he couldn't help but start to wonder even now, as he had been very happy with his taste. Especially if you're on a date at night, it's not a good idea to have too many bright colors. Fong Tang explained while recommending clothes. This one I think suits you perfectly. Fong Tang jumped out of a black suit in the closet. Surprise! The bull had looked dumbfounded. This one? Yes, this one fits perfectly. Fong Tang was very satisfied and kept looking up and down. But, this dress is not to be worn out of the house as a morning dress at my gate. Crack! Suits as morning clothes? What kind of family must this be, to screw up like that? Or you could try this. Fong Tang picked out a black shirt and black pants with black leather shoes. And how is that different from morning clothes? On the side of the second tiger Arun cannot help but spit. But the dumbbells in his hand never put down. There's still a big difference and this black shirt shows off your strong body even more. Fong Tang looked at Dino's perfect pecs and abs and couldn't help but want to touch what it felt like. Okay, I'll try it first. Chapter 65 Here you go. Daniel petulantly ran to the restroom to strip off his clothes, looking at his massive body with some pride. I hadn't paid much attention to my body over the years, and I didn't realize it was still in good shape. Daniel changed into the clothes recommended by Fong Tang and made a gorgeous entrance. The moment he came out of the restroom, Fong Tang almost thought he was participating in the non-concern, where the male guest had just shined. Woohoo! Fong Tang let out a gasp, his eyes already huge and very pleased with his vision. It's really worthy of being my masterpiece. Fong Tang had a proud look on his face. Fong Tang rotated the Daniel's body, slowly admiring the stunning image, the saliva at the corner of his mouth almost slipping off. The one in your mouth is going to fall off. It was only after Daniel's warm reminder that Fong Tang paid attention to his image. Sorry. It didn't used to be like this. It seems to be a bit lately. Fong Tang scratched his head with some embarrassment, and was interrupted by Daniel before he could finish his sentence. Do you think it's really okay to wear this? Daniel watched himself in the mirror as he kept fiddling with his movements, but he couldn't seem to see the point. Very good, right? Fong Tang inquired towards Eru, praying for a response from him. Not bad. Eru just casually replied as if nothing had happened. Okay. I'll wear this one then. Having received Eru's affirmation, Daniel's heart was more confident. Thank you. Daniel held Fong Tang tightly with a pair of big hands. Thank you. The big hand kept shaking in a friendly gesture. The big bull seemed to have no attention span, and both of Fong Tang's arms were almost shaken off. Nope. What time is it now, Eru? Daniel suddenly showed a panicked expression. This expression was familiar to Fong Tang. It had also appeared in Shanji this afternoon. These two can only be described as a real ing pair. 18 o'clock. Eru raised the dumbbell in his left hand and glanced at the watch on his left wrist. Crack! Like a bolt of lightning, the bull disappeared into the room with a swoosh. I'll go. A human pinch? Fong Tang was blown around by a strong gust of wind, and only after shaking his head did he realize that Daniel was nowhere to be found. A big bull. The people are long gone. Eru is still constantly jerking iron. He firmly believes that only the joy of jerking iron is always happy. Then I'll go first too. Wait. Fong Tang, who had just taken half a step out of the doorway, was stopped by Eru. You didn't finish what you just said. Fong Tang's face was at a loss. His mind had already forgotten what had happened just now. You said it seems a bit lately, and then you didn't use the second half of the sentence. And I'd like to know what the second half of the sentence is? Eru's expression was very flat. Fong Tang was also very surprised. He didn't think that such a small detail could be caught by Eru. This guy was really a person with a delicate mind. Seems a little horny lately. Surprise! Eru also knows a little about the word. Why don't you just quench your thirst? Eru stopped the dumbbell in his hand and walked to Fong Tang. In his mind this problem was not simple as hell. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fong Tang was a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to have said it clearly. Did the other party already understand the meaning of these words? Of course. Will you help me then? Fong Tang cast a longing gaze, looking like a lost deer yearning for help. Of course I'm willing. Eru didn't use the slightest hesitation and turned toward the bed. You're so proactive. Fong Tang saw such an open and bright person for the first time, and his heart was moved. Wow! Eru took off the undershirt on himself with one hand, all over his body regardless of his pecs, abs, mermaid line, and back muscles. There wasn't a single place that was inferior to the big bulls, and it was even more muscular and fuller than the big bulls. Woohoo! You're so direct, little brother. Fong Tang became shy. Originally he was a confident and cheerful lively boy. Now faced with this almost perfect body in front of him, he couldn't resist the pressure himself, and felt like his mouth was going to water again. Gio Gio, I'm coming. Fong Tang made a tiger leap. Bang! Coincidentally, Arrow walked toward a faucet. Fong Tang pounced and hit his head directly on the bed call. Woohoo! In such a blissful atmosphere, Fong Tang could even make such a cute yelp when he encountered such pain. What's wrong with you? Arrow turned back to find Fong Tang on the side of the bed covering his head as if he had a hole in it. It's okay. Fong Tang hurriedly explained. Mumble, here you go. Arrow walked up to Fong Tang, who was only wearing a pair of red panties at this point. The well-developed muscles of the upper body are exposed, and the visual sense of leg muscles in the lower body is full of power. Fong Tang felt as if she was living in a dream. Such a perfect man was actually wearing a pair of underwear to tell me. Give it to you. Interge, boo-hoo. Fong Tang was already excited. It seemed to feel like I was getting horny as hell. It looks like there's bound to be a bad fight today. Hey. Fong Tang jumped with a jolt as he jumped on top of Arrow, quickly stroking the muscles on his body. Arrow, who had just finished pulling dumbbells, still smelled of sweat at this time, but Fong Tang was insanely fascinated by the smell. Woohoo! Smells good, as if in the guise of a hound exploring Arrow's body. What are you doing? Get your ass down here. Arrow froze. How this guy suddenly jumped to his own body and also a climb. Treat yourself as a mountain? Arrow was a little annoyed that his good intentions had been let down. Didn't you say for me? Here I am. Fong Tang face puzzled. He did not do wrong. Arrow himself said to give you it, so he came. Oh. Fong Tang seems to understand something. Are you shy now? It's okay. I'll take the initiative. Fong Tang with a demented look on his face continued to stroke the muscles of Arrow's abdomen. Woohoo, this is just perfect. Piece by piece it protrudes with rank. Fong Tang marveled at the proud figure. Suddenly, Arrow threw himself around, trying to shake off Fong Tang, who was plastered on top of him, but the guy had a death grip on him. Simply flinging won't shake this guy off at all. What the hell are you doing? Phew! Fong Tang felt a hot current flowing through Arrow's body. What's going on? He had done nothing wrong, but why was Arrow angry? Fong Tang began to reflect on his behavior. Had he been too forthcoming for him to find it interesting? Fong Tang felt that this possibility was very high, so he jumped down from Arrow's body. Okay, I'm sorry, I was just too forward. Fong Tang turned around and said with his back towards Arrow. I thought to myself, humph, I didn't realize this one liked to do that. Chapter 66 First Date. Let's see if I don't take you down today. Fong Tang giggled inwardly in anticipation. Arrow didn't understand what the hell this guy was doing. The sandwiches and water in his own hand now wanted to be smashed over this guy's head. Take it or leave it as you like. Fong Tang, as his name suggests, has a very square head. Like a square, Arrow stacked the sandwiches and cups of water on top of Fong Tang's head, perfectly positioned to put them securely. What? Fong Tang touched his head and realized that there were some unknown objects on his head. Surprise! Seeing these things, he seemed to understand. Everything that had just happened was a figment of one's imagination. In fact, did Arrow not want to do that with himself? Oh, you don't. But Fong Tang wanted that something very much at this point. But Arrow might not want that something. But Fong Tang was so hungry and thirsty. But there was nothing he could do about it. It was about to kill his dog. There's one thing I don't know whether to say or not. Fong Tang turned back around, head down, the sandwich and water glass in his hand clinking constantly in an attempt to come to terms with the embarrassment. What is it? Arrow picked up the dumbbells again and lifted them over and over again. Groans of ripped muscles continued to fill the room. Whoops. This. It was exactly what Fong Tang liked the most, and he greedily listened to the wonderful sound. It's short and slow, but it's wonderful and lasts. Whoops. That's great. Fong Tang was intoxicated and had forgotten himself, what he was just about to go and get busy with, and where his life had come from. Forget the sad days of the past and the hard work the hotel has done step by step. He just wanted to enjoy the moment for a beautiful moment. Fascinated, he watched Arrow lift and lower the dumbbells again and again, slowly but so gracefully, a full sweat produced by going through repeated motions. That is its essence, the goal of its pursuit. Sweat gives off that enchanting aroma that makes you feel like you're in the middle of a wonderful flower. All this beauty made Fong Tang feel as if he were in the middle of a garden, with butterflies playing with him and bees dancing for him. The swaying willows greeted him, and the sound of the wind-blown flowers applauded him. Oh, Fong Tang didn't want to wake up, didn't want to go back to real life. Hello? Hey. Fong Tang felt his body being shaken violently, and he was no longer able to control it freely. Why wasn't he strong enough to maneuver his body? Fong Tang opened his eyes. Era was grabbing his shoulder and shaking it continuously. Are you okay? It took Era's low voice reaching Fong Tang's ears to finally bring him back to reality. Whoa, are you hugging me? Fong Tang looked at Era's two hands so close to him. Civilized Era never curses, and silence is his way of expressing his anger. Not saying anything is a tacit admission. Ha ha ha. Fong Tang shamelessly once again and embraced the second tiger. Heart beautiful. Did not expect so easy to hold a fierce return. Without hesitation, Era reached down to Fong Tang's lower half with his right hand and grabbed his top with his left. An easy hand lifted Fong Tang. Hey, what are you doing? Fong Tang shook his legs in panic, trying to get Era to put himself down, but he couldn't help his brain, fantasizing that maybe this was Era's preferred way of playing. It turned out that Era liked to take the initiative, so he cooperated on his own, pretending that he was resisting and actually waiting for Era's invasion. Come on, Fong Tang mumbled in his heart. Bang! Era hard and violent still. Fong Tang was thrown to the door by Era. Projected very accurately, there was also a plank hanging over the broken door that Fong Tang was hanging from. The diminutive man could no longer touch the ground. Hey! Era, put me down. Fong Tang shook his legs and danced around trying to wiggle down, but his clothes were hanging on for dear life and his hands couldn't tug at the place where they were hanging. Help me! Save me! Fong Tang kept begging for mercy. Era completely treated him as a transparency and continued to do dumbbells. Only the joy of jerking iron is really happy. Hello! Daniel eventually made it to the lobby in time, and was relieved to see that Shanji had just arrived as well, and he saved the day. Hello, didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Shanji walked over from the stone pillar with a pouty look on her face. She was dressed in a long white dress, the top half of which hugged her body and left the shape of her proud top visible. With the deep V color, the perfect hemispheres are exposed, and the Marianas Trench is so deep that you can't see the bottom. The bull's eyes were as if they were petrified, staring intently at her without blinking at all. A warmth welled up in the lower half of his body from nowhere, filling his whole body and making himself a little breathless and red-faced and practiced. Hello? Seeing Daniel staring at herself without a word, Shanji couldn't help but feel a bit pouty and poked even closer to look at Daniel. Oh, no, Daniel said hastily, waving his hand. That's good. A wide smile bloomed on Yamazaki's white face. The big bull was already deep in it, and he couldn't get the beautiful image out of his mind anymore. What's for dinner tonight? Yamazaki inquired of the bull. Crack. Completely unsurprised by the lack of a date, Daniel spends almost so much time dressing up that he forgets about such business. His head spun rapidly, trying to come up with a cuisine, but the head was blank, with only the wonderful hemispherical image of Yamazaki deeply imprinted and lingering. Daniel hurriedly shook his head to keep himself from thinking such strange things. How about we have a gym meal? With his own experience of eating gym meals daily, Big Bull is well aware of the variety of tasty workout meals available. And with the variety of flavors and styles of fitness meals, there's sure to be one that Shanzi will love. Hey, the bull thinks he's really made a very good suggestion yet. Ha! Shanji showed a surprised expression, looking at herself dressed in such a fairy tale, and letting her old lady eat a gym meal? If it wasn't for the fact that the big bull was strong and couldn't beat him, otherwise he would have given the big bull a hard punch. I haven't had a workout meal yet. Shanji wore a look of unspeakable displeasure and tried to imply that Daniel had a different one. There are a lot of good kinds of fitness meals, beef, chicken, fish, and all sorts of other things. The more the bull was introduced, the more he got excited, and he couldn't wait to eat it. But I want a steak. Yamazaki felt that if he didn't make it clear, the guy would really go for the gym meal. It's not that you can't eat a workout meal, it's just that when you do it's not him dying to save her tonight. Steak, okay, you didn't say so earlier. The bull bobbed his head to find out if the hotel had a steakhouse. I didn't tell you earlier? Yamazaki expressed her utter speechlessness, not realizing that she had met such an outrageous person on her first date. Chapter 67 Steak. That one looks good. Big Bull pointed to the wonderful American steakhouse across the street. Going? Daniel lowered his head to try and ask Yamazaki. I don't care. Shanji's words left the bull at a loss for words. How could dinner be anything but indifferent? The front entrance of the steakhouse is in the shape of an arch, and it looks spectacular in several ways. A glass window on one side of the room allows you to see the guests dining inside. The food looked tantalizingly delicious, and Daniel stole a glance at Shanji, realizing that she was already silently slurping her saliva. Aha, watch your image. Daniel reminded her slightly as she watched Yamazaki's saliva about to drip. Yamazaki took care of the drool and straightened her hair. Daniel led Shanji to the front of the store. Welcome, wonderful beautiful steak. 2 of you, please? The waitress came inside toward us to greet us. Yes, 2. The bull stammered, not too familiar with such places. Is it okay to sit here, please? The waiter took the duo to an empty seat by the window. What do you think? Denyo turned around and inquired of Shanji. It's okay. I think it's nice here. Yamazaki was already in a much better mood already. As long as the food was served early, that would be great. Yamazaki is full of anticipation. Steak. Steak. Look at you craving. Denyo teased. Yamazaki didn't care what the others thought and kept to himself. Here's the menu. What can I get you? The waiter took 2 menus and handed them to the duo. Wow. The menu has everything on it. And the food looks very beautiful to look at. But the prices are not so beautiful. POW steak, sirloin steak, filet mignon, and black pepper steak are just a few of Big Bull's favorites. Yamazaki had been hesitant to order. Yamazaki wanted a POW steak, but it was ridiculously expensive again. And the difference between the steak in the hotel and the price outside was truly heaven and earth. Outside the hotel only 200 can be full. The hotel actually want 999, also only a POW steak. I'll have a filet mignon, a bottle of 92 Lafite, and some snacks. Denyo quickly finished his order. Which one do you want? Denyo probed the inquirer Shanji. Yamazaki was still in thought, not yet having figured out which steak was more worthy of her hand. How about a POW? It tastes really good. The conclusion was reached after Daewoo carefully observed that Yamazaki lingered the longest at the POW steak when he flipped through the menu. Yamazaki got hit in one fell swoop, and it was a pure hit to the gut. Yamazaki didn't have a hard time with that and just went with the POW steak. And what would you like to drink? The waiter inquired. Shanji hadn't realized that after choosing food there was a choice of drink. For the choice challenged Shanji, it completely stumped her. It's so hard to have a meal. Yamazaki was dying of pain, feeling like he wanted to order everything, but not wanting to order anything. Why don't you have an orange juice? Bully came out to remind again. But I don't want orange juice. Crack. What about cocktails? Daewoo flipped through the menu to help pick one as well. And Daewoo realized that Yamazaki couldn't seem to pick one at all. I think it's okay. It seems good. Yamazaki just happened to turn to the cocktail menu page as well. And from the looks of it, the cocktails were especially beautifully colored. Okay, let's have a cocktail then. Yamazaki was finally cool with the waiter saying chaos. The waiter also finally breathed a sigh of relief, not realizing that these 2 people had taken so long to place their orders. The waiter had gotten impatient waiting. If it wasn't for the big strong bull being there, maybe the waiter would be on the verge of losing his temper. Ha 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 ha. Shanji covered her face and head and snickered. What are you laughing at? Denyo was flabbergasted, wondering what Shanji was laughing at. Was it something about his own behavior that was funny? Did you hear the waitress sigh just now as she left? Yamazaki still covered her face. I hear you. Denyo stared blankly at Yamazaki's smiling face. He loved it so much. I wish I could look at the smile on this face every day. I wish I could always protect her and make her happy. I thought of the mindset I had yesterday when I was a waitress, and I finally understood how hard it is to be a waitress. After saying that, Yamazaki's expression lost the happiness he had at the beginning and became heavy, seeming to think of something unhappy. Yamazaki's eyes were fixed on the table for a moment. Do you think Kung will really be okay? The sullen Yamazaki suddenly spoke up. I'm sure he'll be fine, and the note was left by him, and knowing him as I do, he won't be in trouble. Denyo also hated worrying about Xiao Kong in his heart, but he couldn't show it at this time. After all, Shanji was already so worried about Kung. She couldn't afford to slip up and worry her even more. It had been almost a day since Kung had left, and it was true that no matter who was missing from this world, it still functioned normally. That's what's so abominable about it, and that's what's so charming about it. After the conversation ended, Yamazaki's mind was reeling from the events of yesterday, not having the heart to properly face the date in front of her. It was the first time she'd encountered something so rare on the job, and she didn't think it would take long for the job to get her there. Do you think Kung will come back as a werewolf too? De Bull said jokingly. Well, so will Kung be stronger than Big Bull? Ha 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 ha. Denyo couldn't help but laugh out loud at Shanji's words. I think it's possible. Oh. The two spoke of the past as a joke, and the atmosphere was much better than it had been just then. The food is so slow. Shanji trailed off and waited in disbelief. We've only just ordered it. Let's wait a little longer. Denyo comforted her. Okay, beamed Yamazaki. The window seat allows you to see pedestrians coming in going outside. From time to time, Yamazaki would greet the children passing by, and some of the enthusiastic ones would respond to her, and she becomes very happy. The bull watched her quietly, very happy with the scene. Well, why isn't the food being served yet? It didn't take long for Yamazaki to prod again. Gollum! Yamazaki's stomach growled loudly. He. Shanji grated and rubbed her stomach and called out. Are you hungry? I'll rush it. Waiter! The bull held his hand up and waved at the waiter. The waiter came toward them. How may I help you? The waiter bowed toward the two. When will our food be ready? Ahem. The bull coughed, trying to look serious, to make himself a little more intimidating. Chapter 68. Halfway up the mountain. The arm muscles that flexed as the bull coughed had completely shocked the waitress. Who wouldn't get scared looking at that giant muscle? Just a moment. I'll rush the kitchen. The waiter then retreated. Ha 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 ha. Yamazaki snickered again. You're scaring people with your muscles. I can see his eyes staring straight at your muscles, Yamazaki said, pointing to the muscles in Dinyo's arm. The bull crossed his arms, embarrassed, and blocked the biceps of his arms. I actually meant to. Dinyo made a raised eyebrow gesture toward Yamazaki. Interge, boo-hoo. The two of you were looking at each other. Hello, it's a snack. The waiter brought up snacks with fries, chicken nuggets, and more. Occupy time to fill your stomach with. Ow. Yamazaki shoved several pieces into her mouth in one bite. Ouch. Aha. Yamazaki had so much in her mouth that the words that came out couldn't be heard clearly at all. Only the word What are you talking about? Dinyo looked at her with a puzzled expression. Yamazaki sped up her refusal and hurriedly swallowed the food in her mouth. Interjection of surprise. I said it's delicious. A smile erupted on Yamazaki's face once again. Ha. The bull shoved a couple chicken nuggets into his mouth as well. The two of them wolfed it down. Hello, the food is served. Where is the POW cattle discharge? Dinyo pointed in the direction of Yamazaki. Whoa! The waiter flipped the lid on the steak. The scent from the inside emanated immediately. The steak looked very tempting with the cow constantly jumping on it. Your steak has arrived as well. Another waiter brought over the filet mignon. Zip! The oil kept bouncing off the steak. I'm welcome. When the oil quieted down, Yamazaki immediately opened up. Grab a knife and fork and pour it out. Ah! Shanji suddenly screamed loudly. What's wrong? Dinyo hurriedly looked up to check on her. Shanzi kept blowing on her tongue, which turned out to be burned by the steak. This idiot. Eat slowly. It's not like anyone is stealing from you. Shanji hurriedly double said to cover her steak, staring at Dinyo, just for fear that this guy would suddenly run and snatch it away from her. I'm not going to steal it from you, dumbass. Eat it slowly. Only then did Yamazaki settle down and begin to slowly chew his steak. Awesome. Yamazaki was very excited and had never had such a good steak. Thank you for bringing me here. Dinyo smiled back in embarrassment. Where is this? I asked from behind the white werewolf's back. At this time in front of me is the side of a valley. I tightly grasped the white wolf in fear of accidentally falling. The line of wolves clung to the wall with sharp claws and slowly crawled forward. I'm already scared to death of my legs at the sight. It's scary. When will it arrive? I hadn't been in such a treacherous place since I was a kid, and the wolves were completely slanted against the mountain wall. One slip and I'll lose my little life. Almost there? I'm dying. Will you shut your little mouth for a minute? The white werewolf was tired of my prodding along the way, and who in their right mind wouldn't be scared in a place like this? I can't even help but spit it out. At least I'm a human being, nah. The wolves continued to climb one step at a time, and I could faintly see ahead behind the white werewolves. There's a gate up ahead, and it seems like we're almost there. Bang! The lead werewolf had already jumped downward. I'll go. I looked downward and couldn't see at all. I was in a position so high that I could no longer see at all whether it was sea or land below. But this werewolf had the nerve to jump so directly. I can only admire. Crack! One by one, the werewolves behind it followed it down the jump. Are they all that tough? Are you sure there won't be any wolf deaths? We're not going to jump like that later, are we? I pointed to where the wolves had jumped downward, and at this point I was in a batch of panic. Very rather regret coming to this hole. Although it's important to come here for the photos. It's going to kill me. Yeah, or are you going to jump by yourself? The white werewolf's tone was thick with dislike. Crack! I know the truth rebels or says something in rebuttal, but dude is relying on him right now and doesn't dare mess around. So all I can do is keep my mouth shut in peace. Hold on tight. We're also almost at the point where we're climbing down to the jump. The white werewolf reminded me. Crack! Actually, I can go home now. I'm already backing out. I'll do whatever I'm told as long as I can keep from jumping. It's too late. We can't go back now. I'll be killed by the sun if we do. Crack! Looks like I'm going to jump today. Phew! The white werewolf jumped downward in a single bound before I could react. Ah! The whole valley seemed to be taking over with my voice. And this damn thing, I hurriedly floated in the air myself. My hand tightened in a death grip on the white hairs of the white werewolf's back, afraid that if I let go my life would be lost. I'm a human being who cherishes life. How can I do such extreme sports? Ow. The white werewolf somehow kept howling in pain. Is this a competition with me to see who can scream louder? Ah! I also screamed louder and louder, but the white werewolf's voice continued to overpower me. Well, today's me being magnanimous is going to let it go and let it win for once. What else can it do? Somehow I could hear a hint of misery in the white werewolf's howl, but in the air the sound of the wind, but I was a little confused as to whether it was the wind I was hearing or if the white werewolf was actually screaming. Bang! We landed instantly. This is actually a platform here. Directly in front of us was the gate we had just seen, and surprisingly still mountains behind us. Your base is dangling halfway up a mountain? I said in surprise. The white werewolf kept rubbing the white fur behind himself, and his eyes seemed capable of killing. What's wrong with you? I looked at it at a loss for words. Why angry? Really, how can you be a boss in the future with such a short temper? You just about pulled the hair out of my old man's ass. The white werewolf growled loudly towards my face, spitting completely in my face. I'll go. The disgusting smell. The liquid all over my face. I'm going to throw up. That's disgusting. What the hell is all this? Where's the water? Where's the water? I'm a Virgo. How can I stand to have such filthy saliva survive on my face for so long? I decided I couldn't stand it. No water. Oh. The white werewolf looked at me with a scornful expression. What about the fact that we werewolves bathe by just licking our own fur? We don't need water. Crack. Hearing that makes me want to eat wolf meat. Chapter 69 Wolf's Den. I stroked the disgusting drool of the werewolf on my face, stifling the constant nausea in my belly that wanted to use the liquid outwardly. The smell was intolerable to me, but I couldn't get clear, and it was certainly desperate. I was in a position as if I were floating in the mountains, not falling or rising. You can see the top of the mountain slightly, and when there is no mist, you can see the bottom of the mountain. It was a very bold idea indeed, to build a base in such a dangerous and steep place. As the familiar saying goes, the most dangerous place for safety. It seems the wolves are quite fond of the old saying. Go! I looked back and the werewolves had opened the door, the gate measuring more werewolves inside. The group was busy with small tasks at hand, such as picking up water, doing manual labor, etc. It's literally nothing like real human life, and it really is something else. The white werewolf headed in, and I hurried to follow. It was also the first time I'd seen so many werewolves kind of freaked out, as if mine was the alien from another world. All the werewolves stared at me with strange eyes as soon as I walked through the doors. Oh, muttering to each other. Work well, the white werewolf wailed, and the other werewolves immediately quieted down and focused on what was in front of them. That's still a bit of a deterrent. Good, good. Coming in through the front door, there was an even greater sense of what a mountain of wolves was, a sense of being surrounded by wolves themselves. The base was surrounded by wood, and the entire base seemed to be built out of wood. It was a bold idea. I didn't realize werewolves could be so smart. This is our work area. The white werewolf pointed to the people who were working with me. Some of the werewolves would also stop what they were doing to say hello to the white werewolf when they saw it passing by. The white werewolf led me further in, and the place did seem big enough. Whether it's the floor, the walls, everywhere you look you can tell it's built from wood, with wood alone able to carry the weight of so many werewolves. I do wonder what kind of inventor this is. Did your dad build this base? I followed the white werewolf and kept watching the rest of the place. You can ask it yourself about that later. The white werewolf walked straight on, not paying much attention to what I had it. I followed closely behind it, afraid that if I wasn't careful I'd be dropped and those werewolves would eat me. After passing through the work area, a corridor appeared, which was lined with a number of hanging tags. It's all words that I can't read and can't understand at all. The white werewolf was going faster and faster and I was running. That far? I ran over to the white werewolf. We base you say. The white werewolf still wore that contemptuous expression. My fists were already clenched, and I'd do it in a heartbeat if it tugged anymore. Say it like it's so great, I muttered in a small voice. What? I didn't expect to be heard by the swift ears of the white werewolf. It's okay, I said. You're handsome. The white werewolf actually made an international friendly gesture of contempt toward me. This guy is not good at learning other things, but he learns this quite quickly. I also very polite to it back to the courtesy. After all, to be courteous, he came. I do not return more or less a little bit cannot be said. As the only human in the wolf's den, my civilized demeanor represented most of humanity in their eyes. Believe it or not, I'll eat you. The white werewolf grinned a hefty, giggling grin. Didn't the bastard realize that it didn't work on me anymore? We don't know who's going to eat who. I glanced toward the white werewolf, up and down, observing which part of the meat tasted best. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome wolf before? I couldn't believe my ears when the white werewolf said this to me with a dignified and proper face. How did this one learn to be so cheeky? What the hell is a handsome wolf? The look of contempt on my face was exposed. If it couldn't see my contempt, I could have been more obvious. Me. The words echoed in my head and I thought it must be this guy's brain. Handsome werewolf equals handsome wolf. And I am a handsome werewolf. The explanation is quite succinct and clear. But the cheek thing is important. And I want it to be there. You dropped something on the floor. Hearing my words, the white werewolf immediately stopped and examined the ground. I used my nose and eyes together, but I didn't find anything, and looked at me with a puzzled face. Your cheek falls to the floor. Ha 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 ha. I laughed at it from the sidelines. I'm gonna eat you. The white werewolf grinned and made like he was going to eat me. Nice guy. Handsome wolf grin wouldn't be handsome, oh, I sneered. This time the white werewolf didn't bother to pay attention to me and continued straight inside. If you're laughing at me, I won't take you there again. The white werewolf spoke to me from the back of his head. Ha. I'm starting to get slightly low. Can't make fun of this one anymore. We passed the doorway of one room after another, filled with werewolves with eyes, some dressed svelte and proper. Unlike the white werewolves, who were naked, some of them no longer had hair on the top of their heads, a scholarly look. Where is this? What do you care where it is? It'll take you to my dad, no less. The white werewolf is getting impatient with this one. Mumble. That's the kitchen. The white werewolf pointed to a steaming house off to the side, in which the werewolf was surprisingly busy with an apron and hat. Whoa, you guys look pretty professional. We're some of the best cooks out there, and we make some very tasty Brussels sprouts. The white werewolf spoke the most heartbreaking words with a proud face. How can a werewolf eat greens? In my perception, werewolves are supposed to be neat eaters and vicious and bossy. As a result of coming here, I realized that this was actually the case, and listening to the white werewolf, this did seem a bit wimpy. The kitchen seemed to have started cooking. The sound of oil popping was followed by a burst of flavor. Woohoo! The white werewolf's nose kept sucking in the scent. Woohoo! The flavor was just average for me, mostly because I was intentionally trying to mimic a white werewolf. Are you sick? The white werewolf looked at me angrily, as if my imitation of it had been seen by it. It is very opinionated at this point. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Handsome wolf, let's hurry. Surprise! Hearing the words handsome wolf, the white werewolf instantly lost its temper, transforming into a well-behaved and understanding werewolf. Dutifully, I went ahead and continued to lead the way for me, having comprehended the manual for manipulating the white werewolves. After passing room after room, we finally came to the end. Chapter 70, Old Werewolf. Deep in the end was a place as luxurious as a palace. You could see that the surrounding room was still made of wood, but it shimmered in color as if it were gold. I feel like I wouldn't be able to keep my eyes open under the sun if there was any. Luckily it was a cloudy day and the wolves were avoiding the sun. I walked inside, and sitting in the center chair was a slightly shorter white werewolf that looked bony as hell, but the ferocity could still be seen on his face, and there was a scar on the left side of his face, which appeared to be the result of a battle left over from previous conquests. Dad! The white werewolf instantly turned childlike and jumped into the old werewolf's arms. You kids, how was your day? The old werewolf wrapped his arms around the white werewolf and stroked his big head. I met a new friend, and he's human. The white werewolf raised his head, which was buried in the older werewolf's arms, and pointed a finger at me. I wave at them and say hello. Crack. The old werewolf's expression. I could very quickly tell it was a bit surprised, puzzled, cowed, and angry. There were moments when I felt like I was going to die here. The old werewolf's eyes were somewhat intimidating. As long as you made sure to stare into them, you get an inexplicable sense of dread. Plus the deep scar on the face reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean. But both come and go. Yuck! Not to enter the wolf's den, but to gain the knowledge of the wolf. My brother decided to take the plunge. Life is so short, decades. Ordinary life after life is also tried and true. And the life of the intruder is also over. Then why did I choose the mundane as well? Brother was born pretentious. Come here and let me see. The old werewolf waved at me. Is this one so nearsighted that I approached it decisively out of respect? Walking in, he noticed that the old werewolf was indeed wasting away, and although his essence was good, his body looked very weak. It was clad in a red robe, and was otherwise as naked as the white werewolves. Have you ever been here before? The old werewolf asked. The white wolves were surprised to hear this, looking at me with a puzzled face. My first time, and I can't figure out what it's saying? Dad. He was just dying of fear outside the door. How could he have been here before? Then I guess I was mistaken. This gives the old man a whole lot of shock. What is your business here with us? The old werewolf resumed his party's seriousness. I heard it say that this is medical technology can make people who lost their arms in self-healing. All the courage to come to ask for advice. Wanted to see for myself what a masterful healer this really is. I looked at the old werewolf, and it seemed to have a somewhat difficult expression on its face. Suddenly even the air was silent, and the room was quiet as if it were empty and void. You come here. I walked over slowly and I could feel the old werewolf looking at me. It had that look in its eyes that seemed to be able to see right through a person. To see into your past, to see into your future. I moved a little closer to the old werewolf, but didn't dare get too close. When I walked in, I realized that the blonde wood was probably made of paint. The fact that werewolves can even do paint really opened my eyes. It's not like there's going to be a more powerful artist in werewolf. 2. Come to me. You're too far away for my eyes. I walked over to the old werewolf and patted over to the chair. Give me your hand. What's this about? I didn't understand its behavior. but was self-conscious enough to put my hand out. All the while a thick hand grabbed my hand and gently placed it on top. The old werewolf squeezed my pulse as if he were taking it. Dude was a little nervous, but still desperately restrained from revealing himself so easily. I restrained my breathing, trying to become as even as I could. I'm okay. The mind kept meditating. Everything was very quiet and I looked at the white werewolf in disbelief and he shook his head wondering what the old werewolf was planning to do. We both looked at each other, both very confused. You're from Holland Mountain in River City? The old werewolf suddenly opened his mouth, a mouthful of words. Is this guy a fortune teller? He's right on the money. Or has he already investigated me? Well, an investigation is definitely out of the question. Yes, how do you know? My person had been dumbfounded, staring at it in disbelief. The old werewolf smiled politely. I saw it. Ha, are you a professional fortune teller? I looked at it with a curious face. Hearing this, the white werewolf instantly became angry and strangled me. Don't talk nonsense. This guy even learned the damn thing. It's true that good things are not easy to learn, but bad things can be learned once. There's a historical basis for that. Yeah, good. Let go of me. I'm dying. I kept slapping the werewolf's arm. The bastard was strangling me so close it felt like I'd suffocate right away if I strangled him any longer. White. Hearing the old werewolf call out to himself, the white werewolf immediately stopped. You came to us just to see our healing? The old werewolf looked at me. I silently nodded my head. Really cannot send a voice. This take goods Lou. Buyer, you can take him to the pharmacy later. Oh wow, it's that simple. I was a little surprised myself, thinking that this was a big boob in a wolf's den. Right, and that it shouldn't be so easy for me to look at it. But I didn't expect the old werewolf to be so magnanimous. Thanks. I raised a bow toward the old werewolf, which was indeed a good wolf. Much better than the white werewolf. Woohoo! I'm going to cry my eyes out. Buyer, take Shao Kahn to check it out first, and come back to me after a meal. Crack. I didn't introduce myself, did I? How did it know my name? I did get so nervous I even forgot to introduce myself, mostly because I don't think werewolves are supposed to be too interested in human introductions. The white werewolf headed out the door and I hurried to follow it. Hey, how did your dad know my name? Did you tell it secretly? I asked from beside the white werewolf as we both walked outside. My dad saw it. It can both prophesy for his servants and see into your past. It knows everything about you as soon as it takes a pulse. I'm cracking. Is it that strong? Awesome. Would you? Being its son, right? I would think a white werewolf would know at least a trick or two, right? Ha. I can't do anything. I was instantly speechless. I was still high on this guy. Why are there humans here? A shapely female werewolf with a tight top half and super short bottom half blocked us. Big sister, the white werewolf shouted. This is a friend I met today and just took him to see our dad. The lady person seemed to glance casually towards me, then averted her gaze immediately. But just from the looks of it, the lady's man has a real nice body. Chapter 71. A man can't fail. Aha. I faked a cough and peeked down at it with my afterglow, as if the body was too hot to really look at. But the other person saw nothing of trying to catch the other person's eye, and I even wondered if it was my own charisma that was the problem. I double-checked what I was wearing all over. A baseball jacket with a hoodie underneath, and a pair of jeans with sneakers underneath. It's a very stylish pairing in our human race now. It's not possible that werewolves don't like this one. I watched as the female werewolf saw from its shoulders to its calves, with tight muscle lines in either area. This makes me feel a little inferior. Born as a man, but not as good as it is so muscular. Indeed inferior. Hello, since we can't break through the exterior dilemma, why don't we break it from the inside? I have plenty of ways. I don't believe I can't take you, you little bastard. Hello, the female werewolf held out her hand toward me. To my surprise, the werewolf actually understands these manners. Being a male for not prioritizing reaching out, it must have deducted points in its heart. I gently held it, and not only were the girly man's hands delicate, the fur on his hands was very soft, as if the fluffy little fur of the kittens I petted and stretched out in my hometown. I simply love it. I just want to touch it for a while. The female werewolf didn't seem to show any aversion to it, so I went ahead and did the same. Hello? How long are you going to hold it? The white werewolf stared at my hand for a long time without letting go, as if he was about to come out with his knife. I stammered, mentally wanting to kick this guy to the curb. Being here can be a real nuisance. The female werewolf immediately withdrew her hand when she heard the white werewolf's words, her smooth, fluffy fur running through my hand. My hand fell away for a second. Excuse me, I'm a little sorry that I held my hand a little too long when I did. You really should be embarrassed. The white werewolf looked at me with a blank stare. I immediately returned a blank stare as well. Why is this one against me every day? You guys don't hit on everyone, okay? The white werewolf hooked a hand around my neck and pulled me aside, muttering in my ear. Got it, got it, got it. I struggled to get a few words out of my throat before it let go of my arm as it should. Ahem. His neck was already slightly red after being strangled, and it was only at this glance that he realized the white werewolf had some pretty good arm muscles. It just shouldn't be used on me. White, why are you doing this to your friend? The female werewolf crossed her left arm and pointed her right hand at the white werewolf's forehead. She was shorter than the white werewolf but could still point with her arm raised. I know. The white werewolf pulled on my left hand as it moved forward. The force too much massive my body at its mercy. Before I was yanked away, I turned back towards the female werewolf, who made a bye-bye gesture towards me, and I couldn't help but politely return one. Hey, 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 this guy is so cute. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you going to meet the king of hell? My arm was already going to be dislocated from the white werewolf pulling on it, and the guy was going faster and faster, and I couldn't keep up anymore. Just let him take me by the arm and lead me. But this method really doesn't pay off. It didn't take me more than a few minutes to feel immense regret for the decision I just made. I'd forgotten that this guy wasn't human. It was pulling me with enough speed and force to take me out, and if I didn't let him stop, this would be my funeral pyre. Hades, you have seen? This one stopped. But why I was curious about this I found curious as well. What strange brain circuits? I haven't seen. I was already spread out on the floor when the white werewolf stopped, looking up at it slightly, looking like I was going to die. Then what the are you talking about? The white werewolf felt as if he had wasted 10 seconds or so listening to my nonsense and immediately continued on his way, completely ignoring me. With the help of the white werewolves, we quickly got to the hospital in the end. Here it is. The white werewolf also let go of the left arm that was pulling me, and I already felt like I was losing control of that arm. I tried to clench my left fist, but I realized I couldn't. No, a man can't not work, but I really can't clench my fists. I'm so annoyed I'm almost pissed off. How can this be? How can? I hurriedly wiggled my hands so that the blood could circulate. With each wiggle I could deeply appreciate that my arms were almost out of my body. Would you like to try my instruments? The white werewolf looked at me with an excited face. Can you stop joking around at this point? Dragging your suit, now I'm dying of pain. Click. Bones rattle against bones. I was very confident that my arm would be back to being intuitive, but it turned out to be the opposite. I can't move my left hand at all anymore. Split. I haven't even visited the hospital that I've been waiting for, but I'm going to give you an arm in this one. I can't believe it hasn't worked yet and wasted so much of my time. It's simply abominable. I must find the white wolves to hold this revenge back. Is the hand dislocated? The white werewolf finally had the good sense to poke his head up and look at me. Yes, I'm dying. My pathetic look it should have seen. I tightly covered my left arm, legs crossed, posture as if a wounded girl. But I didn't want to be in such a girly position, but I was already too lazy to move. A man can't say no. The white werewolf pointed at me and blurted out. Obviously it knew this axiom as well. Yep, looks like the white werewolf is a hero, just like me, but I am now in such a state I'll lose this guy's gift. Tolerate the gentleman for a moment to come back in the future to repay. I'll have to learn from King Yu's lying down now. You'll see. White, help me. White, is my nickname something you can call me whenever you want? The white werewolf looked at me with a smug look on his face as I collapsed to the ground. Indeed, no one could help me but it being so unfamiliar here. I might just get eaten by that werewolf for me. I've really lived a humble life. Bye. Once I didn't know how to cherish it, and I didn't regret it until after I lost it. What the are you talking about? The white werewolf doesn't understand what I'm talking about, but it feels certain that these are all ghost words that won't work on it. My anti-you. I finally said the words I had hidden in my heart and felt relieved. What? My anti-you? Do you hear me? My anti-you. I kept repeating that phrase until this deaf werewolf heard it. I don't know what it means to pretend you didn't hear it when your ears are so sharp. You love me? The white werewolf's pupils were dilated, looking a bit scary as it looked at me in great surprise. Chapter 72 Dislocation. I wanted so badly to tell it to stop looking at me with such wide eyes, could it? But I still don't have the courage to say that sentence. Yes. I looked at it very carefully, hoping for an answer. But I don't love you. The white werewolf looked puzzled, as if to say, is this one stupid? I know. I still looked at it with a genuine look on my face. You know you're still so serious. Are you stupid? I received a very painful slap to the head from the werewolf. It seemed like it would have slapped off easily with a little more force, and I was lucky my neck was still fine. You go and have a nice visit. The white werewolf pointed to the hospital in front of him. I glanced at the first room with a hanging sign with teeth above it, peeking in through the door. It just so happened that there were werewolves inside being treated at this time. The patient was lying on the couch and the doctor with the white hat had a hammer in his hand, hammering straight into the patient's mouth. Looks like a dentist. Kind of tough. I hurriedly slipped to the next. Just as I got to the door I heard screams. The sign said drawings of coyotes. I quietly poked my head in. A female werewolf with a large belly was spread out on the table, her hands gripping the edge of the bed, desperately screaming, "It hurts to look at me. What are you doing here?" The nurse werewolf saw me and immediately walked back towards me. I saw something wrong and slipped away. This hospital is not quite what I imagined. How could it look like this? Where is the promised advanced equipment? White, is this what your hospital looks like? Yeah. The white werewolf looked at me with a proud face. This suddenly left my mouth unable to say anything in retaliation. Well, okay, just let me make the trip for nothing. How could I be so stupid as to take the word of a werewolf? Werewolves really are all big hogs, and ghostly. It does look nothing like a hospital though, but it does have everything to offer. Why do you have such a defeated look on your face? The white werewolf was quite careful, observing the change in expression on my face, showing that this guy really did care about me. I had a little magpie moment of joy inside, even though I didn't see what I wanted to see, but it's not bad to make a nice friend. It's okay. Since I can't break a friend's heart if I'm a friend, I must act happy. I smiled at the white werewolf. What's the meaning of this leathery smile? Perfume me? Think I'm stupid? Think I'm easy to fool? The white werewolf's barrage of questions made me knuckle under. I don't really think that much. You think too much. No, I didn't know how to speak. Just as I really didn't know how to speak. White, you're back. Hello? There were two werewolves walking towards the white werewolf, both wearing white coats and both seemed to be werewolves in a hospital. I just got back. A werewolf of gray color jumped onto the white werewolf's body as soon as he could, and the white werewolf hugged it obediently. Miss me? The gray werewolf asked, nuzzling it. I also didn't realize that there were werewolves who engaged in this kind of thing, so it's true that the world is a big place. Of course I want to. The white werewolf's tone faltered, as if the party was under. Who is this little guy? The gray werewolf looked at me. You guys are the tallest. You guys are the only ones who can do it right. Call me a little guy. I already have a very bad first impression of this guy. This is the friend I brought back. The white werewolf introduced me to two of them. A gray werewolf who had been his best buddy since he was a kid, and an orange werewolf who was the gray werewolf's co-worker. Can I eat? The gray werewolf asked curiously. Well, it's okay if you want to eat it. I've been craving him for a long time too. The white werewolf glanced toward me and licked his mouth. I had taken half a step back in panic. I knew this white werewolf guy would do anything, especially when there are other people egging me on. I'd rather keep a more low profile. Can't be too messy. Hello? I greeted the gray wolverine very nicely, extending my hand of friendship. Hello there, little guy. Truth be told, I had already retracted my hand when I heard the little one, but I was still being pulled back by the gray werewolf. This guy is worthy of being the white werewolf's hairdresser. The two of them are really strong in general. I can't break free at all. I just hope my right hand doesn't go the way of my left. This guy dislocated his arm. Do you want to help him? How did it get dislocated on us? The gray werewolf looked at me with a concerned look on his face and was about to check to see which hand was injured. I put my left hand up. I can use my right hand to shake hands with you means that there must be a problem with the left hand. Although a little speechless, but there is nothing to be done. The gray werewolf touched my dislocated arm. It touched the painful part of my arm and I couldn't help but set off a scream. The gray werewolf continued to fumble around and came to a very important conclusion. Oh, I can't help that one. The scene was very awkward for a moment, and the white werewolf and I looked at each other inexplicably, convinced that it was the wrong person. I'll try. The orange werewolf behind him wanted to step forward and give it a try. He looked less childish than the gray and white werewolves, and more composed. But after a few werewolf exchanges I've known, I don't trust werewolves anymore. After all, my arms are so small and theirs are so big, and their medical habits must be different. No need. It's either that or let's forget it. I took 2 steps back, already too scared to let it try again. It's fine. Orange is the best bone doctor in our hospital. It's a good name for an orthopedic department. Bones are more or less scary. Are you sure? I looked back at the white werewolf praying for its support, but the white werewolf was unmoved. You don't help when you're needed, and you're surprisingly good at everything when you're not. I've been disappointed. You just let it try. Finally those icy words still came out of the white werewolf's mouth. It landed hard on my upper center. Bang! My heart was like a piece of glass mirror, thinly shattered after being dropped hard on the ground with a loud noise. I was disappointed. Come on. I silently held out my own hand and could only wait in despair for the orange werewolf's judgment. I know no one can save me now, and I don't regret coming here. I regret having known the scourge of the white werewolf, which has plunged me into despair for the rest of my life. I was ready to live a one-handed life, and I began to fantasize about the good life of the divine eagles. Even with one arm, I have to be good. I try to encourage myself. Chapter 73 More serious. I held out my hands helplessly, awaiting the sanction of the orange werewolf. At this point, words like heart of death and other concise and horrifying words can no longer depict my heart. My heart aches more than I can put into words. Then I'm welcome. Oh. After listening to the orange werewolf, I nodded silently. The orange werewolf grabbed me next door with an apologetic look on his face, but the action didn't seem apologetic at all. Oh, so much. Very skillfully, he grabbed my arm and slowly rotated it. I was very concerned that I would not break my arm with his violent clicking pressure on me. That makes it a cure? It's not a cure if it's not dislocated anyway. It's a reason. I just hope that's not what the orange Wolverine had in mind. It was covered in orange fur, boob eyes, and a bit smaller in stature than a white werewolf, but huge enough compared to me. From the looks of it, this werewolf should be a proper werewolf, and I wish with all my heart that it's a good one. I can only hope, and there is nothing more I can do. Click. My arm made a violent rattling noise and I felt like I was losing it. My heart went down to the ground as if, damn, old me is only 19 years old. Damn good you thaw. Are you just going to end me? I tried again to use some force to see if I could get the hand to move, but it didn't respond at all. Before the orange werewolf had made his move, my fingers could still tremble slightly. Now they were completely unresponsive. My hand is broken. My hand is broken. I lost all my strength, and the white werewolf rushed over to assist me, my hand gripping it tightly. My eyes leaked fear of death. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of being half mutilated. How about you kill me? Pust. That seemed to hit the orange werewolf's funny bone, and it covered its stomach as it laughed out loud. What happened to it? The white werewolf was very confused at the sight. Don't say it doesn't understand. I can't understand it either. What's wrong with this one? Is it possessed? It's kind of normal, the gray werewolf replied with a breezy voice, as if he faced this sort of thing every day. You call that normal? I fought through the excruciating pain in my arm, the discomfort making my mouth squeeze out a few words. It's in charge of psychiatry, and the patients are pretty much all like that. It's normal. The gray werewolf remained bland. Pust. The white werewolf ran off to the side and started laughing as well. What? I don't need a mirror to clearly see my black face at this point. You had the psychiatry rep show me the arm? Yeah. The gray werewolf looked innocent. This leaves me surprisingly speechless. Is this guy knocked out of his mind? Well, I fell helplessly to my knees and gave up. I had always given up on myself. What's wrong with you, villain? The orange werewolf finally finished laughing and walked over as if he remembered there was business. The old man has gotten so lazy with these perverts that I suspect they think I'm a toy. I couldn't be more humiliated at this point. Could I? Why are you ignoring me, Mile? There's still one more step in the process. I'll just finish pulling you in. Hearing this, Lao Zi backed up and cowered into a corner in fear. Don't. Even if I beg you, don't anymore. Don't worry, even though I'm a psychiatry doctor, I'm also an orthopedic associate doctor. The orange werewolf worshipped his chest, confidently. I don't know where this one gets his confidence. Maybe it's stupidity. I actually wish my hand was ruined. I don't want it anymore. The orange werewolf kept coming closer and closer to me, and as Lao Tzu repeatedly blocked it, I had a feeling it had one more step to take, not to heal me but to break its hand. Its purpose was very clear to me. To break my arm. How could I be stupid enough to give my arm to a guy like that? I did just get dumber than them. Abominable. I was very unconvinced. You've already put me through this. Won't you give something as compensation? Oh, there. The orange werewolf reacted very quickly and immediately pulled 3 unidentified candies out of his pocket and handed them to me. What is it? The thing had no brand logo, no manufacturing date or license. Nothing, just a candy wrapped in a clear bag. I wonder if it's poisoned when it's served to me. You couldn't break my hand, so you thought it would be easier to poison me? These werewolves have a mean heart. Of course I'm thinking the worst, but I know for sure they won't do that. The 3 wolves looked at me with an expectant look on their faces, as if wishing for the hurry to eat it. The 3 wolves looked as if they were waiting for their prey to take the poison themselves, and were very excited. Would you like one? I threw a candy at the white werewolf. I was too scared to be the first to eat from that guy. The white werewolf slapped the candy off the floor. The operation confused the hell out of me. Already disliked to this bottom? You won't even look at it? So why are you giving it to me? What are you doing? My confused eyes looked at them 3, waiting for a perfect answer. If that answer was even remotely unsatisfactory to me, I'd be 100% mad, but me being mad doesn't seem to have any threatening power over them. That's candy that Orange gave to his patients. It tastes pretty good, I've had it. The gray werewolf replied enthusiastically, and the other werewolves were quick to throw blank stares at it after the answer. Can you two stop rolling your eyes so blatantly in my face? It's all obvious to this point, know it all, and I'm not going to say anything more. Immediately, I got up and headed back toward where the white werewolf had brought me. I'm going back, even if I'm just one-armed. This Thai place, these Thai werewolves, I've had enough of them. Grandmas, I'm determined that I won't turn back to anyone who tries to stop me. My attitude is very firm and no one can change it. Hey, Kung, where are you going? The white werewolf shouted after me, seeing that I didn't even look back before coming after me. I have a lot of question marks written on my face. Where are you going? Aren't you looking at equipment? I smiled back very politely and continued walking back. Don't you go, the orange werewolf yelled, and the gray werewolf occasionally reviewed it. Suddenly, a body ran up beside me and grabbed me so tightly that I felt like I couldn't move my body at all. It turned out that the orange werewolf was hugging me tightly behind me. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Please don't be angry. The orange werewolf let go and bowed toward me. Crack. It's the first time I've ever seen a werewolf still be so courteous. Do you want to learn? I gestured toward the white werewolf. Looking at people looking at you, looking in the next cell. What for? You want me to be like it? No way. No way. Chapter 74 Beauty Photos. The white werewolf shook his hand, then bowed deeply, mumbling something about impossibility. Impossibility. It's okay, it's okay. I was surprised that there was a hint of surprise and some embarrassment in seeing the werewolf so honest. Click. Speak quickly. The orange werewolf took advantage of my white werewolf speaking, running behind me in an instant with my Shanlei's momentum. He grabbed my left hand and turned it down hard. Interjection of surprise. I couldn't help but let out an exclamation in. This time the rattling of bones was louder and crisper than the previous rattling. White werewolf and gray werewolf listened to the two wolves had even hugged each other tightly and shrunk into a ball looking at me. It seemed both wolves were expecting me to explode and inspire a furious battle. I didn't react at all. It just felt as if my arm had been folded. I didn't feel anything. It was very strange. How does it feel? The orange werewolf reaches over and smiles playfully, and I do get a little annoyed at the sight of its playful face, wanting to give it a good punch in the face. I also knew to myself that my punches didn't do much damage to it, and that was just enough to get a few more punches in to relieve my anger. Hearing its words, I unconsciously rotated my arms. Surprise! Surprisingly, my arm is completely healed and I can control it freely again. I'll go. I twirled my hand in excitement as if I were owning it for the first time. It's such a great feeling to be lost and found. Woohoo! This is just awesome. I was wrong about the orange werewolf. I didn't realize it did have two tricks up its sleeve. I was one to doubt its strength before, and it made me feel a little guilty. I can't help but begin to admire this man for not only having the strength but not caring about the slurs. Is it really curable? Patting the gray werewolf on the shoulder, the white werewolf was filled with disbelief. It does look like it's getting better. And Orange is actually helping patients with orthopedics in the psychiatry department. The gray werewolf was also slightly surprised. It also thought that it wouldn't succeed, but it didn't expect it to actually hit the right spot. TSK, TSK, TSK. The two of them couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh as they watched the scene. I walked up to the orange werewolf. My one knee couldn't help but drop to it as I brought my left hand straight up towards the orange werewolf, yelling that classic quote, "Orange werewolf, you're my dropping god." My reaction had surprised the white werewolf gray werewolf very much. That's right, pust. Between the orange werewolf's reactions the two wolves laughed maniacally. 2-6, 2-6. The two wolves clapped and watched the rare scene. This human can stay. It's so amusing. We'll add quite a bit of joy to the mix. The gray werewolf covered his stomach. I rolled my eyes at the two werewolves. Can you please stop laughing? I don't want to be cheeky, but I held back. This was their territory after all. I couldn't be too arrogant. So that's all the medical equipment you have? Back to the main topic. I can't be led astray by these fun-loving guys. I have to achieve what I came here for or it won't be a wasted trip. Yes, the white werewolf's concise words once again dripped down on my heart like cold, icy rain. Interjection of surprise. I let out another sigh. This one slightly different from the previous ones, but each coming from a different source. I've watched a lonesome, lost in thought. He walked over to the window, where the view was nothing but mountains, the rolling hills behind them. The sun went back to hiding behind the clouds, which shrouded the entire sky, and what was happening behind the clouds was completely unknown to us. A thought suddenly came to mind. I immediately climbed through the window and took a leap down. What are you doing? Orange werewolf physically small willing I found. A second before I jumped down, the orange werewolf grabbed me again with great speed. I don't know if I should thank it again or not. Thanks. I thanked him succinctly. After all, I had just been ridiculed by 3 parties for my deep thanks, and I dared not continue for it. OMG, how could it not be like it was just now? The white werewolf covered his face in a look of contempt. That's right, thought there was more to come. Hearing this, the old man climbed up to the window again. This time the orange werewolf didn't have time to react and I was already at the window. Don't you get excited, Kung. I'm all just kidding. The white werewolf threw up his hands and started to panic. I'm just a human. You won't do anything if I die, will you? I really don't care. It's not that I don't want to live. I just can't find a reason to live at this moment, so I want to kill myself. No, 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 you're our very important guest. If you jump. Suddenly the white werewolf didn't know how to go on. I had a question mark on my face signaling it to continue. If you jump then the meat I eat won't be complete. Pust. The other wolves instantly burst out laughing as well. It seems that there is no use for me to stay in the world, so let's get rid of it. Bang! I fought the urge to jump in the direction of the top outside, where I hoped to land vertically. I hope I die in a straight line. Phew! The white werewolf caught me in the air with one hand. Hey, can't jump. All three werewolves looked at me playfully. Crack. Am I even so ashamed to kill myself? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Since I can't die, I'll take a nice stroll around this hole. I ran deeper into the hospital. Hey, you slow down, the white werewolf shouted, coming after me, but extremely slowly, catching up with the gray werewolf as he went. These two do have quite a bit of leisure time. I can hear them talking intimately while I'm running. Have you seen that, Ray? Wow, that's a great body to see. It's got a great figure. The gray werewolf barred the corners of his own mouth. Yuki has been developing well lately too. The expression on the gray werewolf's face already seemed to have pressed on. Yuki I haven't seen in a long time. Mumble. I couldn't help but look back at what these loads were so excited about chatting about as I padded over to them. The gray werewolf took out his electronic device and on the screen there had been a female werewolf with a curvy body, dressed in a discreet dress that tightened her figure. The lines are very pronounced and would be perfect on a human of this stature. I could clearly see the drool dripping almost immediately from their three wolves. I couldn't help but touch the corners of my mouth. I'm a human being. I have to keep up this perfect image. I can't lose my temper. I can't lose my temper. I hurriedly took a drag too, continuing onward at a brisk pace. It was simply disappointing that the three wolves didn't use the slightest reaction to my square stop. It's true that women make men forget everything around them. Is this what makes a woman unique? They have sunk into beautiful photos and the heartlessness is very much an everyday occurrence. Chapter 75 Deep in the Hospital. Hey, did Kung come over to peek just now? It took the white werewolf a dream to come back to his senses. I'm just glad this guy has the fastest reflexes of them all and didn't let me down with any disappointment. Suddenly looking back, the white werewolf continued to lower its massive head as it continued to view the beautiful photographs. I just want to say I take back the praise I just gave it. I continued inward, and the further in I went, the darker it got. There wasn't even a single light in the place. How good are the eyes of a werewolf? Which is embarrassing to me. A human with 150 degrees of nearsightedness. The depths of the hospital are really quite different from a human hospital as well. Everything is different except that it's made of wood here. The same dark streets, the same airy atmosphere, the same lack of people. Without taking a step I was afraid that a ghost would suddenly appear from somewhere. Ghosts don't scare me. It's their sudden and startling appearance that scares me. Ghosts that suddenly pop up in front of my eyes, I'd probably give them all a big fight. Click, clatter, clatter. A sound of disbelief resounded through the shadowy passage. Click, clatter, clatter. The sound was continuous and could be heard further ahead. The light bulb at the front of the street kept blinking. Crack. I immediately looked my nimble head around. Geez, you guys stop playing. I shouted with great displeasure. Blind guesses must be that the three of them are up to no good, and I have nothing but fire in my belly for these three guys. You've got nothing better to do than pick on me all day long, don't you? Hey, no. It suddenly flashed through my mind that the ing ringing was so obviously towards the front. The three wolves were behind me and couldn't have run that far ahead. Dude panicked and I started to plan on walking backwards. I stopped in my tracks. Now won't going back like this be a continuing joke for those three guys? I get very annoyed just thinking about it. Damn old me for coming here to give humans a face. I can't back down from impressing the wolves who look down on me. Continuing to go forward. Righteousness. Not the slightest bit of timidity in the heart. That must be false. How could there be no trepidation in this dark, eerie, faint light? Add to that the fact that this is a hospital, where ghost movies are resident. And I don't spend more than a few minutes in here before I think of ghosts. Hospitals are literally associated with ghosts in my mind. And in my mind the only safe place to come to a hospital is during the day. The night is simply a time to get killed, not to be seen. Although it was also daytime at the moment, it was frighteningly dark. Click, clatter, clatter. The voices are getting closer. I can hear it clearly already. This is supposed to be the pharmacy. I guessed as I looked at the shape of the drug drawn on the sign deep in the hospital. I walked to the side of the gate, which was unlocked and half open. It's an image I've seen so many times in horror movies. It's all too damn familiar. In this case the protagonist definitely goes inside. And then it gets even scarier inside. Why is it scarier? Because there are ghosts. So there must be a ghost here. Werewolf ghosts, that's not even better. I stood still in the doorway, afraid to go forward or backward. I was afraid that random movements would startle the good things of the ghosts inside. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound was loud again, constantly echoing through the passageway. It was so creepy. Go in and look at it, it might not find out. I'm still hesitant. Okay, I've made up my mind. That is, I've come here and it would be a shame not to go in and have a look at this trip. One look at a werewolf ghost is a good death. We didn't lose out. I finally moved my right foot and took a step forward. My left foot, however, couldn't make it work. It was fixed in place. Hey, why can't you move? Well, it's okay to give up. On the passage, I muttered to myself. I still can't beat the cowardice within me. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound made my left foot press even more dead against the ground, not daring to take a second step. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. There seems to be a faint melodic sound coming from inside. It was a girl's voice. Blanche, what a ing hole. I'll turn around immediately. Ah, I made the loudest, shrillest sound I've made in 19 years of living. Ah, the sound resonated throughout the hospital, and I even thought my voice could resonate throughout the entire planet. I looked back unexpectedly. The white werewolf abruptly appeared in front of my eyes, and I turned around only to see two small white dots in front of my eyes that had become pitch black and two small white dots. What are you doing? I jumped back several meters at the two little moving white dots. How are you guys? The orange and gray werewolves behind the white werewolves all popped up as well, and their watchful faces disgusted me. What are you doing here? Making a fuss. Hospitals are not to be shouted at. The orange werewolf seemed to feel touched by himself as if he was very sweet, touching his heart. This guy went to psychiatry and really didn't go wrong with the arrangement. This. I pointed in the direction of the pharmacy door. What's going on here? The white werewolf looked at me quizzically and walked over to the door. Hey, the door wasn't locked. How? The gray wolves were very surprised. The door to this dispensary hasn't been used for a long time, so how come it's open? The gray werewolf looked to the orange werewolf, who also looked puzzled. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the voice sounded again. The four of us hugged each other instantly and steadily. What the hell kind of sound is that? The white werewolf strangled me so hard I could barely speak. It's so scary. It's like there's a ghost. The gray wolves tightened their stranglehold as well. Have you guys heard? That thing at the pharmacy? The three of us shook our heads together. In the old days, there was a werewolf on the battlefield, and it was brought here in a very serious condition after being badly injured. The orange werewolf gulped and continued, specifically that it was a deserter returning from being beaten by one of our own, and came to the hospital even more so as no werewolves were willing to help it, and that it was already very sick and not receiving timely treatment. So dead? I interjected curiously. Snap. No interruptions. The white werewolf came at my head. I covered my head. Next time I do it we say, can we go a little lighter? It hurts. Hey, I'm only human. The hospital only gave it a bed. No nurses or doctors to see it. And its behavior was so shameful that word got around the hospital right away. Everyone in the hospital recognizes it. And whenever they meet it they can't help but shame it for its shameful behavior. Some who can't help it beat it up. And those who can bear it summarize it with a word or two of abuse. In our fathers' minds, this idea is very old-fashioned. Chapter 76 Pharmacy Stories. No matter what bad things you do, you can't be a deserter. And if you are a deserter your identity will be known to so werewolves. That's how they're going to keep you in shame for the rest of your life. And it did work. And the other wolves who were reluctant to go out on the field held on strong. Instead of living a life of abuse at home, it would be better to die on the battlefield without having to worry about those troubles. And then, the white werewolf prodded it expectantly. Snap! One of my big bikinis went down on the white werewolf's head. But now that I've gotten my revenge, I'm in a very happy mood. Ow! The white werewolf covered his head and rubbed the spot where I had hit him. Hey, that won't hurt. But I hit it with all my strength. That werewolf paraphernalia came to the hospital in a very horrific scene. It had all its fur burned off and was as black as charcoal. The look is unforgiving and inhuman. The orange werewolf was thinking back, shaking his head over and over. Not only was it physically injured outside of its body, but it was poisoned in its meal, poisoned at the hospital. The orange werewolf's expression suddenly became very serious. The three of us were even more frightened and shivered as we wrapped our arms tighter around each other. After being poisoned, it rushed to tell the nurse that its meal was poisoned, hoping for help, but the nurse was completely oblivious to it all and turned her head to do something else. It continued to run towards the internist's room, begging on its knees to be seen by the doctor, who, seeing a black werewolf, recognized it for what it was and drove it away. I'll go. These werewolves are too heartless. I was so pissed off that I could hardly listen to it anymore. The white and gray werewolves echoed my words, and we were in rare agreement with the same opinion. After being chased away, the werewolf had nowhere else to go and broke right into the hospital's pharmacy, where it was rumored to have died afterward. The orange werewolf pointed to the door. It's right behind that door. Ah! The four of us practiced screaming, and the door suddenly shook. Ghosts. We hugged each other tightly again. That's horrible too. So you're trying to say that what's in here could be its ghost? The orange werewolf nodded. The nurses and doctors who didn't save it in time suddenly fell off a cliff a week after it died. None of the wolves in the den were sure why they were so sudden. It was clear that yesterday they were discussing their intentions for the next day, and it's unlikely that an accident would have a very high bar on the door of the den. So everyone boiled down to one reason. It did it. The orange werewolf's eyes were dead set on the door to the pharmacy, afraid that the black and charcoal werewolf would run out of there and take us down with him. Click, clatter, clatter. The voice rang out again. I don't think there's such a thing as ghosts in reality. Compared to the three of them, brother is simply the greatest of the bold. I at least stayed standing. They could no longer stand up straight on their own legs, thanks to the big, tall wolves, one sending a sample. Why don't we go inside? I pointed to the gate. Don't. The three werewolves were very united in their opinion and unanimously decided not to go. I did have a slight curiosity about the inside and why an abandoned door would be open. Maybe it's just that this door is now in use again and it's really nothing, right? Don't. The three wolves were very determined. Their faith never wavered, and if they had put that energy into anything else they would have made a difference. But they've put it in the matter of cowardice. So I'll go by myself? I walked up to the three wolves and waved my hand helplessly. Kung. The white werewolf held out its hand to stop me, but it just held out its hand, its body very honestly not moving at all. You let him go. A child will only grow again if he experiences hurt. The gray werewolf himself felt that his words made perfect sense, and his expression had some satisfaction in it. Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead. The orange werewolf said as if he was shooing me away as well. These guys. I'm not a little bit speechless. With them behind the door, this time in larger numbers, I wasn't so wimpy. The main reason is that I'm so curious and I heart the story I just read. Although desertion is a shameful thing, no one wants to be a deserter, right? Everything must have a hidden meaning behind it. Those who don't know only see the surface of the matter, but it painfully strikes at the very essence of the matter. It results in the person who suffers from this incident being unaccountably and unclearly recognized as the object of so much loathing. This kind of thing is a very common thing in our human world too. Okay, I'm going. I set the pace with determination. Then he stopped at the front door and gently pressed himself against it, trying to hear if there were any sounds of movement inside. The gate suddenly moved. I faced the three wolves, which were stacked as if they were a triple burger. It made my stomach a little hungry. I haven't had a burger in a long time. I miss it. The door stopped and I stepped to one side of the half-open door and peered in through the gaping mouth. There's a faint light inside. Come back soon. Kung. Yeah, don't go. I shouldn't have let you go just now. Brother, turn back to the shore. There will be a long time to come. It doesn't matter. You can't remember. The three werewolves suddenly began to persuade me that they too had a moment of conscience. This scene made me a little emotional yet. Suddenly, tick-tock, 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 the creepy girl voice sounded again. Shoo. I quieted them and listened carefully to the sound. Are black and tan werewolves male and female? I realized that the orange werewolf had been telling its story for so long without telling its gender. Female. The orange werewolf was panicking at this point. The old man is starting to panic a lot too. Is it singing in there? The white werewolves, they had retreated a good distance toward me. What are you afraid of? I'm still here. Only after hearing this did the three wolves return to their original position. Kung, this is the first time I've ever thought you were a little handsome. Just this once. The white werewolf cocked his head, scratching it and stammering. Egu, if you want to praise, just praise. This said I do have a little embarrassed, but I know it speaks the truth. And I speak the truth about the word handsome. Brother was already handsome. I shook out my handsome bangs, and the sight of these three goons reflected even more of my brother's current handsomeness. Hey, Kung. The three wolves took one step backward. Chapter 77 Panic. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you backing up so far? The three werewolves shrunk into a ball. Am I that scary? Shrink like this already. You, back. The three wolves had run so far away that I could no longer hear what was being said. What? I walked toward them. They also very much signaled me to go over. But I still couldn't hear what seemed to be coming out of the white werewolf's mouth. Suddenly, my shoulder receives a sense of gravity. Something weighing it down. All three of them are in front of me. So what could be the thing holding me down? Crack. I looked at the grimace on their faces and still seemed to understand something. And my expression became pained. Turning back to see what had grabbed me, I cocked my head slightly and scanned the shoulder area with my afterglow. I could see very clearly that the shoulder gripping me was a hand. And that hand seems to be black. Ah! My screams came together and the three wolves screamed along with me. It was like being in a church and listening to a children's choir. Except mine was a little more hideous. The venue is a little more unusual. Along with the shouting, my feet seemed to inspire some kind of potential to start running involuntarily. faster than any of my usual runs. I made a dash for the pile of 3 wolves, and no matter where I went, all I wanted to do was get rid of the hand. I couldn't help but look back to see if my arms were loose as I ran. Crack! It was then that I realized that I had been standing still, that the arm had a tight grip on me and I couldn't get out of it. Help me! Help me! I looked at the 3 wolves, my eyes full of longing for them to come and save me. I needed a gaijin. I held out my right hand and asked them to pull me back, but they 3 stayed motionless and looked at me, and these 3 did have quite a conscience. I almost despaired that all the bad luck I'd had up to this point seemed to make sense. This place is my nemesis. It's like a wife with a bad face is my nemesis. The wolves in this place are my nemesis. Please don't kill me. If you do, can you let me eat first? I'm so hungry right now. Suddenly, the arm behind me seemed to understand me and I felt my shoulder seem to lighten and turned around to see the grasping hand was gone. Hey! I looked at them all 3 with a puzzled look on my face. What's going on? We don't know the pressure either. They 3 were also flabbergasted. When I turned back around, the door was already closed. Shao Kong, let's go. This place is not suitable to stay for long. The white werewolf grabbed me by the hand and pulled me away with a drag. But isn't it a shame not to go in and see? I looked at the goons in disbelief. And what's so curious about that? The white werewolf looked at the gray werewolf hoping for affirmation. Anan, there really isn't much to see, is there? It's just a pharmacy? Don't they have them in the human world? The gray werewolf immediately picked up the white werewolf's signal, and the 2 immediately connected. But surely our werewolf pharmacy is very different from a human one. The orange werewolf's words were immediately met with snarky glares from the white and gray werewolves. The 2 werewolves seemed to be saying, shut the up will you? If you can't talk, don't talk. The white werewolf dragged me to where I'd come in at the beginning, where the light was a world away from the pharmacy I'd just been in. Here it is as if the sunny day and there the eerie night holds unknown secrets. Once you discover these secrets, maybe you'll just have to live in the endless night, or break the night to rush into the day with all that darkness. Though still curious, I wimped out and didn't dare go back to that so-called pharmacy. Kung, the white werewolf who had been tugging at me where the lights were on, immediately stilled away from me and ran off into the distance looking at me in panic. I thought to myself that this guy must just be sick again. Something I've gotten to know very well in the dozens of hours I've spent with him. Mainly it doesn't know any other routines. It just uses these moves back and forth and I'm tired of seeing them. You still have your shoulder. The white werewolf pointed at my shoulder, and the gray and orange werewolves looked at me and immediately ran to the white werewolf as well. The 3 wolves shrank back into a ball. Why are you guys such wimps? I can barely look at these goon wolves anymore. Let's hope we make brave friends next time. This life doesn't look like it's going to work out. Moving to move his shoulder, there was no feeling. He had just been grabbed, but there was little force applied when he was grabbed. The shoulder is intact. I also don't understand what these guys are so afraid of. Looking back, I realized, surprisingly, there was a hand scratch on his shirt. I'll go. What the hell is this? I immediately took my own jacket off and took a closer look at this one black scratch. That black mark is definitely that werewolf. Orange werewolf's one sentence nailed the dreamer ahoy. I've completely blended into the 3 of them, locking together in a ball. What do I do? What do I do? Am I going to brand it and then it'll come back to me at night? I clung to the white werewolf in panic, not knowing what to do. It's okay. What are you afraid of? Won't you just hurry up and leave today? That's a very light-hearted way of putting it. Doesn't the opposite mean that you want me to hurry up and leave? I was a tiny bit sad, but I grasped the truth of it. Have you seen enough of the hospital? After switching over, the white werewolf crossed his arms and seemed to be feeling a little impatient already. We did spend quite a bit of time in the hospital as well. It's not enough. It's enough. I don't know what other demons I'll encounter if I stay in this place any longer. It's not that it's scary. It's that it's going to kill you. Let's hurry then? The white werewolves couldn't wait. I think so. For the first time I agree so much with the white wolves. We said our goodbyes to the gray and orange werewolves and headed back to where we came from in the beginning. I don't think it's as awesome here as you said it was there. That's because we were brought up differently, and we've never had medical wolves before. Not only do we have it now, but so many parts of it, and one that heals the arm. The white werewolf couldn't help but get a little excited at that. So I thought you said you could grow arms? I was expecting a second look at this god-awful thing, but instead I reported disappointment and messed up more than I wanted to. Isn't that just bragging? In front of the alien more or less don't you have to brag about your own power? Who wants to admit that you are weak? The white werewolf scratched his head a little apologetically. This was indeed true as well. No matter if it was a human or a werewolf, there would always be some people who liked to compare the highs and lows, no matter in which way. It was just like human athletics. Chapter 78 Green Vegetable Feast. Where to next? Eat? You're not hungry? The white werewolf pointed to the kitchen that I had been shown at the beginning and covered its stomach to signal that it was hungry. Sure enough, it wasn't me who was hungry. It was itself. I'm also quite curious as to what kind of stuff werewolves eat. Can I eat what you eat? You love it or not. The white werewolf looked like it didn't care. Like it was none of its business if I starved to death. Why this one has a face for a while is beyond my ability to figure out. You're responsible for starving to death here, aren't you? I'm a little peeved. Why are you responsible? It's all sitting there, you don't eat it yourself. The white werewolf seemed speechless at my words. It does make sense, so I'd better go take a look at it for now and talk about it. Just as he reached the kitchen, outside the house, he could ask about the aroma coming from inside. A smell of vegetables mixed with the smell of grass. I stepped into the kitchen and was dazzled by the clean dishes. The original hunger as if the wind drifted away, drifting through the Himalayas, in passing through Mount Everest in general, never to return, sailing not to turn back. Kitchen dishes to my surprise is actually the whole body green vegetables. Not I say you werewolves eat green vegetables is not more or less a little bit of disgrace. 1 or 2 werewolves eating it would be fine. All of you. It's really too much for Brussels sprouts. And it's the first time I've ever seen a werewolf eat a vegetarian meal. Wouldn't that really break the natural laws of ecology though? If you don't eat the sheep will eat all the grass. And then there will be no grass in the world. If the wolves eat the sheep, then they control the number of sheep. And the sheep control the number of grass. Then it's equal. That's all you guys eat, is it? I saw the first row of dishes: sautéed radish with bok choy, chives with bok choy with bok choy, and bok choy with bok choy. The look of the dish was as the name suggests, totally authentic and without a hint of water. What famous goods is what it looks like, very much an honest value. It's just that the mold looks unappetizing and even a little revolting, and I haven't eaten an all-vegetarian meal in years. I'm not sure what to make of this. Come on. The white werewolf very skillfully picked up 2 dinner plates and handed me one. Feel free to chuck in your own food and eat as much as you want. The white werewolf was very familiar with the place, and greeted the ant inside warmly. What's wrong? I stood motionless, and the white werewolf was a little puzzled by the sight. I'm not going to eat it. You go ahead and eat it. The dinner plate in my hand slowly dropped. This surprised the white werewolf a bit. What's wrong with you? The food not to your liking? I'm not hungry yet. Grumble grumble. The stomach finally managed to growl out without real breath. You call that not hungry? Why don't you ask the kitchen to make you whatever you want? I'm stumped. I want meat. Crack. All the werewolf eyes in the kitchen turned to me collectively, as if they had only just realized there was one of their kind here. The gaze was not only fierce. I felt like I would be dead if I stayed one more second. We're not meat eaters here. We've only quit since we opened up this place, the white werewolf explained to me in a nonchalant manner. It also noticed something wrong with the werewolves around it, and turned back to the various werewolves to greet them and tell them to continue eating. I can't help it, there's really nothing else to eat here, so what's the point of trying it? Take the dinner plate and chuck the individual dishes. It's so rare that you have to try them all so that you don't have any regrets before you leave. The white werewolf preemptively found a seat to greet me. You have such a big appetite? I watched as the white werewolf's dinner plates had piled up, stacks and stacks of grass and vegetables being placed almost as high as I was. It can't be helped. There's no meat to eat, and all the grass has to be eaten a little more to fill you up. But you can't get enough of this stuff, because there's no protein. Bro, is that all you guys eat? I pointed to the dishes on my dinner plate. Occasionally there's meat, but the market's been bad lately, and it's not that easy for us to find food. It's true that every family is a little bit difficult to talk about. The white werewolf began to dry his meal, and he ate with a speed that I could only marvel at. It opened its huge mouth and reached down towards the greens, its mouth so large that it had already taken up half of the greens in one bite. This is really the first time I've seen this way of eating, and it's just awesome. By the second bite, the white werewolf had devoured the greens on his own plate. I couldn't help but let out an exclamation. You are actually eating. I couldn't help the laughter that spewed out. The white werewolf sauntered off to continue loading the dishes. This guy is a very picky eater. Supporting the dish of fried radish with green vegetables, the other dishes simply do not even look at, do not smell, as if they do not exist, which I should say it's exclusively good, or the flavors are unique. It came back again mounted at the same height as it had just been. Brother, I can only describe you as a cow. I couldn't help but applaud. The cow is delicious. Hearing what I just said, the white werewolf seemed to fantasize the talent in front of him as if it was beef, and opened his mouth with vigor. Why aren't you eating? Seeing that I hadn't done anything yet, the white werewolf urged. Good. I looked around me at the werewolves, and I realized that none of them ate with their hands, or some of them used their mouths to bring food to their stomachs like the white werewolves. A simple and easy to use method. But I can't do it. It's too hard. Helpless, I grabbed the dish with one hand and brought it to my mouth. I tried this bok choy fried radish first, and the fact that the white wolves adored this dish so much made me want to try it as well. Yes, eat this. This is delicious. The white werewolf watched me grab the dish and said with great certainty. I stuffed it in my mouth as soon as I could. This flavor. The fresh grass blends into the crispness of the radishes and the flavor spreads out in my mouth all at once, constantly tingling my taste buds. It made me realize what I've never experienced before, that this is a mere dish of greens with radishes that can do so much. It's almost as if you could be called a divine chef. Awesome! This is too delicious. I exclaimed from the depths of my heart that this was the first time I had ever thought Brussels sprouts were good. I used to hate Brussels sprouts, it seems, just because of the cooking. With good technique, garbage can be turned into treasure. That's how it's supposed to work. I continued to try other dishes one after the other, and they all tasted deliciously one of a kind. But none of them called to me as much as that first bite of sautéed radish with bok choy. Perhaps the first bite was too tasty, but the subsequent bites were a huge disappointment. Hiccup. After the first taste, I was also addicted to eating several plates of greens in a row. Chapter 79 Big Belly. Body as hell. I rubbed my stomach and leaned my body back naturally, crossing my legs over the chair across from me. Trust me, right? The white werewolf leaned in as well, swinging his chest. That's right, that's right. I turned my head only to realize that the white werewolf's stomach had swelled open as if it were a balloon. Was very alarming. Whether it alarmed the wolf or not, I don't know. That's a great belly you have. I pointed at the white werewolf's big belly, surprised. Couldn't help but poke a little. Surprisingly, there is still a sense of rebound, or quite interesting. How much grass must this stomach be filled with to bulge into this shape? Just now when I didn't pay attention to the white werewolf, I didn't know how much it had stuffed. Its large belly was almost hundreds of times the size of my head, and I was even a little worried that I would be dead if its belly exploded. I'm so young, I can't afford to lose my life. I can't help but feel a little panicked at the thought, hurrying back several steps away from the white werewolf guy. Are you serious with the half step back? The white werewolf was indeed bracing for a meal, and its voice was getting slightly differently louder. Does it look like I'm taking half a step back? It's several steps back, alright. It really is. Well, its stomach was almost burying its even in, so it made sense that it would be hard to see. Come help me, Kung. Not just a meal? How come you're acting like a grandpa? TSK, TSK, TSK. Call brother. The white werewolf looked confused and didn't seem to have heard me, so I did repeat myself. Call me brother and I'll help you. The big belly, blocking the tiny head, but I still saw the little head turn slightly. It's quite delicate. I went over to help pull it out of the goodness of my heart, but, as I walked up to it, I realized that things had gone wrong. Its hands also look incredibly small compared to its huge belly, and I'm not sure its little legs can hold up that belly. Are you sure you want to stand up? Or else, spend the night here? But your legs look like they won't hold up. Old man's long legs. The white werewolf's stomach had held his entire body up, allowing his legs to float in the air as well. It could even sway its legs from side to side in the air without the slightest care, as if a kindergarten child were swinging on a swing. Only this child's stomach has the power to astound the world, and there is a different kind of light scenery. Being in this new place has also allowed me to learn a lot, expand my horizons, and stop living foolishly with my senses. Why are your long legs floating? You're so special. I secretly applauded it in my mind. Is this how you eat every time? What's the problem? The white werewolf asked rhetorically, questioning me. It's a big problem. You're liable to get gastrointestinal problems. I just realized that what I just said seems to have a hint of doctor's taste in it. Oops. I don't want to sound too much like a doctor. Doctors strike me as old men with little hair, white coats, and waiting for you in their rooms all day. I'm a young, handsome, swampy, pound-for-pound hottie. Wow, you look like a doctor then. Halo, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect it, and it's my fault. The sun is covered by clouds early in the morning, and at this time of the day, when you look out of the room during the noon hour, it looks like evening outside. It's dim, but not quite dim, and it's said to be bright, but not terribly bright. Come on baby, gotta get down to business. Can't keep dragging this out. I grabbed the white werewolf's arm and yanked on it. Ooh, you weigh as much as a cow. I pulled on it with all my might and nearly went off the deep end. The weight of the thing at this point I didn't seem to be able to cloak at all. Not to be given up so easily. Hand to hand, foot hard on the table, the white werewolf's hand pulling down hard from his shoulder. Not only did I use my arms and legs, but this time I used my voice, pulling downward with every scream. But the white werewolf still didn't move, and had gotten so sweaty that the sweat had penetrated his clothes and showed through. Kung, did you pull it? What? I've been pulling this for a long time. Oh, is that so? Why don't I feel it? I couldn't see the white werewolf's expression at that moment, its large belly completely blocking me. Behind its belly, I was incomparably small as a human. I have a deep appreciation for what it means to be a snail pulling an elephant. Maybe if God gives me 1,000 years, I might be able to get it out of the chair with my daily perseverance, but I'd rather die. Pulling it for 1,000 years is better than dying sooner. It's too much living. It's not my style. How about I go back first? What are you doing? I'm not up yet. Why don't you wait and digest? The white werewolf wiggled his little hand, a gesture that by all accounts seemed to be keeping me. It did work quite well for me and I ended up staying. How do you plan to digest it? I want yogurt. May I ask if you werewolves eat this stuff too? Why don't you eat it? The white werewolf waved his hand, the little hand just getting smaller and smaller as he looked at it. Where? Get it from Auntie in the kitchen and tell it's what I want. I walked to the kitchen window. The werewolf female who had greeted the white werewolf was still sitting where she had been and I recognized her. There was something different about this bodied werewolf. It looked slightly curly. It didn't look curly unless you looked closely. Wearing a red apron, she sat on the side of the kitchen resting. Cooking was her main job and she could rest as much as she wanted the rest of the time. At this point she was leaning against the wall, her eyes had closed and the smell of the dishes and the loud noises around her did not have the slightest effect on her. Auntie, got any yogurt? The first time I said it she didn't respond at all. And the second time I yelled as hard as I could. She stepped on it and slowly opened her eyes, which wasn't easy. Who is it? Can I help you? I cleared my throat in order to be able to hear it more clearly, and because I didn't want to have to yell it out one more time. Auntie, do you have any yogurt? I shouted as if I were shouting to a deaf person. Yes. It pointed to the bucket next to the greens. That werewolf wants food. Is that okay? Auntie Kitchen, sleepy-eyed and resentful, turned her eyes to the white werewolf and couldn't stop the grin on her face when she saw the big round belly, giggling so loudly that he simply couldn't stop anymore. The laughter had knocked his pajamas completely off. These are probably enough. Not enough. You are coming to me. This little guy is just a glutton for punishment. The kitchen auntie's eyes were filled with pampering and gratified smiles. Her own dishes were eaten so much that being a chef was essential for her to be happy. Chapter 80 Yogurt. I walked over to the yogurt and glanced at it. There was still half a bucket of yogurt left. The wooden bucket wasn't very big. Grabbed a small bowl next to the utensils and served some yogurt. Little man, you surely don't have enough of those for it. My kitchen aunt called out to me, though calling me a villain made me angry. Seeing as I looked at the bowl of yogurt and at the white werewolf's big belly. In comparison, it's not even a 1/100th of its stomach area, and it's literally impossible to fill it up by throwing stones and reclaiming the sea. I picked up the whole bucket of yogurt straight away. This one must have had to be drunk from a bucket. This guy has to spend a lot of money on a meal. It's horrible. It's a good thing this kid is the son of the boss here, or who could afford to raise him. Eat are going to be eaten poor. Can be eaten poor case? I have not encountered so far. It's a blessing in life to have the opportunity to meet once. Leaning down, he wrapped his hands around the center of the barrel to satiate it, and pushed his lower body upwards, exerting all his strength. The yogurt was heavy, but the weight was something I could handle, except that my feet stumbled a bit, and I moved through it at a slow pace, one step at a time. Kung, got it or not? The white werewolf laid back and hyperventilated. This guy could really count on being happy. I kept getting closer and closer, not fast but good enough not to stop moving. The barrel is as tall as I am but lightweight. The yogurt doesn't weigh much. The main weight comes from the barrel itself personally, and it's so wildly large that I can only keep my palms close to it, unable to use my full strength. But the white werewolf's words were so exasperating that I suddenly gained a surge of strength and quickened my pace. By the time I got to its hand my sweat had drenched my chest area, and while it was a little embarrassing, I had no clothes left. Then he grabbed his jacket and hurriedly pawned his clothes where they were wet from sweat penetration. I don't want someone running up to me and yelling at me for having big boobs. Arrived. I placed the barrel next to the white werewolf's left hand. Even though the white werewolf's arms seemed small at this point, it was still able to easily pick up the yogurt that I had just struggled to carry over. The left hand picked up the yogurt with ease, and it was an absolute insulting attack on me, and as much as I resented it, there really was nothing more I could do in that regard. Grumble, grumble, grumble. The white werewolf darted the yogurt down into his stomach without the slightest hesitation, without a moment's pause. The sound of the white werewolf swallowing was immense, as if it were the sound of a human diving. Flop, 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 one sound after another, orderly and uncluttered, one after the other, one after the other. Every time he swallowed a mouthful of yogurt, his belly would suddenly jiggle and seem to be getting bigger and bigger. Well, I asked curiously, mostly worried if it would blow itself up drinking, as the trend of my stomach getting bigger was getting worse, and no sign of digestion at all. If it goes off, just don't blow me up. You guys do whatever else you want. At this moment, I just want to save my life. I've done what I have to do, so don't come looking for me if you die. The white werewolf dropped the last drop of yogurt into his mouth and set down the barrel with a cozy look on his face. His hands splayed out. Snap! The barrels were not held firmly upright by the white werewolf and fell to the ground in a heap. Clang! Clang! The barrel rolled. I just thought to myself that if the barrels can roll, can your big belly roll along with them? I've been looking at this big belly for a long time. I can't help it. It's just hard to hold back. Hey! 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 The aunt in the kitchen yelled as if she were waking up from a dream. I slowed down and realized that the barrel was rolling in my outward direction and I rushed over to stop it. Rolling faster and faster and faster. Clunk! The barrel hit something hard, and although I couldn't see it, the impact was especially loud. The white werewolf covered the pain in his head. I covered my stomach and giggled. Call it karma for not putting it away properly yourself. What are you laughing at? Did you do it? The white werewolf looked at me with a grumbling face. But don't accuse me. It's you who let it escape when you didn't hold the barrel steady when you put it down, and it ended up on your own head. Ha 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 ha. I can't help but laugh out loud. The white werewolf didn't seem to believe me, but I couldn't see its face anymore, once again completely blocked by its large belly. When will you be done digesting? The white werewolf didn't answer me. The air was suddenly quiet and it didn't make a sound. I walked over to where the white werewolf's head was to view it, and it had a very grim look on its face. Are you okay? I did get a little worried when I saw it looking like this, but it still wouldn't reply to me. I don't know what to do. I'm dry. Hey, are you okay? I kept walking around and around next to the white werewolf's head, hoping the guy would open his mouth and talk so I could figure out how to help. I told you to eat less, but you didn't. Now good and right? I couldn't help but say it, and it made me ring a bell that my old lady used to say things like that to me all the time. What to do? What to do? What to do? I still kept pacing waiting for it to answer. Don't worry, little man. It's digesting. What? I looked at the white werewolf, and then at my kitchen ant, and was a little puzzled at how painful this look of digestion was too. Oh, I comprehended it. It's not supposed to hear, is it? I voiced my alarm clock amazing thoughts, and while it was a little disgusting, I think this guy is up to it. What would the poop look like from such a big belly? Although I was a little curious, I'm sure the stench of the poop would be unbelievably bad. Maybe the stench won't dissipate for a day or two, not to mention the smell, but even the itself is quite an effort to remove. So much I don't even know if the whole kitchen will fit yet. Something like that, the kitchen ant said vaguely. Pretty much, in my eyes that is. It's done this before? Yes. I can't help but be a little surprised that this is not the first time this guy has stretched himself to this extent, but every day. I couldn't help but stroke its belly again, curious as to how much it would have to eat to burst it open. I really wanted to try it. The idea is a bit of an asshole, but it's an experiment. Hey! I stroked the white werewolf's stomach, which surprised me a little by not squirming up and down. Wasn't the stomach moving? Auntie Kitchen remained relaxed and watched us from the sidelines with her chin in her hand, as if she had seen what would happen 100 times before. Chapter 81 Farting. I viewed the huge belly with some sighs of relief and amazement and kept circling it to enjoy the sight. Grimace. There was a loud bang. I could clearly feel that there was a huge flow of gas coming out, and those gases filled the room, all over the place. A strong smell of greens and carrots that is extremely strong and tastes extremely top-heavy, so that one can't completely resist it even if one covers one's nose. It was still spinning off, expanding and continuing to flow, seemingly with no intention of stopping at all. The white werewolf's stomach was also gradually getting smaller and smaller along with this airflow at this time. My eyes locked on the white werewolf's ass, and it was from there that the stream of air came out, and I could hear and smell it very clearly. Just put your hand in front of its buttocks and you can clearly touch the flow of that air. But this kind of disgusting thing, I just can't do it. At this point I'd prefer it to continue to have a big belly, I guess, and not release it. I looked around looking for something to see if there was a tear log barrel stopper. I was going to plug it. The smell was killing me. Villain. The sound sent me searching through a sea of farts as my kitchen ant threw me a gas mask, having already equipped herself. Bring it on. I could tell by her gesture. Without saying a word, he hurriedly put it on and took a deep breath. Interjection of surprise. The strong smell of green vegetables and carrots still remains, but fortunately, it is not as difficult to inhale the nose. I watched my kitchen ant's gestures and walked over to her. This won't let go for a while. Sit down. She handed me a chair, and I followed her example of crossing my legs as I quietly watched the white werewolf unleash. In its fart, the kitchen seemed to be filled with a sense of haze, and being there was as virtual and unrealistic as a dream. But when I smelled that strong stench, it pulled me back to reality, and this went back and forth several times over and over. The white werewolf's stomach had almost returned to its normal shape, and I felt very relieved, but the room seemed to have been so outrageously spoiled that its foul farts could be faintly smelled everywhere. These dishes. I looked at the dishes that hadn't even come off the stove in the kitchen, and if I continued to stay here tonight, this would be my dinner. The thought of them being soaked in the stinking farts of white werewolves made it difficult for me to swallow again, and my stomach retched. I resolved never to eat with this guy again. Not only was it time-consuming, it was more nose-consuming. These dishes are still edible. Everyone is used to it, the kitchen ant said cheerfully. You guys are pretty tough. Then, I am sincerely impressed that they can be so calm when encountering such an odd method of eating and releasing. White is a good boy. pretty good except he eats a little too much and his farts stink a little. I'm really going to cry that you were able to help it out. It's such a touching place. There must be a place in the world that embraces all that you are, even though everything about you is so distasteful or unpleasant in the eyes of others. But there is always a place that will accept you for all your good and bad, and the past and present don't matter to it. Strickland was also at the end of his life before he sought out the island that embraced him. White werewolves can be considered lucky to find one at birth. Well, well, well. The kitchen ants stood up and applauded. Does this thing have to perform too? I can't understand it somehow. It's so cozy. The white werewolf patted his stomach to see that it had gotten smaller, and his expression was very satisfied, his face beaming with a wide smile. Hard work, the kitchen ant said. Crack. It's not supposed to be hard for us. It's like being in a different world when you hear and smell its farts. Can we resist down? Should we not be proud? Proud and groundless? I looked at it. Silently. Kung, let's go? The white werewolf intended to go straight away as if nothing had happened. They were like that. What good could I, a human, say as I followed the white werewolf away? Put, put. The white werewolf's remaining fart for finished. I rushed over to it. Nay, his one step topped my 5, and I had to run to get to him in order to barely regain a dog's life. The hardest part of surviving here would have to be how to spend mealtimes with the white wolves. Back, the old werewolf was still waiting for us in his original chair. How's it looking? Looking at its pale cheeks, white fur had covered its cheeks, leaving only 2 eyes out. I'm thinking. My mind raced with how I was going to trick the old werewolf in front of me with the perfect words. I don't want to say hard things, but my head is full of bad things about this place. For here, all I need is pain and struggle. Perhaps I could tell it that there could be a ghost in the hospital? Perhaps I can tell it that the hospital is too poorly equipped? Perhaps I could tell him that its son's farts are really numerous and smelly? I can't really open my mouth, but I still have to answer the question. Nice. Succinct and clear. I can't pick any other faults with this response than its brevity. That's it? The old werewolf was a little displeased with my answer. As I had surely guessed, these leaders love getting long answers. Not only can they not accept such short and appalling words, but they also feel that they have wasted their time. I think it's beautiful, the wolves are kind, and the equipment is state-of-the-art. I reorganized my language to make it sound a little more. The scenic beauty I'm referring to is the scenery before I came into the wolf's den. The kindness I was referring to was the help I received from my kitchen ant, which was so kind. The advanced I'm referring to was the gas mask my kitchen ant gave me, which kinda staved off some of the stench, making me appreciate the joy of being advanced. Of course I didn't tell it any of these words. Will you give me your hand? The old werewolf looked at my expression and seemed to see through me, asking me to take my hand over again. Thinking back to the last time it happened, it did nothing more than simply take my pulse, and surprisingly, it was able to recount all of my past. Then the future can't be too hard for it. This guy is just trying to see what's really going on inside me, and I've seen through it. At this time, my heart panicked a batch. I have long cursed the white wolves hundreds of times in my heart. I was afraid to be heard by it. Goo, my hand is a bit uncomfortable, so why don't we skip the pulse today? I hurriedly took a few steps back, intending to let him just leave it at that and be done with it. Do you have any secrets in your heart? Those who have secrets can't leave here. Oh, crack, what kind of broken rule is that? Chapter 82, Taking the Pulse Again. I don't have any secrets. The white werewolf was looking at me with a werewolf brain, as if searching for a secret on my face. What are you looking at? Did you steal something? My dad sees this very accurate. Oh, now hand it over, is not too late. The white werewolf's claws had reached my side and seemed intent on doing a routine check on me. Don't you move. I took a step back and warned the white werewolf to stay put or I'd scream, though it wouldn't do any good if I did. Are you serious about that half step back move? A little movement hurts that much. The white werewolf covered his chest and spoke words that didn't match it. I give it back with a blank stare. A blank stare is the utmost respect I can give him. How you rolled your eyes up. The white werewolf pointed to my eyes in confusion. This is called a blank stare, and it's a look you can use to show your displeasure when you're upset about something someone else has done. The old werewolf couldn't stand to see his son even know this explained. Oh, the white werewolf came to a realization. You have a grievance against me? The wolf's head was pressed against my face with a pitiful expression. No more. It's not up to you. It's up to my dad to get a pulse. This. The white werewolf took my hand to its father's side as soon as it could. The old werewolf was so quick that he instantly took my pulse in a death grip. This strange way of taking a pulse, forced to be taken for the first time in his life. It's kind of a different flavor. You really did come here looking for something, and you didn't find it by the looks of it. The old werewolf said what was on my mind in one word. Surprised, but not as surprised as when we first met. Yes, she was here. I remember her. And if I hadn't seen her picture in your memory, I wouldn't have believed that you were actually her son. Her? The white werewolf and I were at a loss for words. What are you talking about? Dad? The white werewolf scratched its massive head. You were just born then too. And we moved here, remember? The white werewolf nodded silently. There was a female human who used to give you good food, remember? The white werewolf nodded again, as if the memories in his head were about to be awakened. I was like 3 years old then. The old werewolf nodded. You do realize what I'm talking about, don't you? The old werewolf looked at me calmly, and of course I knew what it meant. My mom was really here? Not only has she been here, she's taught us a lot of things, and this place is her best work. She was the one who advised us on how to build it and how to continue to spin it off, or we wouldn't be as settled as we are now, the old werewolf said, pulling out 2 cartography sheets with a floor plan structure of this base and suggestions on how to proceed in the future. Sure enough, the base looks almost exactly like the paper and the writing elsewhere. I was more than familiar with the word, and I had read the letter my mother had sent me. I don't know how many times I'd lost count. It's her word. Taking a look at the cartography in the old werewolf's hand, I could easily recognize it as her writing. To be sure, how is she now? The old werewolf's question left me at a loss for words, and I wondered how she was doing now. Actually, I haven't seen her in years either. Longer than you. I kept my head down, not knowing how to continue. The old werewolf seemed to get it, didn't say much. Wait, the white werewolf was as excited as if he were waking up from a dream. So, come, you're that auntie's what? I'm her son. The white werewolf always has a way of suddenly bursting out with an unexpected line to intend your emotions where I'm not expecting it. You've succeeded in taking my mind off the sad things. Ha ha, awesome. It's even a little smug about it. What a big heart. I'll go. I kinda missed that aunt a while back. The white werewolf walked around in excitement, unable to contain his excitement at the startling discovery. Wait, something suddenly occurred to me. You were 3 years old, and when my mom first left that year my old lady said I was like 3 too. That you, the white werewolf and I said in unison. I'm 19, we both said in unison again. Even though I'm the same age, my personality is more mature than yours at first glance. Ha, the white wolf said something about tigers and wolves. Doesn't it have any points about its personality? I'm powerless to spit. What month are you in? I'm September. The white werewolf looked at me seriously, as if waiting for me to answer with the number 9. I'm September too. I was a little surprised though. You fart. You're the one who farted. You must be January of the 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 months. The white werewolf doesn't want to believe what I say. I am September. I can't even afford to argue with this one. So what number are you? Definitely not number 1. The white werewolf had a smug look on his face, as if he was number 1. I'm 12. Crack. As if a bolt from the blue, the white werewolf was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up. What's wrong with you? I touched it with my foot to see if it was still secure. The white werewolf raised a paw, signaling that he was fine, and went back to lying down. It's still the 20th, a few days younger than you. What fate? The old werewolf also exclaimed. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the son of the man who saved my life here after 16 years. And your mother didn't see you just take a few more looks at her masterpiece for her. What? I'm a little confused about this one. Why would my mother not see it? What happened to her? She left when the base was built into a rough shape, saying that she would continue on to Black Abyss City. The old pair's faces became grave. Do you know what Black Abyss City is? I've heard from the old folks in the old days that no one from that place has ever come back since they've been there. There is a mysterious force there, but so far no one has dared to touch it, and your mother is brave enough. The old werewolf's eyes seemed to radiate adoration. I came here with the intention of heading to Black Abyss City as well. Surprise! The old werewolf's eyes dilated to the naked eye, and his eyes, which had been slightly tired, instantly glazed over. What are you doing there? It was a little surprised that it didn't seem to see that message in the pulse it had just taken itself. It hurriedly grabbed my wrist again to continue the attempt. Ah, it was suddenly relieved. Sue, this trip is bound to be dangerous. The old werewolf let go of my wrist. Chapter 83. Goodbye. It's okay, I'm not afraid. Then you go. Harm. The old werewolf's words were nothing but a complete disappointment. I thought it would try desperately to leave me behind, but I didn't realize it would turn out to be to go with me. Disappointed? That's more than just disappointment. It's sadness, grief, etc. I covered my chest and put on a look of celebratory sadness. Aha, just pretend. Ah, almost got it. The white werewolf leaned in close and whispered to me. My dad sees it. Oh, don't blame me for not warning you. Hey, it was so loud that I hurriedly covered my mouth. Is my acting really that bad? I've always been very confident that no one would think I'd be discovered by my superb acting skills. I can see with the back of my head that you're acting, don't you think? The white werewolf looked at me with contempt. Is my acting really that bad? I'm even a little annoyed. You have eyes in the back of your head? Hey, the white werewolf didn't seem to want to be spitting at me any longer, and it was obvious that it was very helpless. It doesn't take eyes to see that you're acting, so tell me this is how bad your acting is. The white wolves are cornered by me. I'm also slowly remembering how I just did it all. Well, so Take care on the way. The old werewolf left me a message and turned away. How come this guy didn't send me off, saying that the love is true, but was made to look like this? I looked at its back with an indescribable sense of disappointment. Don't blame him. My dad doesn't like to be separate and he walks away like that every time I leave the wolf den. The white werewolf saw the sense of loss in my eyes and came over to comfort me. I didn't realize that this werewolf still had some conscience. Well, the white werewolf led me to the gate where I had come in at the beginning. It's not going to be another climb back up there, is it? The fear inside me as I looked at the steep mountain wall resurfaced. The journey there is not necessary. With the white werewolf in sight I saw a cable overhead, oriented toward the bottom of the mountain. Don't tell me I'm going to go down in this. I looked at it dead on, desperately hoping inside that it would give me a satisfactory answer. Yes, that's where it's going to come from. The white werewolf results in a sliding stick handle handing it to me. You grab this and slide down to the bottom of the hill. It's quick. The white werewolf explained to me how to use the stick, which was nothing more than just holding on to it. Hold on tight, or who fall off. The white werewolf had a wicked grin on his face. My palms were dead on the sticks, not sloppy at all. My caution depended on it. Just like that? I grabbed my gaze with both hands, but the look wasn't responsive enough to even know what to do. Yeah, or do you want to stay on? The white werewolf crossed his arms and grew impatient. Well, images flashed through my mind of a kitchen full of stinky dishes that were going to be my dinner. I resolutely got the image of wanting to get out of here very badly. Just hold on to this and jump from here. The white werewolf took me to the issued location. Is that all? Are you sure? I double-checked with the white wolves to make sure that was the way to do it. The white werewolf nodded impatiently. Okay, go away, go away. It's annoying to see you. I can't wait to get the hell out of here. You didn't leave a nice message before you left. The white werewolf was not happy. I hope to see you again next time, brother. Crack. One could clearly see the white wolf's defiance, but there was nothing they could do about it. I hope there's a next time, and it would be nice if you didn't fall to your death down there later. Crack. I looked down the hill. My legs were already weak with fear, fighting the courage not to give up so easily. Go on. Don't die. Oh, can you say something nice before I go? Aha. See you next time. This one isn't much better, but it's certainly better than the previous one. Bye-bye. I gripped the stick tightly in my hand and took a lifelong leap downward, my weight triggering the stick to start sliding slightly downward. Bye-bye. The white werewolf doesn't know what that means. Hey, wait. The white werewolf grabbed me with a claw, my hand still with the stick trying to slide down, but my body was being tugged by the white werewolf. I was suddenly stuck in mid-air, the white werewolf holding onto me with one hand and a log to the side to maintain my balance. What are you doing? I was ready to slide down all at once when I sent it, ready to never look down. After being pulled so hard by the white werewolf, I suddenly felt like I couldn't move, and my eyes inadvertently looked down the mountain. Wow, the houses at the bottom of the hill are as small stones, many trees surround them, and the mountains are sublime. I didn't move a muscle, not that I didn't want to, but I couldn't and didn't dare. From this height I could be pulverized if I jumped, and I had already thought of a million ways I could die in my mind, but I didn't expect it to be today, or this kind of death. Too much pain. Cannot or eat poison to die. Do not let me die in the bar. I started believing in the beads, in the gods, praying to them, praying for them to help me. What does bye-bye mean? If you don't explain it I may never hear it again for the rest of my life. The white werewolf looked at me anxiously. It's right, once I'm gone, I may be like my mother and the old werewolf, meeting only once in my life and then never crossing paths again. But instead of forgetting each other, they kept each other deep in their hearts and they lived in each other's memories. The white werewolf and I won't see each other for a long time. So maybe next time it will already be the boss here. Time is always in a hurry so that people do not have time to react and already miss it. When you know to cherish it is already your memories. Life has to have some regrets to be called life. Bye-bye means goodbye. And goodbye means I hope to see you again next time. I don't know how I look at this point, but I know I still want to see this guy. It has a lot of bad habits, but it's still a brother friend. Goodbye. Be sure to see you again. The white werewolf grinned. The white werewolf slowly released his grip on me and my body returned to its original position, continuing to slowly slide down. Kung! The white werewolf shouted from behind me. I turned back, the stick sliding so fast I couldn't see the white werewolf man when I turned back. They just disappeared into my world. I'll go. Just as I was still in the midst of my grief, a writing seal blew against the ropes, making my body shake continuously. Chapter 84 Downhill. I was panicking at this point, but the way they are going down this mountain is just too hardcore. Don't go up the mountain easily without that guts of a werewolf indeed. The wind continued to blow and just kept my body rocking as I still continued to slide down. The hand that was tightly gripping the stick was also becoming a little numb. When I didn't get to that point, I doubled my strength, thinking that once I let go, I was going to die. As if Popeye had just eaten spinach. And even more power. I clasped each finger to the stick in a death grip, never letting go. Never. Gradually I've been slowly approaching the bottom of the hill. From here it looked like I was getting closer to the ground, making me breathe a sigh of relief as well. But I continued to look down a little longer and sweat immediately seeped out of my hands. It's so high. It's a lot less height, but it's still very high for me. My hands were getting sweaty and this stick was getting a little slick and I was getting a little close to losing my grip on it. At this rate I'm sure I'll slip and let go. I gripped the stick with my right hand with all my strength. My left hand slightly loosened with the intention of wiping the sweat from my palm before continuing. The left hand just a little loose. The stick immediately lost its balance, and I was so scared that I put my left hand back. It was only for a second, but my left hand didn't seem to be as sore. But the hand sweat was still there, and that was the biggest problem for me. It's getting closer. I can see the house below. I was in a constant struggle with the stick in my slip, and whenever it was about to slip away I immediately grabbed it here with all my strength. Never let go. I can already see the road. It's really quite fast. The distance was getting closer, and my nerves were gradually being eased. Chirping of insects, sighing noise etc. What the hell? I flew head-on into a bird. Ugh, more than one. A flock of sparrow-sized birds flew together towards me. I've only seen this battle on the cartoon and the TV show. I didn't think that this bad luck could come to us. I swooned. I shook my body desperately, trying to make the sticks go faster so they wouldn't catch up to me. Nah, the sticks aren't working. The wind was not being facetious at this point, blowing towards me one step ahead of the birds. Once again, I was being blown back and forth from side to side by the wind, which was adding to my already low speed. My face was helpless, but how could I give up? Lousy right hand a loose. Wooden stick lost balance, in a claw back to restore balance, because always the sake of the original weight will please lead to glide speed also accelerated. In the return of the original weight to maintain balance, I accelerated a little bit with ease and looked at the bird behind me with a smug old man's face. Ha 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 ha. Snap. Before I could slow down what it was, all I felt was a painful sensation in my face and a white color in front of my eyes. Again and again something sudden slapped me hard in the face. I'll go. I thought it was a ing blank sheet of paper by virtue of the sight that was plastered to my face, and it was so dead on that I couldn't see what else was in front of me. Bah! Yuck! Bah! I tried to get this thing out of my face, but it turned out to be stickier than paste, and I kept shaking my head to get this guy off my head. Almost there! Almost there! I was very excited to see where I was going to land soon. Great! Here I could see the town of Moonlight, and suddenly I had to keep skating in the direction of the cemetery I had seen the other day. I finally realized why it gave me an eerie feeling. Werewolves, they were landing right here. Could I not feel it? From up there you could see the streets bustling with people, and I was more curious about how Big Bull Blueheart and the others were doing now. Just one day of absence shouldn't be enough to leave without waiting for me. I don't think I'd been gone long enough for them to have changed much. Hey! I saw a muscular man down the street buying groceries at the market. The body is just too obvious, but I can't look at its face yet. It's either a big bull or a second tiger. Hey! 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 I yelled. The muscular man didn't even raise his head. It was obvious that he was very serious about his grocery shopping. It's my fault. I'm interrupting someone's grocery shopping. There are a few grocery shopping our mother-in-law with venomous eyes shock me. As if to say, you play so you play, we buy groceries cannot quarrel? Some of the nearby residents also rushed out of their houses as if they were ready to have a battle of life and death with the person who was yelling. But as soon as he opened the window and saw me floating in the air, I could see his jaw drop. Hello? I greeted him and he just stared at me woodenly, not saying a word, completely frozen. Hopelessly, the old man continued to slide downward, unable to stay. I could vaguely hear the man muttering after my words went away. Is this guy sick? And then I'm sure I'll be viewed with the eyes of a caring mentally challenged child. I was a little reluctant, but what could I do? Had to not give a about them. Finally, dude landed. It felt so good to be back on the ground that my hands didn't seem to be my hands anymore. It was as if there was a fire hidden in the small arm, and it kept raging inside without any mercy. I stomped hard on the ground with my feet. I felt so safe to touch it. The sky was really too dangerous for me. Young people. I hadn't noticed that there was actually someone lying beside me. Hey, Grandpa, you're here too. Why are you lying here sleeping? It turned out to be the grandpa I met the other night, who was even here today and lying on the ground. Do people in Moonlight like to sleep on the floor? That's a special fetish. It's so rare. You're talking. Help me up. I rushed to help him up. He patted the dust off his body. You scared me by falling out of the sky and suddenly jumping with a bang. I thought I had met a ghost. Moncler Outlet Store spit it out. Ha 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 ha. Are you okay? Nothing. Moncler Outlet Store. He walked away. Luckily I got up and walked away. I was afraid he was going to come up with something like he couldn't get up without $100. It's a kind Moncler outlet online. I left the cemetery with a frantic thump. How sick does this kid have to be to jump off and be so happy? Moncler outlet online. I always speak loudly, and my ears are thought to be sensitive. Still being thumped, I heard. It's a bit of a bummer, but I do have my issues. I immediately stopped to resume my normal walking position, one step at a time, mimicking the walk of an army soldier. I sure wouldn't believe this kid if he wasn't sick. TSK. Moncler outlet store. He smiled and left. That's what I still hear. Chapter 85 Vegetable Market. The streets weren't as crowded with pedestrians as they had been that night, but they were bustling a bit. Pearls, pearls, good-looking pearls. Miss it and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Have one. Iron plate, eat it and go back and forth. There was an endless stream of voices shouting from all the stores. I've stayed here too, but the scent is so pungent that it interferes with my nose every time and makes me almost turn away. But strong-willed as I was determined to go. The main driving force still being the fact that I didn't have a dime in my pocket. And Arrow, I have to go look for him, not knowing if he's still where I saw him. I walked extremely fast, and there was a slight morning dampness on the stone path that deterred me from running up and down, so I had to feel the ground with my shoes. Go straight ahead and turn left and you'll see 3 big letters for food market. The people inside were even more numerous than just on the streets, coming and going in an endless stream. It's like a small fish has found its own organization, but it's still nice to see humans. After all, he hadn't seen or talked to anyone for hours, and he would indeed forget all that if he were resident there. I went from to the crowd and turned my eyes upward, looking for the taller people in the crowd. I forgot what Arrow was wearing. I only remembered that the parties he seemed to be bare-chested, and it's true that the bastard rarely wears clothes with sleeves. Arrow. I pushed my way through the crowd to see a tall man in a black undershirt. The man didn't look back and continued on, and I pushed forward and continued to squeeze in, trying to catch up with the guy. The man suddenly accelerated and showed no mercy. I sped up with it. What this one was doing was a bit beyond me. Arrow. I kept calling out to him, but he must not have responded. I can't stand it anymore. I deftly dodged the pedestrians blocking in front of me, and if I couldn't squeeze into a position, I pushed out a position hard. Arrow. I finally got behind the man and grabbed his undershirt. Wait for me. After squeezing through, I have been almost exhausted. This is all a big man and a woman, but also too able to squeeze. Simply do not give me a trace of production space. You are? Just as I looked up, the man looked back. Judging by the muscular lines on his arms and the perfection of his form, it was definitely Arrow. But this person unexpectedly has a baby face, and his appearance is also far from Arrow. I knew I had the wrong person and hastily apologized. I'm glad I didn't rip his undershirt to shreds, or things would have been so simple for me to make a big deal out of it. Sorry for the misidentification. I turned my head and buggered off. Who dares you? All I wanted in my mind was to get the hell out of there. Snap. As soon as I turned my head back, it was as if I had hit a wall. It was so hard that my head was a bit overwhelmed and had gone completely red. Kung, Arrow. Even though I have searched for you 1,000 times, when I look back the person is in the lights, turning back like a dream. Arrow was actually behind me. It was really hard to get there. Why are you here? Arrow's expression could no longer be described as surprised, but rather very surprised, and if his eyes weren't hanging very firmly, it felt as if he would pop out at any moment in the next second. Well, why can't I be here? Looking at this expression on his face, I was unable to stop myself from laughing. Muscle-bound thrill seekers are like that, aren't they? We were all getting worried sick. Where have you been? Arrow yanked me up without saying a word and walked towards the outside of the food market. The people around me screamed in panic and opened a path directly for Arrow. That's not very nice of you. Oi. I wanted to refuse, but he was so enthusiastic that it was hard for me to persuade him. So I did. With Arrow's help, getting out of the food market was a matter of minutes. Arrow put me down, his hands crossed, staring at me with the threatening look of a teacher, waiting for me to give a proper explanation. Well, other people pinch? Tell me first what the hell you've been up to. Bull said you were arrested, huh? Arrow pressed on step by step, never giving any way to live. As if it was hard to avoid AK if he didn't say something. That's a bit of eye candy, I can still tell the difference. I did get captured by werewolves, but after I went there I realized they were good werewolves and didn't mean to hurt us. What? Arrow listened with a flabbergasted face, ironically staring at me like a fool, which made me slightly uncomfortable. Do you think I'll believe that? Come on, keep making it up, I'm all ears. The guy didn't believe me, and I thought I was being very sincere, and that he should be able to understand it very easily with the simplicity of the words, but he didn't seem to comprehend it. Why don't we go back first? I'll tell you slowly when we get back. I pushed on Arrow's back, urging him to leave. I didn't realize that this guy was like a wall, and my strength couldn't push him at all. He stood straight in place as if he were a god of the door, not moving or expressionless, but exuding an intriguing dominance. Say, just one simple word made me deeply realize how angry he was. Do you know how worried everyone is about you? Crack. I really didn't think they'd worry about me saying that. I've always done things my way. As long as I'm happy I'll go back to doing them and won't care what the people around me think. Maybe that's the ultimate secret to my but 19 years. Sorry for making you guys worry. I apologize very sincerely. But Era didn't seem to appreciate this and left straight away. Come on, they'll definitely want to meet you too. They're really not hurrying to meet everyone when they get back. Era looked offended. I'm innocent too. I just got back, just now, and I saw you at the food market when I was halfway up the hill, so that's why I came looking for you. I excitedly pointed to the rope I had slid down to show Eru, but the rope suddenly disappeared as if there had never been a rope. Could it be that there is some special material inside? It made me think about why the people I met on the road had such surprised looks on their faces. Perhaps they couldn't see the sticks and ropes in my hands, so they thought I was flying through the air. What are you talking about? Eru looked back and forth in the direction of my finger and found nothing. Are you ting me? He turned his wrist, the crisp bone joints rattling. No, it really did. I just came down that way. I scratched my brain. I should have known that I would have just studied the party properly. This rope can be really powerful, but also has the effect of invisibility, before releasing the spirit of all on the fear. Chapter 86 Meeting again. Hurry up. You're too slow. Arrow grumbled ahead of me. I also quickened my pace. There was nothing I could do about it. Doesn't it depend on the legs if it's fast or not? Do you know what the wolves eat? I don't know. Arrow's expression seemed to be telling me that he wasn't curious at all. So you don't have to tell me. The typos had been written clearly on his face, but I don't get the words out. I'm really holding them back. It's hard to meet a friend, so I'm bound to have a good rant. Otherwise it's going to be a lonely ride. They actually eat Brussels sprouts, and there are all kinds of them. There are all kinds of greens and turnips, greens of all kinds, and the patterns are still blooming. The taste is also one of a kind. The texture and flavor is that good. I said it with a little bit of excitement. After all, I've been holding it all the way back and wanted so badly to tell my friend what was going on inside of me. Oh, once again, Eru dealt with me briefly. Damn it. Although I was a little offended, I couldn't say anything. And do they get enough to eat just grass? It's a novel question and a very different way of thinking about it, which I like. It's certainly enough to eat, but the amount of grass needs to be very, very large, and I suspect that one day they'll barf it all up. I had already fantasized about what that mountain would look like later on, with all the grass completely withered or picked, and nothing left to use. It's so unscientific. Werewolves actually eat grass. Arrow covered his chin and seemed to be half convinced by what I said. And what about the attack the other night? Every move was so deadly. Nah. Are you telling me that was playing? Arrow refused to believe that what I said was true, but it was. That was a disaster I started. They didn't show any signs of wanting to attack us at first, except that their werewolf cubs were injured by me. I scratched my head a little apologetically. It would have been nice to explain it at the time, so that all this amazing behavior wouldn't have happened. Arrow was surprisingly free of blame this time, and continued walking straight ahead. Big brother. Arrow saw from afar that Daniil was polishing these shoes at the door. Hello? I also greeted the guys along with Arrow everything, and I was so relieved that everyone was still at the hotel, and that they were okay at all. Kung, is that Kung? Daniil's reaction to seeing me was indeed a little more excited than Erhu's, making me also feel the saying that there is warmth on earth and true love on earth. Brother Kung. Blueheart didn't seem to need anything far away to confirm it was me and immediately rushed over. The big bull's massive body was even faster, and the big bull grabbed me as soon as he could. Ooh-hoo, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you behind. Ooh-hoo. The bull seemed to be wallowing in self-loathing from that day. You're okay. I looked at the big bull's head and felt with an indescribable sense of abnormality. It's so good to have you back. Yamazaki and a strange man stood in front of me. Hello, I'm the manager of the hotel. My name is Fong Tang. Fong Tang handed me his business card loosely. It stands to reason that this business card handing thing should be a courtesy, but unfortunately I don't have a business card for that. My name is Kung. I don't know how I'm going to introduce myself somewhat breathlessly. I know you. I know. The guy seemed so enthusiastic that I could barely hold my breath. Brother Kung. Brother Kung. Bluish Heart ran to me excitedly with Yuan Yu in her arms. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? Genki whispered. I'm going to go buy something delicious for Yuan Yu. I pulled out of my back pocket a candy cane I had casually purchased at the place I had just come down from. Wow. Yuan Yu loves sugar plums the most, and loves little brother Kung. Yuan Yu took the candy cane and hopped away. Blueheart looked at me in a daze, as if to say where's mine? Of course you did. Once again, I pulled a second candy cane out of my back pocket. Thank you brother Kung. Blueheart mimicked Genjutsu bouncing away. How much stuff can you really fit in this back pocket? Bull came over and opened my back pocket to see how deep this thing went. Werewolves, why didn't they eat you? The bull asked the question as if he wanted me to be eaten so badly. but I knew that was certainly not what he had in mind. He's the nicest guy in here. You get eaten and we get to go home. Hey, what a shame, right Eru? Eru nodded in acquiescence. Okay, I take back what I just said about him being kind. There's no such thing as a kind word for this guy. They haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. The other places Era had already helped me tell them one by one, which was why I had to explain it to Arrow beforehand on the way. That way he can help relay it to himself and I'll have less to talk about. It's simply a 2-for-1 deal. What's not to like? I affirmed as I listened to Arrow. Arrow just threw a look of contempt, but it didn't matter to the old man. I didn't care in the slightest, despite staring my eyes out. Hey, I'm such a good person with a good conscience. I'm almost so moved by myself that I'm crying. Let's go. Let's all go inside first and talk about it in detail. When it comes to understanding, it's this manager, Mr. Fong Tang, who went in and immediately brought us tea. I was slightly relieved to see that everyone wasn't affected by it. So are you guys still going to stay on? For sure this issue is paramount for the other Don. Do we still have enough money? I'm more concerned about having money in our pockets. We are now being treated as VIPs hero. Staying at the hotel is free of charge. Oh, Bull explained to me. Hey, Danyo told me all the causes and consequences. So now that he's back, do those freebies you were talking about still count? Of course it still counts. A promise is a promise. Fong Tang really is a real man. The Bull was looking at him a little differently. Still living then? Fong Tang brought the conversation back to the topic of coming back again. Well, of course you have to go, right? I looked at the big Bull, and at Shanji. I'm not blind. I can see that these two are definitely up to no good. So I'll cross the Bull first to see what he thinks. I actually wouldn't mind too much if he were to stay. After all, life is your own and you can't force anything. It wasn't for the same purpose to set out together in the first place. Chapter 87 Buying Snacks. Danyo's face darkened noticeably. Nothing was said for a long time, and the crowd waited for an answer. MS. Blue Heart. Bull stammered. Can I come with you guys? Shanji suddenly spoke up. Ha! Danyo was surprised and delighted at this moment, as if he had been hit by a huge gift. The heart also does not have just the kind of gloom, seems to be much more cheerful. Really? The Bull looked at it genuinely. Yes, I'm tired of staying in this place too, and I want to look to you guys for something real. Yes. Danyo merely shook Shanji's hand, unusually emotional. The atmosphere was deeply felt by those beside the two of them who were in love with each other. Come along then. Well, everyone cheered wildly, and Genki was bouncing all over the place. Only the injured Fong Tang, and surprisingly, he lost a very dedicated employee. Darn it, do you really have to go? Fong Tang, who had ruined the good atmosphere, bowed his head, the gloom on his head obvious. Yes, boss. Yamazaki was obviously a bit overwhelmed and didn't know what to say. Then let's go. Life can't stay in this town all the time. How boring. Fong Tang Ninja did not want to give up his forced smile. He hid all his feelings as much as he could from the others. He also knows that there will always be partings in the world. The moon will have its full in short times. How can people not encounter it? It's an important part of life. 2. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow, Blueheart said excitedly. Looks like she's been here too long and tired of living here. Genki wants tomorrow too. The streets here are boring after strolling around. These two. Are you coming with me to find Black Abyss City or are you just out for fun? I can't understand it. Okay, tomorrow then. Danyo was in an unusually excited mood, looking deeply at Shanji, and the two of them walked away with you in their arms. These two guys. Arrow could hardly look on from the sidelines. It seems that Arrow, who is used to living in the same room with Danyo, will have to change his habits in the future. The crowd dispersed, and I was more tired than a dog after a long day in the wolf's den. As soon as he lay down on the bed he made a snoring noise, low enough to not disturb the sleep of others. The next day, brother, Motoyuki ran to my door yelling and waking me up. Genki, what are you doing? I watched sleepily as she jumped in front of me. Get up, we're leaving for somewhere else today. I hadn't gotten over the dream yet, and I was dizzy and a little misty-eyed. Turning his head to look at the time, it is only 5 a.m. This guy hadn't seen her get up this early before. It's still so early. Genki, get some more sleep, okay? I tried to talk to her as nicely as I could. After all, I was the one who didn't get out of bed. No way. Come on. Under Yuan Yu's constant urging, I used all my strength and managed to get up from the bed. So tired. I feel like I'm sore all over, especially in my shoulders, which feel so sore now that I can barely lift them after pulling on a stick for too long yesterday. Suddenly I was wishing I could leave again tomorrow so that I could sleep in for a good part of the day. Are the others awake? Sister Blueheart is still sleeping. I opened the door and the hallway was empty. After all, it was 5 o'clock in the morning and I'd be damned if anyone was there. Look at that. What are you doing up so early? You little twerp. power was built up in his fingers, and he flicked it towards Motoyuki's head. This little guy tried to jump up and return the favor, but he was so short that he couldn't touch my forehead no matter how much he jumped. Okay, enough of this, let's go eat? Yeah, yes. Hearing about eating Yuan, you came to life and pulled me to hurry to leave the room. I couldn't even change my pajamas. I was dragged out in these slippers. This little guy doesn't look big, but his strength is really not small. I took Motoyuki downstairs, and at 5 in the morning none of the hotel's restaurants were open yet, let alone the other stores. Anyone who can open the door at this point I'm sure should be a very hard worker. We walked to the snack vending machine. What is it that Genki wants to eat? Want this, and that. Genki messes around with the vending machine, giving you almost everything you can order. I thank you. How can you eat all this? If you can't finish it, you're going to get a spanking. Motoyuki stepped aside and held her cheeks in hesitant thought for a moment before returning to the vending machine, cancelled 3 snacks she didn't like, looked at them again and again, and felt almost satisfied with her expression. There's 10 more of those you ordered. All chips, are you sure you want to eat them? I looked at the greedy little guy and gave him another brain pop. Ow. After being hit, Motoyuki covered his head, and this time he didn't control his strength and seemed to have used too much. Fumbles. Right. Just eat this much. Yuan, you said gamely, her tiny face bulging with anger, looking like she was about to break her face. I gave it a little squeeze and poof, let all the air out of her mouth. What are you doing? Yuan, you crossed her arms as if she was going to confront me. This little guy hasn't seen you for a few days. Why has he become a bit more powerful? I'm a little impressed. Yuan, you. Wasting food is very shameful. Oh, think about what you're eating right now that people worked hard to grow and cook. Then you bought it and didn't finish it and wasted it. There are so many other children in the world who probably don't even have enough to eat and have to go to the side of the road to beg for food. Yuan Yu's expression seems to understand in general, and I can't tell if this little guy is able to read or not. Hopeless. Spoiled is spoiled. She should understand this later. After all, how old is she now? I was just about to tap the checkout button when I was suddenly stopped by Genki. Brother Kung, I have a few more I don't want. Genki tapped off 9 keys in a row, leaving one of his favorite snacks behind. Are you sure the others don't want it? Don't. There was a visible sadness and reluctance in the flesh, but Motoyuki was still resolute enough to give it up. The child, though sometimes bratty and willful, understands quite well, and she understands as soon as she is told. Not bad for my sister. Brother can't help but feel a little proud of himself. Genki is such a good boy. I ordered her 2 more snacks and rubbed her head. It's okay to have a little more. If we can't eat it all, we can save it for the next time. Or you can eat it if you're hungry while you're in a hurry. Great. Brother is so nice. Chapter 88, Remote Mountain Hidden Visitor. Yuan Yu was so happy to see more snacks that she started bouncing around again. As soon as I saw Motoyuki smile, my heart melted and I simply couldn't restrain myself. That's so cute. Cute as can be. Let's go. Yeah. Tiny hands pulled at me, swaying left and right. You, how could you? Suddenly, someone shouted from the door. I'm going to call the police if you keep this up. What was so lively early in the morning? Yuan Yu and I glanced at each other, both understood what the other meant. Uncharacteristically, he walked toward the front door. You're not coming in here anymore. I walked up to the front door, where 5 men dressed in rags tried to barge right in, but were stopped by a couple of security guards sent by Fong Tang. It's horrible, said the bald man who even had his pants in tatters off to the side. I don't understand what's wrong with these people. They look like they're in a panic. It seems to be going through something life-threatening. It didn't look like a homeless person, and his hair was wet but not really dirty. The clothes were tattered and torn, but they didn't look like they had been through the years to arrive at the result. It didn't seem to have happened long ago, and there were still some lines of clothing present to the naked eye where the damage had been done. Completely barefoot and in a state of panic. What's wrong with you? I asked as I walked over to the bald guy leaning over. Don't mention it. Yao Shanin is not a place for people to go. The bald man covered his shiny head. Let's get some food. Handsome. Baldy saw the snacks in Yuan Yu's hand, showing a hungry expression. Yuan Yu took 2 steps back in fear and hid behind me. I'm kinda curious as to what these guys have been through. Give it to him. I'll get it for you later. But, Yuan Yu looked at the snacks fondly. Not giving any to these guys. I'll buy you some more later. I rubbed Genki's head as she came to slowly put down the snack in her hand and handed it to her. Thank you, little sister. The bald man flashed a smile. A little grim, but it didn't seem too bad to look at. The 4 people on the sidelines saw that this guy even had food, and immediately came in a rush to grab it. Each was as hungry as a starving man who hadn't eaten. Kung, what are you doing here? Fong Tang was a little surprised to see me. Took Yuan Yu downstairs to buy food and came over to see how busy it was here. Where did these people come from? I asked with some curiosity. Well, Fong Tang hesitated, not knowing whether to say it or not. They're from Yao Shanin. Fontaine took me a few steps, and a very large island could be faintly seen from the town. Only that island looked different from the others. From a distance it seemed to have little vegetation and was a mind-boggling black color, exuding a fearful aura. I felt a bit intimidated just being this far away. The words Yao Shanin seemed somewhat familiar. I opened the book I carried with me and opened it. Next stop, Yao Shanin. I've heard from Dinyo. You guys are planning to go to Black Abyss City, right? And Yao Shanin is your next stop? Fong Tang pointed at the black island. Why is that island black? I look a little flustered already. Almost everyone up there has been infected by a virus, and almost no one feels like going up there now. But I have heard that there is a mysterious treasure there, and that there are very many black truffles on that mountain. Black truffles are a valuable good thing. They can be found everywhere on Yao Shanin, so people who want money and don't want to die will go up there to try their luck. But almost none of those who go ever come back. Fong Tang looked at the 5 people on the side. These fellas don't know how they got back. These guys are making me more and more curious. Give me one of those. Just give me one. You selfish bastard. A few people were still wrestling. Don't grab it. You guys, I'm buying you food. I ended up watching their constant writhing, just couldn't watch. Good people. Good man. All 5 knelt together in front of me. Kung. Hey. Fong Tang wanted to stop me, but didn't know what to say. Fong Tang pulled me aside. They can't go into the hotel. These people don't know if they're infected or not. The virus is very serious there. I can't joke with the lives of other guests. Fong Tang looked at me very seriously, hoping that I would change my mind. After all, he did have a very good point, and I decided that I should either take them out to eat. I'll take them out to eat then. I was just about to leave when Fong Tang immediately pulled me back again. You mustn't get too close to them. If they get infected and bite you, you'll get infected too. Fong Tang's expression was very fearful. Okay, I got it. You're not going to get to Wonky together, are you? It's just a couple of savages, don't mind them, won't you? Fontaine tried his best to persuade me. But, you wait. Fong Tang ran to the hotel and came out in no time holding a large pile of food. Just let them eat at the gate. You've got to be the one who thought it through. Fong Tang handed many snacks to the 5, and Yuan Yu naturally took a few packets of her favorite chips. Cheerfully, he nibbled away. I watched in silence as they frantically chewed their food, on the verge of starvation, but they didn't seem to have the slightest sense of satiety, and kept eating one after the other, with no intention of stopping at all. What are you doing? Dinyo suddenly appeared behind me, and Erhu and Shanji were also on the sidelines. Hey, you guys are up too. I was a little surprised that everyone was up so early on a rare day. Although the hotel is fairly soundproofed, it was really a bit noisy today. You sure make a lot of noise when you leave the windows open. I've told you that several times. Shanji complained. These two are as sweet as a married couple when they talk to each other. Era no longer had eyes to see and hurriedly turned his face away. I'm going to throw up if I look at it again. They're from Yao Shanin. Yao Shanin. Dinyo mouthed. Yao Shanin. Nope. Isn't that where we're going? Arrow came to a realization. Right. So what happened to them? They got robbed over there? Or did everything get stolen? Arrow said as he looked at the ragged men. I don't know yet either. I'll ask when they're done eating. Several people were still chewing frantically without the slightest intention of stopping. Chapter 89. Hesitate. Have these guys never eaten? Arrow was not only a little skeptical as he watched a few people wolf down their food. I think it's possible. Dinyo followed suit and fanned the flames. The bald man wiped a handful of grease from the corner of his mouth, as if he'd had enough. He touched his stomach and burped. Ha! That flavor triggered the crowd's dislike. You smell too much, bro. The others beside him covered their noses and screamed. The bald man also had a slightly apologetic look on his face. You're from Yao Shanin? Yeah. Baldhead seemed to be speaking with a slight slowness from the food. Hiccup. A few of the people on the sidelines were rubbing their big bellies as well. Go go go. Several people suddenly got up and were about to leave. Wait. I stopped them in a hurry. Did you guys just come back from Tella Mountain Hidden? Well, what's going on? Baldhead looked at me with a puzzled face. What's over there? There are things that can kill you. After the bald head finished, he was going to leave. This person I kind of see clearly. Eat and leave. Ah. It's disappointing that I don't have a conscience at all. What's that thing? I'll keep stopping him. What are you doing? You're going? The bald guy looked impatient, as if he was going to do it if I continued to do so. Yeah, I'm going. I pointed to the mountain. The bald man looked over at my hand, and his eyes were filled with fear. A few others stopped in their tracks when they heard me. Don't go, young man. If you go there you won't be able to come back. See, you are still so young, why can't you think about it? The bald man sat anywhere in the corner by the side of the road with no regard for anyone else's feelings. To be happy alone is to be truly happy. What the hell is over there? There's this. Bald partner performs this zombie step. Zombies? I thought to myself, there are zombies again. Annoying or not, this can step is flopping zombies. We usually call them walkers and move faster than zombies. The The bald man's face became grim once again. What are you guys going to the island for? For life. Young man, it's not easy for everyone. Don't like to sit on the bench. Can't start a business. Have to do something that no one else dares to do, you say, right? Looking at me as if he wanted my approval, but I wasn't the least bit interested in what he had to say. And then what happened? We took my family's little rickety boat and anchored where we'd been researching, and two people just went down and the walkers immediately attacked them. It was exposed so fast. We thought that place was the safest. We didn't realize that the walkers still found it. They have brains. And after that we sailed back, and were constantly chased by walkers on the way. A few even climbed aboard. What a bitter fight on the ship. We've been reduced to this. Look at it. The bald man flashed his torn pants. So you guys didn't get bit? They each looked that way, and it didn't take much to figure out that they had been through some kind of a fight. It also had to be that I pushed the walker down while wearing almost out of control. The sea was deep and the lost couldn't swim. It's still our advantage if we encounter the sea. I was kinda surprised when the bald guy said it. I can't believe it was so easy to fix. Kung, why don't you guys stop going? I'll let you stay here and not charge you. Fong Tang walked over with a worried face in. No money, shall we? Baldhead always lights up when he hears about free stuff. Get out. Baldhead had the good sense to walk away. So are we still going? Bull was the first to start wavering because not only were we biting dodging walkers, but we had luggage and little kids. It can't help but be much harder than these guys. To get through it safely, surely bite, think of something else. Is there any way to get around Tella Mountain hidden? No. The bald man answered very decisively. That's why our Moonlight Town is like an isolated world. But it's just that we're missing our connection to the outside world. Back in the day, when there were no zombies, our town of Moonlight was in good hands, lamenting the past and envisioning the future. Young man, I advise you not to go. Messed up like us, even if, don't even little life can't pick up on the end. It used to be said that a woman, also from out of town, went to that island by herself and was lost. Hey, silly woman, it's been a constant stream of female warriors, female doctors, and now, it seems that I was not wrong all this way, and that my mother's footsteps have been at my heels. I'm pretty sure he must be talking about the mother, who was the only one who dared to travel there alone. I even hate myself for getting that weird crappy disease. If I hadn't, I would have been in my mother's arms by now, and you don't have to live a life of upheaval every day. It's a bit of a wanderlust to not want to live like this. You can't see the world. You can't experience the feeling of relaxation. The only thing that remains is the constant rush, 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 and there are many beautiful sights on the road, but they all strike me as less than that of my hometown. Sunrise and sunset in my hometown, and people bustling around in the evening. The streets of the town were crowded with people, familiar places, familiar streets, familiar smells. They come back to me every time. Will you come with me? Denyo asked towards Yamazaki. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Shanji hooked her arm around Denyo and shook him happily. The duo's mood wasn't in the least affected by what they had just done. Motoyuki, on the contrary, couldn't hear our conversation. Eru, however, remained silent. I am willing to go. Think it over, Kung. The bull put that down and walked away. Kung, I'd like to go with you. Let me know when you're leaving. Eru walked away with a pat on the shoulder. I had planned to leave here today, but seeing how tricky things are on the island, I'm not sure what I should do. With everyone gone, Eru brought you up casually. Kung, don't be obsessive. Here at least the sea can survive. Don't be cross with yourself. Fong Tang kept persuading me, but how could I stop and just let stop? Most of the places my mother passed through had traces she left behind, and I was even more curious about what important messages she might have left behind on that island. I don't know, but if I don't go, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Fong Tang couldn't say anything more. After all, he had already advised me several times as well, and his words simply didn't reach my ears, because all I could think about was how to get to Black Abyss City. No matter what the cost, no matter how much it takes me along the way, I'm going to get to it. Chapter 90, Acknowledging the Decision. Life is always so strange. The sun was just rising over the ocean at 6 a.m. Mom, how the hell did you get past? I looked out to sea and thought, imagining how my mom had spent all those years alone, looking far out to sea at this time, the sponge beyond the calm. It's like nothing happened, but it devoured 2 walkers last night. It's as if a cute kid, after doing something bad, reappears in front of you with a completely harmless expression. Such a look is even more frightening. Brother Kung, Blue Heart suddenly appeared from behind me, startling me. What brings you here? Why can't I come? Blue Heart poked her head in, looking as if the clothes were harmless. At this point it still scares me a little bit, although I know this guy won't do anything bad. I'm thinking about whether or not I should take them, with such danger along the way. Seeing Blue Heart's smile made me even more certain of my thoughts. Everyone just woke up but you. I resented her. Hey, people don't have to brush their teeth yet? Where's the resemblance to you? So ugly. Blueheart covered her nose in disgust at me. I covered my mouth and took a sniff myself, and it didn't seem to have a flavor. You believe what I tell you? Stupid. Blueheart grinned and tossed it away. If only I could be so happy every day like him. Nothing to worry about. Every day is happy. Who wouldn't want to have such a happy life? How about it? Kung, are you still planning to go? Fontaine seemed to be worried about us, and he stopped me as soon as I entered the front door of the hotel. He had a very sad face, but otherwise, for that, he was a good man with a lot of heart. I was also very touched by his behavior, and if he had been there that night, I wouldn't have blamed the poor hotel equipment. If it's bad enough, we'll just put up with it. But what? Fontaine was waiting for my answer even more anxiously than I was. But I want to go alone, so they'll stay with you. Are you going to go by yourself? Fontaine's eyes were almost out of their sockets. Right, what's the difference between that and getting killed? It made no difference what he said, though, but you're making it a little too obvious that you dislike me, so can we give me some face? Though I don't have a brawny body like Big Bull and two tigers. Your performance that night was quite impressive, I heard, but we have an island of walkers in front of us. Why do you have to go? Fontaine was so worried. I'm going to my mom. With that said, somehow my mood instantly became slightly down. Your mom? Well, I guess she was here a decade or so ago. She must have crossed the island too. I've got to go find her. Fontaine pondered, recalling something. 12 years ago. That's when I first came to the hotel. Can you do me a favor? When I'm gone, if they're coming after me, would you stop them? I looked at Fontaine's face and said very seriously. The guy seemed to be seriously thinking about something, not hearing me at all. Brother Fontaine? Ha! It took him a moment to come to his senses. Did you hear that? No, I repeated. I remember. I finally remember. Fontaine danced with excitement. There was a woman who used to come here, too, and she had little glimpses of red hair on her head, and she didn't look like an ordinary person. Fontaine said excitedly. I had just arrived at the hotel and didn't know anything about it, and my master kept urging her not to go, but the woman was stubborn as hell. Very few of us here go up to remote mountain hidden. There's this one case I can't forget. Your mom might be the one. Fate. This is fate. Fontaine was very excited. I knew for sure that person was my mother, but it was not my intention to say more. I just wish now that Fontaine would listen to me. Can't this guy's brain work both ways? Isn't it? Isn't it your mom? I nodded. Wow. Great. I'm flabbergasted. I'm looking for my mom. What the hell is he so excited about? You don't know that your mom is simply a miracle doctor. I will come here also because your mom introduced me. My master was very sick and dying back then. It was your mom who saved him. The doctors in the whole town can't do anything about this disease. And I didn't expect a little girl to come out halfway with a pretty arrogant tone, saying that if she can't be cured, she'll pay a month's rent. Do you think it's a gamble with us? How dare we joke with master's human life? But she's really a god in the end. Fontaine paced from side to side in excitement. Right. Suddenly, Fontaine was nowhere to be seen. This guy is a godsend. To me this guy is the sickest. There is literally no moment of normalcy. Here. Ooh. Fontaine suddenly appeared behind me. Do these people walk without the slightest sound? It's scary. Fontaine had a book in his hand. What is it? Something your mom left behind back then. I wound up with a book that looked very dated and was already a bit tattered on the outside of the book. Don't worry. We haven't looked at it at all. My master instructed us that we'd be cursed if we peeked. We all took an oath. Fontaine's expression was very serious. These guys are really big on emotion. I opened the book. Page 1, today. The first stop, Duck Spring Village. I'm almost tired of seeing pictures of my son. I want to pinch that cute little face. It must be adorable. It's only the first day. I can't give up. I can't give up on the first day. This appears to be the mother's journal. I didn't continue reading the rest of it. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back my tears in the lobby afterward. How about yes? Fontaine was still emotional. Although this guy was nice, how could he be so easily agitated? Yes, thank you. You're welcome. I'm the one who should be thanking you. One of your family helped save a life, and one helped save the hotel's reputation. If it wasn't for you that night, I'm afraid the rest of the hotel would have been in trouble. Fontaine hugged me with excitement and deep affection. It made me embarrassed to tell him, which is actually if I hadn't messed with that werewolf there wouldn't have actually been so much. I thought. Actually, they wouldn't have come in and destroyed it if I hadn't gone to that werewolf, and they told me I started it. So, I'm sorry, I'll pay for those expenses. I very sincerely bowed deeply towards Fontaine. It was my fault in the first place. Chapter 91 haven't left yet. No. There's no need. It's nothing for such a small thing. Fontaine stopped me in a hurry. Are you sure? I think back to the dilapidated houses and how a new build would have cost a lot of money. This guy still listens to hoes. looks like he made a lot of silver. It's really not necessary. Fong Tang saw that I was still hesitating about something, even came over without a few words. When are you going to leave? I want to go this afternoon. I hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's not appropriate. Fong Tang decisively stopped me again. Do you think if you leave in the afternoon, it will be dark by the time you get to the island? Yes. So do you not even see walkers when it gets dark? Yes. And what's the difference between that and going to your death? No difference. I feel like I'm being educated by Fong Tang, and I don't have the slightest possibility of fighting back. This is a head-on beating. There is no power to fight back. You heard about the group just now. They all set out at dawn because that's the best time to observe the island. Go in tomorrow. Send it out early in the morning. They're still sleeping too. No one will know you're gone. Son, I took Fong Tang's advice and will not depart today on account of the time. So what am I going to tell them? I'm a little less than what to do. Straight up. Or leave a letter without saying goodbye. It's not that the idea Fontaine was talking about hadn't crossed my mind. It's just that I wished there was a better way to do it. After all, they were all brought here by me and followed me here intending to go so far away. There will be a lot of danger on the road, but it would be too unconscionable for me to just walk away. I'll go upstairs first. I didn't know how to talk to Fong Tang anymore, so I planned to leave first. I walked to the top of the stairs, my eyes a little bleary and disoriented, my body swaying from side to side. With inertia, I climbed one step at a time. Brother Kung, what are you doing? There was a sudden noise above my head and I looked up to see that it was Genjetsu. This little guy was playing house with the rag dolls in the stairway, and it seemed like a family of 4 had arrived at odd, but there had been a doll that had fallen in the corner, and Genki hadn't even bothered to pick him up. Genki, don't you like this doll? I picked up the doll, which was slightly larger than any of the dolls she was currently playing with, and handed it to her. I don't like him. Yuan Yu gamely turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention. Why, Genki, is the doll too ugly? He's a dad and he's running around. I couldn't even find him just now. Dads aren't allowed to run around. He's gone running around without us. I don't care about him. I was stunned by the words of the child in front of me. I didn't realize that Yuan Yu was so calculating at such a young age. I moved on. Brother Kung. Hey, Motoyuki called out to me again. When do we leave here? Here Yuan, you are tired of playing so boring. The urgency to leave was evident in Yuan Yu's voice, and anyone with ears could hear it. Almost there. Almost there. My voice was a little raspy. I could hear it in my own voice. Because I don't know when to leave. Everyone is asking me this question, but I really don't know how to answer it. Looking at Yuan Yu's adorable appearance, how could she possibly bear to let her be in danger? If those people hadn't been met by us, then going straight to the island and encountering danger was an image I didn't even dare to conjure up. Don't wander off yourself, O Motoyuki. Stay here obediently. And I don't have the heart to continue to be here with her. Kung, Bull saw my room passing by and called out to me. What? I looked back into the room, and the two of them, Denyo and Sanchi, were very sweet. When do we leave today? Both seemed extraordinarily excited and giddy, just looking forward to when they were going out. It seems that several people are in very high spirits. I'm not sure yet. The remote mountain cloak said it would be more dangerous at night, so we'd be prone to accidents if we went so late. I'm afraid I can't go today. My words seemed to rain buckets of water down on both of their heads. The two of them were momentarily disinterested, but Shanji seemed to improve under the comfort of Denyo. I don't want to keep being a light bulb either. I just want to go to my room and think about what to do. My room was at the top, so I had to pass by Arrow and Blueheart's room. The steps I didn't take were very much in the hope that I wouldn't be on their radar. Kung, sure enough, I had guessed for sure that I was going to be called away again, and that Denyo's and Air, whose rooms were connected right next door. The big bull must have heard Arrow's yells as well, and the guy was waiting right here. How about you check out my biceps? It seems like I've gotten bigger lately with my increased training. Era held up his arm to show me. Nay, I knew nothing about this stuff, so I can't really comment on it, but I can only give a perfunctory answer like, it's good, it's great, or something like that. Right, when are we leaving? After all, I couldn't get away from the subject, and I guess the guy would ask. I should have thought of the answer to how to answer this question sooner so I wouldn't be so agonized thinking about it in person. It's not going to go away today. I was a little surprised at myself that was all that came out of my thoughts. What's wrong? Bad feng shui or bad weather today? Arrow didn't show a great deal of surprise, and there was even a hint of joy. This guy is really different. Maybe he likes it here, but the reason he would like it, I can't really think of, and don't want to be bothering to think about such things. It's too late. It's said that it's very dangerous to go to Yaoshan in the dark, so if we're going, we'll have to leave as soon as it's light, or before it's light. Arrow continued to lift the dumbbells in his hand as if he understood. I turned away. Looks like there's still time to get fit. I could still vaguely hear Arrow behind me talking. The joy mixed in his voice could not be hidden. It seems it makes no difference where he is as long as he gets fit. So walking is cardio and doing anaerobic as soon as I can is a perfect fitness professional. Compared to Era Digno can be much lazier. Plus now that Digno has a girlfriend, he seems to have gained a few pounds. The molds are getting chunky, and they don't look as finely dressed as they used to, but they're a little more rounded and cute. It would also be a boring life if people stayed in one state all the time. Might as well try more different looks. Fat, skinny, you can switch them around. There is no such thing as too much to ask for in life, and those unnecessary demands are only to satisfy man's own vanity. Chapter 92 Confused Thoughts. I walked past Blowhart's room. The door was closed and I wanted to ask her what was wrong, but I didn't want to answer her question. At the door I hesitated to knock or not to knock. Knocked up. I had to keep answering all those things I told them, and Blueheart was sure to ask more. Maybe even see her look of disappointment that she's disappearing because she's not going anywhere today. It is indeed excruciating. I thought back to when I met her then, the scene, and how I should now part ways properly. It's much better to think back on the parting scene than to think back on the scene where they went to Yosanjin together and then got shipwrecked. I'd rather be ruthless and leave myself than see them in distress and come to peace with my inability to do anything about it. Knock knock. I knocked on the door of Blueheart's room. No one responded. That's weird. Isn't this guy in there? Knock knock. I knocked several times in a row, still no one was there. Eru, where's Blueheart? I inquired as I returned to Eru's room. I don't know. Miss Blueheart said she guessed she was asleep. I thought to myself that I shouldn't sleep like this. Whoever sleeps can't wake up from such a loud knock on the door. How serious it must be. Never mind. I'm in a mood where I don't have time to ramble. I just wanted to go back to my room, back to that cot and relax my brain. I felt like there was too much stuff packed in there. My brain was on the verge of overflowing, and no one had allowed themselves to stay addicted to it. I had to get some rest, sorting out and organizing this messed up brain of mine. Confused, I walked to my room and opened the door. Hello? I can't believe Blueheart is in my room. What's this guy doing here? I looked at her full of confusion and surprise. What was this guy doing was the only question in my head. What are you doing? I'm waiting for you. Blueheart smiled sweetly. That smile would make me forget all the troubles I just had. Everything seemed to be cured by her smile. That's where I can't bear to put her in danger. I have a lifetime of guilt. When do we have to leave today? Blueheart happily looked at me, was expecting my answer. I hesitated. I didn't know how to answer this look of anticipation on my face. I couldn't reply to her with a perfect answer. All I hesitated, not knowing how to speak. I tried to ease the awkwardness by drinking tea. I poured Blueheart a cup of tea. I don't drink tea. When are we leaving? Brother Kung. Crack. These four little empty brothers are on the verge of completely crushing me. I wish she would stop pursuing me with any such questions, but I know that's not going to happen. We can't leave today. Why? Blueheart's eyes instantly flooded with tears, and her expression became churlish and very compassionate. I've known this would happen for a long time, but I still don't have the power to stop it from happening to her. It will be very dangerous to go to Yashan-in at night. All we have to leave early the next morning, or before the sun comes up the next day. Blueheart seems to have gotten it. So we're going to be going to bed very early today and getting up very early tomorrow to leave, right? Blueheart began to become excited. Pretty much, but we'll have to see what the weather is like the next day. Blueheart gave a skeptical look. You didn't used to be like this, oh, Brother Kung. Blueheart jumped off the bed and walked towards me, one step closer to me. The stance made it really a bit difficult to fight, and I stepped back one step at a time, gradually being cornered by Blueheart. She doesn't seem to be able to stop there. Are you keeping secrets, huh? Blueheart smiled again, and while her smile was bright and cute, there was more than a hint of eeriness to it at this point. It's unnerving. I panicked and leaned against the wall as Blueheart pressed one hand against the wall next to my head. An infinite sense of oppression surged right up. What this guy wanted, I wasn't quite sure, but what was clear to me was that this guy was capable of anything. Blueheart gradually came closer to me. I could see her face very clearly. Small mouth, delicate little face, straight little nose. Everything about the face was so delicate and small and completely adorable that it managed to pin me against the wall. There is more or less a serious mismatch between this guy's appearance and his personality. Blueheart kept moving closer and closer. I didn't know what the guy was planning to do. My eyes stayed on her lips, couldn't get away from it at all, and I got a little flustered. I'll admit it. Blueheart. I stopped her in a hurry. Blueheart stopped moving, then shifted to look at me. What's wrong, Kung brother? I squeezed myself out of the way and stepped aside, hesitating for a moment before I spoke. Would you blame me if I went ahead on my own? I had a very serious expression on my face. We'll just go over there and chase you. Blueheart couldn't help but laugh. You went ahead on your own and left us behind, and you'll be in for a rude awakening if I catch up with you. Blueheart threatened with an adorable look on her face, and what had been a dead day seemed to be brightened by her. Got it. I can't say that without saying anything and leaving you guys behind. I can't say that. I'm going to go play with Genki. Blueheart happily boomed out, and in a flash the man was gone. This guy is really adorable and gives you a desire to protect her properly. Finally, it's just me at this moment. I locked the door and made a trip toward the bed. Interjection of surprise. It's so soothing. I don't want to think about anything. I'm going to leave straight away tomorrow and be a heartless, negative person. That thought has been swirling around in my head all morning. Somehow I seemed to fall asleep, and when I woke up it seemed to be afternoon in the sky outside. The sun was setting, and the haloed red evening sunlight illuminated the town of Moonlight. The buildings here are illuminated red. How red the sunset is also not seen for a long time. Can be really nostalgic. I haven't watched many sunsets since I left Holland Village. Leave all your time elsewhere and instead you won't live well. It's like those working people who diligently clock in and out of work on time every day, hustle through day after day and get money. But there were also many more precious things lost, more valuable treasures. In the past, people lived a slow pace of life and didn't need to rush into anything. People nowadays are so scrambling for time that they feel shameful whenever they waste time themselves. Time passes little by little. It goes on forever, not stopping. What can stop is your own mind. What you want to do. You can't stay spotless, adrift, alone, and original forever. Chapter 93. 2 Tigers Missing. I'd made a decision within myself. When I got up, I gathered everyone into my room. Come, what are you going to do? Wait, I'll talk together when Era gets here. Lon Xin, Yuan Yu, Den Yo, Shanji, all four had already arrived, and now Air, who was the only one left. He's not pulling dumbbells again and forgetting to come over, is he? Yamazaki suddenly got up and snapped. I'll go get him now. The bull rushed out without saying a word. I'm sure it's still up to his brother. From my room I could hear the loud bang of the door departing from a distance. This guy is pretty tough. I can't help but gag that the method used has that hint of violence to it. Time seemed to fade after that loud bang, and the room was calm and silent. Brother Xiaokong, what are you going to say? Yuan Yu still wants to go out and play. Motoyuki had pressed on. Yuan Yu is good, haha. Just wait on it. Just wait for brother Erhu to come. This little guy plays every day. Can't he get enough today? Motoyuki was only quiet for the moment. Erhu is gone. The bull ran over in a great panic. Ha! I looked surprised. This guy also engaged in disappearance. He probably just went to get groceries somewhere. Now let's not panic too much, everyone. Yamazaki did seem extraordinarily much calmer. Come on. I'll go look for it with you. Denyo brought me to Erhu's room. Erhu had a room to himself since Denyo and Shanji had gotten together. From the outside, the room hadn't changed a bit and looked just a little lonely. The clear color of the furniture and the way it was discharged made it look like a room for a single nobleman in any case. There were all sorts of dumbbells on the floor in all sorts of weird and wonderful ways, cute, scary, quirky, the list goes on and on. I'll ask Fong Tang. If Erhu went out he would have passed through the lobby. I looked at the anxious look on Denyo's face, and the guy was really flustered. It's my fault for not watching him properly. The bull hammered his fist hard against the wall in remorse. Don't blame yourself. He's such a big man after all. Nothing will happen to him. It was just then that both Shanji and Lanshin accepted the room, so I signaled Shanji to come over and calm the bull down, and headed downstairs myself. Erhu, how come this guy disappeared again at the crucial time? Fong Tang, Fong Tang. I saw Fong Tang in a tuxedo standing by the lobby yell. Hey, what? Fong Tang saw some joy. Have you figured it out yet? So he thought I wasn't going to leave. Ha, this guy really doesn't want us to go. Have you seen Erhu? Oh, that slugger. He hasn't been out long. Ha. This one really went out. Where could he go at this hour? Did you see where he went? Turn left and then I don't know. Guests are out of our hands except for the hotel. You're quite the professional at this point. Okay, thanks. Right. Can you pass on a message to Denyo and the others for me? And tell them that Erhu is out, and that I'm going after him. Ha! Fong Tang was flabbergasted. Just tell them like I said. I took off in a huff. There are very many people outside, and with Erhu's big long legs, I am afraid that it will be very difficult for me to catch up with him at this time. I pondered in my head where the hell this one would go. I went to my room this morning and told him to come to my room to discuss something and he was very quick to agree. So how come he suddenly changed his mind? Well, couldn't have gone to the food market. That's where we met last time I came back. I'm already talking to myself. The food market is straight down the road. But if you're wrong about that, you'll have no clue. I flew to the food market, which was as crowded as it had been that day, and looked around from a distance. There is no one as fit as Erhu. Fortunately, Erhu's stature was tall. Otherwise finding someone in a sea of people would indeed not be an easy task. Hello, have you seen a man who is half a head taller than me and then covered in muscles? I asked towards the security guard of the food market. Something I didn't understand to ask the security guard. Although the security guard can't protect anyone, but he can watch. Tidbits of information would be the most likely that the security guards would be likely to know. No, the guard answered without the slightest hesitation, and I even wondered if he was too lazy to say anything. I've got my own way of dealing with people like that. I ran across the street to the kiosk to buy some secret weapons and returned to the food market again. Come on, big brother Smoke-a-Wazoo? I don't believe I can't take you down with this move, huh? Hey, the young man is so polite. The guard took the cigarette very naturally, then pretended to recall the image in his head, and within a few seconds he spoke. I think I saw a muscular man yesterday, with a body that's called Gundam. Yesterday was the exact day I came back, so I knew that too. Thanks for talking, but at least I knew from the guards that Arrow was definitely not in the place anymore. I pondered. What else is there to do in this town? It's gone. I can't figure it out either. Kung. I saw Dinyo and Shanji running towards me from a distance. Did you find it? Dinyo's anxiety was still written on his face. No. I don't know which way he went. The bull couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. This boy from before, whenever he was unhappy, he would run out on his own and wait until he was in a better mood before he came back. It's been a long time since he did that, and every time he ran out I couldn't find him. Doesn't this fall under cat and mouse? But this two tigers, if you play hide and seek, is certainly a good handoff. No one can find the kind. When it gets dark and you go home for dinner, Arrow might not even be out yet. So what now? Yamazaki's words instantly interrupted the silence between the two of us. I'm sorry, I was just embarrassed to say that actually. Shanji suddenly lowered his head, as if something on his mind was weighing him down. What? The bull looked at her with concerned eyes. Yamazaki seemed to want to speak, but didn't know how, constantly hesitating to fight within herself. Arrow, he went to take care of Dinyo today, and it just so happened that that's when I went to look for Dinyo, and the two of us ended up bumping into each other. Yamazaki stopped again once more. And then what? The bull couldn't help but want to hear the follow-up. I saw Arrow. He was rummaging around the room looking for something. Chapter 94, Finding Him. Then he saw me too and he told me I was just looking for something. The bull seemed to understand something instantly, and immediately became angry. One goes forward with vigor. Hey, where are you going, bull? I rushed to catch up with the bull, whose head was already lit with flames. This guy must be in that place, the bull murmured, seemingly about to explode immediately. There's an odor of something not to be messed with. Bull, where are you going? Yamazaki also caught up and followed behind the two of us. The casino. This guy must have taken my money and gone to the casino. Ha, Yamazaki and I said in unison. He's been a gambler since he was a kid, and my family is in debt because of this guy's gambling, or we wouldn't be in this situation. Bull's tone was very exasperated, a hint of loss in his anger. He should not have expected Eru to repeat his mistake and continue to gamble again. How did he know there would be a casino here? I was also a little surprised that Eru, who seemed to be well behaved and would go grocery shopping, was an unabashed gambler. It's almost as if it's a special fetish that is grossly out of character with one's appearance. Two muscular arms gambling. I'm having a hard time picturing that in my head yet. It's just so unobjectionable. He's been hanging around Moonlight Town a lot lately, so I started to suspect this guy, and I didn't think I'd really get it right. The bull was very sure. I don't know where the casino is, but I often see him walking towards it. The bull pointed to an alley. Up close? Isn't that the one I jumped off the stick the other day? Sure enough, as I got closer, I saw the cemetery in the distance, a place I was familiar with from the 3 times I'd been there. I think the casino should be around here somewhere. The bull began to look around for the location of the casino, but how it looked was an ordinary shopping street. There was nothing left but things to eat and drink, and the place was so crowded that it was about to break up the 3 of us. I can't even see where they are anymore. This place is a real hoot. I walked towards the cemetery, where the crowd looked much smaller. If I couldn't find Eru, at least I could observe from that position conveniently, which was also much better than squeezing in this crowd and going with the flow. It took all sorts of effort for me to finally squeeze through to the cemetery gates, which everyone was probably a little skittish about. Nearly approaching the cemetery, the crowd became much smaller, and as I looked over from here, the big bull's tall body stood erect in the crowd. He was far too big to move around and far too relatively inconvenient. From here there is only one tall figure, and over there is the big bull, so there is definitely no second tiger. I went back into the cemetery and looked for the spot where I had jumped off the stick last time, and it was still empty. This comes down and the sticks disappear instantly, which is a particularly great design. It's this idea that still makes me want to go back to the wolf's den and ask how this was designed. It's just so awesome and fun. It disappeared completely out of thin air, completely out of sight. I watched the bull approach my direction, only to be pushed back by the crowd. Hello? Kung, can you see if Eru is around? Bull couldn't help himself and dialed me directly. I looked over this one, and there was no Eru. Got it. I'll look for him elsewhere then. You stay here. It's too crowded for me to really get over there. Okay. I was very quick to agree. I looked at the big bull's fading figure. This two tigers in the end ran to what the hell. Just as I was hesitating, suddenly there was a huge figure coming out of a storefront. That back that could be recognized with one eye. It must be Eru, and he was right in front of me. Eru! I yelled, running towards him. Era suddenly turned back, and when he saw it was me, he stopped down there too. Hey, what are you doing here? After I ran in, I looked at the store where Era went in, and there were 2 mahjong tables in the store, so this guy wouldn't have gone to play mahjong. It's really a bull's guess. You went gambling? I answered very bluntly. Eru's expression immediately became wrong, and after taking 2 steps back, I realized that he was carrying a large cow bag. The big bull was the equivalent of half the size of a man's body, and it looked like it had quite a lot of stuff in it. You, the god of gamblers? Make that much? No no no. Era hastily shook his hand in denial. Have earned so much and still so modest. This is not gambling, is quite good to earn. Go back to the big bull will certainly praise. Gambling made money. Afraid of what to go back, maybe the big bull will not be angry. I patted Eru to reassure him. Go back and I'll put in a good word for you too. Next time you go out say so in advance, everyone's worried sick. They think what's wrong with you. Eru's expression was very wrong. It seemed to have been frightened by my words and had stood motionless in its place. What's wrong with you, Eru? 2 tigers? Eru wiggled out of it with my constant calling. It's okay. It's okay you're like this? I'll probably get a severe beating when I go back. Kung. What to do? I was viciously levied by the 2 strong arms of Eru, and I almost didn't break my breath. This guy is really strong. You earned money. Afraid of what? We are not going out to spend money. He can say what you write. Do not be afraid of me to support you. Every word of mine seemed to hit Eru's heart, and Era kept What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't actually go gambling. Eru hesitated, not knowing how to speak. Wouldn't that be better? And the big bulls are blindly worried. It's even better. But what's that behind you? The giant bag behind her was so noticeable that it was difficult to hide it. Tiger, you haven't left yet. Do you want to come in and have a cup of tea before you leave? Suddenly, the mahjong store came out of a woman with a delicate figure. The age of looking at about 30 years old. Enchanting looks have charm. Woohoo! I didn't realize Eru liked this type. I have a look of watching the show. No need. Eru seemed a little embarrassed to turn him down. You are our big customer here. Come in and take a rest. Leaving so early now? The woman yanked on Eru's arm in one fell swoop, and the hard Eru suddenly turned into a soft cotton general, being easily yanked away by the woman. Chapter 95 Dumbbell Shop. The scene left me flabbergasted, and I seriously wondered if Eru had a girlfriend. What's wrong with you two? I looked at Eru, who had a difficult look on his face, as if he was in pain. Boss lady, don't lie. It turns out that this is the owner's wife of this store. It seems that this kid has made a lot of money. Is this a case of smothering yourself? It's abominable. Eru kept pushing back, but he could no longer do anything about it as long as the woman was tugging on Eru's arm. Tugged by the arm, Eru could only let her fiddle with it as she pleased, pulling it wherever she pleased. Eru was pulled inside and I followed. Are you a friend of his? The boss's wife asked, looking at me. I nodded. Okay, come along then. We have many more sisters inside. The flirty voice really made me think, but how could I be the type of person to think the wrong way? I've always been honorable, and I've never done anything weird, but there are no guarantees with this Eru guy, and I came in mostly to make sure he was safe. Don't have a second mind. Absolutely don't have a second mind. When we entered, the owner's wife took us further inside, where the mahjong table was in disarray and unattended. From the table marks on the table, there should have been a big battle here last night as well. Where is this going? You'll see when we get there. The boss's wife's hand brushed my cheek as if a gust of wind had struck it. Other than that, the man is kinda raining on the parade. I didn't say much, following quietly behind. Walking past the mahjong table, you get to the back where the lights are dimmed and it's like a different world from the outside. The dim red light gave the room a slight reddish color. Click. The owner's wife turned on the light so I could clearly see that the place was done up with girls everywhere, and it's surrounded by gym equipment and things like that. The girls immediately swarmed over us as soon as we walked in, as if they were long used to this sort of thing. Everyone was very skillful in general, and I watched as Eru was already surrounded by the girls. I looked noticeably small behind him, and the girls crowded to his side without seeing me. There's another one here. I'm afraid no one would have found me if it weren't for the boss's wife's reminder that I'm really helpless and small in my own right. No, I don't want it. I was about to turn around and run away when I was held steady by a girl. That choppy stance made me directly stop, continuing to walk back. I didn't expect Era to be quite good at picking a place. It's really like the Tibetan plateau here, rolling, one mountain after another. I was overwhelmed by the beautiful scenery. What would you like to buy, brother? The girl looked weak and surprisingly lifted a small dumbbell in an instant. It really took me by surprise. You, the strength is quite strong. I can't help but compliment her. The girl was encouraged and made an effort to lift more in order to show me. This person is also really simple. Brother Aru, what else do you want to buy? What else do you want to buy? It seems that this Aru is a regular customer here. It's hard to see that Aru is actually such a person. On the surface, you look like an honest person, but in reality, I caught you behind your back, right? Now you can't even think of sophistry, right? I've got you by the pigtail. Aru was surrounded by the group, and I don't know what state he's in, but I'm very envious anyway. I was surrounded by only one girl, which seemed very monotonous in comparison to him. Real envy. What kind of stuff do you guys buy here? I looked at the shelves and really didn't understand why the place was made to look like this. We sell everything, the girl whispered in my ear. Although the lights were on, there was still a dim feeling filling the place, and I couldn't see the girls' faces, but her general outline I could vaguely recognize, and her features looked like a person. But this one sells everything, which makes me wonder about some of the dangers, but soon enough I dematerialized them in my head, because after all, the ministry can SS. Which is wrong. What does Era buy when he comes here? I came here to be more curious about what this guy would buy, and coming here so early in the morning must not be something a normal person would do. Brother Era comes to buy from me a lot. He's made several trips recently. The girl exaggerated. Can you get that straight? What was bought? The girl looked around and seemed to see that there was no more boss lady before she dared to sneak up on me, poking her head to my ear. Brother Arrow likes dumbbells very much and comes to us to buy dumbbells. The girl whispered it to me. What's there to whisper about? Isn't it just dumbbells? I'm a little puzzled that it's not just a simple thing to get into this kind of thing. Don't you know? We don't allow fitness here. Fitness is torture for people. So we sell all our fitness equipment secretly. Oh, is there such a thing? It's the first I've heard of it. 2. The girl was extraordinarily surprised to hear my words. It's strange that the outside is actually like this in the ministry. A look of incomprehension, as if she wanted to walk away, not wanting to bother with me. But nay, the boss's wife just happened to walk over and she couldn't just leave. You Fong, take good care of the guests. The boss's wife spoke toward the girl beside me. Yes, Yu Fong's expression looked a bit hopeless, and she had to continue to compromise for the sake of life. Your name is Yu Fong? Aha! So you'll have a track record if I buy something? Yes. Yu Fong instantly came to life when she heard my words, as if she had been pierced through the 2 chakras of Renton. It was like a different person from just now, directly restoring his vitality. How many do you introduce me to? Okay, these are black-covered rubber dumbbells at an affordable price for you to try. After saying that, Yu Fong handed me the dumbbells. Snap! The weight was a little too much for me to handle and I almost let the dumbbells fall to the floor. It's kinda heavy. Yes, the quality of this one is also quite good. Oh. After saying that, Yu Fong immediately waited for me with an expectant look on her face, expecting me to immediately place an order as if, have you not been here long? Yeah. When I asked this question, Yu Fong's expression was very obviously much lost. Am I serving unprofessionally? That's not so bad, except that it's just the expression trying to make it too obvious that I'm buying it. But Yu Fong couldn't help but laugh as well. And this electroplated dumbbell. This one is also our hot seller here. Yu Fong just tried to pick up the dumbbells, realizing that it was beyond her expectations and surprisingly heavy in weight. She couldn't even hold it herself, so she put it down awkwardly. Chapter 96 White Powder. You see, this weight or quality is much better than just black-wrapped rubber dumbbells. Yu Fong had no choice but to point to the dumbbells to introduce them and couldn't hold them herself. What makes it mainly better than the other one? Snap! Yu Fong's face was clearly visible, turning green. I realized I shouldn't have asked such a hard question. Oops. Yu Fong hesitated for a very long time, and I felt like time froze, and I even had time to look back and see what Era was doing. Looking back, Era was still happily talking about dumbbells with the girls at this point. I saw Era smiling really big. This guy, Eru. The difference is that it looks different. I just shouted out. Yu Fong also happened to speak, and the 2's words collided. What did you say? The difference between the 2 dumbbells is that they don't look the same and are made of different stuff. Good answer. So why does it look different, and what are the differences in what is produced? It was not good for me to keep asking these questions. I didn't want to embarrass a new employee, so I let it go. The shouts just now. Arrow can't be said to have turned a deaf ear. Right. Only to say that he's here, who should call him can't be heard. Right. Okay. Thanks for answering. I politely returned Yu Fong's favor and immediately called Dingyo. Toodaloo. Toodaloo. The sound of the phone was unexpectedly loud in this noisy room, and everyone stopped. All of their eyes were on me, making me a little uncomfortable. Why are they all looking at me? The phone is still connected. Danielle guessed that on the way to look for it, simply did not have the heart to look at the phone. Right. Still 10 seconds or so passed. The phone is still unanswered. I was still almost overwhelmed by the stares of these people, who were still looking straight at me, making me very uncomfortable. Little handsome, You can't make a phone call here. The boss's wife walked over and hung up my cell phone. She pointed to the sign on the wall that said, "No cell phones." Well, that's something I really didn't see. Why don't you take the customers properly? You phone, you go, take shout show instead. Suddenly, a strong girl came towards me. I stopped her in a hurry. No, she's quite nice. She presented it very clearly. I've heard it all so well I'm almost ready to buy it. The boss's wife then didn't keep counting. This town has some pretty weird rules about not being able to work out. What fun is this life? If Arrow lives here for the rest of his life, won't he be a fugitive for life? Day by day. I'll just have to sneak in and pull dumbbells. Luckily we stayed in a hotel. If it was a B&B it would have been a disaster. I can't use my cell phone, so can I text? No. Yu Fong moved closer to me with a very serious expression. It was then that I saw her face clearly, and I didn't expect it to be much more childish than I thought it would be. It looks like you're in high school. How old are you? I couldn't resist asking a question. What do you care how old I am? Yu Fong turned her head to ignore me. I'd better get on with my business and ignore her. Eru, we should go. I walked over to Eru and patted him. When Eru turned around, his whole face was as if he had experienced many storms and snow. Very vicissitudes, as if he had aged several years. What's wrong with you? Why do you look like that? I had to take a few steps back just looking at it. It was so scary. I'm fine, Kung. You come along to play too? I looked down and this guy was actually sucking on something in his hand. I can almost guess what this stuff is just by seeing the white powder. Go! I pulled Eru up as hard as I could, but he looked almost powerless as a whole, and he seemed to be barely able to walk. Such a big guy. Now he can't even walk. The white powder was still so powerful that I was a little surprised. What is this? I pointed to the white powder on the table and questioned the group of girls beside Eru. It's a dumbbell, all of them said in unison, their expressions especially greedy, as if one of them could eat me in an instant. The scene was awkward for a while. I was confused by the looks of these girls, plus the dim lighting kept the place blurry. I didn't feel like there was so much wrong here until now. What to do, little guessed. The boss's wife walked up to me and said in a conspiratorial voice. I glanced with squinted eyes toward the entrance, where the strong woman from earlier was blocking it. This is a real right and wrong place. I tried to calm myself down. I couldn't continue to get so worked up. It was only when I was calm that I could figure out what to do. Suddenly, my cell phone rang. Everyone instantly went quiet again, and the only thing in the entire room was my cell phone ringing constantly. I picked up my cell phone towards them and hung the call right up before the guys got back to normal and continued chatting. What the hell is this place? I want so desperately to run out, but I can't just leave Eru behind. But the guy is as if he's dead right now, not doing anything at all, just sitting paralyzed on the couch. I'm just speechless with this guy. Yu Fong, do you have any other dumbbells here? I pretended to keep looking at the dumbbells. The boss's wife heard me continue to look at the dumbbells before she silently left. I looked around and there were security cameras everywhere, indicating that maybe there were other people in this house besides these guys. They're hiding in the shadows and watching our every move. We're supposed to have run into a shady businessman, and it's going to be tough this time. If Arrow could regain his sanity, it would be easier to deal with. After all, he was such a great general, but this one he's not competing. Are you guys serious about selling dumbbells? Yufong flinched when she heard this, and she shook her head. And you are? Yufong tapped the dumbbell piece. It seemed to be imploring me with that gesture. Something in the dumbbell piece? Yufong nodded her head in greeting. Nice guy. I was the only one who thought it was wrong in the first place. Little guest, we have a freebie today. Do you want to try it first? The owner's wife handed over a plate with a tiny pile of white powder on it. Two strong men suddenly appeared behind the boss's wife. I've learned that if I don't, something will happen to me, but if I do, something will happen to me. Something's going to happen anyway, so why would I suck it up? I looked around. Yufong has sneaked away, surely to give the guys better room to maneuver, so as not to injure yourself on the sidelines of the audience. I've got a cold today. I've got the sniffles. I can't inhale today, so it's a shame. Chapter 97. I suck too. Gee, you can suck on a stuffed nose. Come on, come on. The man to the side is staring at me with menacing eyes. There were strong holding girls behind them blocking the way. At this time, the second tiger has also sucked on the head. Completely lifeless. I realized that I was in a den of thieves, completely isolated and outnumbered. I can't fight them alone. Come on. The boss's wife handed me the plate. Okay, later. I'm having a bit of a hard time right now. The boss's wife actually looked at me with concern on her face and moved closer and then stroked my body. Where's the hard part? I was a little skeptical as to whether she really wanted to check it out or just wanted to touch it casually. I have a hard stomach. I rubbed my belly and pretended to look like I was in pain. Suddenly, there was a pinch on the ass. I couldn't help but straighten up. and when I looked back, it was the boss's wife's little hand on my ass. It's pretty sturdy. Hard at my ass with another slap. I put up with it. Good lord, this guy has this fetish. It really shocked me so much that I couldn't help but touch my ass to make sure it was safe and sound. You can go to the restroom when you finish sucking in a hurry. Oh. The boss's wife looked at me flirtatiously, her eyes seeming to leak something else. Those things are beyond my simple man's ability to figure out. It's a nice day, isn't it? The two burly men behind me immediately stepped forward and grabbed me as soon as the words left my mouth. Boss, this man talks too much. I can't stand to watch him. Why don't we do him? A security guard grabbed me and said toward the boss's wife. I have not been anxious. You a few what? As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, you eunuchs first anxious, huh? The boss's wife can hear this is not just, but really hurt the pride of the two security guards. I clearly see them unconsciously lowered to look at their own. Make sure yours is still above where it was, and come to imply that you're not a eunuch. Boy, today you're going to have to suck it up or suck it down. The boss's wife had completely changed her face from the beginning, with a very sinister expression. One hand pinched my face, so fine and tender. You'll have to stay with me if you don't suck it. Ha 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 ha. The boss's wife erupted into a horrifying laughter after she finished, and the security guards had to take 2 steps back in a row at the sound of it. It's just horrible. The man is smiling like a human being. What kind of demon or monster is it actually? We don't know. Accompany you for what? I'd actually consider it. I thought about it for a while and thought it wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm all out of energy after sucking on this. And if I don't suck on it just to keep her company, then what else can I lose? It's simply the perfect plan, and I'm about to be perfectly bowled over by my own ingenuity. Stay with me, you'll find out about this later. Suck it up. The boss lady's delicate little hand stroked across my cheek. There was a hint of comfort though, but I'm pretty sure the wine is an illusion given to you by the devil's sharp claws, when in reality I've probably been left with scratches on my face. I thought you said you didn't have to suck it up if you stayed with you? I was shocked. This guy talks a lot? You just said you wouldn't need to suck it up if you stayed with her, and now you're backtracking? The one that backed out and didn't even say so. Do I need to tell you how I decide? Whose hand is the initiative in now? Handsome boy. I was held perfectly by the woman, completely defenseless. I took the plate pretending I was just going to inhale it into my nose, through a sideways glance. The boss's wife now has a very serious expression on her face, and is staring at my every move for fear that I'll create a fake suck scene for her. The security guards also seemed to be starting to let their guard down and weren't as wary of me as they had been at first. I don't know how to suck, hey, why don't you teach me? I handed the plate to the boss's wife. She took it and sucked on it very quickly once. The portion was very small and not in the same state as Era's. The spirit is still good, there is no change. Which makes me think about how much Era actually sucked. This person is how much love suck. Hey, you're a good sucker for this one. And it's a great move. It's absolutely beautiful. The boss's wife proudly shook her proud hair and almost fell into my face. If I fell, then I would definitely be angry. Definitely. But may concede in the next breath. After all, it's important to save your life. My constant faux compliments were obviously still having some effect. The look in the boss lady's eyes said that something big might be about to happen if I didn't suck it up. On the sidelines, the security guards also regained their vigilance. The 3 of them looked at me dead on, giving me the feeling that I was being watched. It's uncomfortable, but it's still nice to have someone who cares about me. I followed the example of what my boss's wife had just done with one suck. With so little strength in my nose, only a few grains of gray powder flew up when I inhaled. I don't seem to have even inhaled it in general. After sucking, I pinched my nose obediently and pretended to look like I had sucked a lot of it. Very good. Ah, so comfortable. Ah, this feels really good now. I kept exclaiming from the sidelines. Not only was the boss's wife speechless, but the security guards were speechless too. And even the giant girl behind me was very speechless at my behavior. Do you think we're blind? The boss's wife nailed my just bizarre behavior with a single word. Can we not see it if you just suck on those? Well, I do seem to be taking things too literally. Looks like we'll just have to do it ourselves. The boss's wife greeted the security guards, and 2 of them grabbed me from behind so I couldn't move. My nose was pinched tightly by the boss's wife. What's this about? Obediently my mouth was also tightly covered by the boss's wife. The old man directly cannot breathe. Don't! I screamed for mercy and the other man showed no mercy for my pleas, continuing to cover all my airways. I'm cracking up. You guys just sneak in and take out a guy in the dark? I'm still useful. The boss's wife realized that I could still sneak out a sound indicating that there was still room to breathe, so harder and tighter it covered me. Suffocation makes me feel like I'm dying. I seem to be on the verge of seeing what heaven looks like. Suddenly, an angel pulled me away and brought me back to reality. The boss's wife delivered my nose, and I inhaled this fresh air hard. At this point, the boss's wife put the white powder on my nose. I didn't hold back and sucked it all up in one go. I saw the plate become clean. Look at Ming Ming, quite a sucker. How nice to have nothing left. Chapter 98 Threatened. After sucking on it, my eyes were a little dazed, and I could vaguely see my boss's wife looking at me with a fawning face. I know very well that this guy is definitely not a nice guy. Can I go now? I turned to head behind the giant girl and the security guard immediately stopped me. You haven't kept me company yet, pretty boy. Ha! After I turned around in a trance, the boss's wife at this time was like a fairy-like appearance. I just started to see the kind of charm completely. At this time she is like a heavenly fairy. Her beauty is simply unrivaled by mortals. With her angelic, perfect little face and devilishly proud body, she walked towards me step by step, her body glowing. What had been a small room, dimly lit, all but disappeared, and all was bright here. The way she walks is just mesmerizing to me and I'm already obsessed with her. But there was still a glimmer of clarity in me. I shook my head. How it doesn't look the same when you see it at first. I wiped my eyes in a closer look. The surroundings were still as dim as they were at the beginning, and the boss's wife was the same as she was originally. Suddenly, the image in front of me changed back to the beautiful scene I had just seen, although I very much didn't want to confirm that it was true, but it did appear right in front of my eyes. What the hell is this? I heard a laugh from someone around me, an extraordinarily harsh sound, but I couldn't see the people around me. I only saw the fairies in front of me. She gently stroked my cheek, and the beauty of her face quieted me with it. You're beautiful. Looking at her, I couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Ha 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 ha. The laugh instantly brought me back to some consciousness. It's that creepy laugh of the boss's wife. The real and virtual images kept switching back and forth in front of my eyes. I couldn't help but cover my eyes. The image was too much for my eyes. My eyes were very sore. What the hell is this? Don't worry. Come to me. The fairy opened her arms toward me, trying to get me into her arms. I was a little shy, but I wanted to be in the arms of a fairy, and it must have been extraordinarily blissful. Eru, 2 tigers, Eru. Suddenly, a voice kept yelling. It put me in a slight trance, and my movements were interrupted by the voice. What the hell? Get out there and find out. The boss's wife yelled, and the 2 security guards immediately ran towards the outside. Eru, 2 tigers, Eru. The voice sounded like it was coming from inside the radio, and yelling over and over again. The voice seemed to be that of a big bull. Is the bull out there? I recovered somewhat from the disturbance of the voice, and I saw that the picture before me was still the dim cabin in which I had begun. The person with her arms outstretched in front of me was the boss's wife. This guy looks nothing like the angel he just was. I took 2 steps back in fear in a hurry, and the boss's wife's face instantly took on an angry expression. What are you running for? Come into my arms. Come on. I was stumped and couldn't move a muscle. This guy was really scary and I could see her grimace through the dim light. I didn't realize that she had such a scary side to her. Don't. I had curled up in a corner, terrified at the sight of this guy. There's an advertising sales van out here driving around. The security guard who had just entered said, Eru, 2 tigers, Eru. The big bull's voice sounded again, and this time it could be heard quite clearly as he got closer. Ha! Era suddenly raised his head. Looking back and forth, he seemed to be searching for something, but finding nothing went back to laying his head down. This guy. I was almost awake, except my head was still a little dizzy. Go get some more up here, the boss's wife said toward the security guard, and I also heard her words. Which, can't you guys speak in private and secretly? Talking about this in front of me is really not giving me a bit of face. I feel that I have been seriously insulted, but I can do nothing about it. I don't suck anymore. I yelled it right out and decided to have a face-to-face bar. What are you going to make me do by making me suck it? I could just listen to you. Strike. The boss's wife seemed shocked that I answered so readily. Wait, immediately stopped the security guard. I want you to spend all your money here, and since you're so obedient, all you have to do is hand over all your money and you can go. The boss's wife smiled. Where are my friends? I pointed to the second tiger, this damaged color. Seeing him sprawled out in a heap on the side made my heart angry. This guy is such a make it or break it kind of guy. He had to spend what he had on him before he could leave too. But he's a regular customer of mine and he'll definitely be back next time. The boss's wife smiled slightly and waited for me to behave. But I'm not trying to show anything. He's basically broke. He's just a poor kid, so you can let him off the hook too. Ha! The boss's wife sneered. To this addicted person, no matter how broke he is, he will find a way to get money out. He is still so big he must have quite a few ways right. The 2 security guards on the side of the boss's wife agreed with her. These guys are simply working together. The owner's wife held out her hand waiting for me to hand over the money. I pulled out the little bit of money I had left in my pocket from buying snacks for the homeless this morning and handed it to her. You're a beggar for alms? Is that all? The owner's wife had a very disappointed expression when she saw the amount was too small. Seems like you'd have a hard time getting all the real money out without getting you hooked. The boss's wife signaled the security guard to grab me. Wait. I hastily put out my hand to stop them from getting any closer. All my money is out there, you have to let me have a chance to get it too. Where? Moonlight Hotel. Oh, the boss's wife seemed to understand something. There are rich people living there. The boss's wife seemed to be in a much happier mood again, as if she thought she had caught a big fish. How much do you want me to get? No more. No less 200. 000. Crack. This guy is better than robbing a bank. Why don't you just go rob a bank would be faster. I can't even listen to it anymore. Isn't it against the law to rob a bank? The boss's wife replied with what she thought was a witty reply. You don't think this is illegal? It's a matter of will, and it's not against the law in this place anyway. The boss's wife looked smug, satisfied that she had recognized the local rules. I knew nothing about local rules and didn't really know how much of what this guy was saying was true and how much was not. Chapter 99. The Big Bull Unwinds. Just in case you don't come back, I'm sending 2 men to follow you. The security guard behind the boss's wife immediately followed me. Goo. No need. Don't people trust each other anymore? No. What a disgrace to my old man. The big, strong sister also stepped out of the way, which could be considered a way for me to see the light outside the door. I miss that place so much. Come on. Behind the 2 security guards with an impatient expression. This door has not even been out of the door is rushing me. Got it. I also deliberately slowed down my movements to not walk out so quickly. The security guard behind him did start grumbling again. I finally saw the light outside again. Eru. 2 tigers. Eru. Big Bull's car was still yelling. I heard an immediate rush. Oh, the bull happened to be in front of me and I bumped heads with him. Big Bull was in a van with a loudspeaker yelling over and over. The effect of this wave is pulled right across the board and should be found by anyone. But, Eru is different. How can this guy come out when he's already unconscious? Kung. Bull. What are you doing here? The bull's eyes were scanning towards the store. Come to play mahjong? You're still in the mood? It seemed that the next recording was going to start abusing me, but he was more worried about Arrow now, and was going to have to move on and look for it. Bull, don't go. I yelled for the big bull's car to come to a good stop. Arrow is here. Ha! The expressions of the 2 guards were immediately off. The bull immediately jumped out of the car. The security guards behind me looked even more fearful. Seeing such a strong body could not help but feel a little worried and intimidated. I walked over to Bull's side muttering in a low voice about what had just happened, trying to be a little more concise and clear. That's just the way it is. These people are so hateful too. Is there anything you can do? How about just being a little more violent between them and just going and pulling people out? A grin spread across the bull's face as well. I think it's totally fine, very fine. Deciding then to act immediately, the bull drew out the towel at his own neck ready for action. You dare show me your boss. The legs of the 2 security guards seemed to be softened by fear, and they immediately ran back. Bull and I followed suit. What the hell is this place? Why is it so dim and dark that you can't see anything? Daniel wiped his eyes and realized that he still couldn't quite see clearly what some of the stuff was in there. Hello? The owner's wife was polite as always, but all at the very beginning. You'll see her cunning and greed later. Where is Arrow? Who is Arrow? The boss's wife looked at the 2 security guards, who had to shake their heads. What's the use of having you guys followed out and now you know nothing? Losers. This reaction startled Daniel. How did the just civilized and polite boss lady turn into a shrew in the next second? This seems to be 2 people altogether. Is he or she becoming a bit delirious because of the light here? The bull was even beginning to have doubts about himself, and not about the boss's wife's own problems. Hello, who is Eru, please? The owner's wife's 360-degree change in attitude was just disgusting to me. I've never met anyone so disgusting. Eru is lying right there. I pointed to a massive figure in the group of women. Yes, the big bull walked inside, skimming right over the boss's wife. This behavior annoyed the boss's wife a little, but it was also the act that made her realize that these 2 were not too dissimilar in stature. If these 2 are not brothers, there must be some kinship between them. What are you doing, Eru? Do you know how worried everyone is about you? Daniel pulled Eru up as soon as he could. It was found that this guy was completely as if he was a walking corpse, and he was weak. As soon as Daniel grabbed it, Eru didn't react, and there was a very empty look in his eyes. The bull looked at the white powder on the table and seemed to remember all the things I had told him, and it all seemed to be true. This store is indeed an illegal shady store. Daniel put Eru's hand on his shoulder and was about to pull Eru out when he did. Suddenly, stopped in her tracks by the robust girl. What are you doing? Daniel looked at this woman and wondered what she was planning to do. He can't leave yet. Why? The money hasn't been paid yet. The bull looked at me confused. Something I hadn't told him yet. I was going to just take it away as violently as I could, and we'd save ourselves the trouble of spending all that unnecessary money. Kung, what's going on? I had no choice but to walk over to him and repeat the follow-up to him. Daniel nodded with seeming understanding. I'll get the money ready, and you let me take the man first. Without saying a word, Daniel continued to drag Erhu to go outside. This time not only was the robust girl present, but 2 security guards walked up as well. As the saying goes, Security guards can't protect anyone. The two security guards were obviously no exception to this rule, and their presence reflected neither skill nor usefulness. Both still had a very timid look on their faces, not even as brave as the robust girls. Look at him. He's dying and it's definitely going to be dangerous if we don't take him to the hospital. The big bulls were all in a hurry, with very angry expressions. Such a muscular man. If he got angry, the boss's wife knew how horrible things could get. So you guys hurry up and go get the money ready. Won't you be able to take him right away when the money comes? The boss's wife remained unforgiving, the initial politeness having passed. Is it okay if we write a pledge? I really can't think of any other better way. No way. Don't I know the routine of you outsiders? You guys can just leave here and you don't have to pay it back. The boss's wife cast a glance of contempt. Extremely sharp. Another bull and I are a little alarmed. Kung, what now? Big Bull doesn't know any better. I came up to the bull's ear and whispered something that contained the vital key to unraveling the situation. Oh, got it. Danyo's face was full of smiles as he listened. What are you guys talking about in secret? The owner's wife was also very curious about what we were talking about. Is it possible to tell you something like that? I sneered. It's illegal for you guys to get into white powder, do you know that? Of course I know. It's not easy for everyone to make money these days. It's already nice to have a way to make money. The boss's wife had a tired look on her face and seemed to be tiring of her current job as well. Chapter 100 Stories from the Past. I don't suppose you want to sell white powder yourself? The boss's wife nodded, her expression growing sadder. Who would want to do such illegal things if not to make money? Exactly. Even the security guards couldn't resist coming in and sticking their noses in. You shut the up. The security guard immediately obediently closed his mouth, aggrieved at the sight as if injured puppies do not know what to do. Then you also know that it's not easy for everyone to make money, and we don't have that much cash to give you. 200,000. Yeah, how many of us have hard-earned money? Danyo also displayed a sad look that seemed to emulate the expression demonstrated by the boss's wife. The boss's wife took one look at the big bull, and her eyes almost fell out. Sure enough, it was overwhelming to see a slugger about to shed a tear. It is really a very outrageous event. But look at the people I have here. Which one of them doesn't look to me for money to eat? And what will they do if I don't have it? Don't you think it's unethical to do this unconscionable thing? Can you still spend the money with peace of mind? Big Bull turned on his mouth. Yes, the girls behind her replied together. This group of people really surprised me that they could be so uniformly shameless. All I can say is that the owner's wife has cultivated it well. She does have a way with it. You guys are awesome. I want to applaud for them. Hee. The girls started screaming immediately. The group was quite comforting. Not bad for the boss's wife's people, nah. It's just good yet. So you guys hurry back and get some over here and you'll be fine. The owner's wife was tired of talking and just wanted to get rid of us both in a hurry. But we don't have that kind of money right now. The bull was a little embarrassed, but spoke up anyway. What's the point of coming and bringing someone without money? Put it down. The security guard was just about to go up and stop Danyo after hearing what the boss's wife said. But seeing that Danyo didn't give in the slightest bit, he instantly panicked once again, and at a loss for words, he turned back to the boss's wife. Useless. The security guard seemed to have been scolded with great peace of mind, and not a trace of unhappiness could be seen on his face. Being scolded to such an extent can only mean that the ability to resist pressure is very good. I'm all starting to look at both of them differently. How much do you two get paid a month? I asked a casual question. The two of them were immediately greeted with the threat of the boss's wife's sharp eyes, and the two of them who were about to open their mouths immediately closed their mouths. No, you two don't get paid differently, do you? No way. Our bosses are all representatives of what is always fair and just. This could never happen. The short, tall security guard came out to relieve the boss's wife. The boss's wife's expression seemed very relieved, but she was moving very strangely, as if she had been startled and panicked by something. What are you afraid of, boss lady? Such a tiny detail still escapes me. Being asked by me. Not only did Danyo also notice it, the two security guards beside him also detected the wrong aura. What's wrong with you, boss lady? The boss's wife didn't say anything, but just stood in place not knowing what to do. No, it's not, is it? There can't really be a paycheck that isn't as high? Snap. A lightning bolt seemed to flash over the boss's head with a click. How much do I 3,000 you? The shorter guard said towards the taller one. I'm only 2,500. This time the tall security guard was confused by the whole thing. Why is mine lower than his? Why? The tall security guard immediately questioned the boss's wife. Thanks to how I've been doing my best for you all this time, treating your life as if it were mine, but count on you. The tall security guard didn't seem to be sad about the difference in pay. Rather, they are saddened by the difference in treatment and their status in the boss's wife's mind. The boss's wife remained silent. Perhaps now she just wanted to dig a hole in the ground. I don't suppose you've had it with him too. The tall security guard was just about to continue, speaking in general, being stopped by the boss's wife. Is it okay if I give you a raise? It's okay, right? The tall security guard's mouth kept mumbling the words. Are you okay? The short security guard cast a concerned glance. Get the hell out of here. The Gundam security guard had absolutely no desire to appreciate the situation. You man. The short security guard ran away as if wounded. It's still a real mess here. Things are happening one place at a time. So how did you guys get here? I turned back to the group of girls. We all came through unorthodox channels. Yu Feng, who had just received me, replied. How can you tell him? He'll call the police and we'll all be finished. The girl on the sidelines blamed her. Do you know that what you're doing is against the law? Of course I know, but what else can we do? There's nothing to do without a passport. Nothing to do. Yu Feng ignored them and continued talking. Looks like this boss's wife has done a lot of illegal things. You've got a pretty wide range of business. Oh, the boss's wife had swung for the fences and said nothing, pressing something on her cell phone over and over. Seeing the boss's wife in this state, Dinyo didn't care and continued to walk towards the outside. Said it, I yell. Looking back, it was the boss's wife. Without money, people you won't be able to take away so simply. The boss's wife was holding a gun in her hand at the moment. I'll go. The first time I saw a gun, it was inevitable that I would have a moment of excitement in my heart. Is this a real gun you have? I was unusually excited to run to the boss's wife. Yeah. The boss's wife's expression was a bit confused. May I see it? I took the pistol from the owner's wife and kept playing with it. The workmanship did look like a real robbery. I put the gun to my head. Does one shot like that from a real gun kill me? I said with a slightly excited expression towards the boss's wife. Too excited with a hint of perversion. I could clearly see the expression on the boss's face had dropped her jaw in shock. You better not shoot. She still made a move to stop me. I lowered the gun I had raised to my temple and gave it back to the boss's wife. Nice gun. Huh? What store did you buy it from? What a commissary. A foreign gun store specializes in buying them. Whoops. Surprisingly, it's still an import. This piqued my curiosity even more. Once again, I snatched the gun out of the boss lady's hand. What are you doing? Egu, cheap bastard. Lend it to me. Chapter 101, Counting Wages. The boss's face was a panicked batch at this point. Inside, even though there are 10,000 reluctance, but the thing has been snatched into my hands. Hey, you be careful. Without saying a word, I took the gun and aimed it at the boss's wife's head. How do you talk? Who watches out, huh? When I snapped the gun to her head, she had a panicked look on her face, as if she were a deer that had just realized the danger, but she didn't get a chance to bump around. I'm paying attention. Don't you go off the deep end. The boss's wife hurriedly raised her hands to show that she surrendered and didn't dare to mess around. Look at that bear, giving me a whole lot of pleasure. I gave the gun back to the owner's wife. The boss's wife took the gun, smile immediately surfaced. Ha. Who should be careful now, huh? The boss's wife was pointing a gun at me. This guy is such a heart of gold thing. It's a crazy thing to say. Aha, put someone down first. The boss's wife pointed at the big bull and signaled for him to put it down. The guy, Dinyo, was surprisingly unmoved, and didn't have the slightest intention of putting arrow down. Hey, I'm talking to you. Put the man down now. The bull remained motionless, without the slightest trace of timidity on his face. Click. The boss man pulled the trigger, aiming at the bull again. But the bull was stubborn as an ox and had no intention of putting it down at all. The boss's wife couldn't stand it anymore and just shot bang. A bullet snatched out of the pistol and flew as fast as it could. A thudding shot lands to the arm of the bull. Ow. Bull, are you okay? I rushed to check where the bull had been shot, and there was no blood on the arm. Just a small bullet mark. This kinda hurts, haha. The bull twisted his arm to ease his own pain. I knew that thing of yours was a fake as soon as you pulled the trigger. I knew it was so fake. The boss's wife hurriedly checked her pistol and Yama **** stroked it. You two losers. Flung the pistol in front of the two guards. Didn't I tell you guys to buy a real gun? Why did you buy a fake one? The two cowered in fear in the face of the boss's wife's questioning. We were going to buy a real gun too, but that thing is illegal. We can't find out no matter how much we ask around. The two security guards had a very aggrieved look on their faces and seemed to be telling of their difficulties. Look at it. Now there's someone in the store causing trouble. And they're so big. What do you think we should do? The boss's wife questioned towards the two security guards. Well, he's so good. Why don't we just let them go for once? This security guard can be considered a human being, and I am very satisfied. What the are you talking about? The boss's wife had anger written all over her face. Good. It's okay to let go. All of you have nothing for this month. After saying that, the boss's wife turned to leave. No way, Mrs. Boss. I have an old man and a young man. They'll starve to death if I don't get paid for a month. Then you can ask them for it. It's not my fault anyway, right? The boss's wife waved her hand, looking very helpless. That's your fault. I can't even look at it. These people are just too much for me to handle. Does it work for you to talk? That really hit me hard, but I can get through it. I believe I can. Definitely. You're the one who dragged them into this kind of thing, so it's your fault. But they could have refused. Why didn't they? The boss's wife wave of extreme rhetorical questions, so that I cannot say anything. This mouth is quite powerful. It simply made me blink. Kung, why don't we take the plane and go? I gave a sneaky okay sign. When they spread out a bit, you charge out first. I'll follow you. Big Bull returned my okay sign. Don't go away. Boss lady, the entire staff is forcing her to stay. That's quite a face. Why don't you leave? You guys aren't going to help me stop them, so why should I pay you? It's back to the drawing board. This guy is simply unbeatable. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were off. One by one they became very ferocious and seemed to eat us both in one step. Hey, you guys calm down. I watched the battle in a real panic. Although they didn't seem to be strong in combat, they were outnumbered. A few people can't beat us, but a group can't? You may be young and strong, but there are more of us. A little girl shouted from the shadows. Yes, the crowd shouted together. We have one arm each. I don't believe you can run away like that. Right. The crowd shouted in unison once again. Pay up. Pay the money. Pay up. It had become like a battlefield, and it contained a number of strange people. All of them came together towards us. Riowa people. Should have just left. Missed the moment. The bulls in remorse. Wait. I reached out and stopped the guys. How much do you all get paid? I suddenly asked a question. Well, one by one, they all suddenly looked at each other at a loss for words. $1,000. Yufang shouted out from the crowd. People. As expected, this sister still supports me, but for this amount of money, it is indeed a bit excessive. After Yufang said it, the people behind him all reported their salaries one by one together. Do you have a book? I'll tally it up. What do you want? At this point the boss's wife panicked. She was more than panicked, she even felt finished in general expression. We're counting paychecks? What are you doing? Catch them. The group seemed to be awakened by the voice of the boss's wife and prepared to continue towards us to begin their attack. Wait. Hey, what's going on? The security guards or civilized people stopped to ask us out. If we count your wages, then can you let us go? Suddenly, the field was silent. It's so quiet it's like the world has stopped. Yes, it's that woman Yufang again. She stepped up to the plate once more. Can. The others shouted out together. Good. You guys report your paychecks and I'll do the math. The group formed a small line and one by one they came to me and reported the amount of their paychecks. I'm 1,300. I'm 1,500. Hey, that's not right. I've been working longer than you. Why do you get paid 200 more than me? On the other side of the room the girls were not happy. The boss's wife sees that I'm doing well. It's not like I arranged it myself. The two of them turned back to the boss's wife in unison. Chapter 102 Rescuing the Two Tigers. The boss's wife's heart was in a mess at this time, and she was squatting in a corner alone, crying. You say you regret it? Wouldn't letting the two of us go leave you out of the picture? Very much with us? Big Bull still holds arrow, and his arm strength can be very impressive. There is still leisure time at this time. I find it very unbelievable. Is this the same Bull I know? I can't believe it. Dull eyes gazed at him in fascination. Hey, I get paid 3,500. The woman in front of me yelled. Ha, 3,500? Highest paycheck in the game? I couldn't help but wipe my eyes to take a fresh look at the woman in front of me. Ooh, it was then that I realized that she was indeed more beautiful than any of the women beside her. Not only is her appearance outstanding, but her body is even better. Pride where pride is due. It is indeed a gem on earth. I silently wrote down the 3,500 paycheck, but the employees behind her were not so happy. I sold just as much as you did last month. What makes you get paid more? The woman behind her shouted. At this point everyone's eyes turned to the boss's wife in unison. At this time the boss's wife was crouching alone in the corner and crying. Seeing this the employees were not being aggressive and continued to line up slowly. After almost half a ring, we finally finished counting everyone's paychecks, which totaled just under $20,000. The boss's wife is really that black-hearted. Collected $200,000 for myself and gave the employees just so little bits and pieces. That's a little too much differential treatment. No wonder we lost so many hearts and minds today. This is a deserved operation. I don't have any heartfelt words for her at all. The math is done. Bull. I watched as the big bull was still yakking away with the boss's wife and seemed to be able to climb into the conversation. Why are you guys even talking, huh? I walked over with the ledger. How's it going? The big bull's expression was very pleased with himself, and I handed him the ledger. After the result, Denyo took a closer look and his eyes popped out. You're so black-hearted. Even Denyo couldn't help but want to spit on her. Who doesn't come out for a silver these days? Surprisingly, Denyo nodded silently, not caring much anymore. I'm a little surprised. Why is this guy off his meds or crazy? You? What's wrong? Aren't you going to take a few curses at this? I'm a little confused that the bull would even be gentle with this kind of person. What a rare thing in the world. I'm still in a state of amazement and slow to get over it. Harm, just talked to her and thought she's a poor person too nah. We both headed out of the room in silence. Hey, you two stop. The security guard stopped us both again. Money pinch? Oh, don't we have to go back and get it? Yes. The security guards very much started waving goodbye to us both, and we very much started saying goodbye to them. Where was I, Kung? I was so distracted by the security guard that I almost forgot exactly what we were talking about as well. You say that boss lady is pitiful, but don't you forget that the pitiful must be hated. Hey, you're not making any sense with that one. Like just now she just deserved it. Daniel is back to his old poisonous tongue. This is the Daniels that I know. Tell me, what good things did you two talk about? Aha, aha. Daniel also made a point of moistening his throat so that he could play as if he were doing well. The arrow in his hand was still in a daze, with no sign of waking up at all. If we didn't know he was doing this because he was high, we would have thought the guy was dead. It's true that this look is not much different from being dead now, haha. She was adopted as a child by an old farmer after her parents granted her abandonment. Isn't this quite cozy? Old farmers can raise daughters like this. Another million reasons skimmed through my mind. Then the old farmer was constantly suppressed by the landlord because of the pressure of the rent of his fields, and the landlord even demanded that he let his own daughter accompany him if he could not pay the money. The old farmer had just that little land, and there was a drought then, so he couldn't make much silver at all, and the landowner took his daughter away the second time he came to his door. Took away. How could that heart of the old farmer's watch his beloved daughter go just like that? And in the middle of the night he took up his hoe and headed for the landlord's house, but still went too late. The landowner's family at the time spoiled their own daughter. It's still a sad story. I don't know what to say when I hear it. The old farmer can't swallow this bad gas. Pick up the hoe to fight with those people, but also a big age. The other hand out of an accidentally pushed the old farmer a hand. The head fell on the stone pier, fell to his death. When I said that, the bull's expression went silent, and so did I. The old woman, seeing that her old man had not returned for so long, hurried to the landlord's house to have a look, only to see that the old man was being carried by two men from the landlord's house who were going to dig a pit and bury him. The old woman just took a breath and fainted. In the end the family is all gone. I thought it was sad enough at the beginning, but I didn't realize there was a whole series of sadness waiting for me later. It's not easy indeed. It's a sadder than sad story indeed. The bull generalized. Well, so let's just give them the money, shall we? I can't believe that bull said that. Well, I was actually thinking exactly the same thing. Fine, but only if we make them turn their evil to good. Aha! We took Era straight to the hotel. Hey, what's going on here? Fong Tang saw that Dinyo and I were still holding an arrow. This one again would be very deliberate. We went up together and on the way up I explained to Fong Tang what had just happened. Oh, so now he's going to be left alone to rest, is he? I nodded. Fong Tang actually showed a strange smile. What is this guy up to? Can I take care of him? No. Big Bull declined very decisively. A good refusal is all I can say. Fong Tang is probably trying to take advantage of the opportunity to mime Aru's body. I know this guy's purpose as soon as I see it. Just not some simple-minded guy, although very kind I guess, but at heart it turned out to be a lecher. And the fact that the color is still the same sex makes it impossible to fully accept. I'll go talk to MS. Blue Heart first. The bull turned and went to the other room. So you're not going? Fong Tang grinned and gestured toward me, as if I'm in his way here. Chapter 103 Unconsciousness. I'm kind of bummed out too. Does this guy really want to stay together that badly? Well, I'll give you this opportunity. I was very sensible and headed out the door. Hey, Kung, where are you going? I had just stepped out the door and the big bull was already back, which is pretty fast. Nothing, out for a stroll. This suddenness made me not know how to explain clearly. Should I say that this guy Fong Tang drove me out? No, I'm a good man with a lot of heart. How can you say such a thing? Absolutely not. Your blue heart that good? With a nod, Daniel rushed back to his room to check on Eru. Ah, a shout came from the room. I turned around and saw that Fong Tang was removing Eru's shirt at that moment. This guy is hopelessly out of his depth. I really shouldn't have just let it go like that and let him be in a room by himself with Eru. Eru, I'm sorry. Don't blame me. I didn't know this was going to happen. What are you doing? Under Dinyo's angry eyes, Fong Tang put Eru's clothes back on. Nothing. The sweat on Fong Tang's forehead was clearly visible and seemed to be dripping down soon. After redressing Eru, it was clear that Dinyo's demeanor had not yet been eased. Fong Tang knew that he shouldn't have stayed longer, so he ran away in a huff. This guy really doesn't give a moment's peace of mind. Dinyo looked at Fong Tang's distant back and complained. This guy doesn't have a bad heart. He just has some weird problems. The bull very paradoxically scolded and praised him. Eru's face at this moment was no different from when he first arrived. Just how much did he suck, you know, Kung? The more Dinyo looked at Eru, the more worried he became. But worrying about it and continuing to wait is beyond the pale. I don't know. I got sidetracked and within minutes I got back to him and he already looked like this. Dinyo's expression was slightly helpless, and he was also in a hurry. Kung, aren't you a miracle doctor? Can anything be done about this? The bull was holding my hand tightly, hoping I could help him soon, and he was at a loss for words. Looking at Dinyo's eyes that were full of supplication, it was something that no one could completely refuse. I'll try. Well. Energized once again, the big bull stepped away from Eru and made room for me. I grabbed Eru's thick arm and took my pulse. Time was silent for a moment. How's it going? Eru rushed me very anxiously. I had just taken my pulse and hadn't felt anything wrong with Eru's body yet, and I was still exploring, so I did not answer him. Got it, Kong? Bully asks me the questions over and over again a minute and it makes me all anxious. There's no rush. You let me see it first. There was no problem at all with Eru's pulse. It was as if he had simply fallen asleep. So why was he still able to stay awake after being subjected to so much external force? I am also very confused about this issue. There's nothing wrong with the pulse at all. Then why don't you wake up? Hearing my words, Dinyo seemed even more anxious, and I kind of regretted telling him so directly. Well, we'd better go back and ask that boss lady what all the is added to the powder. Big Bull couldn't agree more. Go. Having just finished speaking, the big bull was immediately ready to depart, and this speed was indeed no one else's. So you have all the money ready? The bull worshipped the backpack beside him. I'll use my own money. After all, it was my brother who caused the trouble. How much savings do you guys have left after all this? My question seemed to cause the big bull to fall silent for a moment. It's okay. Just be making money later on. Big Bull is still more cheerful. Right, Yamazaki, I forgot her at the advertising truck. It dawned on the bull. But it's too late. It's all back at the hotel now. Bull. A horrible voice was coming from outside the house, and Dinyo was already trembling with fear. Bull. The voices were getting closer, and the crisp footsteps clearly identified the person. There's nothing I can do about that. Man, I can't bail you out. I ran out of the room in a huff, ready for a good show. Yamazaki. Seeing Shanji walk to the door, Dinyo timidly called out to her. Egu, you still remember me? Yamazaki gently patted Dinyo's cheek. I just ran into trouble with Kung, so I'm taking Era home first. An aura of terror emanated from Shanji's face, and the sky carried a sheet of dark clouds. The atmosphere was very scary, as if it would immediately explode the next second. And then what? And then we came back. Big Bull has Yamazaki cornered. Don't you mess around, Sanji. I don't want to mess around? Yamazaki's eyes lit up with fire. No. The Big Bull can't explain it even if he has a mouth now. Kung, help me. The Bull hinted at me with his lips. I watched the scene unfold quietly from the doorway. Shanji, it's not Dinyo's fault. I asked her to send Arrow back first. Yamazaki didn't turn around at all, and I'm not sure if she heard me anymore. So why didn't you tell me? You're the only one who knows where I am, right? Yamazaki was still struggling with the same problem he had at the beginning. Looks like I can't save Big Bull either. I threw him a helpless look. The bull also closed his eyes and waited for death. Forget it. You have to treat me to something good next time. Yamazaki turned around with her arms crossed. Dinyo immediately got up and comforted her, also feeling how hard it was for her to be thankful to have survived. How is Era doing now? Dinyo hurriedly told Shanji all the specifics. I have some savings too. Why don't I fill you in too? Shanji was about to go back to her room to get the money when she was stopped by Dinyo. This can't be spent on you. This is a mistake Arrow made, and it's my responsibility as a brother to bear it. Big Bull manifested his usual manliness. Shanji seemed to be completely mesmerized by the scene, and her expression became subtle, completely different from the state she was in just as soon as she entered. Good. The whole person looks not only gentle, but also exudes a sense of femininity. This woman really does change her face faster than a book. I can't help but admire this peculiar skill somewhat from the bottom of my heart. The Big Bull walked out with a big bag of money on his back. Yamazaki followed suit. Chapter 104 for answers. I wanted to travel with them, but I wasn't too sure about Aru's side. Walking to the door to eyewitness them. Kung, aren't you coming along? The bull yelled at me. I craned my head toward Aru's room, signaling him that Aru was unattended. It was only then that Dinyo stopped his anxious steps. He was so overwhelmed by his haste that he almost forgot that he should have left someone to take care of Aru. Shanji, can you stay and take care of Aru? Dinyo looked behind him at Yamazaki. Shanji's expression was one of some surprise, but she wanted to be by Dinyo's side more than anything else, and the urgency in her eyes was obvious. Isn't Kung here? Aren't you worried about him? I want to follow you. If this attitude stays like this, it'll be a matter of taking the bull by the horns. But, go over there not only to pay back the money, but also to ask the boss's wife about the ingredients inside that powder. We think the material inside is the biggest reason why Ero didn't wake up. Well, Shanji was aggrieved, but listened to Dinyo and went back obediently. Kung, he's waiting for you, go now. How does Shanji talk as if I'm the mistress? Is this her way of stepping aside? These two little lovebirds can really pull a different trick like this on you for everything. Dinyo and I darted toward the owner's store, a street we'd been down almost 10 times. The streets here aren't particularly familiar, but it's a road that is clearly recognizable on sight. It's just up ahead. The big bull was running so fast that I could only follow behind his ass if I ran as fast as I could. He was just too fast. By the time I ran to the front of the store, I was out of breath, and all I could say was that I was glad Shanji hadn't come. I was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it at this speed, but Shanji was so light, maybe the big bull could fight it off with one arm, which would seem to be even faster. Boss lady, we brought the money. Back inside, the scene surprised us a bit. Many people were on strike. The boss's wife was alone on the sidelines sweeping the floorboards. What's going on with you guys? I wondered if I was looking away and how it wasn't quite the same image as the last time I saw it. Why do we work for her when she doesn't pay us anymore? The other sisters joined in agreeing that there was no need to be working for her anymore, and that each one of them was paid a different salary for almost everything. The salary is also all up to the personal whims and moods of the boss's wife. The ones who were nice to her and would kiss her ass naturally got paid a little more than the others, but some of those are only about $100, so people fight over the $100 to $200, and people don't see the point. I don't want to do it. Many of the employees were planning to just walk away, right up to me and the bull. Leave if you want to, the boss's wife said after taking out the trash, walking over to a chair and sitting down in a disoriented manner. But that's the only time we'll be sending out jobs. Are you sure you can find work elsewhere? Upon hearing this, the employee who had just walked up to us immediately panicked. Can't I work for you guys all the time? That's definitely not possible. Dinyo immediately refused. These people themselves are almost bankrupt. A group of people for many months. I am afraid that the old bottom to eat up. Hearing Dinyo's words, the others immediately had expressions of panic. One of the women had the strongest reaction. Boss lady, I'm sorry, didn't want to leave. The girl was the first to walk back. Behind them, a few girls are also walking back in turn. Some even complained about us both a few times before leaving. These people really do all change their faces faster than anything. It's true that the city is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. What kind of people are they here? They're too egoistic, but it's not entirely their fault. And we probably didn't exactly make it clear what was going on in the first place. It took them to think of such a step, but the group is probably already in the boss's wife's mind, and it's us who did them in. Put it away. The boss's wife signaled for the money to be placed on her table. The bull threw the bag on the table. The boss's wife opened it immediately. Wow, everyone didn't seem to have seen so much money. The boss's wife pretended that she wanted to count the number. But 200,000, she herself knew that if she counted it would take until the night. So he immediately gave up, and the big bull believed him when he was so sincere. Well, you've brought the man back, so we're even. The boss's wife signaled that it was okay. What did you put in the powder you gave Eru? Bull asked. It's just powder. Huh? The boss's wife looked at Dinyo with a puzzled expression, wondering why this guy would ask that. I know that's powder too. Where are the exact ingredients? The bull almost wanted to hit someone when he heard that. I actually don't know much about it. Hey. The boss's wife stammered out a reply. Where's the professionalism when you're the one selling this stuff and you don't even know it? Don't take human lives seriously? Just give people weird powders? Big Bull's anger level went up again. To make money. The boss's wife had a resigned expression on her face, as if she knew that Dinyo was a soft eater. The boss's wife already didn't dare to come to the hard way. It did work on the big bull. Dinyo's anger immediately dissipated when he saw the little expression on his boss's face. Kung, am I being too mean? Dinyo asked in a small voice toward me. It's okay, some things we don't act tough, the other side thinks we're too weak. You're doing the right thing here. Only then did the big bull seem to be at ease with the next two. Actually, I bought this one from someone else too, so I don't know exactly what's in it. The boss's wife explained. Who did you buy it from? A dark organization. You wouldn't know it if you told me. The boss's wife looked at us like we were hicks. How do you know we don't know if you don't tell us? I was very unconvinced, and so was the look on Big Bull's face. The Green Bird Organization. Crack. I blacked out. I'm more than familiar with this organization. My old man was taken by this Thai organization not too long ago. Who are the people you're working with? Big Bird. Ha, that's a lot of wrongdoing. Everywhere I turn I run into this Big Bird. Can you introduce us? Dinyo's expression was very serious. But at this point I panicked a bunch and this Big Bird was like a psycho. But we are also at our wits' end. After all, they are the only ones who know the exact material.